The protagonist of the story is Huck Finn, who first graces us with his presence in the adventures of Tom Sawyer. Huck Finn is an astute, kind-hearted, and courageous young white boy. In his quest for a life of freedom, he flees to the Mississippi River. During his journey, he encounters Jim, an enslaved man who is diligent, sincere, and fiercely loyal. Jim escapes from his master's home to evade the grim fate of being sold again. This book is not only regarded as one of the finest adventure novels for children in the world, but ALS. Stands as one of the most celebrated and esteemed works in the annals of American literature. IT has been adapted for the silver screen by American filmmakers on 7 occasions, reaching the pinnacle of Mark Twain's realist artistic technique. Chapter 1. Translator's preface. This is a timeless book suitable for readers of all ages, vividly reflecting the whimsical lives of children. The narrative draws from the author's own childhood experiences and observations in his hometown of Hannibal, making it remarkably authentic and engaging. Children may find reflections of themselves in the characters, while adults can savor the echoes of their own youthful joys. The tale chronicles the adventures of a white boy named Huck and an escaped slave named Jim as they drift along the Mississippi River, providing a critique of the barbarism stemming from feudal family feuds and the irrationality of lynching. It also satirizes the hypocrisy and ignorance of religion, condemns the evils of slavery, and celebrates the admirable qualities of enslaved individuals, advocating for the progressive notion that every person, regardless of race or status, is entitled to freedom. The prose is fresh and powerful, with a natural and unique perspective, establishing itself as a landmark work of realism in American literature. The renowned American author Ernest Hemingway once remarked, "All modern American literature comes from one book by Mark Twain called The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. That is the best book we've had. All American writing comes from that." Poet T.S. Eliot believed this novel heralded a new literary style in both England and America, describing Ida as a new discovery in English. He also asserted that Huck's character is eternal, comparable to Odysseus, Faust, Don Juan, and Hamlet. Another Nobel laureate, William Faulkner, stated, "I consider Mark Twain to be the first truly American writer, and we are all his heirs." Let us delve into the adventurous realm crafted by Mark Twain, a world brimming with innocence yet laden with profound contemplation. Chapter 2. Dear friend, have you perused the American author Mark Twain's The Adventures of Tom Sawyer? If you have not, you may be unfamiliar with me. However, that is of little consequence, although the narrative is grounded in reality. Certain aspects undoubtedly bear the hallmark of exaggeration. In life, individuals who refrain from deceit are indeed a rarity, and those who have never uttered a falsehood are even more uncommon. Nevertheless, exceptions do exist. I have encountered individuals who speak only the truth. Within the pages of that book, we find Aunt Polly, Tom's guardian, along with Mary and Widow Douglas. Much of the narrative rings true, yet, as I have mentioned, there are inevitably instances of embellishment. The story seems to culminate in this manner. Tom and I discovered a cave filled with the treasure of pirates, and soon we found ourselves in possession of a fortune. Each of us received several thousand gold coins, a truly joyous turn of events. Alas, Judge Thatcher subsequently concealed the money, resulting in Tom and me receiving merely a GLE gold coin each day. Moreover, the widow Douglas has taken me as her adopted son, granting me the opportunity for a fine education. However, I always felt a sense of discomfort within her household. If you were to witness how rigid, conventional, and drearily strict she is, you would understand why I chose to yes. Kate, I donned my tattered old clothes once again and nestled into my large wooden tub, relishing in the freedom it provided. Yet, Tom soon discovered my whereabouts and informed me of his intention to gather a band of thieves. He insisted that if I returned to the widow's home, I would be granted a place among them, thus compelling me to return once more to her abode. Upon my return, the widow sighed heavily, lamenting that I was but a lost lamb, scolding me incessantly. Yet, I was aware that her intentions were not malicious. She promptly dressed me in new attire, which left me utterly bewildered and drenched in cold sweat, as though I had been cast into a prison. Thus began the routine of my former days. When it was mealtime, the widow would incessantly ring a bell, prompting me to rush to the dining table and take my seat. However, I could not commence eating until she bowed her head, murmuring complaints about the food, which were utterly unrelated to the meal itself, and my belief is that the food here is prepared separately. If it were all combined into a single pot, blending the various flavors, it would be far more delectable. Then, perhaps, she would have no cause for complaint. After dinner, she would take out a book and regale me with the tale of Moses and the basket. I was always eager to know the outcome. Yet she narrated the story with such leisurely pace that it was only after some time that she finally mentioned Moses' demise. Upon hearing that, my interest waned, for I had little fascination with the deceased. Ate tea that moment. My craving for tobacco arose, and I implored the widow to permit me a smoke. However, she refused. She insisted that smoking was a detrimental habit, unhygienic, and that I must relinquish it. Some individuals possess an irrational disdain for matters they scarcely understand. She fretted over Moses, despite having no familial connection to him. And what was more, he had long since passed, rendering him of no consequence to anyone. Yet whenever I expressed a desire to engage in something meaningful, she was quick to point out my flaws. Ironically, she herself indulged in snuff, which was, of course, inconsequential since it was her own vice. Her sister, Miss Warden, a gaunt spinster adorned with spectacles, had recently moved in with her. At tea that moment, she was wielding a spelling book, coercing me into learning. After toiling for approximately an hour, the widow finally granted her a brief respite. However, I could scarcely endure such torment any longer. The subsequent hour was excruciating. I fidgeted restlessly. Miss Warden admonished, "Do not constantly place your feet there, Huckleberry. Do not hunch over, Huckleberry, sit up straight." Before long, she added, "Refrain from yawning and stretching. Huckleberry, you must comport yourself properly." Later, she recounted to me the numerous miseries of hell, to which I remarked that I truly wished to descend into that abyss. Her response was one of profound indignation. I had no intention of provoking her ire. I merely contemplated a change of scenery, a different way of existence, and moreover, I wasn't referring to any specific locale. Miss Huajan insisted that my words were perpetually malevolent, asserting that she would never utter such sentiments even in death. She aspired to live righteously, believing that this would grant her passage to paradise in the afterlife. I could not perceive the allure of the place she yearned for, thus I resolved not to strive towards that end. However, I refrained from voicing this opinion to her, fully aware that it would only invite trouble, yielding no benefit whatsoever. Whenever the subject arose, she would eloquently extol the virtues of heaven, describing a realm where one need only embrace a harp, meandering through eternal melodies and songs. Yet, I sensed nothing appealing about such a place. Although I chose to remain silent, I inquired if Tom would find his way there, to which she replied that it was hardly his turn. Instantly, I felt a surge of joy, for I genuinely wished to be with him. Miss Huajan was incessantly critical of my flaws, leaving me in a state of discontent. After a while, they summoned a man of African descent to join in prayer, and once concluded, each retreated to their own rest. I carried a candle to my room upstairs, placing it upon the table before settling into a chair by the window. Initially, I intended to ponder delightful thoughts, yet no matter how I tried, I could not conjure any joy. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped me, leading me to contemplate that perhaps it would be better to simply cease to exist. At tea that moment, the stars in the sky twinkled as if winking, while the leaves in the forest rustled softly, creating an atmosphere of profound melancholy. I heard the distant hooting of an owl, a mournful sound suggesting that someone had perished, or so I mused. The lament of a nightingale intertwined with the howling of a dog reached my ears. The wind caressed the surroundings, as if confiding a secret, yet its whispers eluded my understand. Sending shivers coursing through my body to in the distance. The woods seemed to echo with ghostly cries, spirits evidently burdened by unspoken thoughts, unable to remain quietly in their graves, emerging into the night. A deep sense of solitude and dread enveloped me, and I longed for a companion with whom to share my fears. Shortly thereafter, a spider crawled onto my shoulder, and instinctively, I flicked it away, watching it fall onto a candle where it was swiftly consumed by flames. I knew this to be an ominous sign, foretelling misfortune, and dread surged within me, leaving me trembling uncontrollably. That I quickly stood and spun thrice in place, each rotation accompanied by a cross drawn upon my chest, binding a strand of hair with thread, an attempt to ward off malevolent spirits. Yet, unease lingered in my heart. It was said that if one finds a horseshoe and fails to affix it above the door, misfortune might follow. However, I remained uncertain whether dispatching a spider would serve as an effective remedy against calamity. I settled back down, still shivering, and took out my cigarettes to smoke. The room lay in oppressive silence, devoid of the widow's presence. After a considerable passage of time, the distant chime of a clock resonated, tolling 12 times. Shortly thereafter, an enveloping silence descended, more profound than before. Suddenly, a sound pierced the stillness, the snapping of a branch in the darkened woods, as if some it was flailing about in the trees. I held my breath, straining to listen, and faintly discerned a sound resembling meow, meow. How delightful, I thought to myself, and gently echoed the sound, meow, meow, before extinguishing the candle. I then climbed through the window, onto the rooftop, and stealthily descended to the ground. Crouching as I slipped into the thicket, I felt a strong conviction Tom Sawyer must surely be waiting for me. Chapter 3. We crept along a narrow path, making our way towards the widow's garden, crouching low and tiptoeing to avoid the branches that threatened to snag our heads. As we passed by the kitchen, a tree stump caught my foot, producing a sound that prompted us to freeze in place. A tall, imposing African-American man named Jem, brought by Miss Washington, was locking the kitchen door. Illuminated by a light behind him, we could see him clearly. He craned his neck to peer outside and suddenly inquired, "Who's there?" After listening intently for a moment, he tiptoed down the steps, positioning himself perfectly between Tom and me. We were nearly within reach of him, and for a considerable time, the three of us remained in close proximity, with Tom and I daring not to utter a sound or make a movement. Suddenly, my ankle began to itch, yet I refrained from scratching it. Soon, my ears followed suit, then my back. The discomfort was unbearable. If I didn't relieve the itch soon, I feared I would succumb to madness. Alas, I had encountered this predicament countless times before. Whenever one finds themselves in the company of the esteemed, whether at a funeral or during those restless nights when sleep eludes them, at such moments, every inch of one's body becomes a canvas for relentless itching. Just then, Jem's voice broke the silence. "Hey, who's there? What do you want? Why is it so quiet?" He continued, "Well, just wait and see. I shall remain right here." With that, he settled down between Tom and me, leaning against a tree. His legs stretched out, one nearly brushing against mine. My nose began to itch, so intensely that tears welled in my eyes, yet I resisted the urge to scratch. Yet again, an itch emerged within my nostrils, soon followed by an unsettling sensation at my posterior. I truly questioned how much longer I could endure this predicament. For what felt like an eternity, I bore the discomfort for a full 6 or 7 minutes, as if years had passed. Before long, a pervasive itch spread across my entire body. I believed that enduring even one more minute would be insufferable. Nevertheless, I clenched my teeth, resolved to persevere. At that moment, I heard Jem begin to breathe audibly, and shortly thereafter, he succumbed to a deep snore. This brought me a sense of relief. Tom gently made a sound to signal me, and thus we began to crawl away, using both hands and feet. After traversing nearly 10 feet, Tom whispered his intention to play a prank by tying Jem to a tree. I, however, opposed the idea, fearing that he might awaken and raise an outcry, leading them to discover my absence. Tom then insisted that he lacked sufficient candles and proposed sneaking into the kitchen to pilfer a few. I expressed my reluctance, suggesting that Jem might wake up. Yet, Tom was adamant, and together we stealthily crept into the kitchen to procure several candles. Tom placed a nickel on the dining table as compensation for the candles. Subsequently, we slipped out of the kitchen. I was drenched in sweat from fear, while Tom remained undaunted, insisting on climbing over to Jem to tease him. I had no choice but to wait. After a considerable time, silence enveloped the surroundings, and I felt a pang of solitude. Upon Tom's return, we hurried along a narrow path near the fence, making our way to the summit on the opposite side of the house. Tom claimed he had deftly removed Jem's hat and hung it on a branch above his head. Jem stirred slightly, but did not awaken. Later, Jem recounted that he had been possessed by a demon, wandering in a daze, compelled by the fiend to run amok throughout the state, ultimately finding himself bound beneath a tree with his hat dangling from a branch, all the work of the demon. On another occasion, when discussing this matter, Jem claimed that the possessing demon had ridden him all the way to New Orleans. Each time he recounted the tale, he exaggerated further, spinning increasingly outrageous stories, even asserting that the demon had carried him around the globe, nearly exhausting him and leaving his back marred with scars. Because of this, Jim was perpetually self-satisfied and brimming with arrogance, looking down upon other black individuals. Some black folks would travel great distances just to hear him recount this story, elevating him to the status of the most haughty individual in the vicinity. Those unfamiliar with him would gaze in awe, as if beholding a deity. During evening conversations by the hearth, the topic of demons often arose. Yet whenever anyone broached the subject, Jim would conveniently appear. He would interject, "Humph, what do you know about demons?" Instantly, the speaker would fall silent, rendered speechless. Jim perpetually wore a 5-cent coin around his neck, claiming it was a protective talisman bestowed upon him by the demon that night, which could cure ailments and summon the demon with a spoken phrase, though he never revealed what that phrase was. The surrounding black community was drawn to this place, willing to go to great lengths for a glimpse of the coin, yet none dared to touch it, for it had been handled by the demon. As a servant, Jim could be considered rather audacious, for he incessantly prattled on about his encounters with specters and how he was spirited away by them. He then recounted the evening when Tom and I ascended a mountain peak, gazing down upon the village nestled below, where flickering lights glimmered in the distance, perhaps signaling someone was unwell, beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. At the village's edge flowed a grand river, a mile wide, its waters both tranquil and mighty. The atmosphere was imbued with an extraordinary stillness and solemnity. Later, we descended the mountain and arrived at a dilapidated tannery, where we discovered Joe Harper, Ben Rogers, and several other boys hidden within. We unmoored a small boat and paddled downstream to a rocky outcrop at the mountain's base, where we disembarked. Upon reaching the shore, we burrowed into a thicket of low shrubs. Tom insisted that each of us swear an oath of secrecy before leading us to the mouth of a cave. We lit candles and ventured inside. After some time of crawling, the cave opened up into a spacious chamber. Tom, feeling along the cave walls, suddenly ducked beneath the stone surface, revealing an unassuming small opening. We entered the passage, traversing a narrow corridor until we arrived in a stone room, damp and cold, reminiscent of a dungeon. We halted, and Tom declared, "Listen closely, everyone. We are to establish a band called Tom Sawyer. Anyone wishing to join must swear an oath and inscribe their name in blood." We offered no objections, and thus Tom produced a paper bearing the oath, reciting its contents aloud. Each member must pledge unwavering loyalty to the band, guarding its secrets with their lives. Should anyone dare to bully a member of the gang, it is imperative that every individual within the group strives with all their might to eliminate that individual and their entire family, with no room for disobedience. Subsequently, Tom affixed a cross to each person's chest. Those who defied the rules would be denied food and sleep. The cross served as the emblem of the gang, and under no circumstances could it be utilized by anyone outside the group. Should any member of the gang have the audacity to divulge secrets, their throat would be slit, their body incinerated, and their name erased from the list with blood, rendering them unmentionable henceforth, only to be cursed, eternally cursed. Everyone held Tom in profound admiration. Unable to contain their curiosity about his thoughts, he confessed that part of it was his own invention, while the remainder was gleaned from pirate tales and martial arts literature, asserting that every respectable gang must have its own oath. At that moment, Ben Rogers interjected, questioning the situation concerning Huckleberry Finn, who lacks a family. What shall be done if he violates the gang's rules? "Oh, does he not have a father?" inquired Tom Sawyer. "He does have a father, yet no one knows of his whereabouts now. He was perpetually inebriated, and it has been over a year since anyone has seen him." The discussion meandered, as they seemed reluctant to include me, believing that should I breach the gang's rules, there would be no family to punish. In that moment, I was on the verge of tears when a thought struck me. I proposed Miss Watson. I suggested that if I were to violate the rules, they could take her life. Upon hearing this, the group unanimously agreed, exclaiming, "Yes, her. It shall be her." Certainly. At this point, Huck can join us. Subsequently, we all pricked our fingers with a needle and inscribed our names. Then, Ben Rogers inquired about the primary objective of our endeavors. "Robbery and murder," Tom stated. "That is our mission. But what shall we steal? Cattle or sheep? Or something else?" "Stealing cattle or sheep cannot be classified as robbery. It is mere theft," Tom Sawyer remarked, "for we are not common thieves. How dull it is to be a mere thief. We shall don masks and ambush stagecoaches on the highway, slay the passengers, and seize their watches or other valuables. Must we kill every time? Oh, indeed. Killing is the preferred course of action. Naturally, some may disagree. Yet the majority believe it is better to eliminate the victim. However, there are those whom we need not slay. We shall abduct them and bring them back to our hideout to extort a ransom." "Extort a ransom? What does that entail?" "I am unsure. I have read about it in books, and they all do it that way. I believe we should do the same. Yet, we know nothing. How shall we accomplish this? Let us refrain from such discouraging remarks. We shall simply proceed with our plans. Did I not mention that I have read about this in books? Do you not trust literature? Truly, you are woefully uninformed. It is easy to know, yet difficult to act, Tom. Moreover, we have yet to undertake any action, lacking any prior experience. How can we proceed without first clarifying the situation? Hey, I must admit, I am not entirely certain either. However, perhaps we could detain them until someone arrives with the ransom. Otherwise, their demise may be inevitable. That should pose no significant issue. Why did you not mention this sooner? Yet, if we can find them, they will require sustenance, which is rather bothersome, especially if they persist in attempting to escape. Ben Rouse asked. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Ben Rouse. There are watchful eyes. Can they truly flee? I shall command that anyone who dares to attempt an escape be shot on sight. Indeed, it is necessary for someone to keep watch, which implies someone must remain vigilant throughout the night. However, I find that notion rather foolish. Why not strike them with a club upon their return and then allow for the ransom? The book does not suggest such a course of action, Ben Rouse. Do you not wish to adhere to tradition? Do you believe that the authors of these texts are misguided? Surely, they possess more understanding than you. Absolutely not. We shall proceed as prescribed in the text. Very well, I do not oppose this, yet I still find it somewhat absurd. By the way, is it permissible to execute women as well? I say, Ben Rouse, these matters are not well understood by anyone, and I truly do not wish to feign knowledge. As for the question of whether to slay women, the book has never addressed such a topic. Perhaps, if you were to bring them into the cave, treating them with utmost tenderness and care, they would gradually fall in love with you, losing the desire to return home. If that were the case, I would find it delightful, yet I deem it somewhat unrealistic. Should it unfold in such a manner, the cave would soon be filled with women and men seeking ransom, leaving no refuge for us rogues. Nevertheless, I am resolutely in favor of implementing your suggestion. At that moment, a little boy named Tommy Barnes fell asleep. Upon waking him, he was frightened and began to cry, yearning to return home, missing his mother and no longer wishing to be a bandit. Consequently, we all teased him, calling him a weepy little brat, which displeased him greatly as he declared he would soon expose our secret. In haste, Tom offered him a nickel, urging him to remain silent, and then commanded us to return home, planning to reconvene next week for our intended mischief. Ben Rogers mentioned he could only come out on Sundays, as weekdays were unsuitable for him, and thus proposed to commence our escapades the following Sunday. However, everyone unanimously opposed, asserting that such activities were highly inappropriate for a Sunday, and his suggestion was promptly dismissed. We all agreed to gather again soon, deciding on a specific date. A few of us unanimously elected Tom Sawyer as the chief of our band, with Joe Harper as his second in command. Afterward, we each returned to our homes. Before dawn, I climbed onto the roof, slipped through the window, and returned to my room. At that moment, I noticed my new clothes were soiled, covered in grease and dirt. Yet I was utterly exhausted and paid little heed to it. Chapter 4. The following morning, upon awakening, Miss Huajian chastised me vehemently for my soiled attire. However, the elderly widow refrained from scolding me. Instead, she kindly laundered my new garments, displaying a sorrowful countenance that filled me with guilt, leading me to ponder that I ought to behave myself for a while. Miss Huajian took me to a small room to pray, yet our supplications yielded little fruit. She insisted that daily prayers would grant one's desires, but I knew this to be far from the truth. Who was she trying to deceive? I had experienced this myself. On one occasion, I procured a fishing line, yet it was devoid of a hook. Without a hook, the line was utterly useless to me. In my desperation for a hook, I prayed several times, but inexplicably, my prayers went unanswered. One day, I asked Miss Huajian to pray on my behalf, but she deemed me foolish. She did not elaborate, and to this day, I remain perplexed by her meaning. Another time, I pondered deeply in the woods. I questioned myself. If a person could obtain anything merely by praying, why then did the church's steward, Wayne, suffer losses selling pork? Why was the widow unable to reclaim her stolen silver snuff box? Why did Miss Huajian remain unable to gain weight? It seemed futile, I concluded. Prayer bore no tangible results. When I shared my thoughts with the widow, she explained that prayer could only bestow spiritual gifts. I did not comprehend, so she elaborated, I must ceaselessly assist others, endeavor to do good for them, always consider their needs, and never think of myself. According to my understanding, when she spoke of others, she undoubtedly included Miss Huajian. I returned to the woods and pondered this matter for an extended period, yet I could discern no advantage for myself, only numerous benefits for others. Consequently, I resolved to cease my worries regarding this issue, let it unfold as it may. At times, the widow would summon me to share her tales of God, narrating them with great fervor and delight, leaving me with an insatiable yearning in my heart. The following day, Miss Huajian would regale me with a different narrative, entirely refuting the widow's stories. This led me to contemplate the existence of two deities, one with the widow, who seemed to bless impoverished children, and the other with Miss Huajian, whose presence appeared dire. After careful consideration, I felt a stronger inclination towards the deity spoken of by the widow, should he deem me worthy. Yet, I remained perplexed about my significance to him. It was already a stroke of fortune that he did not dismiss me for my ignorance. For being both destitute and mischievous, how could he possibly derive any benefit from me? My father had not visited me for over a year, and I found this circumstance rather agreeable. I truly wished to never see him again. In the past, whenever he was intoxicated, he would seize me and deliver a brutal beating. Thus, during his presence, I often sought refuge alone in the woods, too afraid to show my face. Recently, I heard whispers that he had drowned in a river to the north of the city. Such was the rumor among the people. They assert that the drowned individual is undoubtedly him. They claim that the man's physique closely resembles his own, his attire tattered, and his hair remarkably long, just like my father, having been submerged for an extended period, rendering him unrecognizable, with his face indistinguishable. People say his visage floated face up in the water. They retrieved him and buried him by the shore. Regardless, he is, after all, my father, and upon hearing the news, I was engulfed in sorrow for quite some time. Later, a thought struck me. I remembered that the drowned man floated face down, not face up. Hence, I concluded that this individual could not possibly be my father. He must be someone else, and they must have made a mistake. Consequently, I felt uneasy again, convinced that the old man might reappear at any moment, though I truly wished not to encounter him again. For over a month, my companions and I, including Tom, played the role of robbers, but eventually, I ceased this charade, and my comrades followed suit. We neither robbed anyone nor took a life. It was merely a pretense of banditry. We would often dash out from the woods, lunging at women herding pigs or those transporting vegetables to the market in carts, yet we never imprisoned them. Tom Sawyer referred to pigs as gold bars and carrots as jewels. Afterwards, we would jubilantly convene in a cave to celebrate our victories, embellishing tales of how many we had slain and the scars we had inflicted upon others. However, I failed to perceive any benefit from such actions. On one occasion, Tom Sawyer dispatched a child to run around town with a torch, which he termed a signal, an assembly call for the Sawyer gang. He gathered everyone together and announced that a scout had reported a secret. Tomorrow, a large contingent of Spanish merchants and affluent Arabs would be camping at Hollow Cave to rest, accompanied by over 200 elephants, more than 600 camels, and 1,000 robust mules, all laden with diamonds, escorted by merely 400 soldiers. Thus, he proposed we ambush them, slaughter them all, and seize their treasures. He insisted we sharpen our weapons and prepare ourselves. Such was his nature. Even when pursuing a mere cart of carrots, he would insist we polish our blades. In truth, we possessed no real weapons, merely planks of wood and broomsticks, rendering any effort to polish them utterly futile. I found it hard to believe that we, a mere handful, could contend against such a multitude of Spaniards and Arabs. Yet, my curiosity about the camels and elephants compelled me to join the expedition the following day. It was a Saturday, and we lay in ambush within the woods, awaiting a signal to surge forth down the mountain. However, to our astonishment, there were no Spaniards or Arabs in sight, nor any camels or elephants. It turned out that a group of elementary school students from a Catholic institution had merely come for a picnic. We scattered them with ease, sending them fleeing in all directions across the hills. Ultimately, we seized nothing of value, only a few pieces of fried dough and some apple jam. Ben Rogers, however, was fortunate enough to acquire a cloth doll, while Joe Harper managed to snatch a hymnal and a pamphlet distributed by the church. Unexpectedly, their teacher rushed towards us, causing us to drop the pilfered items and flee in terror. I inquired of Tom, as I had seen no diamonds at all. He replied that it was merely because I had failed to notice them. He, however, had beheld a plethora of diamonds. He mentioned the presence of Arabs, elephants, and other wonders. I questioned why none of us could see them. He suggested that if I had read a book titled Don Quixote, I would comprehend the situation. He claimed it was all due to magic. He spoke of hundreds of soldiers, elephants, treasures, and other marvels, yet we had foes, whom he referred to as mischievous sorcerers, responsible for transforming those treasures into mere children's playthings. I conceded that we should confront the sorcerers. Ultimately, Tom bluntly remarked that I was rather dull-witted. He added that these sorcerers could summon a horde of monsters in an instant. Before one could even cry for help, they would have claimed your life. Each of these creatures was a giant, towering like trees and as thick as the walls of a cathedral. I mused, if we could enlist the monster's aid, we might defeat those adversaries. Do you have a way to summon them? I had no idea how the sorcerers managed it. He explained that they would use an old tin lamp or a small iron ring, rub it lightly, and the skies would erupt with thunder and lightnings, surrounded by swirling clouds of smoke, as the various creatures would appear before us in the blink of an eye, ready to obey our commands. Even if commanded to uproot a tree and hurl it at the head of a principal of a parochial school or some other figure, they would comply without hesitation. Who, then, could summon them with such swiftness? As long as one possesses that white iron lamp or that iron ring, anyone could do so. Whoever wields those artifacts will command the allegiance of the creatures, compelling them to fulfill any task. Even if asked to construct a grand palace adorned with diamonds, filled with chewing gum or any desired trinket, and to fetch the daughter of an emperor, they would comply and complete the task before dawn breaks. Moreover, if one so wishes, they would carry that palace on their shoulders, traversing the nation. I must say, I find them rather foolish. Why toil for others when they could relish the splendor of a palace themselves? Furthermore, if I were a creature, I would refuse to neglect my own affairs just to heed someone else's call. I would not serve them, even if it meant descending into the depths of hell. Huck Finn, you speak lightly. Yet the truth is that regardless of your desires, should they issue a command, you would be obliged to comply. Such is the nature of orders. What? Those creatures, towering like great trees and as stout as a church, can be toyed with at will? Very well, I might agree. But I must first instill enough fear in the one who summons me to send them scrambling to the highest tree in the land. Ugh, Huck Finn. You are nothing but a fool. Conversing with you is akin to playing a lute to a cow. You comprehend nothing at all, truly the epitome of foolishness. Subsequently, I pondered that incident for 2 or 3 days, curious to ascertain the veracity of such claims. Thus, I procured an old tin lamp and a small iron ring, venturing into the woods to polish them vigorously, sweating profusely while fervently wishing for a grand palace to materialize, which I could then sell. However, despite my labor, no specter appeared. It became evident to me that this was merely a fabrication of Tom Sawyer, an utter deception. He might have believed in the existence of Arabs and elephants, but I certainly did not. I could see clearly. It was unmistakably a parochial school. Chapter 5. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 months had elapsed, ushering in winter. I found myself compelled to attend school nearly every day. Acquiring some knowledge along the way, I could spell a few words, write some sentences, and read books. I even memorized the multiplication table. Though I could only recite it up to 5 times 7, 35. I felt certain that even if I lived 100 years, I would never master it. Mathematics was an endeavor I held no affection for. Initially, I harbored a deep animosity toward that school, but gradually, I began to accept it. On days when the monotony of school became unbearable, I resorted to truancy, relishing the thrill despite knowing I would face a whipping the following day. Thus, as time spent at school lengthened, I found it increasingly manageable. As for the widow's ways, I had grown accustomed to them, no longer feeling vexed. In truth, she treated me quite well. Residing within the same house and sharing a bed has become quite suffocating for me. Before the onset of colder weather, I often sought refuge in the woods for a rejuvenating slumber, which truly felt like genuine rest. I still cherish the life I once led. Yet gradually I find myself appreciating the current circumstances to some extent. The widow commends my progress. Though my pace is slow, she finds it satisfactory, asserting that I have not brought her shame. One morning, during breakfast with everyone, I inadvertently overturned the salt shaker. In a moment of instinct, I reached out to toss a pinch of salt over my left shoulder to ward off misfortune. However, Miss Watson was quicker than I, swiftly intercepting my hand. She admonished, "Remove your hand, Huckleberry. Why do you always create such a mess?" While the widow offered a kind word on my behalf, I knew it was futile. The misfortune could not be averted. After the meal, I stepped outside. With my heart racing like a frightened rabbit, I felt an unsettling anxiety. Unable to predict when or how misfortune would strike, I was aware that some misadventures could be circumvented, yet this particular one felt different. I made no attempts to avert it, merely trudging forward with a heavy heart and a sense of dread. Before long, I arrived at the garden in front of the house, ascending the ladder beside the tall wooden fence. A fresh layer of snow blanketed the ground, approximately an inch thick, and I noticed footprints imprinted in the snow. The individual who left the marks had approached from the direction of the quarry, circling the ladder before traversing around the fence. It is truly peculiar. They circled around for quite some time yet did not enter. Somehow, this matter appears strange. I cannot comprehend it and feel that something is amiss. I was just about to follow the footprints for a closer inspection, but then reconsidered that it would be wiser to crouch down and examine the prints first. At a cursory glance, the footprints seemed unremarkable, but upon closer examination, they captured my attention. There was a large iron nail embedded in a cross shape on the heel of the left boot. I recognized this as an amulet to ward off evil spirits, intended to keep malevolent entities at bay. In a moment of sheer fright, I bolted and raced down the mountain, glancing back repeatedly, yet I saw no one. I ran breathlessly to Judge Thatcher's residence. He remarked, "Oh, my child. Look at you, gasping for breath. Are you here to collect interest?" I replied, "No, sir, but I suppose I am entitled to my interest, am I not?" "Ah, indeed. I collected 6 months' interest just last night. In total, it amounts to over $150, which is quite a substantial sum for you, my child. You could allow me to combine this with your 6,000 principal to lend out. If you take it home, you are sure to spend it quickly." "No, sir," I insisted. "I do not wish to spend money. I have no desire for this sum, nor for the 6,000. I wish to give you this money. I want to bestow upon you 6,000, principal and interest included." He looked utterly astonished and inquired, "What is the reason for this, my child?" I replied, "Please do not press me on this matter any further. Just accept it, will you?" He responded, "Oh, then I must confess, I do not understand. Is something amiss?" I implored, "Please accept this. I beseech you, do not inquire further. This way, you shall not compel me to utter falsehoods." After a moment's contemplation, he resumed, "I comprehend now. You intend to sell me all your possessions rather than bestow them upon me. Is this your true intention?" Upon concluding his statement, he scribbled a few words on a piece of paper, recited them aloud, and then addressed me, "Behold, it states for the purpose of care, signifying that I am procuring it from you, and I shall remit payment accordingly. Here's this coin for you. Now, please affix your signature." Thus, I inscribed my name and, after a brief interlude, departed from his presence. Miss Watson's enslaved servant, Jim, possessed a fist-sized hairball, extracted from the fourth stomach of a cow, which he frequently employed for conjuring. He claimed that within this hairball resided an omniscient spirit. That evening, I sought him out to disclose that my father had returned, as evidenced by the footprints he left in the snow. "What purpose does he serve? Is he to remain for an extended duration?" I inquired. Jim retrieved his hairball, murmured incantations over it, and then lifted it. Upon releasing it, it landed steadily on the ground, rolling a mere inch aside. Jim attempted this once more, followed by a third attempt, and each time the hairball rolled identically. Consequently, Jim knelt down, cupping the hairball in his hands, and pressed his ear against it to listen intently for a while. Yet, to no avail. He declared that the hairball refused to speak and added that it sometimes remained silent unless remunerated. I confided in him about a counterfeit silver coin worth 2.5 cents, which was tarnished and slick, rendering it utterly useless, as the copper beneath the silver plating had become exposed. No matter how one might attempt to conceal it, its true nature was unmistakable. Even if the copper remained hidden, its slippery surface, akin to being coated in oil, would invariably betray its authenticity. I chose not to mention the dollar I had acquired from the judge. I remarked that it was undeniably counterfeit, though perhaps the local fool might not discern its true nature and might even accept it. Jim grasped the counterfeit coin, examined it with a sniff and a bite, then polished it before declaring he would devise a plan to convince the fool to accept it as genuine currency. He proposed to split open a raw Irish potato, insert the fake coin within, and let it sit overnight. By morning, the copper would be undetectable, and its texture would no longer feel greasy. Thus, townsfolk would surely recognize it, not least the fool. Ah, I had long been aware that a potato could accomplish this feat. How had I forgotten so quickly? Jem placed the counterfeit coin beneath the fool and knelt down to listen. This time, he announced that the fool had finally spoken, claiming that if I wished to hear, he could reveal my fate for a lifetime. I urged him to proceed. Accordingly, the fool imparted a tale to Jim, who then conveyed it to me. He said, "Your father is presently at a loss, uncertain whether to depart or to remain. The wisest course is to exercise patience and follow the elder's lead. 2 angels hover around him, one radiant and white, the other dark and shadowy. The white one can guide him along the righteous path, but shortly after, the dark one swoops in, causing confusion and disorientation. At present, no one can definitively ascertain who might capture him. However, you are safe. Your destiny is fraught with tribulations. Yet you are destined for great wealth and prosperity. At times, you may suffer injuries or fall ill. Nonetheless, you possess the remarkable ability to transform misfortune into fortune, turning adversity into blessing. Your fate is intertwined with two women, one representing wealth and the other poverty. You will first marry the woman of humble means, followed by a union with the affluent one. Furthermore, it is prudent for you to keep a safe distance from water, for the records of life and death clearly indicate that you shall ultimately perish by drowning. That fateful night, just as I lit the candle and stepped into my room, I was met with the sight of my father seated there, unmistakably him, my father. In the past, my father was fearsome. He would often strike me, instilling a deep-seated terror within me at the mere sight of him. Now, I found myself compelled to shut the door, steeling myself to turn around. Yet, upon gathering my composure, I realized I had misjudged the situation. Although his sudden appearance startled me into silence, I quickly comprehended that there was no need for fear. He was not worthy of my anxiety. My father, nearing 50, bore the unmistakable signs of age. His hair was long, disheveled, and unkempt, hanging down in greasy strands. Through the disarray that obscured his face, I could see his eyes still gleaming, as if he were peering out from behind a tangle of vines. His hair was entirely black, devoid of any gray, and his lengthy beard, though as tangled as a thicket, was also pitch black. The areas of his face not obscured by hair were devoid of any color, completely pallid, yet this whiteness was unlike that of others. It was a hue that evoked discomfort, sending shivers down one's spine, a white reminiscent of a rain frog or the belly of a fish, leaving one with a sense of unease. As for his attire, it was undeniably composed of tattered rags. One of his legs rested upon the knee of the other, with a boot that had split open, exposing two toes that twisted and turned in the open air. His tattered hat perpetually tumbled onto the floor, its brim dark and worn, and the crown sagging as if it were a battered pot lid. I stood there observing him, while he sat staring back at me, his chair slightly tilted backward. After a moment, I placed the candle on the table and looked up to find the window ajar, realizing he had entered through the rooftop. He scrutinized me up and down, and after a while, he finally spoke. Washed clothes, quite impressive, aren't they? You think yourself remarkable, like a magnate, do you? Perhaps I am, perhaps not, I replied. He, displeased, retorted, do not dare to talk back to me. Ever since I left, you've grown quite arrogant, haven't you? If I do not curtail your arrogance today, you will not comprehend your place in the world. I hear you've received an education, learned to read and write, skills that I lack, and now you presume yourself superior to me, do you? I intend to bring you back to reality. Tell me, who is it that idly commands you to engage in such nonsensical actions? It is the widow. She is the one who makes me do these things. The widow. Pray tell, who appointed her to meddle in affairs that do not concern her? No one has tasked her with this oversight. Very well. I shall take it upon myself to instruct her on the art of minding her own business. Bear in mind, expeditiously withdraw from school, do you hear me? A child displaying bravado before his own father, pretending to possess a superiority over him, shall receive a thorough reprimand from me. It is imperative that I teach a lesson to those presumptuous individuals who presume to dictate how children ought to behave. Should you continue to loiter aimlessly at school, I shall ensure that you receive a fitting punishment. Do you understand, boy? Your mother has never set foot in a classroom, nor has anyone in our family, myself included. Yet here you are, having grasped a mere couple of words, and you strut about as if you were above us all. I cannot abide such arrogance. Do you comprehend? Now, recite something for me. I casually picked up a book and began to read, delving into the tale of General Washington and the war. After a brief while, he snatched the book from my hands and hurled it across the room, exclaiming, "Lo and behold, you indeed can read. I thought you were merely deceiving me. Listen closely. Do not flaunt your airs before me. I am not swayed by such antics. From now on, be wary, you insufferably arrogant child. Should I catch you near the school, I shall not hesitate to deliver a sound thrashing. The moment you step into that school, you subscribe to its teachings. I cannot tolerate such a wayward son as you." As he spoke, he picked up a yellow and blue illustrated page depicting a child alongside several cows, glancing at it before inquiring, "Where did this come from? And what is the story behind it? It is due to my exemplary academic performance that they have awarded me." He violently tore the painting to shreds, declaring, "I shall give you something far superior. I intend to thrash you with a whip." He sat there, muttering incessantly, cursing and grumbling without end. After a while, he remarked, "Look at you, behaving like a spoiled child of a wealthy family. You have a bed, bedding, a dressing mirror, and carpets. Yet your father, meanwhile, sleeps amidst the filth of the tannery. I have never encountered such an ungrateful son. I must certainly diminish your arrogance before severing ties with you completely. Humph. You continue to flaunt your pretentious airs. It's as if you've forgotten your own name. I have heard rumors of your newfound wealth. Is there any truth to it? What is the actual story? These are mere fabrications. There is nothing of the sort. Listen, be cautious in our discourse. My patience has its limits. Do not be so presumptuous. I have been in town for 2 days, and everyone says you have come into money. I had heard whispers of it from elsewhere, and I specifically came here for this purpose. Tomorrow, you must hand over that sum to me. I am in urgent need of it. I have no money, truly. Nonsense. The money lies with Judge Thatcher, yet it is under your name. Go fetch it for me. I demand it. I possess no funds, I assure you. If you do not believe me, inquire with Judge Thatcher. You will surely corroborate my words. Very well, I shall inquire of him myself, urging him to relinquish the funds. For it is imperative to clarify this matter. I said, "Young man, how much money do you possess at present? Show it all to me." He produced but a single dollar, which he intended for his own use. "I care not for your intentions," I retorted. "Hurry and hand over every last cent." He snatched the coin I had just extracted from my pocket, biting it to ascertain its authenticity. He then proclaimed his desire to venture into town for a whiskey, lamenting that he had abstained from alcohol for several days. He clambered out of the window, scaled the roof of the shed, and leaned back to caution me against adopting a haughty demeanor, warning me not to presume superiority over my own father or attempt to subdue him. Later, I surmised he had descended, but to my surprise, he returned shortly, poking his head through the window to remind me not to forget the matter of my withdrawal from school. He declared he would keep a clandestine watch over me, threatening that should I dare attend school, he would certainly come to confront me. The following day, inebriated, he sought out Judge Thatcher, bellowing and making a scene, demanding the release of the funds. Yet, he left empty-handed. He threatened to initiate legal proceedings, compelling the court to force the judge to surrender the money. The widow also appeared before the court, petitioning for a ruling to terminate the father-son relationship between my father and me, requesting that the judge or herself be appointed as my guardian. However, it so happened that this judge had just assumed office and was entirely unaware of my father's dubious character. He asserted that it was a familial matter, particularly one concerning the severance of the father-son relationship, and that the court would generally refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. He further expressed his discontent with the notion of forcibly removing a child from his father's side. Consequently, Judge Thatcher and the widow found themselves powerless and had no choice but to withdraw. This delighted the old man, who remarked that if I did not provide him with some money for alcohol, he would ensure I was left battered and bruised, unable to move, with no other recourse. I sought a loan from Judge Thatcher, and upon receiving the money, he indulged in a drunken spree, wreaking havoc and hurling insults, making a spectacle of himself. He banged on a tin pot, causing a ruckus throughout the town until the early hours of the morning. Eventually, he was confined to a cell and subsequently sentenced to a week in court. Strangely, he claimed to be quite satisfied, declaring that he was once again in control of his son and intended to impose some hardship upon him. Upon his release, the new judge vowed to reform him into a respectable individual. Thus, the judge took him into his home, clothed him in clean, fine garments, and ensured he shared meals with the judge's family, treating him with warmth and affection. Each evening after dinner, the judge imparted lessons on sobriety and similar virtues, prompting the old man to weep profusely, lamenting his past as a chaotic existence lived in ignorance. However, he resolved to transform himself, aspiring to be a person of integrity, one whom no one would ever feel embarrassed to be associated with. He earnestly hoped the judge would not look down upon him and would lend him a helping hand. The judge, moved by his words, yearned to embrace him. As he spoke, tears welled up uncontrollably, and his wife joined in weeping as well. My father recounted how he had often been misunderstood in the past. The judge concurred, affirming that a fallen individual is in greater need of compassion, a sentiment that resonated deeply. This revelation prompted a collective outpouring of tears among them all. As night drew near, the old man rose, extending his hands and declaring, "Behold these hands, ladies and gentlemen. Grasp them, do not hesitate. Once, they resembled the hooves of a swine, but now they aspire to embody the hands of a human, a hand that strides toward rebirth. I vow to forsake my vices, even in death. I shall not revert to my former ways. Remember my words today. Do not forget that I have uttered them myself. These hands are now cleansed. Hold them tightly. Fear not. One by one, they clasped his hands, tears flowing freely. The judge's wife even kissed his hand. Subsequently, the old man publicly pledged to abstain from alcohol, signing a guarantee with a flourish. The judge proclaimed this to be the most sacred moment. They then provided the old man with a charming guest room. However, in the dead of night, his craving for liquor resurfaced uncontrollably. Unable to resist, he climbed from the window to the porch roof, slid down a column, and exchanged the judge's new coat for a flask of liquor, returning to indulge his addiction before finally succumbing to a deep slumber. At dawn, he once again ventured outside, thoroughly intoxicated, resembling a sailor inebriated. He fell from the porch, fracturing his left arm in 2 places. After the sun emerged from the mountains, it was discovered by people, who found him on the brink of freezing to death. Subsequently, they ventured into an empty house, where the floor was strewn with wine, before entering. They had to gauge the depth of the wine within the room. At this juncture, the judge felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, remarking that it seemed the old man could perhaps be reformed with the use of a firearm. Otherwise, there was no hope for him to mend his ways. Chapter 7. Not long after, the old man regained his composure. He became lively once more, wandering around the town. And then he proceeded to file a complaint against Judge Thatcher, demanding the return of his money. He did not spare me either. Seeing that I refused to drop out of school, he had caught me twice and lashed me with a whip. Yet, I continued to attend school as usual, narrowly evading him each time or sprinting away upon spotting him. Fortunately, I was quite swift. Previously, I was not particularly fond of school, but now I found a peculiar delight in it, solely to vex him. The judge's proceedings were languid, and it appeared they had no intention of taking action. Thus, I was compelled to frequently borrow money from Judge Thatcher for my father to prevent him from beating me. Each time he acquired money, he would inevitably become inebriated and create havoc in the town. His antics invariably resulted in his confinement. This became his daily routine. He never felt any shame. He loitered excessively around the old widow's house, which infuriated her. She warned him that if he continued to hang around, she would not be courteous. One could see the fury in his demeanor as he declared that he was determined to discover who truly held sway over Huck Finn. One day in the spring, he apprehended me outside and took me aboard a flat-bottomed boat, rowing nearly 3 miles across the river to the Illinois shore. My recollection of that place is filled with trees, devoid of any houses, yet he led me deep into the thicket where an old wooden cabin stood. The trees in that vicinity grew so densely that, without prior knowledge of the cabin's existence, one could easily overlook it. He kept a vigilant watch over me, leaving me no opportunity to escape. We resided in that dilapidated cabin, and each night he would lock the door, placing the key beneath his pillow as he succumbed to sleep. He possessed a firearm, presumably stolen, and we relied on hunting and fishing to sustain ourselves. Before long, he would confine me within the cabin, venturing 3 miles away to barter the fish and game at the ferry for whiskey. Upon his return, he would indulge in merriment, only to later unleash his wrath upon me in drunken fury. Thankfully, the widow gradually managed to ascertain my whereabouts, and a constable attempted to retrieve me. However, my father chased him off with his gun. In a short span, I became accustomed to life in that place and even developed a fondness for it. With the exception of the lashings, days passed in languid comfort, with both of us idling away our time, smoking and fishing, free from the burdens of study or chores. Thus, over the course of 2 months, my clothing became filthy and tattered, caked with dirt. I found myself pondering how I had ever become accustomed to life at the widow's home in the first place. At that time, I was incessantly compelled by them to wash my face and hands daily, to dine from a plate, to frequently comb my hair, to retire at a proper hour, to rise punctually in the morning, and to maintain a constant engagement with my books. Moreover, Miss Wagen persistently scrutinized my faults, leaving little room for me to experience any joy. In summary, regardless of the circumstances, I had no desire to return to that life. The widow abhorred any blasphemous language. I had long since forgotten the curse words, yet now I found myself recalling them, and with greater fluency, for my father seemed indifferent to such matters. Overall, I managed to endure my time in the woods rather well. However, my father's treatment became unbearable. He wielded that peach would stick to inflict bruises upon me. And more alarmingly, he grew increasingly adept at using it. He also spent more time away, often locking me alone in the house while he ventured outside. On one occasion, he secured me and departed for 3 days, leaving me in a state of exasperation. I feared he might have drowned and would never return, thus sealing my fate to remain indoors for eternity. Terrified, I resolved to devise an escape plan. Yet, despite numerous attempts, I could not break free from that small room. It lacked even a window through which a dog could squeeze, and the chimney was too narrow for my escape. The door was substantial and robust, crafted from solid timber. My father was always meticulous when leaving, checking repeatedly to ensure no small knife or any other object was left behind that could aid my escape. I searched at least 100 times. In fact, I had been searching continuously as it conveniently occupied my time. However, this time, I finally discovered an object, a rusted, dilapidated saw blade, lacking a handle, wedged between the rafters and the wooden boards of the roof. I applied a bit of oil to the saw blade and commenced my endeavor. Inside the house, there was a table, and on the wooden wall behind it hung an old blanket, intended to block the wind and prevent it from extinguishing the candles through the crevices in the wood. Thus, I crawled beneath the table, lifted the blanket, and began to saw vigorously, aiming to cut a section off the log beneath, through which I could escape. Oh, this task proved to be exceedingly laborious. Just as a glimmer of hope emerged, I was startled by the sound of a gunshot from the woods. Instantly, I recognized it as the shot fired by my father. I hastily cleared away the evidence of my sawing, smoothed out the disturbed blanket, and concealed my saw. Before long, my father entered. He was in a foul mood, his true nature resurfacing. He recounted that he had ventured into town, only to find that nothing went according to plan. His lawyer assured him that once the trial commenced, they would likely win the case, and the money would soon follow. However, the opposing party had ways to prolong the proceedings, and Judge Thatcher was well versed in such tactics. He mentioned that there were whispers suggesting the original case might be retried, potentially severing my relationship with him and appointing the widow as my guardian. Furthermore, some speculated that this time, the opposition would probably prevail. I was taken aback by this revelation, for I truly did not wish to return to the widow's care. I yearned to escape the confines of that excessively rigid and orderly life. Subsequently, the old man erupted into a torrent of invective, cursing every conceivable person and thing, only to repeat his tirade, fearing he might have overlooked someone. Finally, he unleashed a sweeping denunciation, considering it a fitting conclusion. After completing his second round of curses, he intensified his vitriol, launching into a general diatribe against a multitude of individuals he scarcely recognized. When he encountered the names of these strangers, he resorted to using some nonsensical term as a substitute before continuing his vituperation. He expressed a fervent desire to witness how the widow might attempt to claim me. Moreover, he insisted on heightening his vigilance, declaring that should they dare to engage in trickery, he knew precisely how to respond, by concealing me in a location several miles away, imperceptible to anyone. His scheming unsettled my mind, though I soon regained my composure. I surmised that my stay by his side would not be perpetual. I reasoned that by the time he intended to enact such a plan, I would have long since taken flight. My father returned bearing various items, urging me to assist in transporting them onto the small boat. Upon inspection, I discovered an abundance of goods within: a 50-pound sack of cornmeal, a substantial piece of salted meat, a 4-gallon jug of whiskey, an old book serving as packing material, and 2 bundles of used newspaper intended for filling with gunpowder, along with some ammunition and a bundle of hemp. I first carried a load back, then returned to rest at the bow of the boat, contemplating the entire situation. After thorough deliberation, I devised a plan. Should I manage to escape, I would take the rifle and a few fishing lines and flee into the woods. I have contemplated the notion of not remaining tethered to a single location, but rather to roam across the vast expanse of the country. It would be best to venture out under the cloak of night, subsisting through hunting and fishing, distancing myself so far that neither my father nor the widow could ever hope to locate me again. I pondered that once my father succumbed to intoxication in the evening, if I could saw open that hole and escape through it, my plan would be deemed a success. I estimated that he would be so inebriated that he would be oblivious to my absence. As I lost myself in such thoughts, I realized I had been seated on the boat for quite some time. Eventually, I was startled back to reality by the old man's raucous shouting. He inquired whether I had fallen asleep or drowned. It was then that I became fully aware of my surroundings. After I transferred all my belongings to the small cabin, the night had nearly enveloped the sky. During dinner, the old man took several hearty swigs of whiskey, and in his heightened spirits, he resumed his tirade of curses. Truth be told, he had already been intoxicated in town, having spent the night wallowing in the foul muck of the drainage ditch, an utterly disgraceful sight, covered in foul mud. Passers-by might have mistaken him for Adam freshly created by God. Whenever the effects of the alcohol took hold, he would invariably unleash his frustrations upon the government. This occasion proved no different, as he exclaimed, "Is this what they call a government? Huh, look at it, what a farce. It enacts these heinous laws that snatch away a man's own son, his flesh and blood, without a thought for the blood, sweat, and tears invested in raising him. Now that the son has finally grown, capable of earning a living and showing some filial piety, at this precise moment, the law intervenes to oppose him. What kind of government is this? Moreover, the law conspires with that decrepit Judge Thatcher to seize my property. This is indeed a commendable act of the law. The law has mercilessly condemned an individual with assets exceeding $6,000, compelling him to reside in a wretched little abode, parading around in rags that are inferior to those worn by swine or dogs. Is this what one would call governance? With such a reckless government overseeing the populace, one cannot hope to enjoy their rights. At times, I genuinely contemplate departing from this nation altogether. Indeed, I have expressed this sentiment directly to that old hag Thatcher, and many were present to bear witness. I declare that this detestable country holds no value in my eyes, and I would much prefer to leave it behind, never to return. Certainly, I voiced this opinion. I pointed to my hat, if one can still refer to it as such, its crown towering high and the brim sagging lower than my chin, resembling more a head thrust into the chimney of a rusty stove than a proper hat. I remarked upon this wretched headgear, asserting that if I were to enjoy my rights, I would be a prominent magnate in this town. Huh, yes, the government is truly remarkable. Indeed, it is splendid. Huh, behold, in Ohio, there exists a free man of African descent, a mixed-race individual, whose complexion is quite fair, nearly indistinguishable from that of a Caucasian. He dons the whitest shirt imaginable and a striking hat, the finest dressed in town, adorning himself with a gold watch linked by a golden chain. And wielding a silver cane, he exudes an air of grandeur that rivals the wealthiest magnates in the entire state. And yet, can you fathom this? I have heard it said that he is a professor at a university, fluent in every language, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography alike. However, that is not all. The situation grows more troubling from there. It is rumored that during his time in his hometown, he was even able to participate in elections. Alas, this perplexes me immensely. I pondered what has become of this nation. That day happened to be election day, and had I not been inebriated to the point of immobility, I would have ventured out to cast my vote myself. Yet, I was informed that in this country, there exists a state that allows individuals of African descent to vote, and upon hearing this, I was filled with rage and resolved to abstain from voting altogether. I proclaimed that I would never cast another vote again. And I spoke the truth. My declaration was heard by all. Even if this nation were to crumble, I would never again partake in voting for the entirety of my life, as long as I draw breath. Just observe the audacity of that individual. Had I not shouldered him aside, he would have dared to obstruct my path, refusing to yield. I expressed my bewilderment to others, contemplating why I should not simply sell that individual at the market. Do you know how they responded? Alas, they informed me that I must wait until he has resided in this state for 6 months before I could sell him, and he has not yet completed that duration. How absurd. A person cannot be sold by the government simply because they have not resided for 6 months. Is such a government truly worthy of the title? This government truly lacks shame, calling itself a government while masquerading as one, presuming itself to be authoritative. Yet it must endure a 6-month wait to apprehend a nefarious individual in a white shirt, whose actions are both secretive and detestable. Meanwhile, Father continues his tirade, oblivious to his frail leg's unsteady journey, ultimately colliding with a wooden barrel intended for salted meat, scraping the skin off his shins. This misfortune only intensifies his vitriol, primarily directed at the individual and the government, occasionally cursing the barrel itself. He dances about the room, agitatedly hopping from one leg to the other, covering one shin bone and then the other. Suddenly, he releases his left foot and delivers a fierce kick to the barrel. Alas, this kick is poorly executed, as he is wearing a boot that exposes 2 of his toes, prompting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, sending shivers down the spine. He collapses into the muddy ground, rolling in agony while clutching his toes. At this moment, his invectives overshadow all previous curses, marking the most fervent outburst of his life, a fact he later acknowledges. He recalls the remarkable curses of old Hagen, which he had heard, claiming that his recent tirade rendered the old man pale in comparison, though I suspect he may have been exaggerating. After dinner, Father seized the whiskey jug, proclaiming that its contents were sufficient for him to indulge in 2 more bouts of drunken revelry. I have grown weary of hearing those words. He is always so inclined to utter them. I surmise that it will not require much time before he is utterly inebriated, at which point I shall seize the opportunity to stealthily abscond with the keys or perhaps saw through the wooden barrier to escape. I shall employ whatever means necessary. He continues to pour drink after drink into himself, until he collapses onto the rug, a drunken heap. However, my luck proves unfortunate, for he does not fall into a deep slumber. Instead, he thrashes about, humming ceaselessly, his arms flailing in disarray, disturbing the peace for the better part of the night. Eventually, exhaustion overwhelms me, my eyelids growing heavy, and I unknowingly succumb to sleep, the candle still flickering beside me. I cannot ascertain how long I have slept when suddenly a strange cry jolts me awake. There stands my father, appearing quite mad, leaping about in frenzy. He shouts of snakes, claiming that several have crawled up his legs, then screams and leaps, insisting that one has bitten his jaw. Yet, I see no snakes at all. He paces the room incessantly, in a state of alarm, exclaiming, "Kill it! Kill it! Oh dear, it has latched onto my neck." I have never witnessed such wildness in a person's gaze. Before long, he collapses to the ground, breathless, resembling a deflated balloon, only to begin rolling vigorously across the floor, kicking at objects with wild abandon, flailing his arms in the air, shrieking that a demon has possessed him. After a while, utterly spent, he lies still, murmuring softly to himself, until finally, there is not a whisper left. At that moment, I could even hear the distant sounds of owls and wolves in the forest. The stillness was eerie. He lay alone in the corner of the room, and after a while, he sat up, tilting his head to listen intently, softly muttering to himself, "Tap, tap, tap, it's the sound of the dead walking. Tap, 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 they have come to seize me. I do not wish to go. Ah, they are here. Oh, do not touch me, no? Quickly, release me. It is so cold. Let me go. Ah, spare me, spare a wretched soul." Then, he crouched on the ground, wrapping himself in a blanket, rolling beneath the old pine table, still pleading with a quivering voice, and soon he began to weep. I could hear his sobs through the blanket. Later, he crawled out from beneath the table, leaping up suddenly, as if possessed. He caught sight of me immediately and lunged in my direction. He chased me in circles around the room, wielding a large cleaver, calling me the angel of death, declaring his intent to kill me so that I would cease my incessant pursuit of him. I implored him for mercy, asserting that I was no stranger, but his son. Yet he emitted a strange laugh, roaring and cursing, relentlessly pursuing and striking me. At one point, I swiftly turned, intending to slip beneath his outstretched arm, but he unexpectedly seized the collar of my shirt from behind. I thought to myself that I was doomed. In a flash, I discarded the garment, moving with the swiftness of lightning, narrowly escaping with my life. Not long after, he had exhausted himself, leaning against the door as if incapacitated, declaring that he would rest a while before returning to kill me. He pressed the knife beneath him and declared his intention to rest for a while, to gather his strength before determining who among us was the mightier. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. I cautiously moved the old wicker chair, stealthily climbed upon it, and endeavored to make no sound as I retrieved the firearm. I prodded the chamber to ensure it was still loaded, then positioned it atop the vegetable barrel, the muzzle aimed at my father. I settled behind the weapon, awaiting his next move. Time seemed to stretch interminably, the room enveloped in an extraordinary silence. Chapter 8. Hey, wake up. What are you doing? I opened my eyes, glancing around to discern my surroundings. The sun had long since risen, and I had been in a deep slumber. My father stood beside me, gazing down with a grim expression, appearing not only angry but as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He inquired, "What do you intend to do with that gun?" I surmised he was entirely oblivious to his actions from the previous night, so I replied, "Someone attempted to intrude upon our home, so I lay in wait here, prepared to confront him at any moment." "Then why did you not wake me?" "Oh, I did call you, but you remained unresponsive. I could not rouse you." "Well, enough of this idle chatter. Go check if we have caught any fish with the line we set. If so, bring them back for breakfast. I shall step out for a moment and return swiftly." He flung open the door, and I hurriedly made my way to the riverbank. The water was beginning to rise. As I noticed branches drifting downstream alongside scattered pieces of bark, I pondered that it would be splendid to be in the town. The rising waters of June have always been my most fortuitous time, for when the waters swell, large chunks of timber and scattered rafts drift downstream, sometimes a dozen logs bound together. All one needs to do is reach out and retrieve them, which can then be sold at the lumber yard or sawmill. As I strolled along the riverbank, keeping an eye out for my father, I studied the floating debris with keen interest. Suddenly, a quaint little raft appeared, gracefully drifting towards me, approximately 13 or 14 feet in length, resembling a leisurely duck. Without a moment to spare, I plunged into the water like a frog, swimming towards the raft. I anticipated someone might be lounging upon it, for it is common for individuals to play pranks in this manner. When someone in a boat approaches, the person on the raft often sits up abruptly to tease them. However, this instance was entirely different. The raft drifted downstream completely unoccupied. Climbing aboard, I navigated it to the shore. Imagining how pleased my father would be, the raft was undoubtedly worth $10. Yet, as I reached the bank, I saw no sign of my father. Subsequently, I maneuvered the raft into a small stream adorned with wisteria and willow branches. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I could hide it well, so that when I fled, I would not have to traverse the woods. I could venture downstream, approximately 50 miles away, to find a place to settle, thus sparing myself from the incessant wandering and the trials of relentless travel. As I approached the cottage, I perceived the sound of my father approaching. However, I concealed the small raft before emerging. I peeked around the willow tree, yet only saw him alone, engaged in bird hunting. Thus he should have noticed nothing amiss. When he drew near, I was laboriously dragging a fishing line. He chastised me for my sluggishness, to which I explained that I had fallen into the river, hence my delay. I was aware he would soon realize I was drenched, undoubtedly leading to further inquiries. It was wiser to take the initiative in this instance. Ultimately, we extracted 5 catfish from the fishing line and returned home together. After breakfast, we both felt quite fatigued and laid down for a brief respite, during which my mind wandered. I pondered how I might divert both my father and the widow's attention from me, enabling my escape before they caught wind of my departure. This seemed a more reliable strategy than relying on mere chance, for one must acknowledge that anything is possible. After some contemplation, I could devise no solution. A while later, my father sat up and drank another can of water, stating, "If anyone else wanders near here, you must wake me, do you understand? They come with ill intentions. I shall take aim at him. Next time, ensure you rouse me." With that, he reclined once more, falling back into slumber. His words sparked an excellent idea within me. I silently resolved that I now possessed a means of evasion. No one would discover my whereabouts. Approaching noon, we ventured outside, walking along the riverbank. The water was rising swiftly, with a considerable amount of timber floating upon its surface. After a while, a dilapidated raft drifted by, composed of 9 logs bound together. We boarded a small boat and paddled out to tow the logs to the shore, after which we went to have our lunch. Unlike my father, who would remain vigilant all day should he encounter anyone else, he believed that securing 9 logs in one haul was more than sufficient. He intended to transport the timber to town for sale immediately. Consequently, he locked me inside the house, and, shortly after 3 o'clock, he set off in the small boat, dragging the logs behind him. I surmised that he would not return that evening. Once he had been gone for quite some time, I retrieved my saw and began to cut into one of the logs. Before long, I had carved a hole large enough to escape, and I watched as he and the logs gradually diminished into a small black dot on the distant water's surface. I pushed aside the vine branches and transferred the cornmeal, salted meat, whiskey, all the coffee and sugar, ammunition, and everything else I could carry onto the makeshift raft. I also took some books and newspapers for padding, a water bucket, a gourd, a long spoon, and an iron cup, an old saw, 2 blankets, a long-handled pot, a coffee pot, fishing line, matches, and various other odds and ends. Every last item, even those of negligible value. I cleared the place thoroughly. I wished to take the axe, but I knew better than to attempt it. Finally, I retrieved the gun, and at last, my mission was accomplished. I crawled in and out of the opening, dragging out numerous items, significantly wearing down the earth beneath. I meticulously tidied the area outside, scattering some dirt to conceal the polished marks. Then, I reinserted the cut section of wood into its original position, propping it up with 2 stones and securing it with another on top. If one were to stand a few paces away, unaware of the wood's recent alteration, it would be nearly indistinguishable. Moreover, this was at the back of the cabin, a place seldom frequented by anyone. The grassy expanse adjacent to our dwelling extended all the way to the vicinity of the small raft, allowing me to leave no footprints behind. I circled around, surveying the surroundings, and stood on the riverbank, gazing across to the opposite shore for a while. Everything appeared tranquil and secure. Thus, I hoisted my gun and ventured alone into the woods. While scanning the area for birds, I suddenly spotted a wild boar charging out from the thicket. It was a domesticated pig that had escaped from a nearby farm, now transformed into a wild creature. Without hesitation, I fired and swiftly brought the boar down, exerting considerable effort to drag it back to the cabin. Seizing my axe, I struck the door with force, alternating blows until I finally managed to break it open. I dragged the lifeless pig inside, positioning it near the table, and used the axe to sever its neck, allowing it to bleed out on the ground, which indeed was solid and unyielding, lacking a proper floor. Immediately thereafter, I found an old sack and filled it with as many large stones as I could manage, then hauled it to the doorway, through the woods, and all the way to the riverbank. With a push, it plunged into the water with a resounding splash. The ground readily revealed the signs of something having been dragged. If only Tom Sawyer were here, I am certain he would relish such an endeavor, conjuring up some mischievous schemes and executing them with unparalleled flair. No one could rival him in such matters. Ultimately, I plucked a strand of hair, thoroughly smeared the axe with blood, affixed the hair to the back of the axe, and cast it into the corner of the room. I then lifted the dead pig, using my shirt to shield my chest from the dripping blood. And after traversing a considerable distance from the house, I discarded my bloodied attire into the river. After a while, other thoughts crossed my mind. I hurried to the small raft, retrieved the sack of cornmeal and the old saw, and returned them to the cottage. Subsequently, I replaced the sack in its original spot and, lacking proper utensils for dining, my father always wielded his large cleaver for any culinary task. I made a small incision at the bottom of the sack with the saw. I then hoisted the sack, traversing the grassy expanse, passing through the grove of willows on the east side of the house, and continuing for about 100 yards until I reached the edge of a shallow lake. This lake, 5 miles wide, was overgrown with reeds and, during this season, teeming with ducks. On the opposite shore, a small creek flowed outward for several miles. I was uncertain of its destination, but I was sure it was not a large river. I scattered the cornmeal along the path, creating a trail that led directly to the lakeshore. I also left my father's sharpening stone there, arranging it to appear as though it had been carelessly discarded. Finally, I tied the small opening of the sack with a thin cord to prevent any further spillage of the flour before returning it, along with the saw, to the small raft. As twilight approached, I gently pushed the small raft into the water, letting it rest beneath the willows along the shore. Awaiting the emergence of the moon, I took out a morsel to eat, and after finishing, I reclined in the raft and began to smoke. Contemplating my next course of action, I told myself that people would undoubtedly follow the trail left by the bag of stones, tracing the river in search of me. They would continue along the path marked by the cornmeal until they reached the lakeshore, and then proceed to scour the small creek on the opposite side of the lake, hunting for the brigands who had slain me and stolen my possessions. They would tirelessly dredge the river for my body. But it would not be long before their efforts waned, and they would grow weary of the endeavor. That, of course, would be ideal. Thereafter, I could reside wherever I pleased. For me, Jackson's Island seemed quite enchanting. I was well acquainted with that island, and no one else would venture there. Indeed, Jackson's Island it would be. For the moment, I could take advantage of the darkness to row to town, quietly make my rounds, and procure the necessities I required. Fatigued, I soon drifted into slumber. When I awoke, momentarily disoriented, I sat up and glanced around, my heart racing with a touch of panic. It was only after a while that I recalled the sequence of events. The vast river stretched endlessly, its width unfathomable. The moon shone brightly, allowing me to distinctly count the logs drifting past, gliding on the surface several hundred meters from the shore. Everything was shrouded in a deathly stillness, and the dusk suggested it was late. Even my senses could discern this. Words eluded me in describing the sensation. I yawned contentedly and stretched languidly. As I was poised to untie the ropes and embark on my journey, I heard a sound emanating from the nearby river. I strained my ears for a moment and quickly discerned its nature. It was the rhythmic and monotonous sound of oars gliding against their thole-pins in the stillness of the night. Peering through the gaps in the willow branches, I beheld a small open flatboat in the distance. I could not ascertain how many individuals were aboard. The boat steadily made its way toward me, and only when it aligned with my position did I realize there was but a single person within. A thought crossed my mind. Perhaps it was my father, though I secretly wished it were not. The figure rowed downstream with the current, only to turn around and glide closer to the shore, gradually approaching me until I could almost touch him with my gun. To my astonishment, it was indeed my father, without a doubt, and judging by his rowing stance. He appeared quite sober and alert. Without hesitation, I silently and swiftly maneuvered downstream along the shaded bank, covering approximately 2.5 miles. I then rowed several hundred meters toward the center of the river, for I was nearing the ferry dock, where those on the shore might catch sight of me and offer greetings. I steered the boat amidst the logs floating on the water's surface, lying down on the small raft and allowing it to drift downstream. I rested there for a while, enjoying a cigarette while gazing at the cloudless sky above. Under the moonlight, I looked up at the heavens, feeling their profound depth, a realization I had never before encountered. In this tranquil night, the sounds from the water seemed to carry far and wide. I heard the voices of people conversing at the dock, each word resonating clearly in the air. One individual remarked that it must be the time of long days and short nights, to which another replied that he felt this night was anything but short. Both erupted into laughter. He repeated his statement, prompting another round of mirth. Subsequently, the two called to awaken another person, relaying the same jest, which elicited laughter once more. However, the poor fellow did not join in the amusement. He vehemently uttered a sharp retort, advising them to refrain from their clamor as he wished to sleep a little longer. The first speaker declared his intent to share this amusing anecdote with his wife, who would surely find it entertaining. Yet, he mused, these remarks paled in comparison to those he had made in years gone by. I overheard someone mention that it was nearly 3 o'clock, expressing a hope that he would not have to wait an entire week for dawn to arrive. After this, their voices gradually faded into the distance, becoming indistinct murmurs, occasionally punctuated by laughter, but it seemed to drift further and further away. By this time, I had reached the ferry landing. Upon glancing out, I noted that Jackson Island lay approximately 2.5 miles from me, its dense trees rising majestically in the midst of the river, appearing dark and steadfast, akin to a shadowy, unlit steamboat. The sandy shore in front of the island was entirely submerged, hidden beneath the swollen waters. Before long, I arrived there. The current was swift, propelling me like an arrow towards the island's edge, where I found the water's surface tranquil as I approached the Illinois riverbank. I maneuvered my small raft into a familiar deep-water bay, having to gently part the drooping willow branches to gain entry. After securing the rope, those outside could discern no trace of a small raft anchored here. I ascended to the island and settled down to rest upon a large timber nearby. My gaze wandered across the vast river, observing the dark logs adrift upon the surface, and I beheld the distant town, 3 miles away, where a few flickering lights still danced in the twilight. At that moment, a massive log raft drifted downstream, illuminated by a single lantern. As it approached my position, I distinctly heard a voice instructing, "Paddle at the stern, good. Turn the bow to the right." The clarity of the voice was as if the speaker stood beside me. The sky had taken on a grayish hue. Thus, I ventured into the woods to recline, intending to nap for a while before breakfast. Chapter 9. Upon awakening, the sun had already ascended high into the sky, and I surmised it must be past 8 o'clock. Lying on the cool grass, I allowed my thoughts to wander aimlessly. Feeling thoroughly rested, my heart brimming with contentment. Through the dense canopy of leaves above, I glimpsed the sun shining through a few narrow gaps. Yet, the surrounding trees cast an oppressive shadow, creating a somewhat stifling atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, which danced rhythmically as a gentle breeze stirred the treetops. A pair of squirrels perched on a branch chattered amiably in a language I could not comprehend, their antics bringing me joy. Although a languorous sensation enveloped me, I found it quite agreeable. Lacking the motivation to prepare breakfast, I succumbed to drowsiness once more. Suddenly, I seemed to hear a deep, rumbling sound emanating from a distant point on the river. Startled, I propped myself up on my elbows, straining to listen intently. Before long, another sound reached my ears. I leapt up and peered through the gaps in the leaves, catching sight of a plume of smoke rising far upstream, likely near the ferry dock. The ferry was drifting downstream, packed with people. Oh, I understood the situation. With a thunderous boom, I witnessed the white smoke billowing from the side of the ferry. Indeed, they were firing cannons on the water, attempting to blast my corpse to the surface. My stomach grumbled with hunger, yet I dared not light a fire to cook, fearing that the smoke would reveal my presence. Thus, I remained seated, watching the smoke issuing from the cannon and listening to the booming sounds. The river here stretched a mile wide, and each summer morning, the scene was splendid. I watched with amusement as they attempted to recover my body, though I wished for something to eat. After a while, I recalled that people often inserted mercury into bread before casting it into the water. For bread laden with mercury would come to a halt upon drifting near a drowned person's side. So, I resolved to keep a keen eye out for any bread that might float my way, ready to show it some formidable resistance. I made my way towards the Illinois side, hoping for fortune, and indeed, my anticipation was rewarded. A sizable loaf of bread floated towards me. I grasped a long stick and nearly reached it, but my foot slipped, sending it drifting further away. Indeed, I stood in the vicinity of the water's edge. There was no ambiguity in that matter. Before long, another piece drifted my way, and this time I managed to seize it. I swiftly removed the cork from the bread, shook out the mercury within, and took a bite. The flavor of the bread was exquisite, undoubtedly crafted by a skilled baker. The kind that affluent individuals indulge in, not the coarse cornbread of lesser quality. I selected a fine spot amidst the foliage, settled upon a sturdy log, and while I heartily devoured the bread, I gazed contentedly at the ferry. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Surely, the widow and the pastor, or perhaps others, were praying for this very piece of bread to find its way to me, and indeed it had. There was a certain mystery to this occurrence, however. Such mysteries appeared to lose their significance in my presence. I mused that perhaps only those with deep-rooted beliefs would find them meaningful. I lit a cigarette, savoring the moment, and continued to observe the scene around me. As the ferry drifted downstream, I anticipated that when it passed by, I would be able to discern the faces of those aboard, as it would come quite close, akin to the piece of bread. When it neared, I would extinguish my pipe, approach the location where I had retrieved the bread, and conceal myself behind a large log on the riverbank, peering out cautiously from the forked end. After a while, the ferry drew near enough that the passengers could easily set down a plank and disembark onto the shore. Those I know are nearly all aboard the vessel. Father, Judge Thatcher, Joe Harper, Tom Sawyer, his Aunt Polly, and many others. They are all engrossed in discussions regarding the murder incident. Suddenly, the captain interjected, directing everyone's attention to the water, claiming that the current was closest to the shore here, suggesting that the body might have been washed ashore, ensnared by the thicket along the bank. Truly, I sincerely hoped that was the case. Yet, I wished it were not so. The passengers aboard the boat gathered around, leaning over the railings to peer outward, their faces almost inches from mine, allowing me to see them clearly, while they remained oblivious to my presence. Shortly thereafter, I heard the captain bellow at the top of his lungs, "Stand clear." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous roar erupted beside me, the cannon's blast nearly deafening me, the acrid smoke obscuring my vision. I feared I was doomed. Should there indeed have been a projectile in that cannon, they would surely discover my remains, rendering their efforts not entirely in vain. Yet, thank heavens, I found myself entirely unscathed, without a single injury. The ferry continued its downstream drift, vanishing around a bend of the island. Occasionally, I could still hear one or two cannon shots, their echoes growing fainter until, after an hour, silence reigned. The island stretches 3 miles in length. I surmised they had reached the opposite end and were likely to abandon their search. However, they were not yet willing to concede. They turned the boat around at the island's far end, engaged the engine, and proceeded upstream along the Missouri side, firing their cannons intermittently as they navigated. I hurried to the other side of the island to witness the commotion. By the time they reached this end of the island, the cannon fire had ceased, having been directed towards the shores of Missouri, where people disembarked and returned to their homes in town. I knew then that I was safe. No one would come looking for me again. I retrieved my belongings from the small raft and fashioned myself a cozy nest amidst the dense woods. I constructed a makeshift tent from a blanket, sheltering my possessions within, ensuring that even the rain would not dampen my spirits. I caught a catfish and, using a saw, opened its belly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I ignited a campfire and prepared my evening meal. Subsequently, I cast a fishing line into the water, intending to catch a few fish for the following day. As darkness enveloped the landscape, I sat beside the fire, smoking and feeling a profound sense of contentment. However, after a while, a tinge of loneliness crept in, prompting me to sit on the ground, listening to the gentle rush of the water, counting the stars above, and observing the driftwood and rafts floating by until fatigue ushered me into slumber. In moments of solitude, few activities are as effective in passing the time. I mused that this feeling would not linger. Soon enough, it would fade, or I would gradually grow accustomed to it. Thus, 3 days and nights passed without any change. Everything remained the same. On the 4th day, I explored the entire island. I had become the sovereign of this land. One could say that the entirety of the island now belonged to me. My intention was to uncover all its secrets, primarily to occupy my time. I discovered numerous ripe strawberries, along with some green grapes and wild raspberries. The blackberries, tinged with a hint of green, had only recently begun to emerge, and it seemed that these wild fruits would soon be ready for harvest. I meandered through the dense woodland, and before long, I estimated that I was nearing the far side of the island. I had ventured out armed, although I had not encountered any game, the weapons serving merely as a precautionary measure. At one point, I nearly stepped upon a large snake, which swiftly vanished into the underbrush. I had intended to pursue it for a shot. I sprinted at full speed, only to suddenly find myself on a pile of smoldering ashes from a campfire, still emitting wisps of smoke. My heart leapt to my throat, and I lacked the courage to glance back. Instead, I briskly pulled back the gun's bolt and dashed away on tiptoe. Occasionally, I would pause amidst the thick leaves to listen. Apart from the sound of my own labored breathing, there was nothing else to be heard. After a furtive advance, I would stop again to listen. Thus, I continued this pattern of running and halting and running. A fallen tree stump would momentarily appear as a person, and breaking a twig felt akin to having my throat constricted, robbing me of half my breath, leaving me with barely a gasp. Upon returning to my dwelling, I was utterly drained of strength and nearly paralyzed with fear, yet I admonished myself that I must not squander time. Consequently, I transferred all my belongings to a small raft to avoid detection. I extinguished the fire and scattered the ashes to create the illusion that this place had not been visited since the previous year. Once everything was in order, I ascended into the branches of a tree. Upon that tree, I lingered for a good 2 hours. Seeing and hearing not, only in my imagination did I perceive a myriad of sights and sounds. Alas, remaining aloft in that tree proved futile. Eventually, I descended and took refuge in the dense thicket, attuned to the murmurs of the outside world. The only sustenance I possessed consisted of strawberries and the remnants of my breakfast. As twilight descended, my stomach grumbled in hunger. Once darkness enveloped the land, and before the moon had graced the sky, I embarked upon my modest raft, paddling towards the opposite shore of Illinois, a distance of approximately a quarter of a mile. Upon reaching the bank, I dashed into the woods to prepare a modest supper, contemplating whether to spend the night in that very spot, when suddenly I was startled by the sound of hooves clattering. I discerned voices, prompting me to hastily transfer my belongings back onto the raft and stealthily slip away from the trees to ascertain the situation. Not far into my retreat, I overheard a voice remarking, "If we cannot find a suitable place, let us rest here. This area is quite agreeable, yet the horses are weary. Let us first survey the surroundings." Without a moment's hesitation, I fled with swiftness, swiftly pushing my raft out into the waters, gently paddling away. I secured my raft in its usual spot, contemplating whether to simply slumber aboard it. Throughout the night, sleep eluded me. For reasons unknown, I found myself restless, awakening repeatedly with the disconcerting sensation of an unseen hand grasping my throat. Such fitful slumber did little to alleviate my weariness. Later, I reassured myself that I could no longer live in constant trepidation. I must ascertain the identity of the individual who had arrived on this island. Either I would find him, or I would meet my own misfortune. With this thought, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Consequently, I grasped the oars and propelled my small raft a few paces from the shore, allowing it to drift beneath the shade of the trees. The moonlight shimmered brightly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. I surveyed the area for over an hour, and it felt as though the entire world was enveloped in slumber, everything remaining eerily tranquil. At that moment, I realized I was nearing the far end of the island. The night was waning, and a gentle breeze, akin to ripples on water, whispered to me that dawn was approaching. I pushed the raft around, orienting it towards the shore, then seized my firearm and leapt ashore. Venturing into the woods, I found a sizable log to sit upon, gazing through the gaps in the foliage. After a while, I spotted a faint glimmer of light at the treetops, signaling that daybreak was imminent. Thus, I quietly made my way towards the location of the campfire, pausing intermittently to listen for any sounds. Strangely enough, it seemed I was cursed, unable to locate the site. After some time, I discerned a fire burning distinctly among the trees. Cautiously, I approached the blaze, and upon arrival, I was nearly overcome with shock at the sight of a figure sprawled on the ground, nearly oblivious to the flames. A blanket covered his head, and it appeared as though he might tumble into the fire. I settled behind a thicket approximately 6 feet away from him, carefully observing his every movement. By this time, the sky had begun to brighten. After a while, he yawned and stretched lazily, abruptly tossing aside the blanket. Oh, it turned out to be Jem. Upon seeing him, my joy was indescribable. I exclaimed, "Hi, Jem," and leapt out from behind the bushes. He startled and jumped up, wide-eyed in shock. Then he knelt before me, clasping his hands together, pleading, "Please, do not harm me. I have never offended spirits in my life. I have always held a fondness for the deceased and would do anything for them. Do you dwell in the river, or should you return there? Please do not torment Jim. I have always been your ally." Fortunately, I managed to convey to him in a brief moment that I was indeed alive. Encountering Jim filled me with immense joy. I would no longer feel lonely. I assured him that I was unafraid of him revealing my presence to others. I continued to speak to him, pouring forth words endlessly, yet he remained silent, staring at me in a daze. Eventually, I suggested, "The dawn has arrived. Let us prepare breakfast. Make your fire a bit stronger." "What is the purpose of kindling a fire? Strawberries do not require cooking. Did you bring a gun? Let us not solely feast on strawberries. Let us find something more delectable." "Strawberries, you say? Is that all you consume?" I inquired. "I cannot find anything else," he replied. "Oh, Jim, how long have you been on this island?" "I arrived the night you were killed." "What? You have been here for such an extended period?" "Indeed." "That is correct. But have you consumed anything other than strawberries?" "Yes, I have not eaten anything else." "Oh dear, by saying that. You must be on the brink of starvation, am I right? I believe I could devour a horse at this point. How long have you been alone on the island?" "Since the night I was wrongfully killed." "Oh, then what have you been eating? Yet you possess a firearm. Ah, that is fortunate. Now, go hunt for some provisions while I kindle a fire." Thus, we proceeded to the spot where the small raft was moored. He kindled a fire in a clear patch of grass within the woods, while I retrieved salted meat, coffee, a coffee pot, a frying pan, sugar, and cups from the raft. Upon seeing these items, Jim was taken aback, suspecting I had conjured them through some sorcery. I also caught a large catfish, which Jim skillfully prepared with his knife and fried in the pan. Once the meal was ready, we settled down on the grass and comfortably began to enjoy our steaming repast. Jim was truly ravenous, devouring his food with great eagerness. After we had feasted and our bellies were full, we reclined on the ground to pass the time. Jim inquired, "Tell me, little Huck, if the person killed in that small cabin was not you, then who could it possibly be?" I recounted the entire sequence of events to him, and he praised me for my cleverness, remarking that even Tom Sawyer could not have devised a better plan. I then asked him how he had come to this place, and upon hearing my question, he grew visibly anxious and found himself at a loss for words. After a while, he finally spoke. "I think it would be best if I remained silent." "Why, Jim?" "Oh, I find myself in a predicament. If I confide in you, you must promise not to utter a word. All right, Huck?" "Very well, if I do speak of it, may I be condemned to the depths of hell, Jim." "All right, Huck. I trust you." I ran away on my own." "Jim, you must remember that you promised you would not disclose this. Those were your very words." "Huck." "Indeed, I said that. I vowed not to reveal it to anyone, and I shall keep my word. I would never deceive you. However, if this were to come to light, people would undoubtedly brand me as a villain, a renegade, and regard me with disdain for witnessing such events without speaking out, yet that is of no concern, for I shall never return. Now, please recount the entire story to me." "Very well, it transpired thus. Miss Watson," "Yes." "The one named Miss Watson constantly criticized me from dawn until dusk, treating me harshly. However, she assured me that she would never sell me to New Orleans. Yet one day, I noticed a slave trader loitering nearby, which set my mind at unease. One night, I stealthily crept to the door, which was not securely fastened, and overheard Miss Watson confiding in the widow that she intended to sell me to New Orleans, though she had never contemplated such an action before. The prospect of receiving $800 was too tempting for her to resist. The widow indeed advised her against such actions, yet I had no inclination to listen any longer. To be frank, I fled the scene at once. Upon my escape, I sprinted down the mountain, initially intending to sneak a small raft from the riverbank into town. However, there were too many people milling about at that time, so I took refuge in the dilapidated cooper's shop by the river, hoping to wait for a moment when no one was watching. Alas, I remained there the entire night. The comings and goings of the townsfolk persisted without interruption throughout the night. As dawn broke, around 6 o'clock, I noticed small rafts beginning to navigate the river. By 8 or 9 o'clock, every passing raft carried whispers that your father was on his way to town, accompanied by rumors of your demise. Soon, the rafts were filled with gentlemen and ladies eager to witness the spectacle. Occasionally, their rafts would pause at the riverbank before crossing, granting me the opportunity to overhear their conversations, through which I gradually pieced together the unfolding events. Hearing of your alleged death truly saddened me. However, Now that I see you, my sorrow dissipates. I lay amidst the piles of timber in that vicinity for an entire day, my stomach gnawing with hunger. Yet, I felt no concern, for I knew that the young miss and the widow had consumed their breakfast and would embark on a day-long preaching mission. They must have assumed that I had hurried out with the livestock at dawn, leaving no cause for suspicion. By the time night fell and they discovered my absence, it would be too late for them to act. As darkness enveloped the land, I ventured along the main road by the river, progressing upstream for 2 or 3 miles until I reached an uninhabited area. I resolved to commit myself fully, either to act or to cease entirely. You see, if I were to continue on this path, even a dog could catch up with me. However, if I were to secretly take a small raft across the river, none would be the wiser regarding my whereabouts. After a while, I noticed a flickering light approaching from around the bend of the river, which I surmised to be a wooden raft. I leapt into the water and swam towards the center of the river, concealing myself among the floating logs. My head bowed low. I swam against the current until I reached the raft. As I boarded the raft, the sky began to cloud over, darkening ominously. Seizing the opportunity, I climbed aboard and laid down upon the raft. I observed that the individuals on the raft were gathered around the illuminated center. The river was rising swiftly, and I estimated that by around 3 in the morning, I would reach a point approximately 25 miles downstream. Before dawn, I slipped back into the water and swam to the shore, landing in Illinois and burrowing into the woods. Unfortunately, just as I neared the end of the island, a figure carrying a lantern approached the back of the raft. Realizing that waiting any longer would yield no benefit, I plunged into the water and swam towards the island. Initially, I believed I could land anywhere, only to discover that the bank was quite steep. It was only as I neared the islands and that I found a suitable place to come ashore. Once on land, I hurried into the woods, resolving never to return to the raft. A source of great comfort was the knowledge that my pipe, tobacco, and matches remained dry within my hat. So, you have not had meat or bread these days. Why not catch a sea turtle to eat? Oh, do you think those creatures can be easily captured? You cannot simply grab them by hand. Even if you attempt to strike them with a stone, would you succeed? At night, when it is so dark, you can hardly see anything. I certainly do not wish to venture to the shore during the day and risk being discovered. Well, that is a valid point. Under such circumstances, you can only remain in the woods. Did you hear the fireworks they set off? Yes, I did. I know they are searching for you far and wide. I hid behind the bushes and saw them pass by. A few small birds flew over, each time only a meter or 2, resting briefly on the trees. Jim said that when birds fly like that, it is a sign that rain is coming. I intended to catch a few birds, but Jim adamantly forbade me from doing so. He claimed that capturing birds would bring death. He recounted a time when his father was gravely ill, and someone caught a bird. His grandmother said his father might die, and indeed, he did. Jim also warned that one should never count the things used for cooking, as counting them would invite misfortune. Similarly, one must not shake the tablecloth after sunset, or it would lead to dire calamities. He mentioned that if a beekeeper passes away, you must inform the bees of this news before sunrise the next day. Otherwise, the bees would become exhausted and cease their honey gathering, ultimately perishing. Jim asserted that bees do not sting fools, a claim I find hard to believe, for I have tested this numerous times, and they simply do not sting me. Jim is truly remarkable, regardless of whether the omen is auspicious or ominous. He possesses knowledge of all matters, claiming to be well-versed in nearly everything. I remarked that it seems all omens bring misfortune, then inquired if there existed any that might bestow good luck. He replied, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Besides, they hold little significance for individuals. When fortune arrives, there is no need to be aware of it. Should one avoid good fortune? He continued, if both your arms and chest are covered in hair, it signifies a promising omen of wealth. Indeed, this could be deemed the finest omen. Jim, are your arms and chest adorned with hair? Why do you ask that? My arms and chest are indeed hairy. Have you not noticed? Then, are you wealthy? No, but I have been affluent in the past and shall be again. Once, I possessed $14, but I ventured into speculative endeavors and lost it all. What sort of speculation did you engage in, Jim? Oh, initially, I purchased a treasure that could generate wealth. What sort of treasure generates wealth? Ah, livestock. I invested $10 in a cow. However, I had no desire to take such risks again, nor to engage in the livestock trade. Ultimately, that cow perished in my care. So, you squandered $10. Not quite. It wasn't that much. I wasted nearly $9. I sold the hide and tallow for a dime each. You possess just over 5 coins. Have you engaged in any speculative ventures? Indeed, I have. Are you familiar with Mr. Brad's one-legged black man? He established a bank, proclaiming that anyone who deposited a single coin would receive 4 by year's end. At that time, nearly all the black individuals entrusted their modest savings there. However, my wealth surpassed theirs. Thus, I requested him to enhance my interest, demanding more than 4 coins. Otherwise, I would establish my own bank. The one-legged gentleman believed that 2 banks in such a locale would result in insufficient business, so he acquiesced to my terms, agreeing to accept 5 coins and return 35 by year's end, which was the highest interest rate. I proceeded with this arrangement. Subsequently, I intended to utilize those 35 coins for trade. A certain black man named Bob acquired a flat-bottomed boat, unbeknownst to his master. I purchased the vessel from him, instructing him to retrieve the 35 coins at year's end. Unfortunately, that very night, the boat was stolen, and the next day, the one-legged man informed me that the bank had collapsed. Consequently, everyone's money was lost. How did you expend that remaining dime, Jim? Alas, I intended to spend it. Yet that night I had a dream urging me to give the money to a black man named Badham, commonly referred to as a fool. He could indeed be considered quite the simpleton. Nonetheless, many claimed he was fortunate. The dream instructed me to let Badham use the dime for trade, promising a return of profit. Thus, I bestowed that 1 cent upon Bartim, who, when attending church, heard the pastor proclaim that anyone who aids the impoverished essentially lends money to God, who would surely return it manifold. Consequently, he offered that cent to the needy, eagerly anticipating a generous reward. And what transpired, Jim? Naturally, he reaped nothing in return. I lost that cent as well, and Bartim was left helpless. Henceforth, I resolved never to lend money again. The pastor's assertion of receiving a 100-fold return was mere folly. Even a penny in recompense would have sufficed and brought me joy. Well, Jim, you shall eventually find prosperity. Indeed, I have found wealth now. Behold, I am my own master, knowing my worth is 800 pounds. How delightful it would be to acquire such a sum, haha. Chapter 10. As I surveyed the island, I discovered a spot in the center that piqued my curiosity, so we set off to explore it. In no time, we arrived. For the island was quite diminutive, measuring merely 3 miles in length and 1/4 of a mile in width. This location featured a long and steep knoll, or perhaps a mound, rising approximately 40 feet high. The slopes were steep and adorned with dense thickets, making the ascent quite arduous. After considerable effort, we finally reached the summit. There, atop the ridge, we traversed the area and soon stumbled upon a rather impressive cave, situated on the slope facing Illinois. The stone cave measures the size of 2 or 3 rooms, allowing Jim to stand upright within its cool confines. Jim advocates for moving all our belongings inside without delay. Yet I oppose this notion, deeming it impractical to continuously ascend and descend. Jim argues that if we can conceal the small raft in a secure location and store all our possessions within the cave, we could swiftly retreat there if visitors were to arrive on the island. He contends that, without dogs, no one would be able to locate us. He also mentions that the birds have warned us of impending rain, urging us to protect our belongings from getting soaked. Thus, we return to our previous spot, maneuver the small raft to face the cave, and transfer all our items inside. Soon after, we discover an excellent hiding place for the raft among the nearby willow thickets. We catch a few fish from our fishing line and commence preparing dinner. The entrance to the cave is quite spacious, wide enough for large wooden barrels to roll inside, with one side slightly elevated and flat, making it an ideal spot for a fire. We set up a fire there to cook our meal. Spreading a blanket on the cave floor, we sit down to dine, placing our items conveniently behind the cave entrance. Before long, darkness envelopes the sky, followed by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, confirming the bird's accurate prediction. Soon, a torrential downpour ensues, accompanied by fierce winds. Such a tempest is common during the summer season. The sky suddenly darkened ominously, and a relentless downpour began to pelt down, resembling a veil of spider's silk, obscuring even the nearby trees. A fierce gust of wind swept through, twisting the trees and revealing their pale undersides. Soon after, a tempestuous storm surged forth, causing the branches to thrash about wildly, as though driven mad. Then, at the moment when the cobalt sky reached its darkest hue, a blinding flash illuminated the heavens, momentarily allowing one to glimpse the branches flailing in the tempest, revealing sights several hundred meters beyond their usual reach. In an instant, darkness enveloped everything, rendering the hand invisible before a thunderous clap reverberated, rolling down from the heavens, as if numerous empty barrels were tumbling down the stairs. This was undoubtedly a staircase to the skies and exceedingly large barrels, a fact known to all. "Jim, this place is quite splendid," I remarked, expressing my desire to remain here. "Hand me that sizable piece of fish and a few corn cakes." "Humph, were it not for me, Jim, you would not have arrived here at all. You would still be languishing in the woods, starving and drenched by the rain, nearly drowning. Even the birds know when the rain is coming, child." The river had been rising for 10 to 20 days, ultimately spilling over its banks. The low-lying areas of the island and the riverbanks towards Illinois were inundated with water to a depth of 3 to 4 feet. The river there is nearly several miles wide, yet facing Missouri. The water remains as it always was, approximately half a mile in width, attributable to the towering cliffs along the Missouri riverbank, which prevent the water from encroaching. During the day, we embark on small rafts meandering around the island. The dense woodland offers a particularly refreshing coolness. Even when the sun scorches outside, the shade within remains invitingly cool. We navigate through the trees, yet at times, the hanging vines become too dense to pass, necessitating our retreat to paddle to another location. Wild rabbits, snakes, and various other small creatures can be spotted on every fallen tree. They, starved and desperate for sustenance, exhibit an unusual docility, if one desires. They can gently glide over and touch them, although caution is advised when encountering snakes and turtles, for they will swiftly slip into the water. The hillside above our rocky cave is teeming with these small animals, providing ample opportunity for companionship should one wish to keep them. One evening, we salvaged several fine planks of pine wood, presumably dislodged from a dismantled raft. The planks measure a substantial 12 feet in width and 15 feet in length, with at least 6 or 7 inches exposed above the water's surface, resembling a robust and even floor. Occasionally, we can see already sawn logs drifting by. Yet we cannot retrieve them. We must allow them to float away, as our presence during the day must remain concealed. One night, as dawn approached, we beheld an astonishing sight, a wooden house drifting down from the west. The structure, comprising 2 stories, leaned precariously in the water. We maneuvered our small raft to that location and clambered through a window on the upper floor. The darkness enveloped us, rendering everything indistinct. So we secured the raft to the house and awaited the light. Before we could reach the island's end, daybreak arrived. Peering through the window once more, we discerned the interior contained a bed, a table, and 2 weathered chairs, with various items scattered haphazardly across the floor and some garments hanging from the walls. In the farthest corner of the room, something lay on the floor, resembling a person. Jim called out, "Hey, are you all right?" However, the figure remained utterly still. I shouted again, and Jim remarked, "That person cannot be merely sleeping, they may be deceased. Stay here and do not move. I shall investigate." He crawled inside, bending down to take a closer look, and then told me he is dead and completely unclothed. Someone shot him in the back. It appears he has been dead for 2 or 3 days. "Come in, Huck, but whatever you do not look at his face, child." Heeding Jim's warning, I dared not glance at the lifeless figure. Jim found some tattered cloths to cover him. The floor was strewn with greasy old playing cards, several empty bottles, and 2 masks crafted from black fabric, while the walls were marred with nonsensical scribbles and drawings hastily scrawled in charcoal. On the wall hung 2 tattered, filthy garments: a women's sun hat, several blouses belonging to women, and a few articles of men's clothing. We tidied these items and placed them into the raft, for they might prove useful in the future. On the floor lay a stained, dilapidated straw hat, presumably worn by a boy, which I also took. There was a milk bottle, complete with a nipple, but we discarded it due to its broken state. An old wooden box, battered and worn, accompanied by a main box, both with broken hinges, offered no valuable contents. The belongings were strewn about haphazardly, suggesting that their owners had hastily fled, leaving most of their possessions behind. We discovered an old tin lamp, a handleless butcher's knife, and a brand new folding knife of the Barrow brand, which would fetch at least 20 cents in any shop. We also found some butter candles, a tin candlestick, a gourd ladle, a tin cup, and a tattered old quilt cast beneath the bed. Additionally, there was a hand-woven net bag brimming with needles, thread, buttons, yellow wax, and other assorted items. We unearthed an axe, several nails, and a fishing line as thick as my little finger, with an exceptionally large hook attached. Furthermore, we stumbled upon a roll of deer hide, a collar for a dog, a horseshoe, and several unmarked medicine bottles. Just as we were preparing to depart, I discovered a fairly decent horse brush, while Jim found a worn violin bow and a wooden prosthetic leg. The strap on the prosthetic leg snapped. Aside from that, everything was relatively satisfactory. However, it was excessively long for me and somewhat short for Jim. We searched high and low, rummaging through the house, yet we could not find another. In any case, we returned with a considerable bounty. As we prepared to unfurl the raft and depart, we had drifted about a quarter of a mile below the island, and dawn had broken. I instructed Jim to lie on the raft and covered him with a blanket, as sitting up would reveal his race from a distance. I paddled to the Illinois shore, which allowed us to drift approximately half a mile further. I kept close to the bank while rowing, encountering no mishaps or other individuals along the way. At last, we safely returned to the island. Chapter 11. After breakfast, I felt compelled to discuss the deceased and the circumstances of his demise. However, Jim was reluctant, asserting that conversing about the dead was ill-fated and that the spirit might haunt us. He also remarked that an unburied corpse was more prone to wander than one that had been interred. His words held a certain weight, and I ceased my inquiries, though I could not help but ponder who had shot that man and the reasons behind his murder. We meticulously combed through the clothing we had salvaged, discovering 8 silver coins sewn into an old coat. Jim speculated that the coat had been stolen by the occupants of the house. Had it belonged to them, they would surely have known about the money and would not have left it behind. I suggested that they might have killed the man, but Jim clearly preferred not to dwell on that notion. At this moment, you might believe that speaking of the deceased brings misfortune. However, the day before yesterday, when I retrieved a snake skin from the mountaintop, do you recall your words? You proclaimed that touching a snake skin is the most ill-fated act in existence. Behold, this is indeed your misfortune. I stumbled upon such treasures, in addition to 8 silver coins. Jim, if we were to encounter such misfortunes daily, how splendid that would be. Do not rush, my dear. Do not rejoice too soon. Good fortune shall arrive. Let us not forget my warning. Misfortune is imminent. And, as anticipated, it arrived. The day we conversed was Tuesday. By Friday, after dinner, we lay together on the grassy ridge, having smoked all our tobacco. I returned to the cave to fetch more, but unexpectedly encountered a rattlesnake. I dispatched it and coiled it up beneath Jim's blanket, thinking it would provide quite the spectacle when Jim discovered it. Yet, by nightfall, I had completely forgotten about the snake. Just as I was about to strike a match to light the lantern, Jim shifted on the blanket, and lo, the snake's companion lay in wait, seizing the opportunity to bite him. He let out a cry and leapt up. The lantern illuminated the scene, revealing the venomous serpent coiled and poised to strike again. In an instant, I seized a stick and dispatched it, while Jim hastily poured my father's whiskey down his throat. At that moment, he was barefoot, and the snake had bitten him on the heel. This was entirely my fault. I was indeed a foolish fool, forgetting that no matter where a person places a dead snake, its companion will inevitably seek it out. Jim instructed me to sever the snake's head and dispose of it, skin the snake, and roast a portion of its flesh. I adhered to his instructions. He consumed the roasted snake meat and asserted that it would expedite the healing of his wound. He also instructed me to sever the rattler from the snake and affix it to his wrist, claiming that this would further hasten his recovery. Subsequently, I stealthily ventured out and disposed of the 2 deceased snakes amidst the distant low-fruit trees, as I wished to shield Jim from the truth of my culpability, striving to keep him oblivious to the reality. Jim clutched a jug of liquor, indulging in it incessantly, intermittently succumbing to drunken revelry, stumbling about and emitting high-pitched cries. Yet, each time he regained his senses, he would resume his grip on the jug and continue drinking. His feet and legs were severely swollen, yet eventually, the alcohol seemed to yield some benefit. I surmised he would recover. However, if I were in his position, I would much rather endure a snake bite than partake in my father's whiskey. Jim lay incapacitated for 4 consecutive days and nights, until the swelling subsided, allowing him to rise and move about. In that moment, I grasped the consequences of teasing the snake's skin, and I resolved never to touch it again. Jim remarked that he suspected I would heed his advice next time, cautioning that the snake's skin would bring ill fortune, perhaps indicating that our misfortunes were not yet concluded. He stated he would prefer to tilt his shoulder and turn his head to gaze upon the crescent moon 1,000 times rather than handle the snake's skin. Indeed, I shared this sentiment, even though I had always considered it a foolish and reckless act to turn one's head away to observe the new moon. Once, old Hank Bongo had witnessed this and boasted about it. Yet, within 2 years, he succumbed to alcohol addiction, perpetually inebriated, until he fell from the restroom ceiling, his body reduced to a mangled mass. People took 2 barn doors and nailed them together to form a coffin, placing him inside and burying it, or so everyone says, though I did not witness it myself. This was a tale imparted to me by my father. In any case, The incident stemmed from gazing at the moon like a fool. Days passed in a monotonous rhythm. The river receded, returning to its banks. And our first endeavor was to suspend a skinned rabbit on a massive fishing hook as bait. As a result, we caught a catfish the size of a man, nearly 6 feet 2 inches long and weighing over 200 pounds. Naturally, we could not haul it in. It was far too large, as if it could fling us all the way to Illinois with a mere tug. Ultimately, we had no choice but to sit idly by, watching it thrash about in the water until it ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Within its belly, we discovered a brass button, a spherical object, and a plethora of miscellaneous items. We used an axe to split the sphere open, revealing a spool inside. Jim noted that the spool had been in the fish's stomach for quite some time, encrusted layer upon layer of debris, gradually forming a sphere. I speculated that this might be the largest fish ever caught from the Mississippi River. Jim concurred, stating he had never seen a fish of such magnitude. It would surely fetch a handsome price in town. Such large fish are sold by the pound at the market, and everyone would purchase a bit, as the flesh is snow white and delectable when pan-fried. The following morning, I confided in Jim that life had become dreadfully dull, and I yearned to engage in something exciting. I expressed my desire to cross the river to inquire about any fresh happenings. Jim considered the idea quite good. However, he cautioned that I could only venture out under the cover of night and must remain exceedingly vigilant. After some contemplation, he proposed that I don the old clothes and disguise myself as a girl. Truly, this was a splendid notion. Thus, we retrieved a floral dress, trimmed it a bit, and I rolled my pant legs up to my knees, slipping into the dress. Jim skillfully adjusted it with fishing line to ensure a snug fit. I adorned myself with a sun hat, fastening the strap beneath my chin, making it considerably more difficult for anyone to discern my face. Jim assured me that no one would recognize me, not even in daylight. I practiced diligently throughout the day, mimicking a girl's demeanor, and eventually, I managed to appear somewhat convincing. However, Jim remarked that my gait did not resemble that of a girl and advised me against frequently lifting the skirt, which I duly noted. As darkness enveloped the land, I boarded our small raft and paddled along the banks of Illinois. I began my journey toward the town, but a swift current swept me to the far end of it. Securing the raft, I strolled along the riverbank. A small cabin, which seemed to have been uninhabited for quite some time, glowed with light. Curious about the occupant, I stealthily peered through the window. Inside, a woman in her 40s was huddled beside an oil lamp on a pine table, engaged in knitting. I did not recognize her. It was evident she was a stranger, as I had previously known every face in town. I felt fortunate, for I was apprehensive about encountering someone familiar. Nonetheless, as long as this woman had resided in the town for even a mere 2 days, I could ascertain the information I sought from her. I approached and knocked on the door, quietly reminding myself not to forget that I was a girl at that moment. Chapter 12. Who is it? Come in, the woman said. I entered and took a seat as instructed. She scrutinized me with her bright little eyes, then inquired, "What is your name?" "Sarah Williams." "Where do you live? Nearby?" "No, in Hookville, 7 miles away, straight down the road." "I walked all the way here and am utterly exhausted. I suppose you must be hungry. Let me get you something to eat." "No, thank you. I was quite famished earlier and had a bite to eat in a village 2 miles down the road, so I am not hungry now. That is why I arrived so late. My mother is ill, and we have no money or provisions at home. I came here to inform my uncle about this. My mother said he lives in this town." "Have you met my uncle?" "I do not know him. I am still getting acquainted with the locals. I have only lived here for 2 weeks. It takes a while to walk to the town. You may stay here for the night. Do take off your hat." "No," I replied. "I merely wish to rest for a moment. I must continue my journey. I am not afraid of the dark." She insisted that she could not allow me to walk alone, mentioning that her husband might return soon and could accompany me, perhaps in an hour and a half. Subsequently, she began to speak of her husband, her relatives living upstream and downstream, reminiscing about the good old days of her family, lamenting how things went awry when they unwittingly moved to this town, which was far inferior to the life they could have led in their previous abode. As she delved into these mundane details, I found myself regretting my decision to inquire about the town's news. However, when she transitioned to discussing my father and the matter of the murder, my interest was piqued, and I longed for her to continue her monologue. She recounted how Tom Sawyer and I had each come into possession of $6,000, though she mistakenly claimed it was $10,000. And she spent considerable time lamenting my father's failings, remarking on my own shortcomings as well. Eventually, she mentioned the location where I was supposedly victimized. I inquired, "Do you know who was responsible?" We had heard much about it, Yet the identity of Huck Finn's murderer remained elusive. It seemed that the townsfolk were equally eager to uncover the truth behind Huck Finn's demise. Some suspected it was his father, a notion I found hard to believe. Initially, they entertained such thoughts and nearly took matters into their own hands against him. As dusk approached, they shifted their suspicions to the escaped slave named Jim. Oh, it was he. I hesitated to continue my thoughts, deeming it prudent to remain silent. She continued her discourse, entirely oblivious to my interjection. This slave had fled on the very night Huck Finn was murdered. A bounty was placed for his capture, $300, and another for the apprehension of Huck Finn's father, $200. You see, following the murder incident that occurred the previous night, he arrived in town the very next morning, eagerly recounting the events to anyone who would listen. He even joined the townsfolk on the ferry to search for the body. Yet soon after, he vanished without a trace. Before nightfall, there were whispers among the townspeople about secretly ending his life, but he had already fled. The following day, they discovered that the escaped slave had also disappeared, and he never reappeared thereafter. Consequently, the townsfolk attributed the blame to him, and thus began their incessant discussions regarding the matter. Just as they were preoccupied with the hunt for the slave, the next day, old Huck returned, weeping and pleading with Judge Thatcher for money to pursue the slave in Illinois. The judge granted him some funds, and that very night, he became inebriated. Witnesses reported seeing him lingering in town until midnight with two menacing brutes before departing with them. Alas, he has not returned since. People speculate that he will only come back when the uproar has subsided, as there is a prevailing belief that he was responsible for his own child's death, orchestrating a false scene to mislead others into thinking it was the work of robbers. This way, he would avoid protracted legal battles and secure Huck's inheritance. However, some argue that he is a coward, incapable of such a scheme. Oh, I must say, he does possess a certain cunning. If he has not returned within a year, then he shall be free from any repercussions. You see, there is simply no way to pin anything on him. In due time, everything will settle down, and it will be effortless for him to acquire little Huck's funds. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The situation is quite clear to me. However, many are now speculating whether it was that enslaved man. Oh, not everyone, of course. Only a handful believe he committed the act. In any case, it won't be long before they capture him. At that point, a mere scare might induce him to confess. What? Will they still pursue him? Alas, you remain unaware. Is it conceivable that $300 lie about, available for anyone to take? Some believe that enslaved man hasn't ventured far, and I tend to agree, though I refrain from voicing it openly. A few days ago, I engaged in conversation with an elderly couple residing in the wooden house next door. They casually mentioned an island on the river, known as Jackson Island, where no one has ever set foot. Is there no one living on the island? I inquired. They affirmed that no one dwells there, and I chose to remain silent, yet I pondered the matter. I am nearly certain that just a day or two prior, I observed smoke rising from that island, leading me to suspect that the enslaved man might be hiding there. It seemed worth investigating the island. Since then, I have not seen any smoke emanating from it, and I began to wonder if, indeed, he had fled. Nevertheless, my old man still intends to go and plans to enlist someone to accompany him. Originally, he had set out to attend to matters upstream, but today he returned home. He arrived just 2 hours ago, and I promptly informed him of the situation. Upon hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over me, rendering me restless. My hands were uncertain of what to do. I picked up a needle from the table and attempted to thread it, yet my trembling fingers thwarted my efforts. At that moment, the woman paused her speech, and I glanced up to find her gazing at me with a curious smile. I placed the needle and thread back on the table, feigning deep concentration, and remarked casually, $300 is indeed a substantial sum. If only my mother could obtain this money. Is your husband going there tonight? Oh, by the way, my old man mentioned earlier that the person they went to town with is accompanying him. They intend to procure a boat and see if they can borrow a gun as well. The two of them plan to set off in the latter half of the night. Wouldn't it be clearer during the day? Indeed. But isn't it true that the enslaved man would also see better by daylight? I suspect he may fall asleep later on, allowing them to stealthily navigate through the woods in the darkness. If he still has a fire going, the deeper the night, the easier they will find their way. I hadn't considered that. The woman resumed her inquisitive gaze, making me feel increasingly uncomfortable. After a moment, she queried, "Young lady, what did you say your name was?" Manly Williams. However, I seem to recall you mentioning something other than Manly earlier. I dared not lift my head again, feeling a sense of unease, fearful of revealing any inconsistencies. I wished fervently that the woman would utter something more. The longer she remained silent, the more uncomfortable I felt. After a while, she finally resumed speaking. "Young lady, I recall you mentioned your name was Sarah when you first arrived. Am I correct?" "Oh, yes, that is indeed what I said, Auntie. My full name is Sarah Manley Williams. Sarah represents the first two letters of my name. Some call me Sarah, while others prefer Manley. Is that so?" "Indeed." At this juncture, I felt somewhat more at ease, yet I still yearned to leave this place swiftly, avoiding her gaze. As our conversation progressed, the woman eventually shifted the topic to the poor harvest, lamenting the meager circumstances of her household. She described how mice scurried about with impunity, nearly treating her home as their own, as if they were the true masters of the abode. She cobbled together a variety of remarks, and I found my discomfort alleviating considerably. Her observations about the mice were quite accurate. At that very moment, a mouse was poking its nose out of a hole in the corner of the room. She explained that when she was alone in the house, she always needed to have something at hand to throw at the mice, lest they disturb her peace of mind. After a moment, she presented me with a lump of twisted lead wire, claiming that she usually found it quite effective for dispatching mice. However, she lamented that she had injured her arm 2 days prior, thus her aim was likely compromised. As she spoke, she seized an opportunity to throw the makeshift weapon at a mouse, but her aim was woefully off, and she let out a small yelp, evidently having strained her arm. She remarked that if any more mice appeared, she would urge me to try striking again. However, I yearned to depart swiftly to avoid any trouble from the old man upon his return. Yet, I concealed my intentions and, in accordance with her instructions, seized the lead weight and hurled it at a mouse that had poked its nose out. Had it not been for the creature's quick reflexes, it would surely have been struck. She praised my aim, asserting that I would certainly hit the next mouse that dared to show itself. She reclaimed the lead weight and fetched some cotton thread, requesting my assistance in winding it. I raised my hands, allowing her to loop the thread around them. As she worked, she began recounting tales of her life with her husband. Suddenly, she paused, instructing me to keep my eyes sharp and suggested I place the lead weight on my lap for convenience. As she spoke, she tossed the weight onto my legs, which I clamped between them. She resumed her chatter, but after a brief moment, she took the thread from my hands, gazed intently into my face with a surprisingly amiable expression, and inquired, "What is your name, after all? What is it? Is it Bill, Tom, Bob, or something else entirely?" At that moment, I felt as though I were trembling like a leaf, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Nevertheless, I managed to speak. "Oh, I am but an unfortunate little girl. Please do not take pleasure in my misfortune. If I have caused you any displeasure here, then no, little girl. Do not be overly concerned. Sit still. I shall not harm you, nor will I expose your secrets. Despite urging you to confide in me your secrets, trust that I shall keep them safe. Moreover, I am willing to assist you. If you so desire, my husband will lend you his aid as well. It appears you are but an apprentice who has escaped from your master. Fear not, for this is no shame. If your master has treated you poorly, then it is only natural you would seek to flee. God bless you, dear child. I assure you, I shall not betray your trust. Speak freely to me, good child." Upon hearing her words, my pretense began to falter, and I cautioned her that should I divulge my story, she must not renege on her promise. I then revealed to her that I was orphaned, and a judge had assigned me to a bitter old farmer as a laborer. This man resided 30 miles from the river and treated me dreadfully, leaving me no choice but to endure. On one occasion, when he was to be away for 2 or 3 days, I seized the opportunity to flee with a few of his daughter's old garments. I journeyed those 30 miles over the span of 3 nights, traveling by night and hiding to rest during the day. I carried with me a bag of meat and bread, sufficient to stave off hunger, with plenty remaining. I expressed my belief that my uncle would take me in, which is why I had ventured to this town. "Child, this is St. Petersburg. Are you certain your uncle resides in this town?" "Oh," I replied, "I believe my uncle should be here." "Ah, wait a moment, child. Allow me to procure some food for you. You must be famished." She prepared some sustenance for me, and then posed a question. "If a lying cow were to rise, which end would stand first?" "You must answer immediately without contemplation. Which end rises first?" "The hindquarters." "Very well. And what about the horse?" "The same applies to its rear." "On which side of the tree does moss grow?" "The northern side." "There are 15 cows grazing on the hillside. How many are eating with their heads facing the same direction?" "All of them are oriented in one direction." "It appears you reside in the countryside. I thought you were jesting with me." "What is your name, then?" "Georgie Peters, Annie." "Well, you must remember this name and not forget it. Do not leave and claim your name is Alexander. When I catch you, you might say it is Sarah Peters to trick me into letting you go. Do not twirl around in that old floral dress in front of women. You do not resemble a girl at all. Perhaps you might charm men, but it is hardly convincing. Child, when threading a needle, do not hold the thread still. Move the needle instead. You must hold the needle steady and guide the thread through. All women do it this way, while men do the opposite. When throwing things to catch mice, elevate your toes and raise your hands above your head. Be as clumsy as you wish. But do not hit the mouse. Miss by 7 or 8 feet for best results. When you throw, keep your arms relaxed, as if there were a pivot on your shoulder. Be graceful like a girl. Do not extend your arms sideways, flinging with your wrists and arms outward, for that would resemble a boy's manner. I must remind you of one thing. When girls retrieve items using their legs, they separate their knees. Yet it is not akin to your method of grasping that ball of wire by squeezing your knees together. Observe, when you threaded the needle, I disowned that you were not a girl. Subsequently, I pondered other means to ascertain the truth. Now, hasten to find your uncle, Sarah Manley George Alexander Peter. Should you encounter any trouble, send me a message, and I shall endeavor to assist you in extricating yourself from the predicament. I walked along the riverbank for about 50 meters before turning back to locate my small raft, which was still a considerable distance from the house. I leapt into the raft and paddled vigorously. After rowing upstream for quite a stretch, I gauged the distance required to reach the island, then navigated across. I removed my sun hat, as there was no longer a need to shield my face. As I reached the middle of the river, I heard the bells tolling and paused to listen for a moment. The sound diminished over the water yet remained audible, ringing 11 times. As I anchored at the island's edge, I was utterly exhausted, breathless and weary, but there was no time to catch my breath. I immediately plunged into the woods. Arriving at the site where I had initially camped, where I kindled a roaring fire on a dry, elevated patch of land. Then, I hopped back into the raft, paddling vigorously downstream towards our dwelling, covering 1.5 miles before disembarking, traversing the woods, and climbing up the ridge to enter the stone cave. Jem lay soundly asleep on the ground. I roused him, exclaiming, "Awaken, gather your wits, Jem. We cannot afford to delay even for a moment. They are in pursuit." Jem uttered not a word nor posed a single question, yet the fervor in his demeanor revealed the profound fear that resided within him. During the ensuing half-hour, we transferred our belongings onto the wooden raft concealed beneath the willows by the water's edge, ready to set forth. We extinguished the campfire at the entrance, ensuring that not even the faintest glow of a candle betrayed our presence. As I maneuvered the raft away from the shore, I cast a cautious glance around. But even if a boat were nearby, I could not discern it, for in the starlight and shadows, nothing was clearly visible. Subsequently, we navigated the raft, gliding silently along the tree-lined bank, gently passing the island's end, all the while remaining utterly silent. Chapter 13. Around 1 o'clock, nearly the middle of the night, we finally arrived at the downstream end of the island, our progress on the raft being painfully slow. Had a boat approached, we intended to slip onto a smaller canoe and paddle towards the Illinois riverbank. Fortunately, no vessel appeared, for we had not thought to bring firearms, fishing lines, or any provisions aboard the raft. Our haste had left us little time to consider such necessities. It was, in truth, rather imprudent to hastily stow all our belongings onto the raft. Should anyone arrive on the island, I feared they would discover the remnants of the fire I had kindled, and linger there throughout the night, awaiting Jem's return. In any case, we had distanced ourselves from them, and if my blaze failed to deceive them, it could hardly be deemed my fault. I had exhausted all my stratagems to elude them. A faint glimmer appeared on the horizon as we anchored our raft in a vast bay along the Illinois shore. We secured the wooden structure to the bank end. Using an axe, chopped some branches from Canadian poplars to cover it, rendering it indistinguishable from the collapsed terrain around. A sandbar is merely a sandbar, and the Canadian poplars above were as dense as the teeth of a rake. The banks of the Missouri River were lined with hills, while the Illinois side was cloaked in thick foliage. In this stretch, the swift current flowed alongside the Missouri bank, alleviating our concerns about encountering others. We reclined there, resting throughout the day, observing rafts and steamboats racing downstream along the Missouri River, while the steamboats struggled upstream against the current. I recounted to Jim the entirety of my encounter with that old woman, to which he remarked that she was quite the sly character. If she were to pursue us, she surely would not remain by the fire waiting idly. No, she would undoubtedly bring a dog along. I asked why she would simply inform her man to bring a dog as well. Jim asserted that he would wager those men, upon setting out, must have thought of taking a dog, believing they had traversed the town in search of it, which delayed them significantly. Otherwise, we would not have been able to find ourselves on this sandbar, a good 16 or 17 miles downriver from the village. Indeed, we would have been apprehended and returned to that old town. Thus, I expressed that I cared little about the reasons behind their pursuit, as long as we remained unseized. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, we cautiously peered out from beneath the dense canopy of poplar branches, scanning the area for a moment, yet finding nothing. Jim picked up a plank from the raft and constructed a cozy shelter, adept at shielding us from the scorching sun and the elements, while providing a space to store our belongings, thus safeguarding them from the rain. In the center of our refuge, we laid down a layer of earth, approximately half a foot thick, encircled to prevent it from scattering. Jim elevated the floor within the shelter by over a foot, placing blankets and other items atop it, ensuring that we need not fear the waves churned up by passing steamers drenching our belongings. We also fashioned a spare or prepared for the possibility of encountering submerged tree branches that could snap the old one, allowing us to readily replace it. Additionally, we erected a forked stick on the raft, intending to hang an old lantern upon it, so that when a steamboat approached from upstream, we could illuminate the lamp to avert a collision. However, if we encountered a vessel heading upstream, we would refrain from lighting the lantern unless we drifted to the area known for crossings. At that juncture, the water remained quite deep, and the lower banks were submerged, which meant that upstream-bound boats did not always navigate the swift currents. They might well glide into still waters. The following night, we rode for 7 or 8 hours on the water. We fished and engaged in conversation, sometimes taking a refreshing swim, or simply dozing off for a brief respite. The scene was truly enchanting, as we floated serenely down the placid river, reclining on the raft while gazing up at the stars, imbued with a sense of solemnity. Our voices unconsciously lowered, laughter became a rare occurrence, replaced by the occasional soft chuckle. As was customary, the weather was splendid, and our journey unfolded without incident. That night, as well as on the subsequent nights, no unforeseen events transpired. Each evening, we traversed several towns, some of which lay in the distance upon dark hillsides, devoid of visible houses, yet illuminated by a cluster of lights. On the 5th night, we passed through St. Louis, where the brilliance of lights made it seem as though the entire world was aglow. In St. Petersburg, it is said that St. Louis has a population of 20 to 30,000. However, I remained skeptical until, at the stillness of 2 o'clock in the dead of night, we beheld the radiant lights for ourselves, confirming the truth of the claims. The silence was profound, the city devoid of life, as all its inhabitants had surrendered to slumber. Each night at 10 o'clock, we would stealthily venture to a nearby village to procure a few cents worth of flatbread or cured meat, or some other sustenance. Occasionally, I would capture a wayward chick, bringing it back with me. My father often remarked that one should seize the opportunity to catch a chicken, for even if one had no desire to eat it, there were plenty who did. Thus, sharing the bounty would ensure that the recipients would forever remember the kindness bestowed upon them. I have never witnessed my father catch a chicken for himself, yet he relished making such statements. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, I would slip into the cornfields in search of edibles, sometimes a sweet melon, at other times a pumpkin, or perhaps an ear of corn just ripe for the picking. My father frequently asserted that borrowing a little something was not inherently wrong, as long as one remembered to return it someday. However, the widow claimed this constituted theft, merely dressed in more palatable terms, insisting that respectable individuals would not engage in such behavior. Jim remarked that the widow and father's words held considerable wisdom. The most prudent course of action was to compile a list and select 2 or 3 items from it, thereby ceasing any further borrowing. Consequently, future requests for loans would pose no issue. We engaged in an extensive discussion on the subject of borrowing throughout the night, as we floated upon the wooden raft, contemplating a suitable approach to determine what to relinquish, be it watermelon, cantaloupe, or some other item. As dawn approached, we finally reached a satisfying resolution. We would forego the sand fruits and persimmons. Prior to this decision, we had both harbored an unease regarding the act of borrowing. But with this conclusion, a sense of relief washed over us. I found contentment in this outcome, as I had never been particularly fond of sand fruits or persimmons. Occasionally, we would manage to catch waterfowl, those birds that either rose too late in the morning or retired too late at night. In any case, our days unfolded with a delightful ease. During the latter half of the 5th night, we encountered a torrential downpour in St. Louis, accompanied by thunder and blinding flashes of lightning. We remained sheltered within our modest hut, allowing the raft to drift wherever the current would take it. With each flash of lightning, we beheld a vast river stretching before us, flanked by towering cliffs. Shortly thereafter, I exclaimed, "Look over there, Jim." It was a steamboat that had run aground on the rocks, and we were drifting directly towards it. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated the scene with clarity. The vessel leaned precariously, part of its deck exposed above the water, and in the fleeting light of the storm, we could distinctly see iron chains securing its smokestacks. Nearby, a large clock and a chair, adorned with an old wide-brimmed hat resting on its back, were illuminated just as clearly. In the dead of night, accompanied by a tempestuous wind and pouring rain, everything appeared shrouded in mystery. At that moment, I spotted a solitary, dilapidated boat adrift in the middle of the river. Like any other child encountering it, I felt an urge to board and explore what treasures it might conceal. "Jim," I proposed, "let's go take a look." Jim vehemently opposed the idea, asserting, "I have no desire to waste our time on that wreck. Our lives are quite satisfactory as they are. It is best we leave it be. The good book advises as much, and surely someone must be keeping watch over that vessel." "To hell with that," I retorted. "Aside from the cabin and the wheelhouse, there is nothing worth guarding. On a night like this, that boat could splinter into pieces and drift away at any moment. Who would risk their life for a mere cabin and wheelhouse?" Jim was rendered speechless by my words. I continued, "Perhaps we might find something of value in the captain's quarters. For instance, cigars must surely be aboard, each worth a nickel. Captains on steamships tend to be quite affluent, earning $60 a month, and they spend lavishly. You know, when they desire something, no matter the cost, they simply purchase it. Even if we could pocket a candle, it would be worth the effort. Jim, I cannot find peace without at least searching. Consider how Tom Sawyer would react. Would he let such an opportunity pass him by? Certainly not. He would recklessly venture aboard. Deeming it an adventure, he would undoubtedly label it as such, even if it cost him his life. He would insist on uncovering the truth. He also paid attention to the display, striking a grandiose pose as if he believed he had discovered a future kingdom akin to Columbus. His demeanor was undeniably impressive. Oh, how I wish Tom Sawyer were here." Jim grumbled a bit, but ultimately acquiesced. He suggested that we refrain from speaking, and if we must, we should lower our voices as much as possible. Once again, lightning illuminated the wreckage, revealing the right side just in time, allowing us to locate the crane and secure the wooden raft to it. The darkness was so profound that visibility was nearly non-existent. The deck was steeply inclined, and we stealthily made our way to the port side, intending to sneak up to the upper cabin. Our feet felt their way along the deck as we extended our hands to ward off the rigging. Before long, we reached the side of the skylight facing forward and clambered up, taking one more step to arrive at the captain's quarters. The door stood ajar, and lo and behold, a distant glow illuminated the upper cabin. In that fleeting moment, it seemed we could hear faint voices emanating from within. Jim quietly confided in me that he felt a chill run down his spine and urged me to leave at once. I agreed, intending to return to the wooden raft. Just then, I heard a voice crying out, "Oh, spare me, fellows. I swear I won't tell a soul." A taller voice retorted, "Lies, a heap of nonsense, Jim Turner. You have played this trick before. Whenever it comes to dividing spoils, you always seek to gain an advantage, swearing that if you don't, you'll expose the others. This time, you have spoken again. It is your turn to face misfortune. You are the most shameless, most treacherous scoundrel in the world." At this moment, Jim had already made his way towards the wooden platform. My curiosity was unbearable, prompting me to tell myself that Tom Sawyer would certainly not flee in such a situation. Thus I remained steadfast. I was determined to uncover the truth of what was transpiring. Consequently, I crouched on the floor of the narrow passage, inching through the darkness towards the stern of the vessel, until I reached a point where only a first-class cabin separated me from the grand cabin. There, I beheld a figure sprawled on the floor, limbs bound, while two individuals stood nearby, one wielding a dimly lit lantern and the other brandishing a pistol. The man with the gun aimed it at the head of the bound figure, exclaiming, "I truly wish to put an end to you with a single shot. You despicable wretch deserve nothing less." The man on the floor, terrified, curled up and pleaded, "Ah, spare me, Bill. I shall never utter a word." Upon hearing this, the lantern-bearer erupted into laughter, declaring, "Indeed, you certainly won't. You have never spoken a truer word than that." After a moment, he added, "Let him beg for mercy. Had we not subdued and bound him, he would have sent us both to meet our Maker long ago. What is the reason for this? Simply because he has consumed our rightful share." "You cannot frighten anyone now. Put away the gun, Bill," said one. Bill retorted, "That is not an option, Jack Packard. I intend to kill him. Did he not slay old Field? Should he not be punished accordingly? Yet, I was reluctant to end his life so swiftly. I had my own justifications. You have spoken well of me, and God will bless you, Jack Packard. As long as I live, I shall remember your great kindness. The man on the ground lamented. Bill, however, paid no heed to such sentiments. He hung the lantern on a nail and approached me, beckoning Jack Packard to come over as well. I hastily crawled backward, perhaps only 2 meters, for the ship was tilted so steeply that I barely had time to hide. Scrambling into the first-class cabin in a state of panic to avoid being stepped on or caught, the man approached in the darkness. And when Jack Packard reached the entrance of the first-class cabin I occupied, he exclaimed, "Here, come here." With that, he stepped inside, followed closely by Bill. Yet, before they could enter, I had already ascended to the upper bunk, having no retreat, and I was forced to huddle in a corner, regretting my decision to enter this cabin. Soon after, the 2 men placed their hands on the bed frame and began conversing. Although I could not see them, the strong scent of whiskey wafted from their bodies, indicating their presence. Fortunately, I had not partaken in whiskey, but it mattered little, as I scarcely dared to breathe. I was terrified beyond measure. Anyone who overheard their conversation would likely lack the courage to exhale. Their voices were low, urgent, and grave. Bill expressed his intent to kill Jim Turner, stating, he claims he intends to speak out, now that the situation has escalated. Even if we were to give him our share, it would likely be of no consequence. Without a doubt, he will betray us. Perhaps you should heed my advice. It would be best not to subject him to further torment. It may be wiser to eliminate him altogether. Jack Packard spoke with an air of calm. Goodness, I had thought you were against the idea of taking his life. Very well, let us proceed then. Hold on, I have yet to finish my thought. Listen, while it would indeed be expedient to use a firearm, if we must go through with this, is there not a more discreet method? I wonder if we might find a way to accomplish our objective without attracting unwanted attention, thereby avoiding legal repercussions and steering clear of the noose. What do you think? Indeed, you make a valid point. What do you propose? I suggest we search the vicinity for any valuables left behind in the cabins. We can take the remaining items from the first-class quarters and hide them ashore. Once that is accomplished, we can simply wait. I believe it would take less than 2 hours for this wretched vessel to disintegrate and be swept away by the tide. Do you understand? In that case, he would drown, and no one could be blamed but himself. I find this outcome far preferable to taking a life. The act of murder, if avoidable, should be avoided. It is foolish and not particularly moral. Do you agree? Yes, I find your reasoning sound. But what if the ship does not break apart and does not sink? Regardless, we must wait for at least 2 hours to see how things unfold. What do you think? Very well, let us go. They finally departed. And I was drenched in cold sweat, hastening to escape and crawl forward. Before me lay an impenetrable darkness, so profound that I could not see my own hand. In a hushed tone, I called out for Jim, and to my relief, I heard his voice responding close to my elbow, a sound resembling a soft grunt. I urged, "Hurry, Jim, this is no time for grunting. There's a band of murderers nearby, and if we do not locate their lifeboat and untie it to let it drift downstream, one of them will meet a dreadful fate. If we find their lifeboat, we can bring ruin upon them, and the police will come to apprehend them. Quickly, let us not delay. I shall search to the left, you to the right. Start from the raft, and, oh, my God, the raft? It is gone. Our raft has been swept away. We cannot escape," Jim lamented. In that moment, I nearly fainted, trapped aboard a dilapidated vessel, surrounded by such a treacherous crew, with no path of escape. Yet, lamentation was not an option. We had to find that boat, not only for our survival, but also to secure the lifeboat. Thus, we staggered and crawled along the starboard side, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. Each inch felt like a week until we finally reached the stern, only to find no trace of the lifeboat. Jim confessed that fear had rendered him weak, unable to proceed. I insisted, we must move. If we remain trapped on this ship, calamity will surely befall us. We continued our tentative advance toward the upper deck at the rear of the vessel. Upon arrival, we discovered that the skylight was submerged in water, leaving us no choice but to grasp the wooden slats above it, precariously inching our way across. Upon reaching the entrance to the hull, I was filled with relief. The small boat was indeed there, unmistakably visible to my hazy gaze. We were on the verge of boarding when, at that crucial moment, the door swung open, and a figure leaned out, glancing about, merely 2 or 3 feet from me. I thought I was doomed. To my astonishment, he quickly withdrew his head, exclaiming, "Move that damned light, Bill." As he spoke, he tossed a bag of items onto the small boat and climbed aboard himself. It was Jack Packard, and shortly thereafter, Bill joined him. Jack Packard murmured, "Everything is ready. Set sail." My body felt weak, and I nearly lost my grip on the window frame. However, Bill interjected, "Wait a moment. Did you search him?" "No." "You didn't either?" "No." "Then it follows that the share of money is still on him." "Well then, we can't just take the items and leave the money behind. Buddy, he will become suspicious and infer our intentions." "I doubt it. Regardless, we must retrieve it. Come on." Thus, they disembarked from the small boat and returned to the cabin. The moment they entered, the cabin door slammed shut behind them. I leapt into the small boat, with Jim stumbling in right after me. I drew my knife and severed the mooring line, and in the blink of an eye, we had set sail. We did not touch the oars. Both of us remained utterly silent, not even whispering, and we dared not exhale a breath. The small boat swiftly drifted downstream, producing not a single sound, while the surroundings were as silent as a grave. In a fleeting moment, we found ourselves 100 meters beneath the derelict vessel. Turning back, I observed how the darkness had devoured the broken ship, leaving not a trace behind. We had finally escaped danger, and a sigh of relief escaped our lips. It was only when we were 300 or 400 meters away that we glimpsed the faint glimmer of the lantern, resembling a tiny star, flickering at the cabin door. We were acutely aware that those two ruffians would soon realize their small boat had vanished. They would eventually come to understand that, like Jim Turner, they had met with misfortune. Subsequently, Jim seized the oars and hastened our pursuit of the wooden raft. At that moment, my concern shifted to those individuals. Perhaps I had been too preoccupied to worry earlier. I began to contemplate that even a murderer, driven to such a desperate path, must indeed be terrified. I pondered whether I, too, might one day become a killer. The unpredictability of life often leads one down unforeseen paths. If I were to find myself in such a predicament, what would my heart feel? Thus, I confided in Jim, upon sighting a light. We would approach the shore within 100 meters, provided it was a suitable hiding place for both you and the boat. I would then disembark and concoct a tale to summon help for those individuals, ensuring that when their time truly arrived, they would face their fate. However, this plan soon faltered, as a storm erupted, fiercer than the last. Rain poured relentlessly, shrouding everything in darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. It seemed as though all were asleep. We plunged down the river with the swiftness of an arrow, our eyes wide open, searching for both the glimmer of light and our wooden raft. After what felt like an eternity, the rain finally ceased, although the dark clouds lingered, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder. Eventually, a flash of lightning illuminated a dark object floating ahead of us, prompting us to hastily pursue it. To our immense joy, it was indeed our raft. At that moment, I noticed a light on the distant right bank, and I suggested we head towards it. The marauders had stashed their plundered goods there, occupying half the small boat. We transferred the items onto our raft, and I instructed Jim to remain on it while drifting downstream. After approximately 2 miles, he was to hang a lantern and keep it lit for my return. As he made his way nearly 2 miles, I took up the oars alone, steering towards the light on the shore. Along the way, I spotted 3 or 4 more lights, all clustered on a hillside, and as I drew nearer, I realized it was a village. I halted the oars at the edge of the water near the light and let the current carry me forward. As I drifted past the light, I discerned that it was a lantern atop the flagpole of a double-ended ferry. I quickened my pace, maneuvering around the ferry while scanning for the watchman. After a brief search, I discovered him dozing on a post, his head drooping between his knees. Gently, I nudged his shoulder, and in that instant, I couldn't help but burst into tears. He jolted awake, and upon seeing only me before him, he yawned slightly, stretched, and finally said, "Hey, what's the matter, little brother? What happened? Please, don't cry." I lamented my father, my mother, my sister, and, overwhelmed with emotion, I burst into tears once more. He replied, "Oh, enough now. Do not be so sorrowful. Misfortunes are an inevitable part of life, and they shall pass." I inquired, "What has become of them?" He stammered, They. Are you the one who oversees the vessel?" "Indeed," he responded, a hint of pride evident in his tone. "I am not only the captain, but also the owner, the first mate, the helmsman, and at times, I am merely a passenger or even the cargo aboard. While I may not possess the wealth of old Hohenbach, who generously lavishes his riches upon all, I have expressed countless times my unwillingness to exchange my position with his." I told him, "We are sailors by trade. If I were to reside 2 miles from town, doing nothing amidst utter silence, it would surely suffocate me. Even if you were to double your entire fortune for me, I would refuse." I interjected, "They are in grave peril, and..." He asked. My father, mother, and sister. If you were to navigate your ferry there. To where? He queried. Where are they? I replied, on a damaged ship. Where is that damaged ship? He pressed. Oh, it is that one. What? Are you referring to the Walter Scott? Yes. Good heavens. How did they end up there? My God. Alas, they did not intend to venture there. I dare say, certainly not. Goodness, if they do not descend promptly, there shall be no hope. How on earth did they end up in that perilous situation? It is quite simple, really. My sister was on her way to a town to visit someone. Yes, Bowsmith. I continue. She intended to visit someone at Bowsmith S, and as dusk approached, she, accompanied by her black maid, boarded a ferry to cross the river, intending to stay overnight at her friend S' house, though I cannot recall her friend S' name. However, soon after, the boat lost its steering oar, causing it to spin around and drift downstream. After approximately 2 miles, it collided violently with a derelict vessel and capsized. Tragically, the boatman and the maid perished at that moment, and the horses aboard also fell into the water and drowned. While my sister desperately clung to the railing and managed to climb back up, with darkness enveloping the scene. An hour later, my parents and I arrived on our flat-bottomed barge. The night was too dark for us to see anything, until we realized that our own vessel had collided midship. Yet among us, aside from Bill Whipple, oh, he is such a good man. I would gladly take his place, truly. Everyone else was saved. Good heavens. Such a tremendous misfortune. I have never witnessed anything like it. What happened to you afterward? Alas, we shouted aloud, frantic with desperation, yet the river's expanse rendered our cries unheard. My father insisted that someone must venture ashore to summon help. As I was the only one proficient in swimming, I volunteered for the task. My sister suggested that if no one could be found to rescue us promptly, I should seek out her uncle, who would devise a means to save us. I made my way to the riverbank, a mile downstream, wandering in search of assistance. However, those I encountered were reluctant to help, expressing their fears. What? In this darkness? With the currents so fierce, that would be perilous. Seek out a ferry instead, if you are willing to go. Goodness, I would certainly be willing to, for to refuse would be unthinkable. However, might you enlighten me as to who would cover my fare? Your father, undoubtedly, there would be no issue. My sister specifically mentioned her uncle, Hornbeck. Oh dear, he is indeed her uncle. Listen, do you see that distant light? Make your way there first. Then turn west. After a short distance, you will come upon a modest inn. The innkeeper will guide you to Jack Hornbeck's residence, and he shall take care of the payment. Do not dawdle, for he will surely be anxious about this news. Inform him that by the time he reaches town, I will have already rescued his niece. Now, off you go. I shall awaken my engineer at the corner. Then, I swiftly made my way towards the illuminated spot. However, as soon as he turned the corner, I hastily retreated, leaping into my small boat to bail out the water from its belly. I rowed back along the tranquil stretch of water by the shore for 600 meters before squeezing into a cluster of timber-laden vessels. I needed to witness the departure of that ferry before I could truly feel at ease. Overall, I found a strange comfort in exerting myself for those ruffians, frankly. Few would be inclined to go to such lengths. I sincerely wished that this act would reach the ears of the widow. I imagined she would take pride in my assistance to those ne'er-do-wells, for widows and kind souls are often most concerned about scoundrels and deceitful characters. Little did I know. Shortly thereafter, the wretched boat approached, gliding ominously and murkily down the river. A shiver ran through me, yet I steeled myself and paddled toward it. The vessel had sunk quite deeply. It was evident that if anyone were aboard, their fate was sealed. I circled the craft, calling out several times. But there was no response. Silence reigned, as still as a grave. The thought crossed my mind that those miscreants might have met their doom. I felt a twinge of discomfort, yet not overwhelming sorrow, for I recalled their own ruthlessness, mirroring my own resolve. The ferry followed suit, descending as well, and I quickly turned the bow of my boat. Angling downstream, I continued to row until I was certain they could no longer see my vessel. Then I rested the oars and glanced back at the ferry, which circled the sunken boat, seemingly intent on retrieving my sister's remains, for the captain knew her uncle would desire them. Before long, the ferry ceased its circular course, realizing there was no hope left, and turned its bow towards the shore. I hurriedly sprang into action, dashing downwards like an arrow. It felt as though an eternity had passed before I finally caught sight of Jim's light, yet it appeared as if it were 1,000 miles away. Upon my arrival, the eastern horizon had begun to reveal a hint of pale gray, and we swiftly rowed towards a small island. Concealing the wooden raft and submerging our small boat into the water, before retreating into a modest shelter to sleep soundly. Chapter 15 later. We awoke and rummaged through the belongings pilfered by those ruffians from the derelict ship. To our astonishment, we discovered boots, blankets, clothing, and various other items, along with an abundance of books, a telescope, and several boxes of premium cigars. Neither of us had ever experienced such extravagance. The cigars were of the finest quality. We spent the entire afternoon in the woods, relaxing, conversing, and reading, thoroughly enjoying ourselves. Subsequently, I recounted to Jim all the events that transpired aboard the derelict ship and the ferry, asserting that these incidents could indeed be deemed adventures. However, he declared that he no longer wished to take any risks. He recounted how, when I reached the upper deck, he had attempted to climb back, only to find the raft had vanished. He confessed that he had been utterly terrified, convinced that his fate was sealed, for if he could not be rescued, he would surely drown. Yet if salvation came, regardless of who delivered it, he would be returned to his original place to claim a bounty, after which Miss Watson would sell him to the South. He had a point, he remarked. More likely than not, he was right. Among the Negroes, he could certainly be considered a remarkably astute individual. I recounted to Jim numerous tales of kings, dukes, and other nobles, describing how resplendent and imposing they appeared in their finery. They addressed one another not as Mr., but as Your Majesty, Your Highness, and Your Excellency. Jim listened, captivated, his eyes wide with wonder. He remarked, I had no idea there was so much to know. I've only heard of an old king named Solomon. Unless you count the kings in a deck of cards. How much can a king earn? Earn? They need only find joy. And they can make $1,000 in a month. They possess whatever they desire, having access to everything. How delightful. What do they do all day, Huck? Do? They do nothing at all. How could you not know this? They simply lounge in their palaces all day. Really? Is it truly so? Indeed. They spend their days within the palace walls. However, during times of war, they venture onto the battlefield. In peacetime, they languidly pass the time, perhaps indulging in hunting, often accompanied by falcons, and aside from releasing the birds, they engage in little else. Shoo! Did you hear that sound? We sneaked outside to investigate, only to discover it was the sound of a small steamboat's paddle wheel churning the water, still a distance downstream, rounding a bend. We felt reassured and returned to our resting place. As I was saying, during peacetime, they sometimes grow restless, akin to the quarrels in Parliament. Should anyone dare to oppose the king's will, he would have their head severed. However, they spend most of their time idling in the harem. Where is that? The harem. What is the harem? Fool, the harem is a place where a multitude of wives reside. Can you truly be so ignorant as to not know what a harem is? King Solomon possessed a harem, and he likely had over 100 wives. Ah, indeed, I had almost forgotten that detail. The harem is simply a grand abode, I believe. I imagine those wives must quarrel incessantly, creating quite the commotion within. Consequently, it must be quite lively there. Yet, everyone claims Solomon was exceptionally wise, unparalleled throughout history. I find that hard to believe, for what wise individual would choose to dwell in such a cacophonous environment? Certainly not. Oh, but regardless, he is deemed a man of great intellect. This is what the widow informed me. She spoke it directly. Regardless of the widow's assertions, I maintain he is not a wise man. He engages in some of the most outrageous antics I have ever heard of, truly astonishing. Are you aware of the tale where he split a child in two? Indeed, the widow recounted that story in its entirety. That is precisely it. Is he not among the most foolish? Consider this. For instance, that tree stump represents one woman, and you represent another, while I embody Solomon. This is a $1 bill, representing a child, and both of you claim it as your own. What should I do? I intend to seek out the neighbors and inquire about this ticket, to ascertain to whom it truly belongs, and who has received it in its entirety. Surely, even a fool would act as such, would they not? Yet I refuse to follow this course. I shall tear the ticket in two, giving one half to you, and the other half to that woman. Solomon employed such tactics against that child. I must ask you, what purpose does that half of the ticket serve? It cannot procure anything. And what use is half a child? Even if there were countless halves, they would amount to naught. To hell with it, Jim. How is it that you fail to grasp the moral of this tale? You are utterly mistaken. Who, me? Spare me the lectures on morality. I can discern the truth. And I am well aware that there is no inherent reason in this matter. These two women are not quarreling over a mere half of a child. They are contending for a whole child. Anyone who believes they can appease them with half a child, thus avoiding a dispute over a single child, is an utter fool. Too dim-witted to seek shelter from the rain. Do not mention Solomon to me, Huck. I have seen through that man. However, I must tell you, You have yet to grasp the underlying truth, Jim. Let your reasoning perish. I have perceived all that is clear. You must understand. The true essence of morality lies in delving deeper. The crux of the matter hinges on the lineage of Solomon. Let us consider an analogy. If an individual possesses only 1 or 2 children, would they casually cast them aside? Certainly not. They could not bear to do so. They understand the depth of affection that should be bestowed upon their offspring. Conversely, if a person raises thousands upon thousands of children scattered haphazardly throughout the streets, they may regard the loss of one child with indifference, perceiving it as no different from the demise of a meerkat. After all, they have an abundance of children. The absence of one matters little. Oh, that wretched Solomon. I have never encountered a slave so devoid of compassion. Once a notion takes root in his mind, it becomes immutable. Among the black individuals I have encountered, he stands as the most unlikable Solomon of them all. Thus, I must abandon the subject of Solomon and instead turn my attention to other monarchs, leaving Solomon aside. I spoke of Louis XVI, recounting how, many years ago, he lost his head in France, and I mentioned his son, the Dauphin, who, by right of royal lineage, should have ascended to the throne but was imprisoned instead. It is said that he ultimately perished in confinement. What a pitiable little soul. However, there are whispers that he escaped to America. How splendid. Yet, he must have been exceedingly lonely. Wouldn't you agree, Huck? Not at all. In that case, he accomplished nothing. Did he find any pursuits? Oh, I cannot say for certain. Some of those who escaped with him became policemen, while others taught the French language. Oh, Huck, do the French not speak differently from us? It is quite different, Jim. They are speaking in a manner that you likely cannot comprehend, not even a single word. How could this be? What is the explanation? I am uncertain. But it is indeed the case. Their speech resembles the chirping of birds. I have gleaned a bit from a book. If someone were to approach you and inquire, "Parlez-vous français?" How would you feel? Indifferent, I suppose. I would want to knock some sense into his head. I cannot allow a black person to address me in such a way. Oh, but that is not an affront directed at you. He is merely inquiring if you speak French. Then why does he not say it plainly? Well, that is precisely how it is expressed. That is how one would phrase it in French. Truly, it is rather peculiar. I find that kind of language quite displeasing, incomprehensible even. Tell me, Jim, do cats speak the same language as we do? No, it is indeed different. And what about cows? Certainly, they are not the same either. Do cats and cows converse in the same manner? No, they do not. Each has its own distinctive way of communicating. This is entirely natural and nothing to be concerned about, right? Absolutely. The way cats and cows express themselves is different from us, which is perfectly acceptable and quite natural. Would you not agree? It must be so. The manner in which the French communicate differs from ours. Is there anything amiss with that? It is, after all, quite normal. Isn't it? Pray, speak up. Is a cat a human, Huckleberry? No. Then it follows that a cat conversing in human language is illogical. Is a cow a human? Is a cow a cat? No, it is neither human nor feline. Therefore, it has no need to articulate in the tongues of humans or cats. Are the French human? Indeed, that's correct. Yet, why do they not speak human language? Do share your thoughts. Suddenly, I felt as though I was wasting my breath. One cannot truly converse with a black person. Thus, I ceased my discourse with him. Chapter 16. Jim and I surmised that in 3 days, we would drift to the southernmost town of Illinois, Cairo, where the Ohio River merges with the Mississippi. A destination we yearned to reach. Upon our arrival, we would sell the raft and board a steamboat, ascending the Ohio River towards those free and democratic states, thereby liberating ourselves from a life of evasion. However, the very next night, fog descended upon us, and we paddled to a sandbar, intending to secure the raft. As navigation was impossible in the mist, I rowed the small raft forward, clutching the rope to tether the raft, yet apart from some small branches. There was nothing to which I could tie it. I selected a steep little tree at the edge of the sandbar, encircled it, and fastened the rope. Yet, the current was swift, and the raft surged downwards, uprooting the small tree entirely. As I witnessed the fog thickening around me, a sense of urgency and trepidation enveloped my heart, rendering me momentarily immobile. By the time I steadied myself, the wooden raft had vanished without a trace. Beyond a mere 20 meters, all was obscured. Hastily, I leapt onto the small raft, racing to the stern, where I grasped the oar and attempted to propel myself backward. Yet it remained utterly motionless. In my flustered state, I had forgotten to untie the mooring line. I swiftly rose to release the rope, but my trembling hands betrayed my anxiety, rendering me nearly incapable of any action. Once free, I surged forth, careening down the bank in a desperate pursuit of the raft. The initial stretch progressed with relative ease. However, the bank extended another 60 meters. Just as I navigated this portion, I plunged headlong into a dense veil of white mist, leaving me as disoriented as a blind man, unsure of which direction to take. I pondered that without the ability to paddle, I might inadvertently collide with the shore or some other obstacle. Thus, I resolved to remain seated and allow the raft to drift. Yet at this critical juncture, my hands remained paralyzed, igniting an acute sense of frustration within me. I called out a few times, then fell silent to listen intently. From afar, I heard Jim's faint call, which invigorated my spirit. I hastened toward the sound, straining to hear further. When the voice reached me again, I realized that my orientation was not directly toward it, but rather veering to its right side. The next time I discerned the call, I found myself shifting to the left, making little headway, as my flailed chaotically, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, and occasionally reversing direction, while that wooden raft continued its steadfast advance ahead. I can only hope that the fool would consider striking a metal basin, persistently pounding away. However, he evidently lacks such intelligence. What perplexes me is the silence that lingers between the two cries. Alas, I struggle forward, and in the blink of an eye, I hear the shouts behind me. I nearly become confused, for it was either another voice or I had taken a turn. I cast aside the paddle, allowing the raft to drift aimlessly. At that moment, I heard the voice again, still coming from behind, yet its position had shifted. The sound continued to emanate, but the source constantly changed, and I kept responding. After a while, it seemed to move ahead of me. I understood that in the swift current, my little raft was now pointing downstream. If the one calling out was none other than Jim, I would consider myself fortunate. In the fog, I could hardly distinguish the voices, for everything appears altered in such mist, and sound is no exception. The calls continued to echo intermittently for about a minute, when suddenly I crashed against a steep bank. Above, towering trees loomed like specters shrouded in mist. The current hurled me to the left, sweeping me past numerous rocks. The turbulent waters crashed against the stones, producing a thunderous, eerie sound. In the next instant, my surroundings transformed into a vast expanse of white, devoid of any noise. I sat motionless on the raft, listening to the relentless pounding of my heart. It felt as though it had raced 100 beats without a single breath. At that moment, I found myself utterly helpless. I realized what had transpired. The steep bank I had collided with was not the riverbank at all, but rather an island. And Jim had been swept to the far side of it. If this were a sandbar, about 10 minutes would have passed. However, the island might stretch 5 or 6 miles in length and half a mile in width. I tightly sealed my lips and perked up my ears, listening intently for approximately 15 minutes. Of course, I was continuously drifting downward at a rate of 4 to 5 miles per hour. Yet, you would be astonished at how slowly time seems to pass. It feels as though one is anchored in the water, motionless. Even if a tree stump were to protrude from the water and you caught a glimpse of it, you would find it hard to fathom that you were moving so swiftly, leaving you breathless with astonishment. Indeed, that tree stump would be the one drifting at an astonishing speed. If you believe that a person navigating a raft through a dense fog on a chilly night would not feel the profound desolation and sorrow, I implore you to try it yourself. You would soon understand. Thus, for the next half hour, I intermittently called out, and at last, I heard a response from a distant point. Eager to pursue the sound, I found myself unable to draw closer. It suddenly dawned on me that I had been swept into the sandbar, with indistinct shapes resembling the sandbar visible on either side. At times, the water's surface narrowed, while at others, the sandbar itself was completely obscured. Yet, I knew it existed, for I could hear the sound of withered shrubs and broken branches from the shore being battered by the current. As I floated amidst the sandbar, it wasn't long before the calls faded away. I had no desire to continue drifting aimlessly. Truth be told, the will-o'-the-wisps were not so difficult to pursue. This elusive sound seemed to play hide and seek, darting away so swiftly that I had never encountered anything quite like it. On several occasions, the small raft almost collided with the shore, prompting me to row vigorously to steer it clear and prevent the fragile vessel from shattering, lest the island itself suffer the same fate, potentially lost to my sight. It seemed the wooden float had persistently drifted towards the bank. Otherwise, it would have ventured far beyond my reach, and I would have surely heard the distant sounds emanating from above. After all, the raft was marginally swifter than my diminutive boat. Before long, I felt as though I had re-entered a grand river, yet I could discern not a single cry. I surmised that Jim must have struck a snag, bringing his adventure to an untimely end. This thought overwhelmed me with fatigue, and I collapsed onto the small boat, allowing my mind to wander, realizing that fretting was futile. Whatever was to be, would be. Naturally, I wished to remain awake in such a precarious moment, yet the weight of sleep was insurmountable, and I succumbed to a brief slumber. Upon awakening, I was greeted by a brilliant tapestry of stars, with the fog completely dissipated. My vessel was swiftly drifting along a broad bend of the river, oriented with its bow trailing and stern leading. Startled from my slumber, I struggled to comprehend my surroundings, initially believing myself ensnared in a dream. As I gradually recollected the preceding events, they felt more like distant memories from weeks prior, vaguely etched in my mind. The river here was remarkably vast, flanked by dense woodlands that, beneath the starlight, resembled towering walls. Turning my gaze downstream, I spotted a small dark shape upon the water's surface and hurriedly pursued it, only to discover it was merely two logs bound together. Soon after, I glimpsed another small dark point and hastily chased after it, yet once again, it proved to be a false lead. When I next spotted a dark shape and approached it, I finally discovered our makeshift raft. As I drew nearer, I beheld Jim seated atop it, his head drooping, nestled between his knees, soundly asleep. His right hand rested on the oar, while the other had long since vanished. The raft was besmirched with a chaotic assortment of leaves, branches, and muck, evidently having endured a harrowing ordeal. I secured the small boat and climbed onto the raft, lying down beside Jim. Yawning, I extended my fist toward him and said, "Hey, Jim, did I just take a nap? Why didn't you wake me? My goodness, is that really you, Huck? You're alive. Have you truly returned? You weren't drowned? This isn't a dream. It's splendid, absolutely splendid. Let me see you, child. Let me touch you. Indeed, it's true. You're alive. You're back, still so robust, unchanged from the Huck I once knew. Oh, thank heaven, we are reunited. What happened to you, Jim? You can't be intoxicated, can you? Intoxicated? You think I've been drinking? I've had no time for such frivolity. But why do you speak so oddly? Oddly? You inquire how I speak oddly? Pa, did you not just say I had returned? And then those nonsensical remarks, as if I had ventured to some distant place. Huckleberry Finn lifted his gaze to meet my eyes. Have you truly never left? Never departed? Pray, what just is this? Do you believe I could have gone anywhere? I have remained right here. I fear there has been some confusion indeed. Am I still myself? If not, then who else could I be? Am I still present in this moment? If not, where else could I possibly be? I must ascertain this matter without delay. Ah, I see you are clearly here. There is no doubt. Yet, you, dear Jim, seem utterly bewildered. You claim I am the one confused? Very well. I must inquire. Did you not row away in the small boat, taking the rope from the raft to secure it to the shore? No, that is entirely untrue. What shore are you speaking of? I did not see any such thing. Did not see? Pray, the rope you tied came loose in an instant, and the raft was swept away shortly thereafter. You were seated in the small boat, engulfed by the fog, unable to see. Was that not the case? What fog? Ah, the fog, the very fog that lingered throughout the night, refusing to dissipate. Were you not shouting incessantly? Did I not call out as well? Eventually, those islets left us befuddled, and we lost our way, unsure of our location. Was it not so? Did I not collide with numerous islets, nearly suffering calamity and losing my life? Can there be any doubt, my good sir? Can there truly be any doubt? Do enlighten me. Alas, this truly leaves me perplexed, Jim. What is this fog, this island? This calamity you speak of? I have not laid eyes upon any of it. Throughout the entire evening, I have sat here conversing with you, and by the time you fell asleep, I likely succumbed to slumber as well. In the blink of an eye, you surely could not have succumbed to inebriation. It must have been a dream. By all that is sacred, how could I possibly encompass such a multitude of events within a mere 10 minutes? Oh, cease your stubbornness. If it were not your dream, whose dream could it be? Furthermore, the tales you recounted hardly ring true. However, Huck, these matters are quite evident. Yet, no matter how apparent, they remain fictitious. Do not attempt to conceal anything from me. I have been here all along. Jim remained silent for 5 minutes, pondering to himself. Eventually, he spoke. Very well, let us consider it a dream, Huck. Yet, I have never encountered a dream so vivid, nor have I ever been so wearied by one. Ah, enough of this. Sometimes dreaming can be just as exhausting as any other endeavor. Nevertheless, this dream is extraordinary. Allow me to recount the events of this dream, Jim. Thus, Jim began to elaborate, narrating the entire saga while embellishing it with a plethora of fanciful tales. Upon finishing, he declared that he needed to reflect further, to elucidate this dream, asserting that it was a divine admonition bestowed upon us. He spoke of the first sandbank as a representation of a benevolent individual, while the rushing current symbolized another person, a well-meaning figure who prevents our approach. The shouts echoed the admonitions we frequently encounter, which we must strive to comprehend. Otherwise, they will not alleviate our troubles, but rather invite discord. Subsequently, the sandbanks we encounter signify the myriad troubles we are destined to face, manifesting as various malevolent individuals opposing us. However, if we exercise caution in all matters, avoid meddlesomeness, refrain from provoking others, and steer clear of conflicts, we can transform misfortune into fortune, achieving harmony and tranquility, emerging from the dense fog back into the expansive river. This signifies our arrival in the free states that abolish slavery, where we shall encounter no further calamities. During my time on the raft, the sky loomed dark and foreboding. Yet the clouds began to disperse. Ah, indeed, you have woven a splendid dream, Jim, I remarked, but what do these elements signify? I referred to the leaves on the raft and the disarray of objects, including the broken paddle, which were now clearly visible. Jim glanced at the disordered items, turned back to me, and then looked again at the pile. His mind was consumed by that dream, seemingly unable to detach from it and return to the present to contemplate useful matters. Once he finally grasped the meaning, he widened his eyes in astonishment and earnestly stated, "Do you know what these objects represent? Allow me to enlighten you." I toiled relentlessly, paddling the raft with all my might, calling out to you with fervor, utterly exhausted. Eventually, fatigue took its toll, and I drifted into a slumber. You remained conspicuously absent, which filled me with profound sorrow. I could hardly spare a moment to consider where the raft might drift. In my drowsiness, I succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, I was relieved to see that you had not suffered a single injury. You had returned unscathed. I was overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly moved to tears, and felt an irresistible urge to kneel and kiss your feet. Yet, you continued to weave fanciful tales, teasing old Jim. Such nonsensical ramblings were utterly absurd. Akin to appending a chamber pot over a friend's head, those who revel in embarrassing their companions are truly despicable. Having voiced my thoughts, I rose slowly and made my way to the entrance of the small shelter, slipping inside without uttering a sound. However, this tactic weighed heavily upon me, and I recognized my own lack of decency. I longed to approach you, to kiss your feet, and implore you to retract those words. I lingered in solitude for a while, feeling quite dejected, and after a full 15 minutes, I mustered the courage to seek forgiveness from a black friend. Ultimately, I did so, and I have never regretted that decision. Henceforth, I vowed never to tease him again. Had I known that this jest would cause him such pain, I would have never acted so recklessly. Now, I genuinely began to feel remorse. Chapter 17. We nearly slept the entire day away, setting off in the evening. We followed closely behind an oddly constructed raft, resembling a parade in its procession. This raft was equipped with 4 long oars on each side, seemingly capable of accommodating over 30 individuals. It boasted 5 shelters, spaced apart, with a large bonfire blazing in the center, flanked by 2 tall flagpoles at either end. The wooden raft is truly impressive. It would be quite exhilarating to serve as a sailor upon it, I thought. The night deepened and the air grew increasingly warm. We drifted downstream into a grand river bend. The river widened significantly, flanked by dense woodlands that resembled towering walls, with not a single opening in sight, nor a glimmer of light anywhere. We spoke of Cairo town, yet we were uncertain when we might arrive there or whether we could even recognize the place. I remarked that it would likely be unrecognizable, for I had heard that the town consisted of merely a dozen households, if, by chance, their lights were not illuminated. How could we discern that it was indeed a small town? Jim contended that 2 rivers converged there, which would still make it identifiable. I countered that we might mistake it for merely the end of an island or simply a section of the Grand River. Jim appeared somewhat anxious, and I too felt a growing unease. This posed a dilemma. What were we to do? I suggested that upon spotting any light, we should steer towards the shore and, upon encountering someone, explain that my father was behind us, navigating a merchant vessel. I would say he was new to this line of work and was inquiring about the distance to Cairo town. Jim found this idea quite acceptable, and thus we pondered our strategy while sharing a smoke, awaiting the right moment. At this juncture, aside from being vigilant to ensure we did not miss the town, we had little else to occupy our minds. Jim asserted that he could spot the place at a glance, for upon sighting Cairo town, he would become a free man. Should we pass it by, we would drift back into slave territory, and the path to freedom would become arduous. Every so often, he would leap up exclaiming, "Look, lights." However, what he spoke of was neither the town of Kai Lau nor the flickering lights of Will-o'-the-Wisps, but rather the gentle glow of fireflies. He reluctantly resumed his seat, gazing blankly ahead as before. Jim expressed that the mere thought of soon regaining his freedom stirred within him an exhilarating warmth and tremor. To be frank, hearing him speak thus sent a shiver through my own being, for I pondered that he was indeed on the cusp of liberty. Whom should I blame for this? Alas, I could only cast the blame upon myself, for my conscience remained unrestful. This matter troubled me deeply, rendering me restless, unable to remain still in one place. Previously, I had never contemplated this aspect. I was utterly oblivious to the gravity of my actions. Now, I find myself ensnared in this predicament, burdened by an uncomfortable sensation. I often attempt to console myself, asserting that I am not at fault in this affair, for it was not I who urged Jim to flee from his lawful master. Yet, such reasoning proves futile, as my conscience incessantly reminds me, you are fully aware he has escaped in pursuit of freedom, and you could easily venture ashore to report him. Indeed, this is the crux of my dilemma. I cannot evade my responsibility. My conscience further admonishes. What harm has the unfortunate Miss Watson ever inflicted upon you? Could you truly stand by and witness her enslaved manservant slip away from beneath your very eyes without uttering a word? What offense has this pitiable woman committed against you that renders you so callous towards him? She has devoted herself to teaching you to read, instilling manners within you, and has endeavored to treat you with kindness throughout. The more I ponder, the more I find myself utterly despicable and shameful. Perhaps it would be better to perish. My heart is in turmoil as I pace back and forth on the wooden raft, berating myself incessantly. Jim, much like me, wanders beside me, and the words we harbor within are impossible to contain. Each time he passes by, he turns with palpable excitement to proclaim, "That is Cairo." Upon hearing this, I feel as though I have been shot, for the thought of it truly being Cairo fills me with dread. Lost in my thoughts and silent, Jim, however, speaks with a loud and boisterous voice. He insists that once we reach the Free States, his first order of business will be to save every penny, refusing to squander even a cent. Once he has amassed enough, he plans to redeem his wife from a farm near Miss Watson's home, and thereafter they would labor together to reclaim their 2 children. If their master is unwilling to sell, he intends to seek assistance from those opposed to slavery. Hearing such words from him chills my heart. In the past, he would not have dared to entertain such thoughts. Observing his demeanor, it seems that even before becoming a free man, he has grown arrogant. There is an old adage that states, a black slave deserves death. 1 inch gain leads to a mile. I reflect upon this, realizing that this is the consequence of my own lack of foresight. This very black man can truly be said to have escaped with my aid, and now he speaks of stealing his children whose owner I do not even know, and who has never wronged me. Listening to Jim utter such sentiments leaves me feeling profoundly unsettled. His intentions are indeed nothing short of disgraceful. My conscience tormented me to the point of agony, and eventually, I implored my conscience, "Spare me. There is still time. When I see the light once more, I shall come ashore and expose him." At that moment, a wave of relief washed over me, and I felt as though my very being was about to take flight. All my anguish dissipated in an instant. I began to keep an eye out for the lights, humming a tune in my heart. Before long, I indeed spotted a glimmer, and Jim joyfully exclaimed, "At last, we are safe, Huck. We are unharmed. Let us spring to our feet and salute. That is old Cairo, the promised land. We have finally arrived. This time, there can be no mistake." I replied, "Allow me to row the skiff over for a closer look, Jim. You know, perhaps this isn't the right place after all." He promptly leaped to prepare the small boat, laying his old coat upon it for me to sit on, and handed me the oars. As I began to row, he added, "Before long, my heart will swell with joy, and I shall shout with glee. I will proclaim that it is all thanks to Huck that I have become a free man. Without Huck's assistance, I would never have tasted freedom. It is all due to you, Huck. Jim will forever remember you. You are truly a dear friend to Jim. I have never encountered anyone as good as you in my life. Old Jim now has but one friend, and that is you." As I rowed, my heart raced with the urgency to expose him, yet Jim's heartfelt words deflated my spirit. I could no longer row swiftly, uncertain whether my landing would bring joy or sorrow. As I drifted 50 meters away, Jim remarked, "You're heading over there, my true friend Huck, among white folks. You are the only one who has ever placed trust in old Jim." This stirred a deeper discomfort within me, yet I resolutely thought, "This must be done. There is no other way." Just then, a small boat approached, manned by 2 armed individuals who came to a halt, as did I. One of them inquired, "What is that?" I replied, "That is a half-log raft." "Are you on it?" "Yes, sir." "Are there others with you?" "Sir." I am the only one. I see. Tonight, 5 escaped slaves have fled from up the river. Is there a black man or a white man on that raft? I hesitated to respond. I intended to speak plainly, but for reasons unknown, I found myself unable to do so. After a brief pause, I summoned the courage to speak. Yet I fell short of manhood, lacking even the courage of a rabbit. Acknowledging my defeat, I abandoned that thought and casually replied, "It's a white man. I believe we should go have a look." I added, "I would greatly appreciate your assistance in checking on my father. Furthermore, if you could help me push the raft to the shore, towards that lit area, it would be most welcome. My father is ill, my mother and Mary are unwell as well. Hey, we are quite occupied, my dear fellow. Nevertheless, it appears we must proceed. So let us row with vigor and hasten our journey." I exerted myself to paddle, and they joined in earnest. After only a few strokes, I remarked, "My father will express his heartfelt gratitude to you. I have been seeking assistance to guide the log raft ashore, yet others have declined to help. And I alone lack the strength." "How utterly heartless," one replied. "This is no ordinary matter, my friend. What affliction has beset your father? Is it, Well, it is of no consequence." The two ceased their rowing, and at that moment, we were not far from the log raft. One of them inquired, "Young lad, you have spoken untruths. What ailment afflicts your father? You must be forthright, otherwise it shall not bode well for you." I confessed, "To be candid, gentlemen." "You must not depart, I implore you. He is afflicted with, gentlemen, if you could merely row ahead and catch my rope. There is no need to approach the raft, please. I beseech you, lend us your aid. Step back, my friend, step back." One insisted. They retreated in unison. "Row to the side, young lad, do not linger in the wind's path. Such misfortune, it seems the wind may soon carry us away. Your father suffers from smallpox. You are well aware of this. Why not disclose it to us? Do you intend to spread this affliction among us?" Oh, I wept. I have always spoken the truth to everyone, yet upon hearing it, they abandon us. Poor little soul, so this is how it is. We share in your sorrow, yet. Alas, you must understand that we do not wish to bring forth smallpox upon ourselves. Listen to me. I shall guide you on what to do. Do not entertain the thought of paddling your raft ashore. That would surely lead to disaster. Instead, continue drifting downstream for about 20 miles, where you will find a village on the left bank. When you arrive there, the sun will rise. When you seek assistance, tell them that your family has contracted a fever. Do not be foolish and let them deduce the truth. We genuinely care for your well-being. Make sure to paddle those 20 miles first. It would be unwise to land near the lights. That is merely a sawmill. Ah, child, if your father is indeed impoverished. I cannot help but say he is quite unfortunate. I have $20 here, which I shall place upon the board for you to collect. It pains me to abandon you, yet, dear God, smallpox is no trifling matter. Do you understand? Hold on a moment, another voice interjects. I too have $20 to add to the board. Farewell, little one. Follow our advice, and you shall be safe. Indeed, child, farewell, farewell. Should you encounter any fleeing black men, alert someone to apprehend them. You may exchange them for some money. Farewell, kind sir. I assure you that as long as I am able, I will not let any escaping black man slip past me. At long last, they departed. And I returned to the wooden raft, feeling a profound sense of unease and discomfort, for I was acutely aware of my own transgressions. It seemed increasingly apparent that the hope of guiding me towards righteousness was a futile endeavor. Even if I endeavored to learn, I would remain incapable. If a person has not been properly educated from a young age, they are unlikely to achieve success in adulthood, when the crucial moments arise, devoid of support. They falter and ultimately collapse. Then, a thought struck me. I reassured myself that it was not necessarily the case. If I were to resolve this matter by surrendering Jim, would my heart truly feel lighter than it does now? I concluded it would not. I would still experience the same discomfort. Thus, what purpose does it serve to do the right thing? Even if matters were settled, trouble would inevitably follow, while making a mistake might lead to less hassle. The reasoning remained unchanged. This conundrum left me perplexed, and I found myself unable to provide an answer. Consequently, I deemed it unnecessary to dwell any further on this issue. I would simply act according to my thoughts in the future. I crawled into the makeshift shelter, only to discover Jim was not inside. I glanced around, searching for any sign of him, but he was nowhere to be found. I called out, "Jim, Huck, I'm here. Have they gone far?" He whispered. It turned out he had been submerged in the river, concealed beneath the oars, with only his nose protruding above the water. I informed him that the individuals had vanished, prompting him to emerge and say, "I overheard everything you just said. I was so frightened that I jumped into the water. If they had approached the raft, I would have swum to shore and returned only after they were far away. But you were quite the entertainer with them, Huck. That trick of yours was truly impressive. I must tell you, dear child, you have truly saved me. I shall remember you for the rest of my life, my darling. We then spoke about the matter of that money. Indeed, it is quite a sum. Each of us will receive $20. Jem remarked that with this fortune, we could take a steamboat and travel in the first cabin, freely wandering wherever we pleased in the Free State. He mentioned that it wouldn't be much trouble to navigate another 20 miles on a raft, yet he was eager for us to have already reached that destination before dawn. We made landfall, and Jem carefully concealed the raft. He then busied himself for the entire day, organizing all our belongings and bundling several packages. Once everything was in order, we awaited our departure from the raft to the shore. In a bend of the river downstream on the left, around 10 o'clock that night, we spotted a small town aglow with lights. I took the small raft to inquire about it. Before long, I noticed a man in a boat, setting up a trot line. I paddled over to him and asked, "Sir, is that place Cairo?" "Cairo? No. You are quite the foolish little brat," he replied. "What town is it, sir? If you wish to know, go there and find out for yourself. Now be off, and don't linger here." I hurried back to the raft, where Jem was exceedingly disappointed. I reassured him that it was all right. The next town was likely Cairo. Before dawn, we passed another small town. I had considered checking it out first, but it was situated on elevated ground, and I dismissed the idea. Jem reminded me that there were no highlands near Cairo, and I wondered how I had forgotten that detail. We halted at a sandbank near the left bank, concealing ourselves for an entire day. A sense of unease gradually settled within me, and Jem felt it too. I remarked, "Perhaps we have already passed Old Cairo on that foggy night." He replied, "It would be best not to dwell on this, Huck. Poor blacks are perpetually beset by misfortune." My thoughts incessantly whispered it must be that rattlesnake skin causing the trouble. How preferable it would have been, Jim, had we never laid eyes upon that snake skin at all, indeed, if we had never seen it even once. You are not to blame, Huck. At that moment, you were unaware, so do not reproach yourself. As dawn broke, we observed that the clear waters along the shore were, without a doubt, the Ohio River, while the vast river beyond continued to flow with its muddy waters. It turned out that Old Cairo had long since receded into the distance. We deliberated carefully. Abandoning the raft to traverse the land was unfeasible, and clearly, it would be impossible to row upstream on the raft. After much contemplation, we resolved to wait for nightfall and then attempt to paddle upstream in the small boat. Throughout the day, we slumbered amidst the cottonwood thickets, rejuvenating ourselves for the challenges ahead. However, when night fell and we approached the raft, we discovered that the small boat was gone. We stood there in stunned silence, each of us at a loss for words. Deep down, we understood that it was indeed the snake skin at work. To continue discussing it would be futile, potentially inviting further troubles or misfortunes, an endless cycle of ill fate designed to teach us a lesson until we learned to remain silent. Subsequently, we commenced deliberations on our next course of action. Despite our extensive discussions, we failed to conceive a viable idea and ultimately resolved to drift downstream on the wooden raft, planning to procure a small boat for the return journey at a later time. We had no intention of resorting to our father's old tactic of borrowing a small boat when no one was around, for such an approach might attract unwanted attention and provoke a pursuit. Thus, as night fell, we resumed our drift on the wooden raft. The snake skin had indeed caused us considerable distress. If anyone doubts the misfortune associated with handling snake skin, they need only continue reading this account to witness the further tribulations we would endure. The location for purchasing a small rowboat should not have been far from the wooden raft, yet throughout our journey, we encountered no rafts anchored along the way. Drifting for over 3 hours, the night was shrouded in a gloomy haze, and aside from the fog, such darkness was the most disheartening. The shape of the river eluded our sight, and we could hardly gauge the distance. The night must have been deep, enveloped in silence. Soon, an upstream steamboat approached. We lit our lamp, hoping to be seen. Typically, upstream vessels steer clear of us, navigating along the sandbanks, favoring the calmer waters beneath the reef. However, on such a night, they were compelled to confront the full force of the river's current, adhering to the navigational channel. Before long, we heard the thunderous approach of the steamboat, and only upon its arrival did we discern its form. It charged directly toward us. As these vessels often enjoy testing how close they can come without colliding with smaller boats. On occasion, the large paddle wheel of the steamboat would gnaw away at a paddle on our raft, prompting the pilot to poke his head out and laugh heartily. Reveling in his own self-satisfaction, the vessel approached with an unwavering trajectory, as if it intended to shave us clean. Yet, it appeared to harbor no intention of veering away. The sizable steamship advanced with formidable force, resembling a dense cloud of darkness descending upon us, accompanied by what seemed like a procession of fireflies. Suddenly, it surged in size. A terrifying spectacle, its broad furnace doors agape like blood-red jaws, while the monstrous bow and its protective apparatus loomed ominously above us. A voice from the ship shouted at us, followed by the sharp clang of a stop bell, and then a barrage of curses erupted, culminating in the blaring of the steam whistle. At the very instant when Jim and I leaped into the water from either side of the raft, the steamship collided violently, shattering the raft into splinters. I held my breath and plunged beneath the surface, contemplating the possibility of reaching the riverbed. As the massive 3-meter-long paddle wheel would soon roll over me, I needed to make room for its passage. Typically, I can remain submerged for a minute, but this time I estimated I stayed underwater for a full minute and a half. Then, in a desperate bid for air, I surged toward the surface, my head breaking free, followed by my armpits, as I expelled the water from my nose and coughed up several mouthfuls. The river's current was fierce and swift. The steamship lingered for barely 10 seconds before revving its engines and chugging upstream, indifferent to the raft we had clung to. The sound of its passage persisted, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the inky darkness of the night. I called out loudly for Jim, repeating his name over a dozen times without receiving any response. While treading water, I grasped a piece of wood that had struck me and clung to it, swimming towards the shore. Eventually, I discerned that the river flowed towards the left bank, meaning I was caught in a lateral current. I promptly altered my course, striving to swim in that direction. The Mississippi River features certain crossings where boats must navigate diagonally for 2 miles, and I had encountered such a crossing. It took considerable effort, but I finally reached the bank and crawled ashore. My visibility was limited to a short distance ahead. Yet I continued to feel my way forward for several hundred meters until I stumbled upon an old house covered with double rows of logs. Just as I contemplated circumventing it, a large pack of dogs suddenly leaped out, barking furiously at me. I understood that it was imperative to remain still, so I stood there. Chapter 18. After about a minute had passed without sight of anyone, I heard a voice. "Hey, who is out there?" I replied, "It's me." "Who are you?" "Joe Jackson, sir." "What do you want?" "Sir, I seek nothing. I merely wish to pass through, but these dogs won't allow me." "Hey, what are you sneaking around for at this hour?" "I am not sneaking, sir. I fell into the water from a steamboat." "Oh, you fell off a boat, did you? Is that so? Let someone strike a match to see. What did you say your name was?" "Mr. Georgie Jackson. I am but a child." "Listen, if you are not lying, there is no need for fear. No one can harm you. However, do not run about. Remain steadfast in your position. Someone should awaken Bob and Tom and retrieve the firearm." "Georgie Jackson, is anyone with you?" "No one accompanies me, sir." At that moment, I heard footsteps within the room and glimpsed a flickering light. A voice bellowed, "Turn off the light. Beatrice, you old fool, why is your mind so muddled? Place it on the floor behind the front door. Bob, you and Tom should prepare immediately and take your positions. Everything is set." "Very well, Georgie Jackson." "Do you know the Shepperson family?" "No, I am unfamiliar with them, sir. Never heard of them." "Your words may bear truth or deceit. Now, everyone is ready. Proceed, Georgie Jackson. Be cautious. Do not hurry. Walk slowly. If someone follows you, instruct them to stand still behind you. Should they reveal themselves, shoot them on sight. Now come forth. Approach slowly, and push the door open just enough to squeeze through. Do you understand?" I did not rush. I lacked the courage for such haste. I advanced step by step, enveloped in silence, only the sound of my own heartbeat resonating in my ears. The dogs trailed silently behind me, as quiet as the shadows. As I reached the 3 wooden steps outside that door, I heard the sound of the lock being disengaged and the bar being removed. I placed my hand upon the door and gently pushed it ajar, then continued to nudge it open further. I heard someone utter, "All right, stick your head in." I complied, though a sense of unease gnawed at me, fearing they might wish to relocate my head altogether. Candles flickered on the floor, and all eyes were fixed upon me. I returned their gaze, and for a span of several seconds, we simply stared at one another. 3 burly men aimed their firearms in my direction, causing me to instinctively retract my neck. The eldest among them, with grizzled hair and in his 60s, was accompanied by 2 others in their 30s, all possessing a certain rugged charm. There was also a remarkably amiable elderly woman with white hair, who appeared to be flanked by 2 younger women, though their features remained obscured to me. The elderly gentleman remarked, "All right, come inside. I see no cause for concern." As soon as I stepped over the threshold, He secured the door, locking it, reinforcing it with a bar, and fastening the latch, then instructed the two young men to take their firearms into the inner room. We all convened in a spacious parlor, its floor adorned with a patchwork carpet. They huddled in a corner, shielded from the view of the windows, which were absent in the room. Holding candles aloft, they scrutinized me from head to toe in unison, proclaiming, "Indeed, he is certainly not one of the Shepherd family. He bears not a semblance to them at all." Subsequently, the elderly gentleman announced his intent to search my person for weapons, assuring me that he harbored no ill intentions, but merely sought to ascertain the truth. He merely touched the exterior of my pocket and declared it to be fine. He urged me not to hold back, to speak freely, and to share my story with them. The elderly lady remarked, "Oh, dear Shar, this poor child is soaked through and likely famished. We should attend to him first." "Indeed, Rachel, I almost forgot," she continued, addressing a woman of color. "Beatrice, please fetch him something to eat. He truly is a pitiable child. Hurry. You two young ladies, go and summon Burke. Tell him, oh, here he comes. Burke, quickly take this young guest and help him change out of those wet clothes, and find him some dry garments as well." It appeared that Burke was around my age, perhaps 13 or 14, yet he stood a bit taller than I, clad only in a shirt, with his hair tousled. As he yawned, he ambled in, fervently rubbing his eyes with one fist whilst dragging a gun in the other hand. He inquired, "Surely, this isn't the Sheppersons' household?" To which everyone replied in the negative, relieved it was merely a false alarm. He scoffed, "If it were indeed them, I would assuredly dispatch them." Laughter erupted around the room, and Bob chimed in, "Hey, Burke, you sauntered in rather slowly. They could have already skinned us all alive. Why has no one called for me? This is utterly unacceptable. There's always something afoot, and I'm left out of it. I scarcely get a chance to show my face." "Do not concern yourself, Burke," the old gentleman said. "There are still many tasks ahead of you, and ample opportunities abound. Do not be disheartened. Off you go, and heed your mother's advice." Consequently, we ascended to Burke's chamber, where he procured for me a coarse linen shirt, a snug jacket, and a pair of trousers, all of which I donned. He inquired my name, but before I could respond, he began recounting his own tales. He mentioned that just the day prior, he had captured a magpie and a young rabbit in the woods. And he posed a question about where Moses had gone when the candle was extinguished. I confessed my ignorance, admitting that I had never even heard of it before. He challenged me. "Then, take a guess. How could I possibly guess something I had never encountered?" "Of course, you can guess, can't you? It's quite simple." I asked, "Which candle?" "Oh, any candle will do," he replied. "I do not know where that person is," I said. "Oh, he is in the darkness. Where else could he possibly be? Since you know, why do you come to ask me?" "Hey, this is truly bizarre. Do you not realize it is a riddle?" I retorted. "How long do you intend to stay here? You might as well settle down. There is no school here, and we can frolic together joyously every day." "Do you have a dog?" "I possess a dog. It can leap into the water and retrieve the little wooden sticks you throw in." "Do you relish the idea of neatly combing your hair on Sundays and engaging in such foolishness?" "I absolutely refuse. However, my mother insists on dressing me this way. I cannot stand these women, yet I suppose I shall don the attire after all, though I am quite reluctant, considering the warm weather." "Have you adorned yourself fully?" "Splendid. Come along with me. They have prepared a delightful feast, chilled cornbread, cold salted beef, butter, and cheese. Never before have I tasted anything so exquisite." Burke, his mother, and others indulged in corn cob pipes, with the exception of that black woman and the two young ladies, as everyone puffed and conversed. I savored my meal and engaged in their discussions. The two young women were wrapped in blankets, their long hair cascading down their backs. They inquired about my life, and I shared that my father and the rest of my family reside at the southern end of Arkansas on a small farm. My sister eloped with someone, later marrying, and since then, we have had no word from her. Bill went in search of them, but he too vanished without a trace. Now, only my father and I remain. He has endured a life of misfortune and poverty. Upon my father's death, I shall take what remains and depart from this place. For that farm is not truly my home. I purchased a ticket for a steamboat and set off upstream, only to fall overboard, which led me here. Upon hearing my tale, they welcomed me as one of their own, inviting me to stay for as long as I desire. As dawn approached, everyone retired for the night. Burke and I shared a slumber, and upon waking in the morning, I was astonished to find that I had completely forgotten my own name. I lay in bed for a full hour, contemplating. As soon as Burke awoke, I inquired, "Can you write, Burke?" "I can," he replied. I challenged. "I bet you cannot spell my name." "I dare say, whatever you can write, "I can write as well," he asserted. "Very well then, enlighten me on the spelling," I urged. "Jockey Jackson." To my astonishment, he accurately articulated each letter. "Impressive," I remarked. "I had presumed you would falter. My name is not particularly difficult to spell. It hardly requires much thought." I discreetly noted the spelling, as there might come a time when someone would ask me to spell it out, and having it memorized would allow me to respond with ease, as if I had long mastered it. This family is truly delightful, and the house is remarkably comfortable. I have yet to encounter such a splendid abode in the countryside. The front door lacks both a metal latch and a wooden bolt with a deerskin cord. Instead, it features a brass, turnable handle akin to those found in urban residences. Unlike many city houses, which often have beds in their living rooms, this one does not. While it is common for city living rooms to accommodate beds, this particular home refrains from doing so. A grand fireplace, constructed of brick, stands prominently, with those bricks frequently doused in water and scrubbed with another brick to maintain their original red hue. Occasionally, they adopt the urban method of cleaning the bricks with red paint, which they refer to as Spanish brown. Additionally, their home boasts a brass firewood rack, ample enough to hold an uncut log. At the center of the mantelpiece stands a self-striking clock, accompanied by a quaint landscape painting of a small town. The circular section of the painting represents the sun, and through the glass, one can observe the pendulum swinging behind it. The rhythmic ticking of the clock is exceedingly pleasant to the ear. Occasionally, a traveling craftsman from the countryside visits to polish the clock, allowing it to chime an impressive 150 times in one go. Regardless of the price offered, they would never part with this timepiece. Flanking the clock are two peculiar, large parrots, seemingly fashioned from white plaster and adorned with vibrant colors. Beside one parrot sits a ceramic cat, while next to the other stands a ceramic dog. When pressed, they emit a squeaky sound, yet their mouths remain closed and their expressions unchanged. The chirping emanates from beneath their bellies. Behind these figures are two fan-like turkey feathers spread wide. In the center of the room, a splendid large porcelain basket rests upon the table, filled with apples, oranges, and grapes, although they are not genuine, as some portions reveal a core of white plaster or other materials. The table is adorned with a beautiful oilcloth, upon which is painted a majestic eagle with outstretched wings, bordered by a colorful frame. It is said to have been brought back from Philadelphia, many miles away. Neatly arranged upon the table are books, including a family Bible predominantly illustrated and a copy of the Pilgrim's Progress, which recounts the tale of a man who leaves home, yet omits the reasons for his departure. I have intermittently perused that book, and its tales are quite captivating, albeit the sentences are not particularly easy to comprehend. Another volume is The Gift of Friendship, which is replete with exquisite works and poetry. There is also a collection of speeches by Henry Clay and a guide to home remedies, the latter of which discusses the appropriate responses to ailments. Furthermore, I possess a collection of sacred poems along with numerous other tomes. Within the room, there are several wooden slat chairs, aesthetically pleasing and expertly woven with wrought tan, sturdy in construction. The seats do not sag in the center as the old ones did, nor do they exhibit any fractures. The walls are adorned with portraits, including those of Washington and Lafayette, alongside numerous battle scenes, as well as paintings titled Mary on the Highlands and the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Those artworks are referred to as charcoal drawings, created by a departed daughter of the household when she was merely 15 years old. These pieces differ from any I have previously encountered, possessing a darker palette than typical paintings. One particular painting depicts a woman clad in a slender black garment, tightly bound beneath her arms with a strap, her sleeves puffed in a manner reminiscent of a round cabbage. She is adorned with a large, spoon-like black hat, her face partially veiled in black, and her delicate, fair ankles are wrapped in black ribbons, complemented by a pair of petite, pointed black slippers resembling chisels. She stands beneath a weeping willow, her right wrist resting on a gravestone, bearing an expression of profound sorrow. Her other hand hangs by her side, grasping a white handkerchief and a netted handbag, which dangles beside her. Beneath this painting, the inscription reads, "I shall never see thee again." In another painting, there is a young woman, her hair meticulously arranged in a bun atop her head, with a comb inserted at the back, resembling the backrest of a chair. She is weeping, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, while her other hand cradles a small bird, belly up and feet splayed, beneath which is inscribed, "Alas, thy lamentation shall henceforth be unheard." In yet another artwork, a young woman gazes longingly at the moon from her window, tears streaming down her face. She clutches an open letter, the envelope sealed with black wax, while her other hand presses a small gold locket, attached by a chain, to her lips. The inscription below reads, "Hast thou forsaken me? Indeed, truly, thou art gone." Alas, I find all these paintings exquisite, yet for reasons unknown, I am not particularly fond of them. If I were already feeling discontent, viewing these artworks would only heighten my distress. Each individual mourns her departure, as she had intended to create many such pieces. Observing her completed works makes it evident that the loss is profound. I believe that given her disposition, she might find greater solace in the grave. During her illness, she was engaged in painting what they claimed to be her most beautiful piece. She prayed day and night, beseeching God to grant her life until the day she could finish her artwork, yet she was unable to fulfill that wish. In her final painting, a young woman clad in a flowing white dress, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, stands on a bridge, gazing up at the moon, tears streaming down her face, contemplating a leap from the railing. Her two arms were crossed over her chest, while the other two reached forward, and yet another pair was raised toward the moon. Her intention seemed to be to ascertain which of the two poses was the most graceful before erasing the rest. However, before she could finalize her decision, she succumbed to death. In the wake of her passing, her family hung the painting above her bedside. Each year on her birthday, they would adorn it with fresh flowers, while it remained covered with a cloth on ordinary days. The young woman depicted in the painting possessed a strikingly lovely face, yet the multitude of arms rendered it almost arachnid, evoking discomfort in those who gazed upon it. It is said that while she was alive, the girl maintained a scrapbook, diligently clipping obituaries, reports of casualties, and accounts of individuals who silently endured their sufferings from the Presbyterian Observer, and affixing them within the pages, alongside her own exquisite verses. The following poem was dedicated to a boy named Stephen Talon Boots, who tragically drowned after falling into a well. In memoriam, Stephen Talon Boots. Oh, young Stephen, have you truly passed away? Your kin weep for you, hearts shattered in despair. How can one not be pained by such sorrow? Why must youth be snuffed out when health prevails? Tears from loved ones stain their garments, for it is written in the stars, fate's decree. Untouched by whooping cough or measles rash, your early demise is a lamentable tale, yet it bears no connection to illness. With curls that framed your handsome visage, you bore heartbreak without losing heart. Despite headaches and fevers, you did not falter. Each day was met with joy and mirth. Fate's capriciousness evokes tears. Allow me to recount the tale from the beginning. Misfortune led to a fall into the abyss, with the soul escaping from the heart's core. Though I retrieved and expelled the water from my belly, alas, it was far too late. The spirit now drifts through the vast void, finding eternal bliss in the heavens. Had Emmeline Glenford penned such poignant verses before the age of 14, who could dare assert that she would not become a brilliant star in the future? Burke remarked that she could compose poetry with effortless grace, her pen guided by divine inspiration. He noted that she could produce a line of verse in an instant. Should she falter in finding the rhyme for the next line, she would simply erase it and craft another, continuing her flow of creativity. Her artistry transcended the mere expression of a singular theme. No matter the subject, she could weave verses that resonated with sorrow. Whenever a life was lost, be it a man, woman, or child, she would swiftly compose elegies before the body had even cooled. She referred to these creations as funeral poems. Neighbors would remark that in such somber moments, the first to arrive was the doctor, followed closely by Emmeline, with the funeral home staff trailing behind, never quite as prompt as she was, save for one occasion, when she was delayed while striving to rhyme the name of the deceased, which occupied her thoughts. After that incident, she transformed. She never uttered a word of complaint. Yet she grew increasingly frail, and not long after, she succumbed. Poor girl, on numerous occasions, when I felt a pang of sorrow upon viewing her artwork, I would ascend to her modest abode, retrieving her exceedingly worn scrapbook to peruse its cherished contents. I hold a fondness for this family, including the dearly departed young lady, and thus I have no intention of allowing any discord to arise among us. Poor Emmeline, during her life, was always composing poetry for others, yet upon her passing, no one penned verses in her honor. It seems only fair that I should write a couple for her. However, for reasons unknown, I find myself unable to conjure a single line after much contemplation. Her family has meticulously arranged Emmeline's room, keeping it immaculate and preserving every item as she preferred during her lifetime. The house remains uninhabited. They possess several enslaved individuals. Yet the matriarch insists on personally tending to this room, often engaged in needlework while reading the Bible. I must mention the grand parlor. The white curtains therein are truly exquisite, adorned with illustrations of a castle draped in wisteria and livestock quenching their thirst by the riverbank. An old piano occupies a corner of the parlor, and I can only imagine how delightful it would be to hear young ladies sing the last thread of love while the piano plays the melody of the Battle of Prague, a most enchanting experience. The floors throughout the house are carpeted, and the walls are painted a pristine white. The estate consists of 2 buildings, separated by a roof over a spacious courtyard, where lunch is sometimes enjoyed, an idyllic and refreshing spot. Residing here is a true pleasure. The meals are not only flavorful but plentiful enough to require baskets for serving. As for Colonel Glenchford, he is indeed a quintessential gentleman, and his family mirrors his genteel demeanor. He embodies the essence of an illustrious lineage, as articulated by the widow of Toglaris. No one dares to dispute her assertion that he is a scion of the aristocracy in our town. Not even my thoroughly unimpressive father, who himself is no more esteemed than a common loach. Colonel Glenchford possesses an exceptionally tall stature, his complexion a peculiar blend of pale and dark, devoid of any rosy hue. Each morning, he meticulously shaves his gaunt face to a smooth sheen. His lips are thinner than those of most, his nose prominent with elongated nostrils, and his brows are thick, framing deep-set eyes that gleam with an ebony brilliance, as if peering at you from the shadows of a cave. His raven locks cascade down to his shoulders, and his hands are long and slender. Every day, he dons a fresh shirt, enveloping himself in a strikingly white linen garment that is almost blinding to behold. On Sundays, he adorns himself in a blue tailcoat embellished with copper buttons, complemented by a silver-headed mahogany cane. His demeanor is remarkably composed, and he never raises his voice. No one is more amiable than he. This sentiment resonates with all who gravitate towards him with ease. Occasionally, a gentle smile graces his face, bringing joy to those who behold it. However, when he straightens his posture and a fiery intensity ignites beneath his brows, one might feel an overwhelming urge to ascend a tree and ascertain the cause of his discontent. He never needs to admonish others to adhere to decorum. His mere presence ensures that civility prevails. He radiates warmth akin to the sun, endearing himself to all. In his company, it feels as though one is blessed with fair weather. Should he transform into a brooding cloud, the atmosphere darkens instantaneously, and the townsfolk would refrain from mischief for an entire week. Every day, as the colonel and the elderly lady descended the stairs, the entire family would rise to greet them with respect. They remained standing, for none dared to take a seat first. Subsequently, Bob approached the cabinet where the tableware was stored, concocting a glass of bitters for him before presenting it. Balancing the drink in his hand, Bob bowed and said, "Sir, Madam, I offer you my regards." They both nodded slightly in acknowledgement, replying with a word of thanks, and then the 3 of them raised their glasses to drink together. The remnants of whiskey or brandy in Bob's glass were combined with a spoonful of water and sugar, which he then offered to me and Burke. We too raised our glasses in a toast before consuming the diluted spirits. Bob was the eldest, followed by Tom. They were both tall, broad-shouldered, with long, lustrous black hair, exuding a striking appearance. Their bronze-hued faces and shining dark eyes mirrored the old gentleman, as they donned white linen garments from head to toe, complemented by Panama straw hats. Let us not forget Miss Charlotte. At 25, she was quite beautiful, tall and poised, radiating an air of pride and elegance. When she was not angered, she was amiable. Yet when incensed, her demeanor echoed that of her father, making one wish to shrink in stature immediately. Nevertheless, she possessed a remarkable beauty. Her sister, merely 20, was also a beauty, gentle and lovely, akin to a dove. Each of them had their own black servants attending to their needs. Even Burke had one. The servant assigned to me was particularly comfortable, as I was still unaccustomed to having others perform every task for me. Burke's servant was perpetually occupied, bustling about without a moment's rest. This household, now bustling with so many, once included a few more. The 3rd son had been killed by someone, and there was also the talented young girl who had since passed away. Colonel Glenchford possesses vast tracts of land and more than 100 enslaved individuals. Occasionally, numerous horsemen arrive from several miles away, most of whom are relatives of the family. They carry firearms and stay for 5 or 6 days, reveling in daytime festivities amidst the woodlands and hosting grand balls in the evenings. These guests are distinguished individuals of reputable lineage, and the gatherings are truly magnificent. In this vicinity resides another noble clan, comprising 5 or 6 households, predominantly bearing the surname Jefferson. Like the Glenchford family, they are of high social standing and considerable wealth. The Jeffersons and Chuford share a dock located approximately 2 miles upstream from our residence. During outings with several locals, I frequently encountered many Jefferson family members riding there as well. One day, while Burke and I were hunting in the woods, we suddenly heard the thundering of hooves approaching. Just as we were about to cross a path, Burke exclaimed, "Hurry, quickly, into the woods." We dashed into the thicket, peering through the foliage. Before long, a striking young man appeared, galloping towards us like a gust of wind. He sat confidently astride his horse, resting his firearm across the saddle, resembling a soldier. I recognized him as the young Haney Jefferson. In an instant, I heard Burke's gunfire, and Haney's hat was sent tumbling to the ground. He seized his weapon and turned his horse towards our hiding place. Naturally, we did not wait for him to approach. We fled deeper into the woods. As I ran, I frequently glanced back to evade his bullets, and on 2 occasions, I saw Haney aiming his gun at Burke. Later, he turned his horse around and retraced his steps. I surmised he was going to retrieve his hat. We ran home in a single breath. Upon hearing the account of our adventure, the old gentleman's eyes sparkled with delight. I presumed primarily due to his joy. Then, in a calm yet serious tone, he expressed his discontent, saying, "I do not appreciate such behavior of lurking in the woods and firing shots. Why didn't you children go out onto the road?" "Father," I replied, "the folks at the shepherd's place do not behave this way. They always shoot from the shadows." Later, I took Burke outside, walked to the base of a tree, and ensured no one was around. I asked, "Burke, did you truly wish to kill him just now?" "Humph. I absolutely wanted to kill him." "How did he wrong you?" He has never wronged me." "Then why did you wish to kill him?" "No particular reason, just a family feud." "What is a family feud? Where did you grow up? Do you not understand the concept of a family feud? Please enlighten me. I have genuinely never heard anyone mention it." "All right," Burke explained. "A family feud is this. 2 individuals argue, and one ends up killing the other. Then, the slain man's brother retaliates by killing the first, and subsequently, their brothers seek vengeance on one another. Eventually, even cousins become involved until everyone is dead, and only then is the feud considered resolved. However, this process is gradual and can take many years." "Burke, has your family feud been settled for a long time?" "Indeed. I can assure you that this has been the case for 3 decades. 2 families quarreled over a certain matter, which eventually led to a lawsuit. The individual who lost the case ended up shooting and killing the victor. Naturally, anyone might resort to such an act. What was the initial cause of their dispute, Burke? Was it a matter of land? Perhaps, though I cannot say for certain. Who fired the first shot, the Guthrods or the Shepherd family? Who can say? That was many years ago. Does no one possess this knowledge? Oh, some do. I believe my father knows, as do several elders. However, the current generation is largely unaware of what initially sparked the conflict. Have some of them perished, Burke? Yes, funerals have become a commonplace occurrence. Though each confrontation does not necessarily result in death, my father still carries a few large bullets within him that were never removed. He does not mind, as they do not add much weight. Bob was stabbed several times, and Tom has also sustained injuries on a couple of occasions. Burke, has anyone been killed this year? Yes, one of ours has died, and one of theirs as well. 3 months ago, my 14-year-old cousin Hatchie was riding his horse through the woods across the river when, in his folly, he neglected to arm himself. In a secluded area, he heard the sound of hooves drawing nearer and saw Old Shepherd, with his white hair, pursuing him with a gun. Rather than dismounting and seeking refuge in the woods, he believed his horse could outrun the danger. The 2 individuals commenced their race, one trailing the other, and they sprinted for 5 or 6 miles. The old man's horse drew ever closer, and realizing escape was futile, he turned to confront the old man, attempting to evade his bullet. Unfortunately, the old fellow shot him down with a single shot. However, his triumph was short-lived. Within a week, our people eliminated him. I perceive that old man as a coward, Burke. He is not a coward. In fact, he possesses considerable courage. None from the Shackleton family can be deemed cowards, nor can any from the Glenn Chufford family. One day, that old man engaged in a confrontation with 3 members of the Glenn Chufford family, enduring for half an hour and ultimately emerging victorious. They were all mounted at the time. He dismounted, concealed himself behind a pile of wood, and even had his horse lie down to shield him from bullets. The 3 from Glenn Chufford remained mounted, encircling the old man while firing incessantly at him, yet he retaliated from his hiding place. In the end, as he returned home, both he and his horse were bloodied and limping, while the Glenn Chufford men were all carried back, one of whom succumbed the following day. My friend, It is utterly impossible to identify a coward among the Shackleton clan. The subsequent Sunday, we all attended church services. The church was approximately 3 miles away, and everyone rode on horseback, with the men carrying their firearms, Burke included. Upon arriving at the church, some placed their guns between their knees, while others leaned them against the wall for easy access. The Shackleton family did the same. The sermon was utterly tiresome, filled with brotherly camaraderie and other tedious sentiments, replete with vacuous platitudes about love and kindness. Yet, the congregation found it compelling, endlessly discussing piety, benevolence, and retribution on the journey home. I could scarcely comprehend it all. To this day, I regard that Sunday as the most unfortunate of my life. After lunch, everyone succumbed to drowsiness, slumped in their chairs or dozing in the rooms, the monotony proving unbearable. Burke and a dog were dozing in the sun on the grass. I ascended the stairs, intending to sneak a nap in our room. To my surprise, the lovely Miss Sophia stood at her door, which was adjacent to mine. She invited me into her room, gently closed the door, and inquired whether I liked her. I confessed that I did. She then asked if I could assist her with a matter, insisting on secrecy. I agreed. She revealed that she had left the Bible and 2 other books on a pew in the church and wished for me to stealthily retrieve them without notifying anyone. I acquiesced. Thus, I ventured out alone, stealthily making my way along the road to the church. Upon my arrival, the church was deserted, save for a couple of pigs. The door was unlocked, and in the summer, pigs often sprawled on the rough wooden floor to cool off. One could discern that people only reluctantly visited the church. Pigs and humans were distinctly different. I mused that something peculiar must be afoot. Why would a young lady be so anxious over a Bible? It struck me as rather odd. As I shook the book, a slip of paper fell out, inscribed in pencil, 2:30. I leafed through the book, yet found nothing else. I could not decipher its meaning. Thus, I returned the note to the book. Ascending the stairs, I beheld Miss Sophia waiting at the door for me. She ushered me inside and closed the door behind us. Subsequently, she opened the Bible, located the note, and upon reading its contents, her countenance brightened with joy. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, she enveloped me in a warm embrace, exclaiming that I was the finest young man in the world, and urged me to keep this matter a secret. For a moment, her cheeks flushed with color, and her eyes sparkled with delight, utterly captivating. Stunned, I eventually regained my composure and inquired about what the note contained. She countered with a question of whether I had read it, to which I replied in the negative. She then asked if I could recognize handwritten words, and I admitted that I could only manage printed text. She then revealed that the note bore no significant message, merely serving as a bookmark to remind her of her place in the reading. Upon exiting, I strolled toward the riverbank, pondering this incident repeatedly in my mind. When I soon noticed my black servant trailing behind me, we ventured to a secluded spot where we could not be seen from the house. He glanced back once more, scanned the surroundings, and hurried forward to say, "Master, I will lead you to the pond, where a multitude of water snakes resides." I mused, perplexed, for he had mentioned this yesterday, knowing full well my aversion to water snakes. Who would seek out snakes for amusement? What was his true intention? "Very well. You may lead the way," I replied. I followed him for half a mile as he traversed the marshlands, wading through water that reached his ankles. Thus, we continued for another half mile until we arrived at a small patch of dry land, overgrown with trees, shrubs, and wild vines. He said, "Young master, if you take a few steps forward, you will find them just there. I have seen them already and wish not to see them again." With that, he splashed away, soon disappearing into the woods. I pushed aside the foliage and came upon a clearing the size of a bedroom, surrounded by climbing vines. To my astonishment, I discovered someone lying there in slumber, my old companion, Jim. I immediately roused him, anticipating his surprise upon seeing me. He was so overjoyed that he nearly shouted, though he did not appear particularly shocked. He recounted how, on that fateful night, he had been swimming behind me and had heard me calling for him. Yet he did not dare respond, fearing that someone would pull him from the water and ensnare him as a slave. He mentioned that he had sustained a minor injury and was swimming slowly, thus falling behind. Upon seeing me reach the shore, he thought it unnecessary to call out, believing he could catch up. However, when he beheld the house, he slowed his pace. The distance between us was too great for us to hear what the people were saying. Furthermore, he was fearful of the dogs. When all sounds faded, he realized I had entered the house, and he took refuge in the woods, waiting for dawn. The following morning, a few black men discovered him and brought him to this place. This spot was separated by water, ensuring the dogs could not find him. They brought him food every night and informed him of my situation. Why did you not inform them sooner so they could bring me along? Huck, what options did we have at that time? I seized the opportunity to procure some pots, plates, and utensils, and by evening, I still needed to mend our raft. Jim, which raft are you referring to? Why, our raft, of course. You mean our raft wasn't shattered? Indeed, it remained intact. One end sustained quite a blow, but it was nothing of great consequence. However, we did lose the majority of our belongings. At that moment, we were utterly petrified. Diving deep into the water and swimming far away, compounded by the utter darkness of that night. Otherwise, we surely would have spotted the raft. Now it has been restored. Nearly as good as new, and we have even acquired several new items to replace what was originally lost. Hey, Jim, how did you manage to retrieve the raft? Did you drag it back? Alone in the woods, I could hardly capture it. It had become ensnared by dead trees at the riverbed. And a few black men spotted it, subsequently bringing it to a cove and concealing it among a thicket of willows. Later, they quarreled incessantly over the raft, and upon witnessing this, I informed them that the raft belonged to you and me, and that they ought not to entertain any thoughts of claiming it. As soon as the words left my mouth, they fell silent. Subsequently, I bestowed upon each of them a dime, which filled them with immense joy. They expressed hopes that more rafts would drift their way, granting them further opportunities for fortune. Those fellows were exceedingly kind to me whenever I requested their assistance. There was no need to ask twice. The black man who accompanied you was rather amiable and remarkably adept. He is indeed quite agile. He did not inform me of your presence here. He merely stated that he would take me to see a group of water snakes. He is remarkably clever. Should anything go awry, he could easily claim he never saw us together. That tactic is truly effective. As for the events of the following day, I prefer to be succinct. At the break of dawn, I awoke, intending to roll over and continue my slumber, only to realize the surroundings were eerily still. There seemed to be no movement whatsoever. This was unusual. Then, I noticed that Burke had already risen and left. A sense of curiosity compelled me to descend the stairs and investigate. The silence was profound, with not a single figure in sight. It was so quiet that even a mouse's footsteps could be heard, and the outdoors mirrored this tranquility. I pondered, what could be the matter? Approaching the woodpile, I encountered a black man and inquired, what has transpired? He replied, young Master Joe, are you unaware? Indeed, I was completely in the dark, I admitted. Oh, Miss Sophia has fled, he exclaimed. It is true. She escaped during the night, and no one knows precisely at what hour. She eloped with that boy from the Shepherd household. You are aware, that is the consensus. The family only discovered her absence half an hour ago, perhaps even a tad earlier. They wasted no time and immediately prepared horses and firearms, a sight you surely have never witnessed. The women of the household have all rushed to summon relatives, while Mr. Charles and his sons, armed and mounted, have pursued along the riverside path, intending to intercept the young man as Miss Sophia crosses the river with the intention of putting an end to him. I fear this may lead to considerable chaos. Yet, Burke departed without rousing me. He would not awaken you. They will ensure you remain uninvolved. Young Master Burke has loaded his gun with bullets, vowing that he will not live if he fails to bring back a member of the Shepherd family. There are several of their kin nearby, and given the opportunity, he is certain to capture one. Leaving the house, I sprinted along the riverside path with fervor. As I ran, I heard distant gunfire. Upon reaching the lumberyard where the steamboat was unloading, I navigated through the underbrush and ultimately discovered a suitable vantage point, climbing onto a branch of a poplar tree. Safe from bullets. Not far ahead, there was a row of 4-foot-high timber. At first, I contemplated hiding behind it, hoping for a stroke of luck, but ultimately refrained. In the clearing of the lumberyard, 4 or 5 riders were galloping about, cursing and shouting, attempting to shoot the 2 young men concealed behind the stack of wood at the dock, yet they could not land a hit. The moment the 2 young men exposed themselves on the riverside, gunfire would ensue. Back to back, they remained hidden behind the timber stack, vigilant on both sides. After a while, the riders ceased their frenzied antics around the timber and began to charge towards the lumberyard. The 2 young men straightened up, resting their guns on the wood to aim, and succeeded in knocking one man off his horse. Others dismounted to rescue the injured man and carried him to the lumberyard. The 2 young men seized the opportunity to approach the tree where I was situated, but halfway there, they were spotted, prompting the mounted men to give chase. They ran swiftly, yet it proved futile, as the 2 lads distanced themselves significantly and took refuge behind a stack of wood in front of my tree. Once again, the young men secured a favorable position. One of them was Burke, while the other, tall and seemingly around 19, was his companion. The mounted men charged about, but soon vanished from sight. Once they had disappeared completely, I called out loudly to Burke, alerting him to my presence in the tree. Initially, he was taken aback. He urged me to keep a vigilant watch and notify him the moment the group reappeared, suspecting they were merely feigning retreat and would not stray far. I was reluctant to remain in the tree for long, yet dared not descend. Burke, in a fit of emotion, was both weeping and stomping his feet, vehemently declaring that he and his cousin, his fellow young man, were determined to avenge the day's grievances. He recounted how his father and 2 brothers had been slain, while they had managed to take down 2 or 3 enemies. He mentioned that the shepherd family had laid an ambush for them. His father and brothers had intended to wait for their relatives to arrive before taking action, as the shepherd family was far too numerous for them to contend with. I inquired about the fate of the shepherd boy and Miss Sophia. He replied that they had crossed the river and were out of danger. I was filled with joy upon hearing the news, yet Burke exhibited an entirely different demeanor. He was consumed by anger and hatred, lamenting that on that fateful day, he had fired at Hanai, but failed to deliver a fatal blow. Such words were utterly foreign to me. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed 3 or 4 times. A group of men, devoid of horses, stealthily navigated through the woods and encircled them from behind. In an instant, both young men were wounded and leapt into the river. As they drifted downstream, their pursuers shouted from the shore, "Kill them! Kill them!" At that moment, I was so distraught that I nearly tumbled from my perch in the tree. I wished to speak no more of this matter, for the mere recollection filled me with profound anguish. I felt an overwhelming sense of regret. I should never have ventured to the riverbank to witness that spectacle. Subsequently, I could not rid my mind of that haunting scene, which invaded my dreams on numerous occasions. I remained in the tree until twilight approached, summoning the courage to descend only then. Occasionally, I would hear distant gunfire emanating from deep within the woods. On 2 occasions, I caught sight of a small group of men brandishing firearms, galloping past the lumber yard. It seemed that the conflict was far from over, and I was plunged into despair, resolving to keep my distance from that house, as I felt an unsettling connection to the events unfolding. I surmised that the note signified Miss Sophia's clandestine rendezvous with the young man from that household at 2:30, leading to their elopement. At that moment, I should have informed her father. Perhaps they would have confined her, thus preventing such a dreadful occurrence. I descended from the tree and quietly made my way downstream along the riverbank, only to discover the lifeless bodies of the 2 young men sprawled in the water. I pulled them ashore, covered their faces, and hurriedly departed. As I gazed upon the visage of Gabrick, tears welled in my eyes, for he had shown me unparalleled kindness. At that moment, darkness enveloped the sky. I did not approach the house, but instead traversed through the woods towards the pond, with Jim absent from the island. I hastily emerged from the thicket of willows, racing towards the river bend, consumed by the urgency to leap onto the raft and escape this wretched place. My heavens! The raft was nowhere to be found. Panic gripped me. For a fleeting moment, I struggled to catch my breath, and then I let out a desperate shout. Not far from where I stood, a voice inquired, "Is that you, God? Good fellow, do not make a sound." It was Jim's voice, a sound I had never before encountered, so joyous that it filled my heart with elation. I sprinted a few paces along the riverbank and leaped onto the raft. Jim embraced me tightly, and we exerted every ounce of strength in our fervent hug as he exclaimed, "God bless you, my child. Just moments ago, I feared you had perished. Your enslaved friend had come, saying they might have killed you since you did not return. I was prepared to let the raft go and row towards the small river mouth, intending to flee this dreadful place forever if I learned that you had indeed met your end. Oh, thank the heavens, you have returned. I am overjoyed beyond measure." "My dear friend," I replied, "indeed, it is wonderful. They will not find me and will presume that someone else has taken my life, with my body drifting away in the river's current. We must not linger any longer. Quickly, Jim, let us paddle the raft to the center of the river. The swifter, the better." It was only when the raft had drifted 2 miles downstream, reaching the heart of the Mississippi, that I felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, we suspended the signal light, feeling as though we had regained our freedom and security. Having not consumed much since the previous day, Jim presented me with corn cakes, cheese, pork, and cabbage. In that moment, I felt that there was no meal more exquisite in the world. I was utterly delighted, savoring dinner while engaging in conversation with Jim. Gradually emerging from the shadows of vengeance, I was elated, and Jim was equally pleased to have left that pond behind. We both remarked that nothing could surpass the comfort of the raft. Other places felt stifling and uncomfortable, but the raft provided a refreshing sense of ease and liberation. Chapter 20. A couple of days passed. More accurately, they flowed by so peacefully, serenely, and sweetly. Each day, we spent our time in this manner. The river widened immensely here, in some places stretching a mile and a half across. We navigated by night, seeking refuge ashore during the day. As dawn approached, we would halt the raft, almost always resting on the surface of the river at the center bar. Then we would cut some willow branches to conceal the raft. Next, we would set up our fishing rods, casting our lines into the water, and then we would dive into the river for a refreshing swim, both invigorating and revitalizing. Afterwards, we would sit on the sandy riverbank, where the water barely reached our knees, gazing towards the eastern horizon. At that moment, all was silent. Not a sound to be heard, as if the entire world lay in slumber, with only the occasional croak of a bullfrog echoing from the depths of the water. Looking into the distance, the first thing to catch our eye was a hazy black line upon the water's surface. This was the trees lining the riverbank. Gradually, the sky began to don a hue of grayish-white, expanding steadily as the distant black line softened into a gentle gray, no longer shrouded in darkness. At this moment, we discerned small black dots bobbing upon the water's surface. They were indeed cargo flatboats. The elongated black lines revealed themselves to be wooden rafts, occasionally punctuated by the creaking sound of long oars or the indistinct murmur of voices. The surroundings were enveloped in a serene silence, allowing sounds to carry far and wide. As the dawn brightened further, we beheld a trace upon the river, its shape indicating the presence of a submerged rock, where the rushing waters had left their mark. The delicate mist atop the water gradually dissipated, revealing the eastern horizon gradually ablaze with crimson. The river shimmered with golden light, illuminating the small wooden cabins nestled by the tree line, likely indicative of a lumberyard. There, the timber lay haphazardly stacked, leaving gaping holes through which a dog could easily pass. Soon, a gentle breeze would waft through, refreshingly cool and fragrant, as the riverbank flourished with trees and blossoms. However, at times, the scene was marred by the stench of discarded dead fish, such as snakehead, that littered the area. Once the sun ascended, bathing everything in its warm glow, the world seemed to smile back at us, while birds chirped joyfully in the air. In this tranquil moment, we could discreetly light a cigarette, plucking a few fish from the line to prepare a steaming breakfast. After our meal, we lounged by the placid river, basking in tranquility until slumber overtook us. Upon awakening and opening my eyes, I sometimes glimpse a steamboat laboriously chugging upstream against the current, its distance rendering it indistinct, merely allowing me to discern whether its paddle wheel is situated on the sides or at the stern. In the ensuing hour, silence envelopes me, devoid of sights or sounds, save for the profound stillness surrounding. Eventually, I might spot a wooden raft drifting far across the river, perhaps with a young sailor engaged in chopping wood, a favored pastime on such rafts. I observe the glint of the axe as it descends, yet no sound accompanies its swing. Only when the axe is raised high above the man's head do I hear the distant crack, the sound taking an eternity to reach my ears. Thus, we languidly spend our days in this serene quietude. On one occasion, shrouded in thick fog, rafts and boats passed by, their occupants clanging metal pots to avoid collisions with the steamboats. A vessel, indistinguishable as either a flatboat or a raft, came so near that I could distinctly hear the laughter and curses of those aboard, yet no figures were visible, evoking a sense of unease. As if phantoms were merrily floating by, Jim asserted that they must be ghosts, to which I countered, insisting they were certainly not. As night descended, we would row our raft to the river's center, allowing it to drift with the current. We lit our pipes, dipped our legs into the water, and engaged in leisurely conversation about all manner of topics. Provided there were no mosquitoes, we reveled in our nudity, day or night. The garments crafted for me by the Burke family were of fine quality, yet I harbored a deep-seated aversion to them, finding them utterly uncomfortable. At times, it seemed we were the sole inhabitants of the vast river, with no other souls in sight for an extended period. It seems as though the entire river belongs solely to the two of us. Occasionally, a solitary flicker of light can be seen glimmering on the vast waters, emanating from the candlelight filtering through the wooden cabin's window. At times, the surface of the river sparkles with pinpricks of illumination from the lanterns aboard wooden rafts or flat-bottomed boats. Perhaps the sweet strains of a violin or the melodious voices of people can be heard drifting through the air. Life on the raft is truly a boundless source of joy. We delight in reclining on our backs, gazing up at the stars, and engaging in conversations about them. Jem asserts that the stars are man-made, while I contend they have always existed. In my view, creating such a multitude of stars would require an extensive span of time. Jem claims that the moon, like a hen laying eggs, produces these stars, and I cannot entirely disagree with him, for I have witnessed frogs laying a plethora of eggs. So if the moon could indeed birth stars, it would be only natural for there to be so many. We also take pleasure in watching shooting stars as they descend, trailing brilliant tails behind them. Jem suggests that they must be defective eggs flung from their nests. Each night, we are treated to the sight of 1 or 2 steamboats gliding through the darkness, their chimneys occasionally belching forth a shower of sparks, resembling rain as they cascade into the river, a truly enchanting sight. As the steamboat rounds a bend, its lights vanish in an instant, and the cacophony of sounds swiftly fades away, leaving the river's surface once again enveloped in its customary tranquility. Long after the steamboat has departed, the ripples it stirred finally reach our raft, causing it to gently sway. Then, we are left to ponder how much longer it will be before we hear any sounds again. After midnight, as the people on the shore drift into slumber, the river becomes a dark expanse, devoid of any light spilling from the cabin windows for hours on end. The glimmering lights are our clocks as dawn approaches. The first flicker of illumination signals us to swiftly find a place to conceal and secure our wooden raft. One morning, just as the day was about to break, I discovered a small canoe and paddled across a tributary approximately 200 meters wide, drawing near to the larger bank. Subsequently, I navigated upstream along a narrow river flanked by towering cypress trees for about a mile, intending to gather some strawberries. As I glided past a cluster of rocky outcrops, I observed 2 individuals racing towards me with remarkable speed. A sense of dread overwhelmed me, for whenever I perceive someone in pursuit, I instinctively assume they are after me, or perhaps in pursuit of Jim. I hastily made my escape, but they were already drawing near, calling out to me in desperation, claiming their innocence in being chased. Soon, others with dogs joined the fray, intent on leaping onto my raft. I quickly interjected, stating that such an action was inadvisable. I had yet to hear the barks of the dogs or the clatter of hooves. They still had time to slip into the thicket and flee upstream, crossing the river to board my vessel. In doing so, the dogs would lose their scent. They complied with my suggestion. As soon as they boarded, we promptly paddled towards our designated landing. Within moments, the sounds of barking and frantic cries echoed towards us. We could hear them racing towards the narrow river. Yet their figures remained elusive. They seemed to be searching aimlessly, and as we paddled further away, the sounds gradually faded into silence. Upon emerging from the mile-long shaded river into the vast expanse of the main river, an enveloping tranquility surrounded us. We paddled to the shore and concealed ourselves within the grove of poplar trees, thus marking our escape from peril. The 2 individuals each carried a bulging, tattered felt bag. One of them appeared to be around 70 years of age, a balding man with a face almost entirely cloaked in a white beard. He wore a weathered wide-brimmed hat, an oily blue woolen shirt, and a pair of tattered blue canvas trousers, the cuffs tucked into his boots. His trousers were held up by 2 homemade suspenders, though, in truth, only one remained intact. He clutched a long, worn blue twill coat adorned with shiny brass buttons. The other man, perhaps in his 30s, was dressed in similarly shabby attire, neither particularly striking in appearance. After breakfast, as everyone rested and engaged in conversation, we soon realized that they were unfamiliar with one another. The balding man inquired of the other, "What troubles have you encountered?" "Oh, I was selling a remedy for tartar removal. This concoction indeed eliminates tartar, often taking a piece of enamel with it. My mistake was in staying an extra night. When I attempted to slip away, I unexpectedly ran into you. You mentioned that they were pursuing you and begged for my assistance in fleeing. I had no choice but to confess that I too would soon face misfortune, preferring to escape alongside you. That is the essence of it. How did you find yourself in this predicament? As for me, I was there preaching against alcoholism for over a week. Women of all ages rallied to my cause, as I passionately denounced the inebriates. You see, I charged them a dime each. Children and individuals of color were exempt from the fee. In one evening, I could earn $5 or $6, and my business flourished increasingly. Subsequently, I was discovered, and I had been secretly consuming alcohol. The news spread last night, and this morning, a man of African descent approached me, advising that I should flee first, as a group on horseback accompanied by dogs was on the hunt for me. Should they capture me, I would surely be subjected to tar and feathers, paraded in disgrace. I escaped without having my breakfast. Old man, the younger one said, I think we should collaborate and perform a duet. What do you think? I have no objections. What do you primarily do? I originally worked in a printing house at a newspaper while concurrently engaging in business selling medicine. I also acted, primarily in tragic roles, and occasionally dabbled in hypnotism and phrenology. I had even taught singing and geography at a school, and I sometimes delivered speeches. Well, I have dabbled in many trades. One could say I am versatile enough to undertake any available task, thus I do not belong to a specific profession. And what is your line of work? I was a physician for many years, specializing in massage therapy, particularly for tumors and paralysis. If someone sought my services for fortune-telling, I was quite adept at that as well. Furthermore, preaching is within my purview, as I occasionally conducted revival meetings in the countryside. For a moment, both of us were silent, until the younger one sighed deeply and lamented, "What misfortune? What do you mean by misfortune?" The bald man inquired. I never anticipated that I would be living such a life, associating with individuals like these. He picked up a rag and wiped the corner of his eye. To hell with it. How can one be so unfortunate as to be with me? The bald man remarked, his tone both acerbic and haughty. Indeed, it is rather unfortunate. I suspect my fate is not favored. Once I held a noble status, yet who could have foreseen my descent to such a state? I place the blame solely upon myself. I harbor no grievances against you, nor against anyone else. I merely accept my misfortune. In this unforgiving world, I shall let it be as it may and wield my final card. However, one truth I hold dear is that I shall eventually find my resting place. This world may continue its merciless rampage, seizing my loved ones, my possessions, and everything I hold dear, yet it cannot strip away my final sanctuary. Sooner or later, I will succumb to slumber, forgetting all. At that moment, my sorrow-laden heart shall find peace. He incessantly wiped his eyes. Why direct your ire at us? The bald man said. What grievances do you hold? Is it your wounded heart? We have not harmed you. I am aware you have not wronged me. Gentlemen, I do not blame you. I am the architect of my own despair. I deserve this suffering. I deserve this misfortune. What was your origin? Oh, were I to reveal it, you would hardly believe me. None would. But it matters not. The secret of my origins. Are you suggesting? Your origins are a secret? Very well, gentlemen. I shall speak earnestly. I share my secret with you because I deem you trustworthy. I am a legitimate duke. Upon hearing this, Jim's eyes widened in disbelief, and I surmised mine mirrored his astonishment. The bald man exclaimed, "No, it cannot be true. Yet it is an undeniable fact. My great-grandfather was the eldest son of the Duke of Bletchwater, who fled to this country at the end of the last century in pursuit of the liberating embrace of freedom. Here, he wed and left behind a son upon his passing, who, tragically, departed this world almost simultaneously. The late Duke's second son, heedless of the fact that the true Duke was but an infant, usurped the title and the estate. I am the rightful and legitimate heir of that infant. I am indeed the rightful Duke of Bletchwater. Yet, alas, I find myself in such a pitiful state, stripped of my noble status, met with disdain and banishment, clad in rags, in a state of disrepair, and utterly dejected, now reduced to sharing a wooden raft with a band of ruffians. Both Jim and I felt profound sympathy for him, striving to offer comfort. He lamented that consolation was futile, asserting that our acknowledgement of his status would mean more than anything else. We expressed our willingness to recognize him, provided he elucidated what such recognition entailed. He instructed us that when addressing him, we must bow and refer to him as your grace or my lord, and even calling him simply Bletchwater would suffice, as it is indeed a title of nobility rather than merely a name. During meals, he required an attendant to serve him and heed his commands. This was a simple task, and we complied with his requests. At mealtime, Jim remained by his side, inquiring, "Your Grace, would you care for this? Might you enjoy that?" He appeared quite pleased. However, the old man grew increasingly taciturn, and it became evident that he was displeased to see us so enraptured by the Duke's presence, consumed by his own heavy thoughts. In the afternoon, he said, "I must confess, Relicvat, I truly feel for you. But you are not the only one who has suffered misfortune, are you? Indeed, you are not the sole individual to have fallen from a noble position. My heavens! To be frank, there are many who harbor secrets of lineage, not just yourself." Suddenly, he broke into tears. "What is the matter with you? Speak calmly." The old man, sobbing, inquired, "Relicvat, can I trust you?" He grasped the old man's hand tightly and replied, "If I were to reveal your secret, I would meet a dire fate. Speak freely. Relicvat, I am the former French crown prince." At that moment, both Jim and I stared at him in disbelief. The Duke then asked, "What do you mean?" "Truly, my friend, there is not a trace of falsehood in my words. Before you stands the long-lost, unfortunate French crown prince Louis XVII, the son of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. You, at your age, you might as well claim to be Charlemagne, the Holy Roman Emperor. You appear to be at least 600 or 700 years old. I have endured considerable suffering, Brelikvat. The tribulations I have faced have turned my hair gray prematurely, leaving me aged before my time, and I have lost much of it. Gentlemen, I have been exiled to a foreign land, wandering in despair, clad in this coarse garment. Yet, what you see before you is indeed the legitimate French crown prince. As the conversation flowed, he once again succumbed to tears, his sorrow intensifying with each sob. Both Jim and I felt a profound sadness for him, momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Our hearts ached, yet we took pride in his presence among us. Thus, we began to console him, akin to how we would comfort the Earl, hoping to ease his troubled mind. However, he lamented that nothing would suffice but death to bring him peace. He expressed that should anyone treat him according to his station, kneeling on one leg while addressing him as Your Majesty, and serving him at meals, he might find some solace. Consequently, Jim and I commenced addressing him as Your Majesty, attending to his needs, standing upright whenever he did not bid us to sit. This brought him considerable delight and comfort. Yet, the Earl grew envious, clearly dissatisfied with our service to the king. Nevertheless, the king remained exceedingly cordial, remarking on how his father had held the Duke's great-grandfather and other members of the Blechworth Dukes in high regard, often inviting them to his palace. Yet, the Duke remained in a state of gloom for an extended period. Eventually, the king said, "Blechworth, it seems we are destined to linger on this wretched raft for quite some time. What is the meaning of your incessant weeping? It only serves to dampen everyone's spirits. I was not born a duke, and thus cannot be blamed for it. Likewise, you were not born a king, and cannot fault yourself. Anger is futile. Listen to me, let us accept our circumstances. It is rather fortunate that we have crossed paths in this place. We have sustenance, and our days can be lived freely and joyously. Come, Duke, let us shake hands. After all, we are all good friends." The Duke clasped his hand, and both Jim and I beamed with joy. With this gesture, all their awkwardness dissipated, and our hearts brimmed with relief. For it is indeed an unfortunate affair when discord brews upon a wooden raft. Together upon the raft, we all yearned for merriment and harmony. Before long, the truth became evident to me. These two scoundrels were not a king and a duke, but rather a pair of deceitful charlatans. Yet, I kept this realization to myself, for it was prudent to avoid any quarrel that might ensue. They desired us to address them as king and duke, and I acquiesced, provided that tranquility reigned among us. I deemed it unnecessary to share this sentiment with Jim, knowing it would yield little benefit. Although I had not acquired any remarkable skills from my father, I had at least learned the art of navigating interactions with such individuals. The most effective approach was to allow them to indulge in their antics. In Chapter 21, they inundated us with inquiries, eager to grasp how we concealed the raft, why we refrained from traveling during the day, and why we chose to halt. "Is Jim the escaped slave?" I replied, "For the love of God, would an escaped slave flee southward? Certainly not." They too concurred with this assessment. Thus, I concocted a series of tales to elucidate the circumstances. I hailed from a small town in Missouri, where I was born, and my family had perished, leaving only my father, my brother, and me. My father yearned to depart from that place and journey downstream to reside with my uncle. My uncle possesses a small parcel of land by the river, located 44 miles downstream from Orleans. My father, nearly destitute and in debt, found that once his debts were settled, he had only a meager sum remaining, aside from our enslaved companion, Jim. This scant amount was utterly insufficient for a journey of 1,400 miles. It was inadequate for even a third-class passage. However, when the river swelled, fortune smiled upon my father. He discovered a wooden raft, and we contemplated embarking on this raft to Orleans. Alas, my father's stroke of luck was short-lived. One fateful night, a steamboat collided with the front corner of our raft, casting us all into the water, trapped beneath the wheel. Jim and I managed to surface. Yet my father and younger brother did not rise again. In the ensuing days, we faced a vexing predicament, as individuals frequently approached in small boats, attempting to seize Jim from my grasp, insisting he was an escaped slave. From that moment forth, we dared not venture by day, under the cover of darkness. They did not pursue us. The Duke proposed a plan, suggesting a means to allow us to travel by day without fear. I needed to ponder this matter carefully to devise an impeccable strategy. Today, however, I was reluctant to pass through the nearby town in broad daylight, as it felt perilous. As evening approached, Dark clouds began to gather, heralding an impending storm. Lightning flickered on the horizon, and the leaves rustled ominously, an unmistakable sign that the rain would be fierce. Consequently, the Duke and the King entered our humble shelter, claiming they wished to mend it while inspecting the condition of our bedding. My bed is a mere straw mattress, slightly superior to Jem's. His mattress is woven from corn husks, interspersed with the stalks of corn, rendering it uncomfortable to lie upon. Every movement produces a rustling sound reminiscent of rolling upon a heap of dry leaves, loud enough to rouse one from slumber. The Duke wishes to sleep on my bed, and so does the King. The Duke asserts, "We are of different standings. You must understand that a cornhusk mattress is unbefitting for me. Your Excellency should repose upon the cornhusk mattress." Jem and I secretly felt anxious for them, fearing a confrontation. So we were relieved upon hearing the Duke's words. It seems fate has ordained that I shall be trampled under iron hooves, wallowing in the mire. My unfortunate destiny has shattered my once noble demeanor. I concede and yield to you, for I can only blame my ill fortune. Now, I drift alone in this world. Let me endure my suffering, for I am capable of it. As darkness descends, safety approaches, and we swiftly set our wooden raft afloat. The King informs us that we must row to the center of the river, and only after passing far beyond the town shall we ignite the lantern. Soon, we glimpsed faint lights. It was the town. We glided past it and continued drifting for about a mile without incident. When we had distanced ourselves from the town by 3/4 of a mile, we lit the signal lantern. Around 10 o'clock, a tempest unleashed, furious winds, torrential rain, and blinding lightning. An utterly terrifying spectacle. The King ordered us to stand watch outside until the weather improved, after which he and the Duke retreated to the shelter for slumber. It fell to me to keep vigil until midnight. In such inclement weather, even with a bedroll, sleep eluded me, for the tempestuous scene was a rarity indeed. Oh, how ferociously the wind howled, an utterly terrifying spectacle. In mere moments, a flash of lightning cleaved the night sky, illuminating the tumultuous waves for half a mile around. Through the rain and mist, I glimpsed the bleak contours of the shoreline, trees swaying perilously in the storm, followed by a cacophonous roar that echoed across the heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunder rolled on, gradually receding, until silence enveloped the air once more. But soon, another flash of lightning struck, accompanied by another deafening crash. At times, the waves surged high enough to threaten to toss me into the water, yet clad in naught but my skin, I paid it little mind. Our raft narrowly avoided colliding with the gnarled trees submerged in the river. The lightning illuminated our surroundings, allowing us to steer clear of those dead trunks just in time. You see, I was on the midnight shift, but by then, fatigue weighed heavily upon me. Jim kindly offered to take the first half of my watch, always so considerate. That Jim is truly a good soul. I crawled into the shelter, where the King and Duke lay in a disheveled heap, with no room for myself. I had no choice but to lie outside. The rain did not trouble me. I found it warm, and the waves had subsided somewhat. However, by 2 o'clock, the wind and waves surged once more. Jem intended to rouse me from my slumber, but he changed his mind, believing the tempestuous waves were not perilous enough to cause significant harm. Yet he was mistaken. Soon a mighty wave surged forth, sweeping me into the river's embrace. Upon witnessing this, Jem erupted in laughter, nearly losing his breath. Jem, a jovial black man, was a sight to behold when he smiled. I had never encountered such a mirthful slave before. Shortly thereafter, I took my turn to stand watch while Jem lay down and began to snore. The storm gradually subsided, ultimately coming to a complete halt. Upon sighting the first flicker of light, I roused him, and together we concealed the raft in a secluded spot to evade the daylight. After breakfast, the King produced a tattered deck of playing cards and engaged the Duke in a game, wagering 5 cents per round. Eventually, they grew weary of the game and began to converse, claiming they were devising a grand scheme. The Duke rummaged through his dilapidated satchel, retrieving several crumpled flyers which he began to read aloud. One flyer proclaimed that the illustrious Dr. Armand de Montalban, renowned in Paris, would deliver a lecture on phrenology, with the venue, date, and time left unspecified. The entrance fee was 10 cents, and phrenological charts were available for 25 cents each. The Duke declared that the esteemed doctor was none other than himself. Another flyer referred to him as the world-famous tragic artist Garrick from the Drury Lane Theatre in London. On yet another flyer, he was attributed with numerous other names, having performed various elusive feats, including discovering underground water sources and buried gold with a magic fork, as well as exhibiting his skills in exorcism and other mystical arts. Later, he remarked, What is most beloved is undoubtedly the art of acting. My king, have you ever graced the stage? The king replied, I have not. Then, my fallen sovereign, within 3 days, I shall have you performing passionately upon the boards, declared the duke. Once we arrive at a respectable town, we shall rent a theater to present a duel from Richard III in the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet. What say you? Ah, Brechevat, I would not hesitate to face any peril for the sake of profit. However, I am utterly unversed in the craft of acting. I have never even witnessed a performance. When my father invited a troupe to perform in the palace, I was but a mere child. Can you truly teach me? It is exceedingly simple. I revel in the novelty of it all. Very well, let us commence forthwith. The duke began to explain the play, elucidating who Romeo was and the character of Juliet, mentioning that he was quite accustomed to embodying Romeo, though the king could take on the role of Juliet. But Juliet is a young maiden. At my age, Duke, it seems rather absurd to portray her. Fear not. The rustic folk of this region are blissfully ignorant of such matters. Moreover, consider this. Clad in costume, you shall conceal all. He retrieved several garments fashioned from floral fabric, which served as curtains, stating they were the medieval armor worn by Richard III and another character. He also produced a white nightgown and a frilled nightcap. The king was exceedingly pleased upon his first glance. Consequently, the duke produced his script and recited the lines with great flair, pacing back and forth with measured strides, while extending his hands forward, delivering an outstanding performance that instructed the king on how to act. He then handed the script to the king, advising him to memorize his lines thoroughly. Approximately 3 miles downstream, there lay a small town. After lunch, the duke proclaimed that he had devised a plan that would allow them to walk during the day without jeopardy for Jim. He expressed his intention to visit the town to attend to this matter. The king expressed his desire to accompany him, hoping to seize an opportunity for some gain. Having exhausted our coffee supply, Jim suggested that I join them in rowing to the town to procure some more. Upon our arrival, we discovered the place utterly deserted. The streets were desolate and eerily quiet, reminiscent of a Sunday. In a backyard, we encountered an ailing black man basking in the sun. He informed us that, aside from the elderly, the young, and the sick, everyone else had ventured 2 miles away into the woods to attend a sermon. The king inquired about the direction and declared his intent to make good use of the sermon. The duke mentioned his wish to locate a printing establishment. We found one. A modest operation situated above a carpenter's shop, yet both the carpenter and the printer had gone to the sermon, leaving the door unlocked. It was a filthy place, littered with refuse, walls splattered with ink stains, and covered in various posters depicting horses and fleeing black individuals. The duke removed his clothing, stating that he had conceived a brilliant idea. Thus, the king and I proceeded to the outdoor sermon. We trudged for approximately half an hour before reaching our destination, drenched in sweat, as that day happened to be unbearably hot. There were thousands of individuals gathered, having traveled from within a 20-mile radius. The woods were filled with horse-drawn carriages, tethered horses bowing their heads to munch on feed from troughs, persistently stamping their hooves to shoo away pesky flies. Makeshift stalls crafted from branches offered refreshments such as lemonade, gingerbread, watermelons, and tender corn. Preaching occurred in similar but larger shelters, accommodating a greater number of attendees. The benches were fashioned from the bark of logs, devoid of backs. Holes were drilled into the rounded sides, into which sticks were inserted to create seats. At one end of the shelter stood a raised platform where the ministers addressed the congregation. Women adorned themselves with sun hats, some clad in long robes made from a blend of linen and wool, while others donned checkered dresses. The younger maidens sported floral-patterned garments. Young men walked barefoot, and some small children were clad only in coarse cotton shirts. Elderly women busied themselves knitting sweaters, while youthful individuals exchanged furtive glances and flirtations. In the shelter we first entered, the minister led the congregation in a hymn. He sang the opening lines, and the assembly followed suit, their voices rising in a robust chorus, invigorated by the sheer number present. He would then sing another couple of lines, prompting the crowd to continue in harmony, the singing persisting in this manner. As the song progressed, the volume of voices intensified, transforming into a chorus of hums and even shouts by the end. Then, the pastor commenced his sermon, pacing earnestly upon the pulpit, fervently delivering his message while gesticulating passionately. He shouted hoarsely, intermittently opening and raising the Bible for all to behold, exclaiming, "Come and witness, this is the bronze serpent fashioned by Moses at the behest of God. Behold it, and your lives shall be preserved." The congregation responded in unison, exclaiming, "How marvelous!" Amen. He continued his discourse, the listeners humming and weeping, occasionally uttering an amen. Ah, come forth to the front benches. Quickly, repent before God. Come forth, ye laden with sin. Amen. Come forth, ye who suffer and are tormented. Amen. Come forth, ye disabled and blind. Amen. Come forth, ye who are destitute, oppressed, and downtrodden. Amen. Come forth, ye weary and burdened with sorrow. Bring your wounded souls, bring your contrite hearts, come forth, regardless of how tattered your garments may be. No matter the multitude of your transgressions, and regardless of how sullied your spirit may seem, come forth. The holy waters of absolution are yours to claim. The gates of heaven stand open for you. Enter now and find solace. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of shouts, cries, and wails that drowned out the pastor's voice. Throughout the throng, tear-streaked faces rose, desperately pressing towards the front benches. All who sought redemption surged forward, singing and shouting, collapsing onto the mats. The fervor was nearly frenzied. I beheld the king rushing forth, suddenly ascending the pulpit, his booming voice eclipsing all others. The pastor requested him to address the gathering, and he began to speak. He declared himself a pirate, having spent 3 decades upon the Indian Ocean. Last spring, during a skirmish, many of his crew perished, and now he returned home seeking to recruit new members to replenish his ranks. He recounted how he had been robbed the previous night, cast off a steamer, and now found himself destitute. Yet, he expressed a peculiar joy in this misfortune, deeming it the most fortuitous event of his life, for it prompted him to reform, leading him to experience happiness he had never known. He asserted that despite his current impoverishment, he would embark on a journey back to the Indian Ocean, dedicating the remainder of his life to persuading fellow pirates to abandon their wicked ways. He claimed to possess a deeper understanding of the pirates of the Indian Ocean than anyone else, although he was penniless and the journey would be arduous. He was resolute in his mission. For every pirate he successfully guided back to righteousness, he would tell them, "Do not thank me. This is not my achievement, but rather the merit of those beloved kin who participated in the revival meeting. They are truly brothers of humanity, benefactors, along with the dear pastor." For it is rare for pirates to encounter such sincere friends. With that, he broke into tears, and the crowd joined him in lamentation. Then, a voice rang out, "Let us collect donations for him. Let us collect donations." 5 or 6 individuals immediately rose to assist in gathering funds. However, one person suggested, "Let him hold out his hat to the audience for contributions." The crowd echoed this sentiment, and even the pastor concurred. Thus, the king traversed through the crowd, cradling his hat, while tears streamed down his face. He offered blessings to all, extolling their virtues and expressing gratitude for the kindness shown to the distant pirates. Occasionally, a tearful young maiden would approach him, requesting a kiss as a memento. He would gladly oblige, embracing some of the young ladies and bestowing upon them 5 or 6 kisses. The townsfolk invited him to stay for a week, wishing he could reside in their homes, deeming it a great honor. However, he explained that it was the final day of his sermon, and prolonging his stay would serve little purpose. Moreover, he was eager to hasten to the Indian Ocean to counsel the pirates. Upon returning to the raft, he counted the donations, discovering a total of over $87. Additionally, in the woods, he had opportunistically seized a jar of whiskey that was left beneath a wagon. The king proclaimed that this day yielded the most earnings he had ever made in his missionary endeavors. Prior to this revelation, the duke had believed he had fared well that day, but upon hearing the king, he immediately lamented his own shortcomings. In that small printing workshop, he had typeset and printed 2 advertisements for horse sales for a few farmers, earning $4. He also engaged in advertising business worth $10, stating that if one were willing to pay in advance, he could publish the advertisement, which the individual did in a rather muddled manner. 3 subscribers approached to purchase a newspaper, priced at $2 annually. He accepted cash, offering a discount of 50 cents per copy. The trio wished to pay him with firewood and onions, as was their custom, but he declined, explaining that he had just acquired this workshop and aimed to maintain the lowest possible expenses, thus only accepting cash. He had also typeset a poem, consisting of 3 stanzas, which resonated quite beautifully, titled "Shatter This Broken Heart, O Cruel World." The typesetting was ready, awaiting printing. He declared that he would publish this poem free of charge. In total, he earned $9.50 that day. Furthermore, he showed us a flyer printed for Jim, featuring an image of a fugitive black man carrying a stick with a bundle on it, accompanied by a reward of $200 for his capture. The flyer depicted Jim favorably, stating that he had escaped from the St. Jacques plantation, located 40 miles downriver from New Orleans, last winter. and was presumed to have fled north. If anyone apprehended him and returned him, they would receive the reward, along with reimbursement for travel expenses. Listen, the Duke remarked. After tonight, we may depart by day if we choose. Should anyone approach us, we will bind Jim's hands and feet with rope, hide him in the shack, present this flyer to him, and inform him that we captured him upriver. However, being too impoverished to afford a steamboat, we had to borrow money from friends to acquire this raft, using it to float downstream and claim the reward. He further remarked that it would be quite splendid if Jim were shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. However, such an arrangement would contradict our impoverished narrative, as it would almost resemble adorning him with jewelry. The ropes fit perfectly. We must execute our plan with precision. Akin to the adherence to the three unities in theatrical performances, an esteemed principle upheld by 17th-century European playwrights, which mandates the unity of time, place, and plot. We all commended the Duke's plan for its ingenuity, assuring that traveling by day would be secure. That night, we needed to distance ourselves sufficiently. Knowing the Duke had stirred considerable trouble in the printing shop, and people would be frantically in pursuit, our aim was to leave the town far behind, ensuring they could not catch up. If we so desired, we could hasten our journey thereafter. We remained concealed and silent, not daring to utter a sound, until nearly 10 o'clock that evening when we finally set out on the wooden raft. We stealthily drifted away from the town, continuing until it was out of sight before igniting the signal light. At 4 in the morning, Jim awakened me for the shift change, inquiring, "Huck, do you think we shall encounter any other kings along our journey?" I replied, "No, absolutely not. That is for the best," he stated, "for I care not for kings. Yet their presence is quite bothersome. Both this king and the Duke are utterly intolerable." Additionally, I observed that Jim had a yearning for the king to converse in French, curious to hear the accent of that tongue. However, the king lamented that having resided in this country for far too long, and having endured numerous hardships, he had nearly forgotten his mother tongue. Chapter 22. The sun rose, yet we did not cease our voyage but continued onward. Before long, the king and the Duke emerged from their makeshift shelter, their spirits considerably dampened. They plunged into the water for a brief swim, which invigorated them greatly. After breakfast, the king rolled up his trousers, removed his boots, and dipped his legs into the river. Lighting his pipe, he began reciting lines from Romeo and Juliet. As he became more familiar with the lines, he commenced rehearsing with the Duke. The Duke patiently instructed him on how to deliver each line with finesse, emphasizing the importance of placing a hand on his chest and sighing appropriately. After some time, he remarked that the king was making commendable progress. However, he cautioned, one must never bellow Romeo like a bull. The voice should be gentle, tender, and soft-spoken. It should be like this: "Ro-me. Oh, that is essential. For Juliet is a sweet and lovely young lady, understand? She would never bellow like a donkey." Subsequently, they produced 2 long swords fashioned from oak strips and began rehearsing their swordplay. The Duke referred to himself as Richard III. Their mock battle upon the raft was quite spirited. Eventually, the king stumbled and fell into the river, prompting a pause in their activities as they reminisced about the various adventures they had experienced on this river. After lunch, the Duke proclaimed, "I say, we must elevate this performance to a first-rate spectacle, thus we must prepare additional material so that we can respond when the audience calls for another." "What does another mean?" The Duke elucidated the matter to him, then remarked, "I could perform a Scottish dance or a sailor's jig for their amusement. As for you, let me ponder. Ah, I have it. Recite Hamlet's soliloquy for them." "What is Hamlet's soliloquy?" "Surely you must know that Hamlet's monologue in Hamlet is one of Shakespeare's most renowned works. Oh, it is truly sublime. It never fails to captivate the entire audience. I do not possess that text. This is the only book I have brought with me, but I am certain I can recall it. I shall reflect upon it." He began to pace upon the wooden raft, deep in thought, occasionally furrowing his brow, at times raising his eyebrows with fervor, at other moments stroking his forehead and stepping back to groan softly, interspersed with sighs and feigned expressions of deep sorrow. His countenance was exceedingly amusing. Eventually, he recalled the entirety of it and urged us to pay attention as he recited. He struck a pose of considerable nobility, extending one leg forward, arms reaching skyward, head tilted back, eyes gazing into the heavens. With gritted teeth, he bellowed loudly. He exaggeratedly puffed out his chest and roared with fervor. This performance surpassed the finest theatrical productions I have ever witnessed in my life. When he taught the king that passage, I too committed it to memory, which is the following lines: "To be or not to be, that is the question, a drawn sword, the long life thus transformed into a calamity. If Burnin would does not come to Tangsina, who can endure the tyranny of fate? The fear of the unknown that follows death slaughters the innocent sleep. The second law of nature compels us to prefer casting ourselves upon the venomous sword of misfortune rather than venturing into the realms of the unknown. We cannot help but hesitate and ponder. If you could awaken Duncan, I would be immensely grateful, for who would willingly endure the scourge and derision of the world? The indignities of oppressors, the disdain of the arrogant, the delays of justice, and the liberation that pain offers. In that desolate, silent midnight, the churchyard, cloaked in black, yawns. As there has not been a single traveler to return from the mysterious kingdom that exhales toxic breath upon the world. Our resolute nature, akin to the proverbial cat, is tortured into a pitiable cowardice by anxiety, shrouded in the gloom that envelopes our rooftops, altering the direction of our drift, and thus losing the beauty of decisive action. This is the long sleep that a devout prayer yearns for. Yet pause, fair Ophelia, do not part your marble-like heavy lips, go to the convent, hurry. The king was quite fond of this soliloquy, and before long, he had memorized it, reciting it splendidly. He appeared to be born for this, possessing an innate talent that drew him into an obsession with practice. When he was fully engrossed, he would sway back and forth, his voice strained from shouting, and his enthusiasm was indeed quite amusing. The Duke printed numerous theatrical posters at the printing workshop. During the following 2 or 3 days of drifting, the makeshift raft became a vibrant hub of activity, as the two of them spent their time either dueling with swords or rehearsing. One morning, after we had been in Arkansas for quite some time, we spotted a small town, no larger than the palm of one's hand, nestled at a broad bend of the river. We anchored the raft at a small river mouth approximately 3/4 of a mile upstream. The river mouth was shaded by the dense foliage of cypress trees, resembling a tunnel, except for Jim, who remained on the raft. We all boarded a small boat to row towards the town, seeking an opportunity to perform. That afternoon, a circus was scheduled, and the locals arrived in a procession, either riding various dilapidated wagons or on horseback. We were fortunate, as the circus was set to depart before nightfall, allowing our play to be performed in that interlude. The Duke rented the courthouse hall as our theater, and we plastered posters everywhere. The posters boldly proclaimed, Shakespeare's masterpieces return to the stage, enchanting and irresistible, for one night only. The world-famous tragic stars, the renowned David Garrick of the London Drury Lane Theatre and the esteemed Edmund Kean from the Royal Haymarket Theatre and the Royal Continental Theatre in Whitechapel, co-starring in the exquisite balcony scene from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. The exceptional artistry of Mr. Garrick as Romeo and Mr. Kane as Juliet is truly remarkable. The entire cast delivers a heartfelt performance, with new costumes, fresh scenery, and innovative props. A thrilling duel from Richard III will also be presented. The performance is utterly captivating and uproariously amusing. Mr. Garrick embodies Richard III, while Mr. Kane takes on the role of Richmond. Additionally, a special encore featuring the immortal soliloquy from Hamlet will be performed by the illustrious actor Kane, who has previously graced the Paris stage for an astounding 300 performances. Due to an urgent invitation, he must depart for Europe, thus this will be a singular occasion. Admission tickets are priced at 2 shillings and 5 pence, with a charge of 1 penny for attendance. Subsequently, we strolled through the town. The shops and houses along the streets appeared to have long been neglected, their paint peeling and in disrepair. These structures are elevated on wooden stilts, 3 to 4 feet high, to avoid inundation during floods. Surrounding the houses are small gardens, yet they seem barren, save for patches of toxic mandrake and sunflowers. Scattered about are heaps of ash from fires, alongside an array of discarded shoes, broken bottles, tattered rags, and old tinware. The fences are a haphazard assembly of various wooden planks, nailed together at different times, all crooked and misshapen. The gate often boasts a single hinge, cobbled together with leather. Some fences bear remnants of white paint, which the Duke asserts must date back to the era of Columbus. Occasionally, townsfolk can be seen herding pigs that wander into the gardens. In the town, all the shops are concentrated along a single street, each adorned with white cloth awnings. The locals tether their horses to the posts supporting these awnings. Beneath the canopies lie stacks of empty boxes that once held goods, upon which idlers sit from dawn until dusk, carelessly carving at the boxes with their single-edged knives, chewing on tobacco leaves, yawning widely, and stretching languidly, truly a band of quintessential ne'er-do-wells. These individuals don oversized yellow straw hats, reminiscent of umbrellas, yet they forego jackets and vests. They address one another with names like Dexy, Rolf, and Hank, their conversations languidly drawn out, often laced with expletives. Their numbers are such that each post of the awning bears one of them, their hands perpetually lodged in their pockets, only emerging when they retrieve tobacco to stuff into their mouths or to scratch an itch. Their repetitive phrases echo through the air. "Hank, lend me a chew of tobacco." "No way, I only have one left. Ask Bill." Rolf might lend him a bit, or he might deceitfully claim he has little to spare. Among these slackers, some are without sons, and they themselves possess no tobacco. The leaves they chew are borrowed. They often beseech others, "Could I borrow a chew of tobacco, Hank? I just gave my last bit to someone else." Of course, this is a blatant falsehood, a perpetual lie that only a stranger might believe. But Hank is no stranger. He retorts, "You actually gave that person a chew of tobacco? Is that true? I dare say your cat's great-grandmother has lent him some as well. Young man, first return the cigarettes you borrowed from me, and then I shall lend you a ton or two of tobacco, without expecting any interest in return." "Oh, I have repaid you once before." "Indeed, you did, but what you borrowed were fine cigarettes, while what you returned were inferior goods, akin to those chewed by the less discerning. The cigarettes purchased from the shop are dark, flat blocks, yet these individuals roll the raw leaves and chew them, often without the aid of a knife. They simply insert the rolled tobacco into their mouths, biting one end while tugging at the other with their hands, tearing it apart with force. Occasionally, the owner of the tobacco, witnessing the chewed remnants, displays a sorrowful expression and sarcastically remarks, "I suppose you should take this piece with you. Just leave me the part you've gnawed on." The streets and alleys are engulfed in muck. Nothing but mud surrounds you. This mire is as dark as asphalt, pervasive everywhere, ranging from 2 to 3 inches in depth in some places, while in others, it reaches a full foot. Moreover, pigs roam about in the sludge, grunting and snorting. One might observe a mud-covered sow leisurely leading a litter of piglets along the filthy path. Suddenly, it flops down in the street, stretching out its legs, closing its eyes, and flicking its ears, while the piglets eagerly gather around to nurse. People must navigate around this scene, while the sow lies contentedly, legs sprawled, eyes shut, and large ears flapping, as if savoring the moment as though it were a well-deserved reward. Then, one can hear a ruffian bellowing, "Hey, tiger, hurry up and bite." 2 dogs leapt forward, each seizing one of the pig's ears, while dozens of others rushed in from all directions, drawn by the commotion. The pig immediately sprang to its feet, emitting a desperate cry as it fled. Onlookers rose to witness the spectacle, chattering and laughing with unrestrained glee, reveling in the excitement until both the pig and the dogs disappeared from sight. It was as if they were proclaiming, "What a delightful distraction this is." Otherwise, the tedium would have been unbearable. Soon, the crowd returned to their previous activities, awaiting another bout of canine combat to invigorate their spirits. Watching dogs fight was the pinnacle of entertainment for these folks. Moreover, if someone were to douse a wild dog in turpentine, ignite it, or affix a metal pan to its tail, sending the creature into a frenzied dash, the crowd would awaken fully to the spectacle. A number of rickety houses jutted precariously over the river, seemingly on the verge of collapsing into the water. The inhabitants of these homes had already vacated. In other dwellings, one corner of the foundation had been eroded by the river, leaving that portion suspended in mid-air, with residents still inside, a perilous situation indeed, as the structure could easily plunge into the depths below. In summer, the river could gradually wash away a quarter-mile of land. Residents of towns situated in such precarious locations were perpetually forced to evacuate, moving time and again as the river continued its relentless encroachment upon the settlement. That afternoon, the streets became increasingly bustling with wagons and pedestrians. Country folk arrived with their lunches, seated in their carts to dine. Numerous individuals indulged in whiskey, and I witnessed several groups engaging in brawls. Eventually, a voice rang out, "Old Bogus is coming. He is here to indulge in a drink, boys. He has arrived." Another individual remarked, "I rather wish that old Bogus would come and frighten me. It might just grant me longevity." The onlookers, a collection of rascals, erupted in laughter, evidently accustomed to deriving amusement from Bogus's antics. One of them quipped, "Let us see whom he intends to berate this time. If he manages to scold every individual he has wished to for the past 2 decades, he shall surely become a legend." Bogus rode into view, galloping upon his steed, shouting like a wild Indian, "Hey, clear the way. I come to battle. Beware, the price of coffins is about to rise." He was thoroughly inebriated, swaying precariously in the saddle. The man, now in his 50s, had a complexion that was alarmingly crimson. The crowd hurled jeers and laughter in his direction, and he retaliated with curses, proclaiming that he would inevitably return to settle scores, though he had no time to spare at present, as his mission in town was to deal with that old scoundrel, Huckleberry. His motto was, first, feast upon flesh, then, seek the side dishes. Upon spotting me, he rode closer, demanding, "Where do you hail from, lad? Are you courting death?" Shortly thereafter, he moved on. I was thoroughly shaken, yet a man beside me reassured. There is no need for fear. His words are mere bluster. He always behaves this way when intoxicated. He is but the most notorious old fool in Arkansas, drunk, yet never violent. Bogus cantered to the largest establishment in town, leaning down to peer inside, and bellowed, "Huckleberry, I have come expressly to confront you, you wretched scoundrel. And today I shall take your life. Come out, you coward. Come out and face those you've deceived," he shouted vehemently, invoking the name of Shepherd as the throng filled the street, laughter echoing amidst the jeers, no one daring to depart. After a while, a man, approximately 50 years of age, emerged from a nearby shop, exuding an air of composure, dressed in the most refined attire in the town. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a passage for him as he approached Boggs, speaking slowly and calmly, "Old fool, I have truly grown weary of your antics. I have been patient until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Do not forget, 1 o'clock. Any later, and you shall regret it. If you dare to utter another word by that time, I will hunt you down, no matter where you flee." With that, he turned and walked away. The spectators fell into a hushed silence, their laughter dissipating as they came to their senses, each one frozen in place. At that moment, Boggs mounted his horse and rode towards the other end of the street, vociferously cursing Shepherd. After a time, he returned, resuming his relentless tirade. Some attempted to encircle him, hoping to silence him, yet he persisted defiantly in his insults. People cautioned him that 15 minutes remained until 1 o'clock, urging him to return home immediately. But their words fell on deaf ears. He poured all his energy into his invective, throwing his hat into the muck and trampling it beneath his horse. Soon, he released the reins, letting the horse gallop wildly down the street, his gray hair streaming behind him like a banner. Many attempted to persuade him to dismount in hopes of regaining control and calming him down, yet their efforts proved futile. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward, berating Xiao Peng vehemently. After a while, someone suggested, "Quickly, fetch his daughter." Occasionally, he would heed her counsel, for others were unable to sway him. It required his daughter's presence to have any effect. Consequently, someone hastened to find her. A few moments later, Bagooz reappeared, though this time not upon horseback. He staggered along the street, bareheaded, with 2 individuals supporting his arms, urging him to move swiftly towards me. No longer cursing, he appeared mortified. And not only did he not resist leaving, but he also walked with surprising speed. A voice rang out, "Bagooz." I lifted my gaze to the shouter, who was none other than Colonel Xiaoping, standing resolutely in the middle of the street, his right hand gripping a pistol, not aimed, merely pointed skyward. At that instant, a young woman rushed forward, followed closely by 2 men. Upon sighting the firearm, the 2 men assisting Bagooz swiftly recoiled, while the pistol's barrel gradually lowered in a steady manner, both triggers now disengaged. At this moment, Bagooz raised his hands and cried out, "Oh God, don't shoot." Bang! The first shot rang out, his hands flailing in the air as he stumbled backward 2 steps. Bang! The second shot resounded, and he fell back, his heavy body collapsing to the ground, arms outstretched to either side. The young woman screamed piercingly as she rushed towards her father, collapsing onto him in a fit of tears, exclaiming, "Oh, he has been killed." A crowd began to gather, pressing in tightly, each person craning their necks to glimpse the scene. Those inside urged the onlookers to step back, shouting, "Stand back. Give him some air. Allow him to breathe." At that moment, Colonel Huckleberry tossed his handgun onto the road and turned away. The crowd carried bags into a small grocery store, equally packed with people. The entire town had assembled. I hurried over, finding a vantage point outside the window to peer inside, not far from him. I observed as they laid him flat on the floor, placing a thick Bible beneath his head, tearing open his shirt to reveal a bullet wound on his chest. Subsequently, they spread another Bible over him. With each breath he took, the Bible rose dramatically. As he exhaled, it fell. Eventually, he lay there, unresponsive, truly deceased. Shortly thereafter, they pulled his daughter away, her cries unabated. She appeared to be around 16, strikingly beautiful, yet her face was ashen, and her wailing was heart-wrenching. Soon, the crowd began to shove and jostle, pressing towards the window, each eager for a glimpse. However, those within refused to yield, prompting the others to endlessly plead, "Come on. You must have seen enough by now." Standing there motionless is unreasonable and unfair. Everyone deserves a chance to look. Thus, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each contributing to the tumult. As the crowd began to express their ire, I sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere and hastily made my exit. The streets were thronged with people, their emotions running high. Those who had witnessed the gunfire recounted the events, surrounded by eager listeners, all straining to hear. A tall, gaunt figure donned in a high-crowned white leather hat with somewhat long hair used a curved-handled cane to indicate the positions of Bogus and Hupin at the time of the incident. Following his lead, the crowd moved from one location to another, nodding and understanding as he gestured with his cane, supporting himself with his hands on his thighs and bending forward slightly. Eventually, he straightened up, furrowing his brow, pulled down the brim of his hat, and shouted, "Bogus." He then lowered his raised cane, mimicking a gunshot sound, staggered back 2 steps, and then fell backward to the ground with another sound mimicking a gunshot. Those who witnessed the scene remarked on his striking resemblance to the actual event, and a dozen individuals offered to buy him a drink in celebration. Subsequently, someone suggested that Hupin should be executed. The crowd unanimously agreed to inflict punishment upon him, and in a frenzy, they scattered in all directions, shouting as they ran. Upon encountering a clothesline, they collectively tore it down, intending to fashion it into a noose to hang the murderer Hupin. In Chapter 23, the people surged toward Hupin's residence, their voices raised in a cacophony, as fervent and wild as a band of Native Americans, demanding that all yield to their path, lest they be trampled into the ground. The fervor appeared utterly terrifying, with children shrieking and scattering amidst the throng of raucous individuals. Behind every window facing the street, the anxious faces of women were visible. Black children perched on trees to witness the spectacle, while timid men and women cowered behind walls, retreating hastily whenever the crowd surged near them. Many women and young girls were paralyzed with fear, weeping loudly, nearly fainting. Before long, the masses converged upon the fence of the Hupins, the crowd densely packed, the cacophony inducing a sense of dizziness. It was a small yard, approximately 20 feet square. Someone shouted, "Demolish the fence! Tear down the fence!" Instantly, the crowd sprang into action, smashing, pulling, and crashing against it. The fence was swiftly toppled, and those at the forefront surged into the yard like a tidal wave. At that moment, Hupin emerged on the roof of his porch, brandishing a double-barreled gun. He maintained an air of composure, uttering not a word. The clamor abruptly ceased, and the crowd began to retreat. Hupin remained silent, standing there quietly, gazing down upon the throng. The ensuing silence was palpable, evoking an unsettling chill that swept over the onlookers. Hupin scanned the crowd slowly, and those caught in his gaze endeavored to appear bolder, attempting to return his stare with fierce eyes. However, they ultimately faltered, their gazes dropping to the ground, revealing an air of furtiveness, even guilt. Then, Hupin erupted in laughter, a chilling, mocking laugh that felt like biting into a gritty piece of bread. He spoke, his tone deliberate and his demeanor haughty. "You people, how dare you contemplate the misuse of the law against another? It is truly laughable. Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, to dare take the life of a valiant man? You think you can bully a destitute, homeless woman merely passing by, and yet presume to raise your hands against a true man? Have you considered that if a noble soul were to fall into the hands of 1,000 of your kind, you would not dare lay a finger upon him unless you conspired against him in the shadows? I have long seen through your feeble capabilities. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? What manner of people have I not encountered? I have resided in both the South and the North for many years. In the North, the folk are all too easily oppressed, returning home to pray to God, wishing to live like slaves, too frightened to utter a sound. In the South, a brave man can single-handedly halt a stagecoach filled with passengers in broad daylight. The newspapers laud you as courageous, and you foolishly believe yourselves to be braver than others. You are no different from them. Your bravery hardly exceeds theirs. How is it that your jury does not dare to condemn a murderer to the gallows? Simply because they fear that the murderer's friends might take vengeance upon them. Indeed, they would do just that. Thus, your ill consistently grants freedom to the guilty. Only those with a bit more audacity, accompanied by 100 masked cowards, venture out under the cover of night to administer justice to such scoundrels. Your error lies in not allowing a truly courageous person to lead, nor waiting until darkness fell to don your masks. Ordinary individuals seldom desire to court trouble or embrace danger. Indeed, you had no intention of being here. However, should a person with even a modicum of courage raise their voice and exclaim, "Hang him! Hang him!" you find yourselves paralyzed by fear. reluctant to retreat lest others discover your inherent cowardice. Thus, you shout even louder, clutching the collar of that brave soul, rushing here to cause a disturbance, swearing to embark upon some grand enterprise. Alas, you pitiful assembly of hapless souls, at the core. A military force is merely a collection of such misfits, engaging in battle not through innate valor, but rather through sheer numbers and the motivation of their leaders. Yet, a throng devoid of even a leader is far more wretched. Listen, cowards, the only path laid before you now is to swiftly tuck your tails and scurry home, curling up in your beds. If you truly wish to enact harm upon someone, adhere to the customs of the South and wait until nightfall. And be sure to bring along a person of considerable fortitude, not forgetting to don a mask. Depart, all of you, at once. Take with you that feeble-hearted companion. With that, he swung his gun to his left hand and pulled the trigger. Suddenly, the crowd began to recede like a retreating tide, dispersing in an instant, fleeing in all directions. Even the tall-hatted leader trailed behind, his head lowered, appearing more abject and pitiable. I could have lingered longer, yet I found no desire to remain in that place. I returned to the circus, lingering at the back until the keepers of order had departed, and then I slipped beneath the tent to enter the arena. With 20 gold coins and a handful of change in my pocket, I pondered the wisdom of conserving my funds. In a foreign land, surrounded by strangers, who could predict when I might be compelled to spend? It seemed prudent to exercise frugality. If circumstances demanded it, I would not shy away from spending on the circus. Yet it would be a shame to squander money unnecessarily. The performance was indeed a spectacle of the highest caliber. As a pair, a man and woman rode in side by side. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. There must have been at least 20 individuals clad in form-fitting attire, barefoot and lacking stirrups, their hands resting naturally upon their thighs. The women, their cheeks flushed with color, were strikingly beautiful, truly a collection of regal figures, adorned in garments embellished with diamonds worth millions. I had never witnessed such opulence and splendor. Then, one by one, they rose to stand upon their horses, which galloped gracefully around the circular arena, exuding an air of effortless elegance. The men stood tall, their heads bobbing in rhythm with the horses' strides, exuding charm and poise, towering nearly to the very peak of the tent. The women, in skirts reminiscent of rose petals, fluttered softly around their thighs, akin to exquisite parasols. As the horses quickened their pace, the riders executed a myriad of impressive maneuvers, first extending one leg skyward, then switching to the other. The horse's body began to tilt increasingly, while the ringmaster circled around the post in the center of the arena, cracking the whip in his hand with a resounding snap, calling out, "Hey, hey." The clown hidden behind him continuously uttered playful quips. After a while, the riders on the horse released their grips on the reins. The women curled their hands upon their hips, and the men crossed their arms over their chests. The horse leaned to the side, arched its back, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Ultimately, they all leaped down from the horse's back and bowed to the spectators, a captivating sight I had never witnessed before. They then joyfully bounded off the stage, with the audience erupting in applause, nearly driven to frenzy by excitement. This circus performance was indeed a heart-stopping spectacle. With the clown consistently eliciting laughter, the audience laughed so hard it pained their bellies. The entire circus show was splendid. And just as the ringmaster intended to speak to the clown, the latter promptly retorted with a witty remark. His words were undeniably humorous. I could hardly fathom how he conjured such amusing quips so effortlessly. If it were me, I could not devise anything nearly as amusing in an entire year. Subsequently, a drunken man attempted to enter the arena, claiming he could perform horseback riding as well as the performers. The artists argued with him, trying to expel him, but he refused to leave, causing the entire performance to come to a halt. The crowd jeered and mocked him, which only incensed him further. He began to hop around chaotically within the ring. This provoked the audience's ire as well, prompting many to rise from their seats and rush towards the center, shouting loudly, "Beat this fellow! Throw him out!" Two women screamed in terror. The ringmaster quickly addressed everyone, expressing the hope that they would remain calm. He suggested that if the man could promise not to cause any further disturbances and could maintain his balance on the horse, they would allow him to ride. Laughter erupted among the audience in agreement. The man awkwardly began to climb onto the horse's back. As soon as he settled atop the steed, the horse attempted to break free from the reins, bolting and prancing about. The circus performers struggled to restrain the animal, while the intoxicated man clung desperately to its neck. With each leap of the horse, his legs flailed into the air, prompting the audience to rise in raucous laughter, tears streaming down their faces from amusement. Despite the circus personnel's valiant efforts, the horse managed to escape their grasp, galloping in circles around the arena, the drunken man steadfastly clinging to its neck. He swayed precariously to one side, nearly dragging a leg along the ground, then tilted to the other, almost letting the other leg scrape the earth, inciting uncontrollable laughter from the crowd. However, I found no humor in the scene. Witnessing his peril filled me with dread. Soon after, he struggled to sit upright, seizing the reins. With a sudden vigorous motion, he leaped up, casting aside the reins and standing firmly on the horse's back. The horse galloped with increasing fervor, as if a fire had ignited in its stable. The man stood confidently atop the horse, appearing as if he had never tasted intoxication in his life. Then, he began to remove his clothing, tossing each piece aside with remarkable speed. He shed his garments so rapidly that they filled the air, discarding more than a dozen outfits in total. He finally revealed his true self. It turned out he was a tall and handsome young man, adorned in the most vibrant and exquisite attire. In his hand, he wielded a whip, striking the horse, which galloped as if propelled by the wind. Ultimately, he dismounted, bowed to the audience, and gracefully exited the stage, making his way to the dressing room. The crowd was both astonished and delighted, erupting in cheers that echoed like thunder. At that moment, the ringmaster realized he had been deceived. His dejected demeanor was truly indescribable, a sight never witnessed before. In truth, he was one of the performers from his own troupe. To be frank, this idea had originated from him alone, kept entirely to himself without revealing it to anyone. I too had fallen for the ruse, feeling a peculiar discomfort within. I truly had no desire to be the ringmaster. Indeed, not even for $1,000 would I accept the role. I wondered if there existed a circus more splendid than this. Regardless, it was my first encounter with such a spectacle. However one might view it, I felt that the performance had been sufficiently captivating, and wherever I might encounter it again, I would certainly attend. That evening, we too performed, but only 12 individuals attended, and the ticket sales barely covered our previous expenses. The actors were often the subject of ridicule, and the Duke was greatly aggrieved. Before the show concluded, the audience had departed, leaving only a sleeping child behind. The Duke remarked that these Arkansas fools could not comprehend Shakespeare. He claimed their tastes were limited to trifles devoid of merit. Indeed, not even worthy of being called lowbrow. He further asserted that he could cater to their preferences. Thus, the following morning, he procured some large sheets of paper and ink meant for packaging, crafting a few posters to be affixed around the village. The poster proclaimed, "A thrilling tragedy, The Giraffe of the King, also known as the Royal Curiosity, will be staged in the town court hall, featuring world-renowned tragic stars, the illustrious David Garrick from London and the esteemed Edmund Kean. Only 3 nights of performance. Admission tickets priced at 50 cents. In the largest font below, it read, "Not suitable for women and children. Just wait and see," he remarked. "If that line doesn't draw them in, I might as well be illiterate." Chapter 24. The Duke and the King toiled throughout the day to construct the stage, hang the curtains, and arrange a row of candles as footlights. By nightfall, the hall was soon brimming with spectators. When there was no more room for additional guests, the Duke circled around to ascend the stage, abandoning his post at the door. He lavished praise upon the tragedy, declaring it the most riveting play from ancient times to the present. He grandly introduced the performance and boasted about the illustrious Edmund Kean, who would portray the lead role. Ultimately, he tantalized the audience's curiosity, leaving them on the edge of anticipation, just a curtain away from the show. As the curtain was drawn aside, there appeared the King, utterly unclad, his body adorned with a vibrant array of colors, painted in swirling stripes reminiscent of a rainbow. He crawled forth confidently on all fours, and his additional makeup was nothing short of bizarre and ludicrous, utterly comical in every regard. Laughter erupted among the crowd as the King frolicked on stage, capering about with unrestrained enthusiasm. Only after he had thoroughly delighted himself did he retreat backstage, where the applause and cheers surged like a thunderous storm, continuing unabated until his reappearance. He then repeated his performance, eliciting further requests for encore. One could surmise that even a bull would be unable to contain its laughter at this old fool's splendid display. At that moment, the Duke lowered the curtain, bowed to the audience, and announced that this grand tragedy could only be performed for 2 more evenings, as he had pressing commitments in London, where the Grand Theatre had sold out its tickets, eagerly awaiting their arrival. He bowed once more, imploring the audience to spread the word if they found the performance not only entertaining but also enlightening, expressing his profound gratitude for any recommendations to their friends. A chorus of voices erupted. "What? Is this really the end? Is that all? The Duke confirmed it indeed was so. At this, a true spectacle was about to unfold. The crowd shouted, "We've been deceived." They leapt up like madmen, rushing towards the stage and the two tragic actors to settle the score. Just then, a distinguished gentleman leapt onto a bench and called out, "Everyone, please calm down. Allow me to speak." The crowd hushed, eager to hear his words. "We have been tricked, indeed. Thoroughly deceived. But we cannot allow the entire town to mock us. We must not become the subject of ridicule forever. That is absolutely unacceptable. We must quietly depart from here and extol the virtues of this performance to the townsfolk, enticing the rest of the community to witness the spectacle. In doing so, will we not all become akin to one another? Do you find merit in my words?" The crowd began to echo in agreement, proclaiming, "Indeed, it is profoundly sensible." The judge spoke with utmost wisdom. "Very well then, let us refrain from mentioning the deception, and everyone shall return home to persuade others to attend this tragic play." By the following day, the town buzzed with praises of the magnificent performance, drowning out any discussion of other matters. Enthusiastic commendations echoed throughout the streets for this remarkable show. That evening, the hall was once again filled to capacity, and we ensnared this fresh audience in the same manner. The king, the duke, and I reconvened on the raft for dinner, and by midnight, they instructed me and Jim to row the raft away, exiting the small river and drifting into the heart of the great river, where we moored approximately 2 miles downstream from the town, concealing the raft. On the third night, the venue was once again brimming with patrons. This time, they were not new faces, but rather the spectators from the previous 2 evenings. Standing beside the Duke at the entrance, I observed individuals stuffing their pockets to bursting or concealing items beneath their coats. I discerned that these were not spices, certainly not, as it was evident at a glance. Soon, a pungent odor of rotten eggs assailed my senses, mingling with the scent reminiscent of decaying cabbage. I was certain I detected the unmistakable stench of deceased cats, smuggled into the theater by no fewer than 60 individuals. I ventured into the theater and found the stench unbearable after a while. Soon, the venue became overcrowded, prompting the Duke to enlist the help of an individual, offering him 2 bits and 5 cents to guard the entrance for a minute. He hastily departed, taking the path towards the small door leading to the stage, while I closely followed. As we turned a corner into the pitch-black darkness, he urged, "Hurry. Once we are far from these houses, run swiftly towards the wooden raft, as if a ghost were pursuing you." I complied with his instructions, and he did likewise. We leaped onto the raft, and within seconds, we were drifting down the great river. Surrounding us was an eerie silence. We maneuvered the raft obliquely towards the river's heart, not uttering a word. I pondered how that unfortunate king must be enduring the audience's wrath, yet, in truth, it was not as I imagined. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the shack, speaking aloud, "Tell me, Duke, will our old ruse succeed this time?" He had not even ventured into town. After dinner, they had played such tricks on those poor souls that they were laughing to the point of nearly falling apart. The Duke remarked, "These fools." I knew from the outset that the first group would remain silent, only enticing others in town to fall into their trap. I was also aware they intended to ambush us on the third night, believing it was their turn to take the lead. Well then, it is indeed their turn, and I shall reward them with something to illustrate just how much they stand to gain. I am genuinely curious to see how they will seize this splendid opportunity. As long as they are pleased, they may transform it into a delightful picnic, for they have brought an abundance of delectable provisions. We refrained from lighting the lanterns until we had traveled 10 miles from the village, and only then did we illuminate the evening and partake in our supper. The king and the Duke erupted in laughter, nearly collapsing with mirth, as they discussed their devious methods of dealing with those individuals. Over the course of 3 nights, these 2 scoundrels deceitfully amassed a total of $465, a sum I had never before encountered, enough to fill an entire cart. Eventually, they appeared to drift into a deep slumber, snoring audibly. Jim turned to me and said, "Huck, don't you find it peculiar how the king and his companion are behaving so foolishly?" "Not at all," I replied. "There's nothing strange about it." "Why not?" Jim pressed. "What is so unusual about it? This is simply how life is. I would wager they are all of a similar ilk. However, Huck, these kings are typical scoundrels. They are among the worst of the worst. Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment. To me, nearly all kings seem to be rogues. Is that so? You need only read about them to know. Take Henry VIII, for instance. Compared to him, our current figure is as mild as a schoolmaster from a Catholic institution. Then consider Richard II, Louis XIV, Louis XV, James II, Edward II, Richard III, and others. Besides them, there were the rulers of the ancient Saxon 7 kingdoms. who were notorious demons causing chaos in their time. Oh, how I wish you could witness the grand exploits of King Henry VIII during his days of triumph. That man was a notorious libertine, marrying a new wife each day, only to have her head severed by dawn. He approached such acts with the same casualness as one might request a few eggs for breakfast, treating them with utter disregard. "Bring me in Bullen," he would command, and she would be brought forth. The very next morning, he would decree, "Off with her head," and so her fate would be sealed. "Fetch Jane Seymour." She would appear immediately, only to meet the same grim in the following day. "Rouse Rosamond," and she would answer the call, only to hear the same chilling order the next morn. He demanded that each of them recount a tale, weaving together 1,001 stories, ultimately culminating in a tome entitled The Book of Judgment. A fitting title, indeed, as it reflects the essence of his reign. Jim, you may not comprehend the nature of kings, but I am well acquainted with their ways. Our dear Henry stands out as the most innocent monarch I have ever encountered in history. Do you know that he contemplated causing us Americans some trouble? What did he do? Did he issue a proclamation to demonstrate his might? No, instead, he abruptly ordered the tea from the ships docked in Boston Harbor to be dumped into the sea, an act that precipitated the Declaration of Independence and issued a bold challenge. This has always been his method, catching people off guard with his audacity. He harbors suspicions towards his father, the Duke of Wellington. Do you know what he plans to do? Will he confess to him? No, he would rather cast him into a barrel to drown like a cat. What if someone were to toss money in his direction? He would readily seize it. If he were to enter into a contract to accomplish a task, the other party cannot be expected to watch him closely, so what would he do? Undoubtedly, he would not adhere to the terms of the agreement. Should he open his mouth, what then? If he does not promptly close it, he would instantly utter a falsehood, a pattern that never fails. Henry is indeed such a scoundrel. If we were to accompany him instead of the two of us, he would surely ruin that town far worse than our associate ever could. I do not imply that we too are virtuous. One need only acknowledge the harsh reality to understand. However, when compared to those old rascals, we are but small fry. My point is, the king is the king, and we must endure with gritted teeth. These individuals are nothing but contemptible scoundrels, having been raised on such shameless education. The stench of this one is quite potent, Huck. Let me tell you, they are all the same, Jim. The king carries a foul odor that even history cannot remedy. Now, regarding the Duke. He does possess some semblance of decency. Indeed, the Duke is somewhat different, yet not significantly so. By the standards of a Duke, this fellow is certainly quite vile. When he was inebriated, those with poor eyesight could hardly distinguish him from the king. Regardless, Huck, I have no desire to continue alongside such individuals. I am weary of these two. I share your sentiments, Jim. However, since we have allowed their presence, we must ascertain their true nature. Let us endure a little longer. It shall improve. What purpose would it serve to inform Jim that these two are not, in fact, the king and the Duke? None whatsoever. Moreover, I have already stated that people cannot discern any difference between them and the genuine monarch. I fell asleep, and during my watch, Jim did not rouse me, which he occasionally does. At dawn, I awoke to find him seated, head bowed to his knees, sighing deeply in solitude. I paid him little mind and did not draw attention to his state. I neither deliberately gazed at him nor pretended not to see. I understood the cause of his distress. In truth, he was contemplating his wife and children far away, and his heart ached, for he had never truly left home. I believe his yearning for his family mirrored my own. Though it may seem peculiar, I suspect that is precisely the case. He often sighed mournfully, and at night, believing I was asleep, he would speak to himself. Poor Elizabeth, poor little Johnny, my heart aches. I fear I shall never see you again, never again. Jim is indeed a kind-hearted man. On one occasion, for reasons unknown, I engaged him in conversation about his wife and children. Later, he confided in me, expressing his profound sorrow, for he had discerned a sound emanating from the shore, reminiscent of violence, akin to the slamming of a door. This auditory memory transported me back to a time when I had lost my temper, treating little Elizabeth with harshness. When she was 4, she suffered from a severe bout of scarlet fever, from which she eventually recovered. One day, she stood there, and I commanded, "Close the door." She remained motionless, merely raising her face to smile at me. My frustration escalated, and I repeated, "Did you hear me? Close the door." Yet, she stood still, gazing up at me with a smile. Enraged, I exclaimed, "How dare you disregard my words?" In a moment of anger, I struck her across the face, and she fell to the ground. I retreated to another room, remaining there for approximately 10 minutes. Upon emerging, I found the door still ajar, and the child was standing at the threshold, weeping sorrowfully, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, my anger flared once more, and I was about to approach her to chastise her further, when a sudden gust of wind slammed the door shut. As it swung inward, the door struck her, causing her to collapse onto the floor, motionless. A wave of terror washed over me, nearly rendering me breathless. The depth of my distress was ineffable. I trembled uncontrollably as I stumbled towards the door, cautiously opening it. Peering over her small form, I instinctively gasped, "Oh my God!" She lay there, utterly still. I gathered the child into my arms, breaking down into tears, exclaiming, "Oh, poor little one. The Almighty God shall never forgive the unfortunate old Jim. And I shall never forgive myself for my actions. My child, alas, she has been rendered both deaf and mute by terror. Huck, she is indeed deaf and mute. And I am filled with regret. I could strike myself in remorse for being so unkind to her." Chapter 25. The following evening, we halted near a small sandy bank adorned with willows. Towns lay on both sides of the river, and the Duke and the King began devising plans to venture into the town. Jim expressed his hope that they would not linger for too long. Ideally no more than a few hours, for he was bound and confined in a small shed, enduring an unbearable tedium. The situation was such that he had been tied up when we left him alone on the raft, for if anyone were to stumble upon him unbound, he could not be perceived as an escaped slave. The Duke remarked that enduring a day bound by ropes was indeed uncomfortable, and he would devise another method to spare Jim from such distress. The Duke, being a clever man, swiftly concocted an idea. He had Jim don the attire of King Lear, an elaborate gown fashioned from curtain fabric, complemented by a wig and beard made from horsehair. He then retrieved theatrical makeup and applied a morbid shade of blue to Jim's face, hands, ears, and neck, rendering him a ghastly sight, as if he had been drowned for many days, an appearance most bizarre. Subsequently, the Duke inscribed upon a sign, "The ailing Arab is harmless when not afflicted by madness." He affixed this sign to a wooden post, positioning it about 4 or 5 feet from the exterior of the shed. Jim expressed his satisfaction, remarking that this arrangement was decidedly preferable to being bound and confined within the shed, a state that rendered the passage of time nearly unbearable, with every slight sound sending tremors through his being. The Duke assured him he could move about freely, instructing that should anyone approach with ill intent, he must leap from the shed, feign ferocity, and emit a few growls akin to those of a wild beast. He was confident that such theatrics would prompt any intruder to flee, for even in his current state of liberty, his appearance was undeniably more terrifying than that of a corpse. Given the lucrative prospects of the royal menagerie, the two scoundrels still contemplated their next move. Yet, they deemed this course of action rather precarious, as news of their exploits had likely already reached downstream. Unable to conjure a suitable plan at that moment, the Duke declared his intention to recline and ponder for an hour or two, seeking a means to extract further gains from this town in Arkansas. The King admitted there was no definitive strategy, relying solely on divine intervention to illuminate a path to riches, essentially, he implied, depending on the devil's assistance. During their last landing, they had procured some ready-made garments. The King donned his new attire and insisted that I do the same. Naturally, I complied. The King's attire was entirely black, and he wore it with an air of great dignity. I had never considered how garments could transform a person. He had previously been nothing more than a scruffy old man, unkempt and filthy. Yet now, as he removed his white ermine hat, he bowed slightly to those around him, offering a faint smile that revealed a facade of magnanimity, reminiscent of an esteemed gentleman who had just stepped out from Noah's Arkansas. Jim diligently cleaned the small boat and prepared the oars. A cargo ship lingered at a dock 3 miles from town, having been there for 2 hours, busily loading its cargo. The King proclaimed, "Behold my splendid attire. I might as well declare that I have arrived by steamboat from St. Louis or Cincinnati, or perhaps from some other grand locale. Huck, steer the boat towards the steamboat. We shall take it to that village." Eager to experience the sensation of boarding a steamboat, I required no further prompting. I maneuvered the small boat half a mile upstream, close to the shore, gliding smoothly through the still waters along the steep bank. Before long, we encountered a rather pleasant-looking, inexperienced young country boy, seated upon a log, wiping the sweat from his brow, as the weather was indeed quite warm. "Point the bow towards the bank," the King instructed. I complied. "Where are you headed, young man?" "I am bound for the steamboat, to Orleans." "Come aboard," the King invited. "Wait a moment while my servant assists you with your bags." "Good day, Dolphulus. Would you kindly leap down and assist this gentleman?" I was well aware that the call was directed at me. I complied, and subsequently, the three of us continued to paddle forward. The young man expressed boundless gratitude, remarking that on such a sweltering day, carrying a heavy bag while traveling was indeed exhausting. He inquired about the king's destination, to which the king responded that we had journeyed from upstream, having arrived at the town across the river that very morning, and were now en route to a farm several miles upstream to visit a friend. The young man then stated, "The moment I laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, you must be Mr. Wilkes, arriving just in time. However, upon further reflection, I realized, no, that cannot be correct. He wouldn't be traveling against the current. You are not Mr. Wilkes, are you?" "Indeed, I am not. My name is Jet Yarley. I am the Reverend Jet Yarley. And I feel compelled to clarify this, as I am a servant of the Almighty. Nevertheless, I still feel a sense of regret that your Mr. Wilkes could not arrive punctually. I hope he has not caused you any inconvenience." "Ah, but even if he arrives late, there would be no significant loss, for he shall receive the estate that is rightfully his. However, he missed the opportunity to bid farewell to his brother. Who knows? Perhaps he is indifferent to the matter, but his brother, Peter, longed to see him one last time before passing. Whoever could facilitate that meeting would be generously rewarded with all that he possessed." For 3 weeks, this has been the sole focus of his thoughts. They were separated at a tender age and have not crossed paths since, nor has he seen their deaf and mute brother, William, who is now in his 30s. Initially, only George and Peter migrated here, and they have always relied on each other. Subsequently, George passed away. William remains the sole survivor among their siblings. As I mentioned earlier, he could not arrive on time, and I lament this on his behalf. If he were to lose anything as a result, I sincerely hope that is not the case. Has anyone delivered a message to them? Yes, indeed. It was a month or 2 ago when Peter fell ill, as he expressed that he felt gravely unwell this time, perhaps beyond recovery. He is quite advanced in age, and his daughters are still very young. Except for his red-haired daughter, Manly Jean, none could keep him company. He felt immensely lonely and was nearly driven to madness at the thought of not seeing William, for he possesses a tender heart. The mere idea of drafting a will distressed him. He left a letter for William, informing him of where his money was concealed and outlining his wishes for the distribution of the remaining estate. Despite encouragement to write a formal will, he only composed that singular letter, as no other documents were left behind. It was a letter that others endeavored to have him sign. Why hasn't William come? Where does he reside? He lives in St. Field, England. There, he serves as a missionary and has never visited America. He is preoccupied, and perhaps he never even received that letter. What do you think? It is truly unfortunate that he did not live to see his brother. How pitiful. You mentioned you are heading to Orleans? Yes, however, that is not my ultimate destination. Next Wednesday, I shall embark on a ship bound for Rio de Janeiro, where my uncle resides. Although the journey is quite lengthy, my desire to go remains undiminished. Is Manly Jean the eldest? How old are the other children? Manly Jean is 19, Susan is 15, and Joanna is nearly 14. This spirited girl has a penchant for quarrels and bears a cleft lip. Poor children. They have been cast adrift in this unforgiving world. Yet, they are relatively fortunate. Their father possesses a multitude of friends who will ensure their well-being. Among them are the Baptist lawyer, Lot Howie, Dr. Levi Bell, as well as their wives, the widow Barclay, and many others. All these gentlemen were the closest friends of their father before his demise, and he would invariably mention them in his correspondence. Thus, when William arrives, he will know precisely where to seek his acquaintances. That old man incessantly inquires about this and that, nearly exhausting the young man's patience. It would indeed be a peculiar occurrence if he did not inquire about each person in this unfortunate town, every matter, and all affairs pertaining to Wilkes and Peter's business. Peter is a tanner, George is a carpenter, and William is a nonconformist minister, among others. Later, he questioned, "Why must you travel so far upstream to board the ship?" "Because that large vessel is destined for Orleans, and I had previously worried that it might not dock there. The vessels lacking depth were unceasingly beckoned. Yet only the ships from Cincinnati would halt upon receiving a call. However, this particular craft hailed from St. Louis. The gentleman in question must have come from a prosperous background, correct? Indeed, he was quite well off, exceptionally so. He possessed property and land, and it is estimated that he left behind $3,000 to $4,000 in cash, though its hiding place remains unknown. You mentioned earlier when he passed away, did you not? I had not disclosed that. He departed this world last night. It is presumed that the funeral will take place tomorrow. Is that accurate? Yes. It is likely to occur around noon. Alas, it is truly sorrowful. We are all destined to face death eventually. Thus, if one is adequately prepared, the burden of grief is lessened. Indeed, sir, this is the most prudent approach, as my mother often advises me. Upon our arrival at the steamboat, the cargo was nearly fully loaded, and shortly thereafter, the vessel set sail. The king ceased to mention boarding the ship, consequently depriving me of the chance to savor the experience of traveling by steamboat. After the ship departed, the king instructed me to row another mile upstream. Upon reaching a deserted area, he disembarked and commanded, "Now, hasten back and bring the Duke here, along with those 2 new satchels. If he has already crossed to the opposite bank, make haste to fetch him. Instruct him to come swiftly, regardless of the circumstances. Row quickly." I discerned his intentions, yet chose to remain silent. Upon our return with the Duke, we concealed the canoe. Seated upon a round log, the king divulged everything to him, recounting it with precise fidelity as he had to the young man. As he spoke, he consistently attempted to imitate the British accent, despite his lack of wit. His imitation was surprisingly adept. He maintained the intonation of a quintessential Englishman, and his portrayal was remarkably lifelike, a testament to the rogue's peculiar talent. I found myself incapable of emulating his flair, thus I lost interest in doing so, yet he certainly performed commendably. He suggested, "Why not pretend to be a deaf-mute, my boy?" The Duke remarked that this role suited him well, adding that he had once played a deaf-mute in a theatrical performance. Subsequently, they commenced their wait for the steamboat. In the afternoon, 2 small vessels passed by, though they did not originate from a considerable distance upstream. At last, the grand steamboat arrived, and they gestured for it to halt. The vessel lowered its skiff to ferry them aboard. This boat had journeyed from Cincinnati, and upon learning that we intended to travel only 4 or 5 miles, the crew nearly erupted into fury, hurling insults at us and threatening to deny our disembarkation. Nevertheless, the king remained composed. He proposed, if any gentlemen are willing to pay $1 each for a mile of travel, in addition to the skiff service, then the steamboat shall gladly accommodate them, correct? This offer softened the crew's demeanor, and they agreed to transport them to the edge of town, where they were taken ashore by skiff. On the bank, over 20 individuals observed our approach in the skiff and quickly gathered around. The king inquired, "Can anyone tell me where Mr. Wilkes resides?" The individuals exchanged knowing glances and nodded, as if to convey, "Am I not correct?" Subsequently, one person spoke calmly and amiably, saying, "Sir, it is truly unfortunate, but we can only inform you that he stayed here last night." In an instant, the old scoundrel became limp, collapsing against that person, his chin resting on their shoulder, weeping profusely against their back. Oh, heavens! My poor brother, who could have anticipated his departure? We didn't even have the chance to bid him farewell. How tragic, how heart-wrenching. Then, he turned away, sobbing and gesturing wildly towards the Duke, throwing his bag to the ground in a fit of despair. I have never witnessed such an exaggerated display of grief in my life. A crowd gathered, offering their condolences, uttering various words of comfort, assisting them with their bags, and leading them up the hill, allowing them to lean against others as they cried. They recounted the circumstances surrounding Peter's final moments, while the king gestured to relay their words to the Duke. Thus, these 2 individuals wept inconsolably for the deceased, as if all 12 of Jesus' disciples had perished. Had I encountered such a scene before, I would not consider myself a person. This was indeed my first experience of such a spectacle. I felt profound shame for humanity as a whole, and I swear to God, all that I have stated is utterly true. Chapter 26. In merely 2 minutes, the news spread throughout the entire village. People rushed from every direction, some donning their coats as they ran. Before long, the crowd enveloped us, their footsteps resonating like the march of an army. The windows and doorways were thronged with people. Every minute, inquiries echoed from behind the barriers. Have they arrived? Among those surrounding us, some responded affirmatively, "Indeed, it is they." Upon our arrival at the Wilkes residence, the street in front of the house was filled to capacity, with 3 young ladies standing at the entrance. Among them was a striking girl with fiery red hair, whose beauty was unparalleled. Upon seeing her uncles, her eyes sparkled with joy. The king extended his arms, and she leaped into his embrace, while a girl with a cleft lip rushed towards the Duke. At last, they were reunited. The sight of their joyous encounter moved everyone to tears, especially the women, who could not help but wipe their eyes repeatedly. Later, I observed as the king discreetly nudged the Duke, an act I witnessed, then glanced around until he spotted a coffin resting on 2 chairs in the corner. He and the Duke embraced each other, covering their eyes with one hand, and trudged heavily towards it. The crowd parted for them. A hush fell over the assembly. Laughter ceased, and men removed their hats, bowing their heads in solemnity. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Upon reaching the coffin, they gazed inside and let out heart-wrenching cries, their wails echoing as if to be heard even in New Orleans. They then clung to each other in sorrow, their garments soaked with tears. Such a scene was beyond anything I had ever witnessed. Subsequently, the two individuals positioned themselves, one at each side of the coffin, kneeling down and resting their foreheads upon it, feigning silent prayers. Their demeanor evoked profound discomfort among the onlookers, who initially wept softly, but soon found themselves unable to contain their grief, erupting into a collective wail, a scene unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Several unfortunate maidens joined in the lamentation, and nearly every woman solemnly approached the grieving girls, bestowing gentle kisses upon their foreheads, placing their hands atop their heads, gazing skyward as tears cascaded down their cheeks. Unable to suppress their sobs, mourning as they departed, wiping away their tears. I had never encountered such a nauseating spectacle. Eventually, the king rose, taking a few steps forward. Having mustered his emotions and delivered a tearful address, his voice quivering as he spoke of his sorrowful journey of 4,000 miles alongside his unfortunate brother, lamenting the missed opportunity to see him before his demise. His words, steeped in genuine sorrow, were sweetened by the collective sympathy and sacred tears of the assembly, rendering the atmosphere almost hallowed. He asserted that, at such a moment, mere verbal expressions of gratitude would seem insufficient and cold. Thus he and his brother expressed heartfelt thanks to all present. They proceeded to utter a plethora of superfluous remarks that once again stirred my sense of disgust, before concluding with an amen and resuming their loud weeping. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from the crowd began to sing a hymn, prompting everyone to join in, their voices rising in unison, filling the air with warmth reminiscent of a church congregation. The melody indeed resonates beautifully, especially after having endured a round of flattery and empty platitudes. Returning to the music invigorates the spirit. The tunes emanate with a simplicity and charm that is pleasing to the ear. Shortly thereafter, the king's chin quivered as he expressed his desire, alongside his nieces, for their friends to join them for dinner this evening, assisting in the arrangements for the deceased's final rites. He mentioned the passing of his brother, asserting that had he been able to speak, he would have extended invitations to certain individuals, as his brother frequently referenced them in his letters. Consequently, those friends he alluded to approached, shaking the king's hand in gratitude and engaging him in conversation. They then proceeded to greet the duke, offering no words, merely smiling and nodding their heads incessantly, resembling a group of simpletons. He gestured wildly, articulating incomprehensible signs, mumbling incoherently like a child devoid of language. The king continued his relentless chatter, inquiring about everyone in town, even every dog, invoking their names and recounting various trivial incidents, always claiming that his brother had mentioned these matters in his correspondence. However, it was evident that this was a mere facade. His information was derived from that foolish young man who had taken us on the boat. Later, the poor, beautiful maiden presented the letter left by her father before his passing. The king took it and read aloud, tears streaming down his face. The letter bequeathed their residence and 3,000 gold coins to his daughter, while an additional 3,000 gold coins, along with a prosperous shop and other properties and lands valued at approximately 7,000, were designated for the two brothers. They will also mention the 6,000 cash concealed in the basement, and these two charlatans insisted on descending to retrieve the money, claiming they would handle it fairly and openly. They urged me to take a candle and accompany them downstairs. We entered the basement and closed the door. The moment they discovered the bag of money, they spilled it onto the floor, revealing a dazzling heap of gold coins, quite a sight to behold. Good heavens! Look at the glimmer in the king's eyes. He slapped the duke on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Ah, this is truly splendid. What could possibly compare to this?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing," I remarked. "This far surpasses our performance of the royal beast, doesn't it?" The duke concurred, affirming its exquisite beauty. They eagerly scooped up the coins, letting them cascade through their fingers, producing a delightful clinking sound. The king declared, "There is no point in idle chatter. As the deceased brother and the representative of the foreign heir, our role is precisely this, to heed the will of fate. And it is indeed the best course of action. I have explored various avenues, and none can rival this one. If it were anyone else, they would surely feel content with this pile of gold and approach everything with trust, yet they insisted on counting the money. After tallying it, they discovered a shortfall of over 400 coins. The king exclaimed, "That plague-ridden fellow! Where did he stash them?" They busied themselves searching everywhere for the missing sum. The duke suggested, "He was gravely ill at that time. It is quite likely he made an error. I suspect that must be the case. It is best not to mention it any longer. We are not overly concerned about the loss of a few coins." "No, you are speaking nonsense." "Indeed, we shall not be troubled by this trivial amount. I certainly do not regard such a meager sum with any significance. However, my concern lies with the discrepancy in the figures. Our dealings must be conducted with fairness, integrity, and transparency, laid bare for all to see. We ought to carry this bag of coins out and count it openly before everyone, so that there can be no doubt. Yet, you must understand that since the deceased stated in his letter that it was 6,000, we cannot." "Wait a moment," the duke interjected. "Let us make up the shortfall." With that, he began to pull gold coins from his pocket, stacking them neatly. "Duke, what an unspeakably clever solution. Your mind is brimming with brilliant ideas," remarked the king. "Indeed, our royal beast has proven to be of great assistance." He too began to extract coins from his pocket, adding them to the pile. They nearly emptied their pockets and finally amassed the sum of 6,000 coins. "I propose," the duke continued, "that we count the money together and then distribute it to the young ladies." "Duke, heavens, allow me to kiss you. Who could conceive of such a brilliant notion? Your intellect is truly remarkable. Ah, what an exceptionally clever scheme. It surely will not lead to any trouble. Let them harbor their suspicions if they wish. This strategy will certainly put their minds at ease." Once we ascended, the crowd gathered around the table, and the king recounted the coins, stacking them meticulously. Every 300 coins formed a neat pile, culminating in 20 stacks. People gazed with envy, their tongues instinctively licking their lips. Then, they placed their money into bags, and I observed the king once again displaying an air of great confidence, preparing to speak. He addressed the assembly. "Dear friends, my unfortunate brother has departed, and he was remarkably generous to those mourning him behind. He held a profound love for himself and was exceedingly charitable towards these parentless children. We all know him. Had he not been concerned about neglecting his beloved brother and me, he would have been even more selflessly generous towards them. Is that not so? I believe there is no doubt about it. However, at such a moment, if we impede him from doing so, what kind of brothers would we be? If we were to seize, indeed, it is a seizure, the funds belonging to these unfortunate children, what kind of uncles would we be? I know my brother well. I trust one understand him. Let me inquire of him." He turned, making various gestures towards the duke. Yet, the duke merely stared back in foolishness. Until finally, he pretended to comprehend the king's intent, lunging towards him with glee, babbling incessantly, and embracing the king repeatedly before finally releasing him. The king then remarked, "I anticipated this. He is demonstrating to everyone the nature of his thoughts. Come, my nieces, take the money, take it all. This is what your father left for you. He wished for you to have it." The two young ladies approached the duke, embracing him with a warmth I had never witnessed before. Once again, the crowd gathered around them, incessantly shaking hands with the two deceivers, murmuring, "What kind-hearted souls you are! How remarkable! Where can one find such wonderful individuals?" Subsequently, each person began to reminisce about the deceased, extolling his virtues and lamenting the profound loss his passing represented for all. At that moment, a tall, boisterous man pushed his way in from outside, standing silently while listening and surveying the scene, with no one engaging him in conversation. The king was in the midst of a speech. They were all very dear friends of the deceased, hence their invitation to join us this evening. However, we hope to see everyone here tomorrow, all of you, because he held each person in high regard and cherished everyone. We earnestly request your presence at his funeral." He rambled on, seemingly relishing the sound of his own voice, periodically reiterating something about the funeral. Eventually, the duke could no longer endure it. He scribbled "funeral, you old fool" on a piece of paper, folded it, and muttered as he passed it over the heads of others. The king unfolded it, glanced at the note, and tucked it into his pocket. He continued, "Poor brother. Despite his physical afflictions, his heart remained ever healthy. I must extend the invitation to everyone to attend the funeral, to inform them that they are all welcome. Yet, he need not fret. I truly extend this invitation." Then, he continued to prattle on without concern, much like he had previously regarding the funeral. When he reached the third repetition, he defended himself by saying, "I employed the term funeral rite. It is not a mere commonplace word. Funeral is an ordinary term, but I chose funeral rite because it is the accurate expression. In Britain, funeral has fallen out of use. We now refer to it as funeral rite. The term rite conveys a sense of solemnity, While funeral feels too colloquial and lacks gravitas, rite signifies a ceremonial aspect, traditionally conducted outdoors, allowing everyone to attend. Therefore, funeral rite denotes a public farewell attended by all. My goodness, in all my years, I had never encountered anyone as audacious as he. The stern-faced individual, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, startling everyone present. People inquired, "Doctor, what is the matter with you? You may not recognize him, but this is Mr. Wilkes," replied Dr. Robinson. The king, with heartfelt mirth, extended his hand and said, "Is this not the esteemed friend of my unfortunate brother, the doctor? Do not touch me with your filthy hands," retorted the doctor. "Do you think your speech resembles that of an Englishman? I have never heard such a poor imitation. Bah, you are a charlatan, a genuine fraud." At that moment, the crowd was incensed. They encircled the doctor, preventing him from proceeding, and collectively implored him, stating that he knew everyone, even the names of their dogs, repeatedly beseeching him not to harm his and the lady's feelings. Yet, regardless of their entreaties, it was of no avail. He continued to rage vehemently. It is said that anyone who pretends to be English yet speaks the language so poorly must surely be a deceiver, a liar at heart. The unfortunate young ladies clung to the king in tears when the doctor suddenly turned to them and declared, "I am a friend of your father, and indeed, a friend to you as well. As a true and honest friend, I urge you to heed my counsel in order to safeguard yourselves from impending troubles and harm. Now, I implore you to swiftly distance yourselves from that scoundrel. Pay him no mind, for he is an ignorant vagabond masquerading as an erudite scholar. His words are mere drivel, filled with nonsensical references to Greek and Hebrew. He claims that his deceit will unravel at the slightest scrutiny. He has merely gathered an assortment of names and tales from elsewhere. Yet you have mistaken these for proof of his identity." Such befuddled companions lack discernment, unwittingly aiding this charlatan and falling victim to his ruse. My dearly departed friend, you know that I am your ally, a selfless companion. Please, listen to my words and expel this disgraceful rogue. I beseech you to banish him, if you will. The lovely maiden straightened herself and spoke. "Please, take this 6,000, manage it for me and my sisters in whatever manner you deem fit, for we place our trust in you." With that, she nestled against the king, and the other two young ladies embraced him from the other side. Together, they applauded and stomped their feet, the sound resonating like thunder, and the king lifted his head, beaming with pride. The doctor remarked, "Very well. I shall refrain from intervening in this matter. However, I caution you that one day, you may find yourselves embarrassed by the events of today." Having spoken, he departed. "Very well, doctor," the king jestingly remarked. "I shall ensure that they endeavor to invite you." Chapter 27. Once everyone had taken their leave, the king inquired with manly Jean if there were any vacant rooms. She indicated that there was one available for Uncle William, as she intended to reserve her larger room for Uncle Harvey. She planned to relocate to her sister's quarters, where she would sleep on a canvas bed. Above, there was a small room furnished with a modest bed. The king suggested that his attendants could reside there, meaning myself. The lovely young lady guided us upstairs to view their chambers, which, though simple, were quite delightful. She mentioned that if her garments were to clutter the room, she could easily move them out, to which the king replied that it would pose no obstruction. Her dresses were draped along the walls, concealed by a floral curtain. In one corner stood an old fur trunk, while another corner housed a guitar case, accompanied by various knickknacks and trinkets scattered about, all items cherished by young ladies to embellish their space. The king remarked that these belongings contributed to a homely atmosphere, fostering a sense of joy, and thus, it would be best to leave them undisturbed. The duke's quarters were rather small but sufficiently accommodating. My attic room was also quite pleasant. The dinner was sumptuous, with many guests gathered to partake. I stood behind the king and the duke, attending to their needs, while a black servant catered to the others. The enchanting young lady and her sister incessantly complained, at one moment criticizing the muffins, then claiming the pickles were off and the fried chicken too tough. Their remarks were merely a ploy to elicit compliments from the guests. It is well known that everything here is of the highest quality. For instance, your muffins possess a delightful hue and are utterly delectable. One might wonder where such exquisite pickles originate from. Regardless, these are perennial topics of conversation at the dining table. After the meal, I found myself in the kitchen, consuming some leftover food, while others assisted the black individuals in clearing the table. The lovely girl's sister persistently inquired about matters concerning England, and on several occasions, I nearly divulged too much. She asked, "Have you ever met the king?" "Which one? King William IV? Of course, I have seen him. He attended services at our church." Although I was aware that he had passed away many years ago, I refrained from sharing this information with her. Upon learning that he had visited our church, she probed further. Did he go often? Indeed, he visited quite frequently. His seat faced ours, directly opposite the pulpit. I assumed he resided in London. Oh, yes, where else would he live? But don't you live in St. Field? At this juncture, I found myself at a loss for words, resorting to feigning that a chicken bone had lodged in my throat to buy some time for contemplation. Eventually, I replied, I meant to say that whenever he visited St. Field, he often came to our church. During the summer, he would go there for sea baths. Wait, what's this? St. Field is not by the sea. Who claimed it was coastal? You did. I never said such a thing. You did say so. I have never uttered that. You have just stated something I never uttered. Very well, what did you say then? I mentioned that he intended to go there to bathe in the sea. Indeed, that is correct, but your location is not by the seaside. How could he possibly wash in the sea? Please allow me to explain. Are you familiar with seaside spring water? Yes. So, must one travel to the seaside in order to obtain such water? Certainly not. Precisely. Does William IV necessarily need to go to the seaside to bathe in seawater? How then would he procure the seawater? Just as we acquire seaside spring water, by fetching it in a bucket. In the palace of St. Field, there is a stove. As he enjoys bathing in hot water, they cannot simply boil the ocean's water, for they lack the necessary equipment. Ah, now I understand. Had you explained it earlier, we could have saved time. Upon hearing her words, I felt my troubles had dissipated, leaving me at ease and content. Then she inquired, do you attend church? Yes. I go there frequently. Where do you sit? Is that even a question? Naturally, we sit in our designated seats. Whose seats? Of course, our seats, your uncle's seats. His seats? What does he need seats for? To sit, of course. What do you think he needs seats for? I believe he ought to be on the podium. Alas, I forgot he is a clergyman, and now I find myself in a predicament. I hastily resumed gnawing on a chicken bone, contemplated for a moment, and then exclaimed, Good heavens, do you truly think a church has only one pastor? Why, shouldn't a church have multiple clergymen? Indeed, to preach before the king, a multitude of pastors is required. I have never encountered a girl as foolish as you. There are a total of 18 pastors. 18. My goodness. Even if I were to remain eternally barred from paradise, I would never subject myself to the ceaseless prattle of so many clergymen. Wouldn't that mean they would speak for an entire week? No, they do not preach on the same day, only one at a time. Then, what do the other pastors do? Oh, they meander about, circulate the donation plate, or engage in trivial tasks, but they generally have little to occupy their time. So what purpose do they serve? What purpose? To create an air of grandeur. How can you be so oblivious? As for this, I truly have no desire to unravel such tedious matters. How do the English treat their servants? Is it any better than how we treat our black compatriots? Not at all. Servants there are hardly regarded as human. They are treated far better than dogs. Do they grant their servants time off, like we do? They provide a week off for Christmas and New Year's, along with Independence Day on July 4th. Allow me to share this with you. The moment you posed that question, it became evident that you have never set foot in England. Alas, my dear, a servant does not enjoy holidays throughout the year. Attending the circus or witnessing performances by individuals of African descent is utterly out of the question. Can one not even visit a church? Of course, one can. Yet, you mentioned that you frequently attend church. How unfortunate. I have once again revealed my true identity, having forgotten that I am merely a servant to an elderly gentleman. However, I quickly clarified that I am a personal attendant, not just any servant. Regardless of his inclination, I am obliged to accompany the family to church and sit alongside them. As it is mandated by law, my explanation was inadequate, and I perceived her dissatisfaction. She inquired, Are you being entirely truthful with me? Did you not just fabricate a story? I assured her that every word I uttered was indeed the truth. Do you dare to swear that you have spoken no falsehood? She pressed. Not a single falsehood, not even a hint of deception, I replied. Place your hand upon this book and swear. Upon examining the book, I realized it was merely a dictionary. Since it was not the Bible, I placed my hand upon it and swore. She seemed somewhat appeased, stating, Well, there are some things you say that I find credible. However, there are others that I simply cannot believe. Which statements do you doubt, my dear? At that moment, her sisters entered, standing behind her. It is impolite to converse with someone in such a manner. You must treat him with the respect befitting a guest. Would you wish to be treated in such a way if the roles were reversed? Sister, why do you remain unchanged? The person in question has not been wronged. Yet you rush to her defense. I have uttered no words to offend him. Rather, I have discovered that he has spoken a plethora of incoherent remarks, which I find difficult to trust. I believe he is capable of withstanding such trivial matters. What is your opinion? Regardless of the significance of the issue, he is presently our guest, and your words are misplaced. Were you in his position, you too would feel embarrassed. Hence, it is inappropriate for you to utter words that may cause discomfort to others. However, sister, he just mentioned that there is no real issue. The problem lies not there. The concern is that you ought to exhibit a degree of courtesy, ensuring he does not feel as though he is not in his own country or among his kin. At that moment, I pondered, I am assisting that scoundrel in robbing such a kind-hearted maiden of her fortune. Subsequently, sister reprimanded her younger sibling for a time, yet afterward consoled her with a gentle demeanor, which is characteristic of her. However, upon hearing her words, the unfortunate sister ceased her protests and began to weep softly. Enough, enough, both sisters said. You should promptly apologize to him. She complied, and how eloquently she expressed herself. Her words were so touching, they brought forth a sense of joy. I longed to weave 1,000 fabrications, just to hear her speak so once more. In my heart, I continued to reflect, I am aiding him in swindling yet another kind maiden of her wealth. After she finished speaking, they all collaborated to make me feel comfortable, creating an atmosphere akin to being with dear friends. This only intensified my feelings of shame and wretchedness. I resolved that I must retrieve the money from them, even if it meant risking my life. Thus, I dashed away, claiming I was going to sleep, yet my true intention was to postpone the matter for a while. Once alone, I contemplated the situation thoroughly. Should I report those two swindlers to the doctor? No, that would be unwise. He might reveal who informed him, and the king and duke would undoubtedly retaliate, leaving me in dire straits. Should I confide in the eldest sister secretly? No, I lacked the courage for that. Her expression would surely betray me. With the money in their possession, they would swiftly abscond, leaving no trace behind. If she sought assistance, I was certain I would be entangled in the ensuing chaos before the matter was resolved. Every option seemed futile. There was only one course of action. I must devise a plan to stealthily reclaim the money without arousing their suspicions. They were thoroughly entrenched here, unwilling to depart without seizing every possible asset of the household and the town. My objective was to pilfer the funds and conceal them. Once I reached a safe distance downstream, I would compose a letter to inform them of the money's hiding place. It would be best to seize the opportunity tonight, for the doctor may not truly abandon this matter as he claims. He might not willingly let it rest, and could instead frighten them into fleeing from here. Thus, I contemplated searching the room. The hall upstairs was enveloped in darkness, yet I managed to locate the duke's chamber, feeling my way around. I speculated that the king would not allow anyone else to safeguard that money. It must surely be kept close at hand. Consequently, I ventured into his room to investigate. I realized that without lighting a candle, it was indeed futile to discern anything, yet I dared not ignite one. It seemed prudent to take an alternate approach, hiding and eavesdropping. At that moment, I heard footsteps. It seemed wise to hide beneath the bed, so I reached out to feel for it. However, what I expected to be the bed was not there. Instead, I encountered the drapery that Miss Jenny used to conceal her garments. I leapt behind the fabric, ensconcing myself among the clothes, remaining perfectly still. After a while, they entered and shut the door. The first action of the Duke upon entering was to check beneath the bed for anyone. I felt fortunate not to have concealed myself there, for those wishing to eavesdrop would naturally think to hide under the bed. They both took a seat, and the king inquired, "What is troubling you?" I had barely begun to speak when he interrupted me. "Would it not be better for us to remain below and exchange some words of mourning for the deceased?" "Indeed." "Listen to me," he continued. "This matter unsettles me. It feels amiss, as the shadow of that doctor lingers in my mind. I wish to understand your plan. I have conceived a new idea, which I believe is rather prudent." "What is this idea, Duke?" "Before 3 o'clock this morning, it would be wise for us to depart from here and hasten downstream with what we have successfully acquired. Particularly now, since it has come to us so effortlessly, one might say it was nearly thrown into our laps. We initially presumed we would have to steal it back. I suggest we conclude this matter swiftly and make our escape." This statement fills me with foreboding. A couple of hours prior, my sentiments may have differed, but now, hearing it, I feel a sense of dread and disappointment. The king, displeased, exclaimed, "What? Are we not to liquidate our other assets? Shall we, like two great fools, merely watch as our valuable properties worth 8 or 9,000 languish for others to seize? These are prime offerings indeed." The Duke muttered his grievances. Asserting that the bag of gold was sufficient, he had no desire to pursue further, He did not wish to strip the orphans of everything they possessed. What do you mean by that? The king retorted, aside from this sum, we shall not take anything else. The unfortunate souls who purchased the properties will be in a dire predicament, for once we abscond, they will realize we are not the rightful owners, rendering the transaction void and necessitating the return of all sold items to their original proprietors. These orphans can reclaim their homes, and with a roof over their heads, they will be secure. They are still young enough to earn a living for themselves and shall not suffer unduly. Consider this, many individuals do not enjoy the life they lead as much as they do. Damn it, they ought not to complain at all. The king rendered the duke speechless, compelling him to yield. The duke remarked that he still deemed it utterly foolish to remain, for that doctor was perpetually watching them. The king retorted, curse that doctor. Do we truly care for him? Are not all the fools in town aligned with us? This must constitute the majority of any town, indeed. Having spoken, they resolved to descend the stairs. The duke expressed, I believe our hiding place for the money is insecure. Upon hearing this, I was immediately elated. Initially, I had thought I would possess no inkling regarding the hiding spot. The king inquired, why is that? The girls must don mourning attire. The enslaved individuals tasked with tidying this room will heed instructions to come and collect these garments. Can you guarantee that they won't pilfer the money upon sight? Duke, you have become quite astute, the king remarked as he began to search beneath the curtain, drawing perilously close to me. I pressed myself against the wall, utterly still, despite my trembling form. If these ruffians were to capture me, I pondered what they might say. As I deliberated, the king had already unearthed the pouch of money. Entirely oblivious to my nearby presence, they had concealed the money beneath the bedding, pushing some straw over it, before declaring, there, now it is safe. For the enslaved only tend to the bedding. The straw mattress is turned only once every 2 years, thus the money shall remain untouched. Now I understand everything quite clearly. They had only just descended 3 steps down the staircase when I managed to seize the item. I groped my way up to the attic, discreetly concealing it in my room, awaiting a more opportune moment to relocate it to a safer place. I deemed it prudent to hide the money somewhere outside the house. If they were unable to find it, they would undoubtedly ransack the place. This was something I understood all too well. Subsequently, I feigned ignorance of the events that transpired and retired to bed, yet despite my exhaustion, sleep eluded me as I was anxious to finalize this matter. Later, I heard the king and the duke ascending the stairs, prompting me to stealthily slip from my bed and rest my chin atop the ladder, eager to observe their actions. However, nothing transpired. Thus, I remained in waiting, enduring the silence of the deep night until the morning clamor had yet to commence. Quietly, I made my way down the ladder. In chapter 28, I tiptoed to their door and listened intently. Both were fast asleep, so I continued my silent descent. The surroundings were devoid of sound, and through the crack of the dining room door, I peered inside to find the watchmen slumbering in their chairs. This door led directly into the living room, where the deceased were laid to rest, and both rooms were illuminated by a solitary candle. I circled around the exterior, noticing that the door to the living room stood ajar, revealing no one inside, save for a single corpse. I sidled past, but the main door was locked, and the key was absent. At that moment, I heard footsteps descending from behind, approaching me. In a flurry, I dashed into the living room, anxiously scanning my surroundings, only to discover that the sole available hiding place for the money bag was the coffin. The coffin lid was shifted approximately 1 foot, allowing a glimpse of the deceased's face beneath, obscured by a damp cloth, while the body was clad in a shroud. I discreetly tucked a pouch of money into the coffin, positioning it slightly below the deceased's crossed hands. Upon completing this act, a shiver coursed through me, for the hands of the departed were icy to the touch. Terrified, I fled across the room toward the door. Descending the stairs was Manly Jean. She approached the coffin quietly, kneeling beside it to gaze within before retrieving a handkerchief to cover her face. I witnessed her weeping, though I could not hear her sobs. As her back was turned to me, silently, I slipped away. As I passed the dining room, I felt compelled to ascertain whether I had been discovered by those keeping vigil. Peering through the crack of the door, I observed that all remained as it should. They were unmoved. Soon, I stealthily ascended the stairs once more, slipping into bed, a sense of unease settling over me. I had exerted considerable effort and risked much, only to arrive at this uncertain outcome. I pondered that if the pouch could remain undisturbed, once I had journeyed 100 or 200 miles downstream, I might pen a letter to Manly Jean, instructing her to unearth the coffin and retrieve the funds. Oh, dear God, then the king could reclaim his money. making it exceedingly difficult for me to find another opportunity to extract it from his grasp. Naturally, I yearned to sneak downstairs and reclaim the money. Yet I dared not attempt it again. As dawn approached, the vigil keepers would soon stir, and I would be apprehended, caught with $6,000 in hand. An explanation would elude me entirely. I thought to myself that I certainly did not wish for such an outcome. The following morning, as I descended the stairs, I discovered that the door to the living room had been closed, and the mourners had departed. Present were only the family and the three of us. I scrutinized the faces around me, yearning to discern what had transpired, yet I gleaned nothing. As noon approached, the funeral directors arrived. Placing the coffin upon several chairs positioned in the center of the room, they arranged a row of seats, including those from the home and borrowed from neighbors, filling the hall, living room, and dining area to capacity. I observed that the coffin remained unchanged, surrounded by a throng of people, and I dared not gaze inside. Individuals began to press forward, with the two scoundrels and a few daughters taking their seats in the front row before the coffin. The attendees formed a single file line, slowly circling the coffin, bowing their heads to behold the deceased's countenance. Each person was afforded a minute, totaling half an hour, during which some shed a few tears. The atmosphere was both serene and solemn, punctuated only by the muffled sobs of the two scoundrels and their daughters, who concealed their eyes with handkerchiefs, their heads bowed in grief. Aside from the sounds of feet brushing against the floor and the occasional sniffle more prevalent at funerals than in other settings, save for the church, there was an eerie silence. Eventually, the room became filled to capacity, and the funeral director, adorned in black gloves, moved gracefully about, attending to the needs of the attendees, ensuring everything was meticulously organized. He traversed the space as silently as a cat, orchestrating the movements of the guests, gesturing for those who arrived late to make way, merely nodding and signaling before taking his place against the wall. I have truly never encountered someone so deft and nimble, who can orchestrate matters with such subtlety and precision. His visage resembled that of a ham, devoid of any semblance of a smile. They procured a somewhat faulty organ, and once everything was set, a young woman sat down to play. The organ emitted a cacophony of creaks and groans as the assembly began to sing along. Then, the pastor commenced his solemn and deliberate discourse. At that moment, a frenzied cacophony of barking erupted from the basement, a noise the likes of which none had ever heard, a veritable clamor. In truth, it was merely a dog barking, yet the sound was deafening. Consequently, the pastor found himself obliged to stand before the coffin, awaiting the din to subside. People were thrown into a state of panic. In the blink of an eye, the agile mortician gestured to the pastor, seemingly conveying, "Do not worry, allow me to handle this." He then sidled away, bending low as he navigated the wall, his shoulders peaking above the heads of the attendees. The barking intensified, and he traversed the two walls until he disappeared at the basement door. In less than 2 seconds, we heard a resounding thwack upon the dog, followed by its pitiful yelps, after which silence was restored. The pastor resumed his discourse with the same gravity as before. 2 minutes later, the mortician's back and shoulders re-emerged as he bent low to navigate around 3 walls before straightening up. He fashioned his hand into a cone at his mouth, elongated his neck, and in a hushed, hoarse voice addressed the pastor. It caught a mouse. Then, he bent down again and stealthily returned to his seat along the wall. The audience appeared thoroughly satisfied with this explanation, as everyone naturally yearned to comprehend the reasons behind the occurrence. Engaging in such trivial matters requires little effort. Yet these seemingly insignificant actions can elevate a person in the eyes of others and garner their affection. In this town, no one is as endearing as the individual from the funeral home. The eulogy delivered at the funeral was commendable, albeit excessively lengthy, which tested the patience of the attendees. Subsequently, the king squeezed in and regurgitated some cliches. Finally, once he had completed his old tricks, the funeral director approached the coffin with a screwdriver, moving silently. I was drenched in anxiety, my eyes fixated on him. He executed not a single superfluous motion. He merely gently pushed the coffin lid shut, as light as a sled, before securely fastening the screws. I was taken aback. I pondered whether the money still resided within. Had someone stealthily taken it? How could I ascertain whether I should write to inform them? If she were to excavate the grave only to find nothing, what would be her opinion of me? I thought to myself, good heavens, they might imprison me. It would be prudent to keep this matter concealed, to remain silent, and refrain from writing any letters. The situation had spiraled into increasing complexity. What I intended as a good deed had turned into a 100-fold disaster. I had set out to do the right thing, yet I should have never meddled in this affair. The deceased were buried, and everyone returned home. I began to feel a profound unease. Incessantly scrutinizing the expressions on people's faces, I could not restrain myself, compelled to observe their reactions. Yet I could discern nothing. The faces of the people revealed little. As night fell, the king wandered from house to house, spreading a sweet charm that rendered him beloved by all. He sought to create an impression that the church in England was in dire need of his presence, compelling him to expedite matters and resolve his affairs swiftly so he could return home. He felt a profound sorrow at the thought of a brief stay, and everyone lamented this, wishing for a longer visitation, though they acknowledged it was unlikely. He mentioned plans to take the children to England, which brought joy to all, for this meant the young ladies would have a place to be with their loved ones. The young women were filled with exuberance at the prospect of going to England, seemingly oblivious to any troubles that might exist in the world. They urged him to hasten the sale of his estate according to their wishes, assuring him they would be prepared promptly. My heart ached as I witnessed these unfortunate children in their blissful ignorance, so easily deceived. Yet, I felt powerless to alter the course of events. Indeed, the king wasted no time. He posted a notice announcing that, 2 days after the funeral, the house and all the household slaves would be auctioned. However, he indicated that should anyone wish to purchase any of them before that date, they were welcome to do so. Thus, the day after the funeral, the young ladies faced their first disappointment when 2 slave traders arrived. The king sold all the household slaves to them at a reasonable price, receiving in return a bank check payable within 3 days. The slave traders forcibly removed the African individuals, selling 2 children upstream in Memphis, while their mother was sold downstream in New Orleans. The young women and the enslaved individuals were engulfed in profound sorrow, weeping inconsolably, a sight that pierced my heart. The young women lamented that they had never imagined their families would be torn apart or that they would be sold to distant lands. The heart-rending scene of these unfortunate young women embracing one another in despair is etched into my memory for eternity. Had I known that this transaction was utterly void and that the enslaved individuals could return home within a week or 2, I would not have hesitated to expose those 2 scoundrels. This event stirred considerable unrest throughout the town, with many openly condemning the act of separating mother and daughter as a heinous sin. Such sentiments rendered the deceivers somewhat disconcerted. However, the old fool, regardless of the Duke's words or actions, remained resolute in his course of action. Allow me to share a thought. The Duke is now in a state of great anxiety. The following day, just before dawn, the king and the Duke roused me from my slumber in the attic. Upon observing their expressions, I discerned that something was amiss. The king inquired, "Speak quickly, did you visit my room the night before last?" "No, your majesty," I replied, always addressing him thus in private. "You did not enter my room yesterday?" "Indeed, your majesty, I did not." "You must speak the truth. Do not deceive me." "Every word I utter is the truth, your majesty. I assure you, I never approached your chamber." The Duke then asked, "Did you see anyone enter?" "No, your majesty. I assure you that I have not seen anyone enter." "Indeed not." "Do not rush. Consider it once more." After reflecting, I believed my opportunity had arisen, and I remarked, "Oh, I did see some black individuals enter on a few occasions." Both gentlemen sprang at this revelation, their expressions suggesting that it was an unexpected twist. Yet, after a moment, they bore an air as if they had anticipated this all along. The Duke inquired, "Is that so? Did they all enter?" "Not, at least not simultaneously," I replied. "In other words, I did not observe them exiting together. Rather, they emerged one by one." "Oh, when did this occur?" "It was on the morning of the funeral, not too early, for I had slept in and only rose later. As I descended the stairs, I caught sight of them." "Very well, proceed. What did they do?" "They did nothing, in my opinion. They appeared no different than usual. They tiptoed away quietly. I naturally deduced they intended to tidy up in your majesty's quarters, as they surely believed you had already risen. Yet, since you had not, they wished to avoid any disturbance and departed silently to prevent waking you." "This is utterly dreadful," exclaimed the king. The 2 of them stood there, dejected and momentarily at a loss, scratching their heads in contemplation. After a while, the Duke let out a couple of wry chuckles and remarked, "Those black fellows truly excel in their craft. They even feign a heart-wrenching sorrow, as if they are reluctant to leave this place." I was genuinely taken in by their performance, and so were you. Everyone believed it to be true. Never again shall you tell me that black people lack talent for acting. Their ruse is capable of deceiving all. In my view, one could amass wealth through them. If I had the funds in a theater, I would certainly hire them for a performance. Yet, we foolishly exchanged them for something utterly worthless. And now even that worthless item proves to be of no use. That ticket, where is it? It's in the bank, waiting for us to retrieve it. Where else could it be? Well, that brings some relief. Thank heavens. I feigned a look of terror and inquired, is there a problem? The king turned to me, glaring fiercely, and shouted, mind your own business. Do not make wild guesses. Close your mouth and attend to your own affairs. As long as you are in this town. Remember this, understood? He then turned to the Duke and said, let us act as though this incident never occurred. Do not mention it at all, as they descended the ladder. The Duke again chuckled bitterly, saying, low profit, high volume. Business is not bad, indeed. The king, turning to him with gritted teeth, exclaimed, I am doing my utmost, striving to sell it off as quickly as possible, even if the outcome yields no profit or perhaps results in considerable loss, leaving me with nothing to carry away. My transgressions may not be significantly greater than yours, would they? Had they heeded my counsel from the outset, they would still be within these walls, and we would have departed long ago. The king, ever the pedant, argued with him and subsequently vented his frustrations upon me. He reproached me for not informing him when I saw the enslaved individuals exiting the room in such a manner, asserting that even the simplest mind would comprehend that something was amiss. Then he turned to berate himself, lamenting that it was entirely his fault for not retiring a bit later, which would have afforded him a longer respite in the morning. He further declared that henceforth, he would entertain no notion of rising early for any matter. Thus, they continued their quarrel as they departed. I was utterly elated, attributing the entirety of this affair to those individuals of African descent, who, despite the turmoil, would suffer no lasting harm and would be reunited with their families. Indeed, I had performed a commendable deed. Chapter 29. After a while, when it was time to rise, I descended the ladder to the lower floor, passing by the young lady's quarters. With the door ajar, I beheld manly Jean seated beside her old trunk. The lid was open, and she was busily arranging her belongings in preparation for her journey to England. At that moment, she paused, a neatly folded gown resting on her lap, her hands covering her face as she wept. Witnessing her in such distress stirred a profound sorrow within me, for anyone would feel saddened by her plight. I stepped inside and said, Miss, you grieve for others in their suffering, and I share in that sorrow. I have never been able to bear witness to another's anguish. Pray, confide in me your troubles. She began to speak to me, expressing that she was concerned for those black individuals. I surmised she held genuine compassion for them. She recounted how her splendid journey in England was nearly marred. She lamented that, now aware of the irreversible separation from her mother, never to see her again. She could scarcely fathom how to find joy in life thereafter. As she spoke, her sorrow deepened, and she raised her hands to the heavens, exclaiming, Oh, dear God! Just imagine, never to meet again for all eternity. They will meet again, within a fortnight, I assure you. I interjected, my words spilling forth without contemplation. To my surprise, she embraced my neck, urging me to repeat it, again and again. I realized I had spoken too impulsively, and too much, feeling a sudden weight of discomfort. Asking her to grant me a moment to ponder, she sat there, visibly impatient yet fervent, her beauty radiating a blend of joy and relief, akin to someone who has just extracted a troublesome tooth. I reflected on the precarious nature of truth-telling amidst such dilemmas. I lacked experience in such matters and felt uncertain. Yet, I intuitively sensed that perhaps speaking the truth was far preferable and safer than weaving lies. This was a quandary I had never encountered before, warranting careful contemplation. Ultimately, I resolved to take the plunge and speak the truth, but the sensation was akin to sitting atop a lit powder keg. I yearned to stand forth and unveil the reality, despite the trepidation of igniting a metaphorical barrel of explosives, hoping to discern where it might lead. Later, I said, Miss, you might consider leaving the town and spending 3 or 4 days with acquaintances a bit further away. All right, I can go anywhere. Why do you suggest this? Let us not dwell on that. If I were to assure you that those individuals would return to this house within a fortnight, would you be willing to leave your home for 4 days? 4 days, she exclaimed. I would even be willing to go for a year. Well, I replied, I relish hearing you say that. Your words are far more reassuring than a kiss sworn upon the Bible. Upon hearing this, she smiled faintly, her cheeks flushing. I continued, If you don't mind, I shall close the door and secure it. Once I had locked the door, I sat down and said, Do not raise your voice. Let us sit quietly, confronting this like true gentlemen. I must convey the truth to you, and you, Miss Manley, must summon your courage. For this is an unfortunate and unbearable situation. However, it is beyond our control now. Those men you refer to as uncles are in fact nothing of the sort. They are a band of deceivers, genuine ruffians. With that, I had delivered the worst of it. The remainder of the conversation would be more palatable to her. It goes without saying that my words had a profound impact on her. Yet, like a fish gliding over shallow waters, I continued to speak. As I spoke, she listened intently, her eyes growing ever brighter. I recounted how I encountered that foolish lad rushing for the steamboat, and spoke of how she threw herself into the king's embrace at the door, kissing him fervently 16 or 17 times. Upon hearing this, her face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a setting sun. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Those brutes! Very well. Without wasting a moment, we shall slather them in rancid oil, adorn them with chicken feathers, and toss them into the river." I replied, "Certainly. But before you voice such intentions, perhaps—" "Oh," she interjected, "what am I thinking?" With that, she resumed her seat. "Do not take offense at my words. I implore you, you will not hold it against me, will you?" She gently placed her slender, delicate hand atop mine, and I assured her that I would never blame her. Without a second thought, I uttered those words, my frustration boiling within me. She said, "Very well, continue your tale. I shall refrain from further ire. Whatever you wish, I shall comply." "Indeed," I remarked, "these two deceivers are truly ruthless. Yet, no matter how I phrase it, I must accompany them for a while. As for the reasons, it is perhaps best left unspoken. If you were to expose them, the townsfolk could rescue me from their clutches, and I would be free, but another innocent soul would suffer in my stead. We must save him, mustn't we?" At that moment, an idea struck me. I pondered that perhaps Jim and I could rid ourselves of these two swindlers, imprison them in the local jail, and then escape together. However, I do not wish to navigate the river on a wooden raft during daylight, for if anyone were to inquire, I would be the sole individual capable of responding. Thus, I shall postpone the execution of my plan until later tonight. Accordingly, I said, "My dear lady, allow me to elucidate our course of action. You need not linger in another's abode for too long. How far is it?" "A mere 4 miles, just in the countryside." "Very well, that is settled. You must hasten to that place and conceal yourself until 9 or 9:30 this evening. Then, have them escort you back home, explaining that you remembered an errand you must attend to. Should you return before 11, light a candle in this window. If I have not arrived, wait until 11. If I still do not appear, it signifies that I have absconded and am safe. At that point, you may emerge and disseminate the information, ensuring that these scoundrels are imprisoned." "Very well," she replied, "I shall do just that. Should things go awry, and I am captured alongside them, you must inform others that I was the one who initially disclosed this matter to you. I implore you to speak well of me. Of course, I shall advocate for you. They will not harm a hair on your head," she assured me. I observed her nostrils flare and her eyes flutter as she spoke. "If I depart," I remarked, "I shall not be here to attest that these two miscreants are not your uncles or relatives. However, even in my presence, I dare not assert such a claim. I can only swear that they are deceivers, scoundrels, and this is still of some utility. Moreover, there are individuals who can attest to their superiority over me. Their testimony would be beyond reproach, whereas mine would immediately incite skepticism. Allow me to instruct you on how to locate them. Promptly provide me with a sheet of paper and a pen. Observe the royal beasts. Keep it safe and do not misplace it. When the court seeks to ascertain the circumstances surrounding these two individuals, let them dispatch someone to Bricksfield, instructing the locals that they have apprehended the individuals who have been meddling with the royal beasts. They should summon a few witnesses, my lady, just wait and see. The townsfolk shall soon arrive in a furious uproar. It seems to me that we have orchestrated everything quite well. I propose that the auction proceed without concern. Following the auction, there will be a full day during which buyers need not pay cash for their acquisitions, as the notice period is too brief. They cannot settle payments until they have received their funds. According to our devised plan, the auction will be rendered void, and they shall not receive their money. The matter of enslaved individuals bears no distinction from this. It is not a transaction, and the enslaved shall soon return. They shall not be able to claim the funds for the enslaved individuals. They have ensnared themselves in the direst predicament. Well, she said, I am now going downstairs for breakfast, and after that, I shall depart for several days. My lady, that cannot be, I replied. You must leave before breakfast. Why? Consider, my lady. Why do you think I wish for you to go there? Well, I had never contemplated this before. Now reflecting upon it, I find myself perplexed. Why is that? It is simply because you are not the kind of person who possesses a thick skin. The expression on your face conveys a depth of understanding that surpasses even the most enlightening of texts. Others may sit down and peruse the written words as effortlessly as if reading a book printed in large letters. Do you believe that when your uncles and aunts greet you with a kiss in the morning, you can maintain your composure? Enough, enough. Let us not dwell on this. I shall take my leave before breakfast. I am more than willing to do so, leaving my 2 younger sisters behind to be with them. If that is agreeable, very well. Do not fret over them. They will remain in their company for a while longer. If the 3 of you were to depart, suspicions would surely arise. Avoid encountering them. Do not meet your sister, nor anyone else in the town. If a neighbor inquires about your uncles and aunts, your countenance will betray your inner thoughts. You must not meet them, my dear. You must leave swiftly, allowing me to handle everyone else. I shall inform your sisters to convey your morning greetings to your uncles and aunts, stating that you have stepped out for a breath of fresh air, or simply that you are visiting a friend and will return shortly. Just say that I am visiting a friend. Very well, I comprehend your intention. There is nothing inappropriate in conveying this to him. It is but a trivial matter, hardly any inconvenience at all. In the vicinity downstream, executing this task requires little effort. Furthermore, I must mention one last thing concerning that bag of money. Alas, they possess the money. Whenever I think about the money being in their possession, I cannot help but feel utterly foolish. No, the money is not in their hands now. Is that truly the case? Then, whose hands does it grace at present? If only I knew, but alas, I do not. It was I who procured the money. I had intended to deliver it to you. I am aware of its hiding place, yet I fear it may no longer reside there. I am genuinely remorseful, my dear lady. This predicament weighs heavily upon my heart more than anything else. Nevertheless, I have exerted my utmost effort, and I approached this task with sincere intent. I narrowly escaped detection and had to swiftly conceal the money in an accessible spot before making my hasty exit, a rather poor hiding place, indeed. Oh, do not chastise yourself. It is unkind, and I shall not permit such self-reproach. You had no alternative. It is not your fault. Where did you conceal it? I am reluctant to exacerbate her sorrow. Should I reveal it, she might envision the lifeless body resting in the coffin with a bag of money atop its belly. After a moment's hesitation, I said, Miss Manley Jean, I prefer not to utter it aloud. If you would permit me, I shall inscribe it upon a slip of paper, and you may peruse it at your leisure during the journey. Would that be acceptable? Oh, very well then. Thus, I pinned the following. I placed the money within the coffin. It remained there while you wept that night. I was hiding behind the door, truly feeling for you. My lady, as I wrote, tears streamed down my face. I thought of her, alone in the dead of night, weeping quietly beneath her own roof, where those demons resided, shaming and plundering her. When I folded the paper and handed it to her, I noticed her eyes were also glistening with tears. She grasped my hand tightly and said, Farewell. I will certainly follow your guidance. If I never see you again, I will never forget you. I will often think of you and pray for your blessings. With that, she departed. Pray for me. I pondered that if she truly knew the kind of person I am, she would choose a path more befitting her. Yet, I would wager that despite her words, she would still pray for me. Such is her nature. Once she resolves to do something, she possesses the courage to even pray for Judas. She is a woman of unwavering spirit, no matter how one may choose to express it to me. She is the most courageous girl I have ever encountered. She is brimming with bravery. While this may sound overly flattering, it is not mere flattery. In terms of beauty and kindness, she surpasses others by a significant margin. Since she stepped out of that doorway, I have not seen her again. Yet I have thought of her countless times, often reflecting on her prayers for me. If I believed that my prayers could bring her even a modicum of benefit, I would fervently pray for her. On another note, I suspect she must have slipped out through the back door, for no one saw her leave. Upon encountering her sisters, I inquired, What is the name of the person across the river? It is the person you sometimes visit together. They remarked, There are quite a few people, but we frequently visit the Prolet family. Ah, that is the name, I said. I almost forgot it. Your sister left in a hurry, asking me to inform you that she went there to see a patient who is ill in their family. I am not certain, perhaps I have forgotten the name, but I suspect it might be. Good heavens, could it be Nashi? Speaking of which, I feel quite distressed. Indeed, it is Nashi. My word. She seemed quite well just last week. Is her illness severe? It is indeed a grave ailment. The young lady mentioned that they have been with her all night, and they believe she may not have much time left. This is truly terrifying. What illness does she have? I cannot fathom a life-threatening disease, so I merely suggested mumps. What? Mumps? Does one require companionship through the night for mumps? Surely not, right? However, with this form of mumps, someone must be by her side. It is a particularly severe case, a peculiar affliction, as the young lady described. Why is it considered peculiar? Because it manifests alongside other illnesses. What other illnesses? Well, there is measles, erysipelas, tuberculosis, jaundice, encephalitis, and other ailments that I cannot specify. My goodness, they still refer to this as mumps? However, that is precisely what the young lady stated. How can they possibly label this as mumps? It is unnecessary to inquire further, for it indeed originates from mumps. It is utter nonsense. If someone were to stub their toe, subsequently get poisoned, fall into a well, break their neck, and crack their skull. When others ask how this person met their demise, a fool might declare, "Isn't it obvious? They died from a toe injury." Does that statement hold any merit? Certainly not. It is sheer folly. Is this ailment contagious? Is it contagious? Must we even question that? In the darkness, can a rake not ensnare someone? You would either get caught on this tine or that one, wouldn't you? If you wish to escape, you must drag the entire rake along with you, correct? Let us put it this way. This mumps is akin to a rake. Furthermore, it is not a loose contraption. Once ensnared, it is nearly impossible to extricate oneself. I find this quite dreadful, one remarked. I shall seek out our doctor uncle to inquire further. Yes, I replied, if I were in your position. I would certainly inform him. Off you go at once. Alas, why the urgency? If you take a moment to ponder, you will comprehend. Your uncles are not obliged to return to their homeland in England at once. Do you truly believe they would be so callous as to depart without you, leaving you to traverse such a considerable distance alone? They're undoubtedly waiting for you to depart together. So far, everything has proceeded smoothly, which is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Your uncle is a clergyman, is he not? Yes, but can a minister deceive the passengers aboard a ship? Can he persuade them to allow the young lady to embark? Certainly, such a feat is beyond his reach. So, what can he possibly do? Without question, he would assert, it is truly unfortunate. I must rely on others to oversee matters at my church, for my niece has been in the company of someone afflicted with mumps. I must remain here with her for a period of 3 months to ascertain whether she has contracted the illness. However, it is of little consequence. If you believe it is best to inform your uncle of this. How unfortunate it is to wait idly for 3 months merely to determine if your sister has fallen ill. If we were to arrive in England, we could have been enjoying life, and how can you justify such nonsensical remarks? Regardless, it might be prudent for you to discuss this matter with a neighbor. Listening to your words, one would think you a fool. Truly, you are an innate simpleton, and surely the news will spread. At this juncture, it is best if no one is informed. Well, your reasoning seems quite sound. In any case, I believe it wise to convey to Uncle that she has stepped out for a short while to avoid causing them any concern. Indeed, your sister wishes for you to relay that message to him. She once remarked, "Please convey my warm regards to my dear uncle and aunt, and give them a kiss on my behalf. Just mention that I have gone to the other side of the river to see." What was that gentleman's name again? The affluent one whom your uncle holds in high esteem. What was his surname? What is the matter? You must be referring to the Apso family, correct? Of course, that surname is quite difficult to remember. No matter how hard one tries, it eludes retention. By the way, she said to inform them that she has gone there to seek out the Apso family to attend the auction, as she believes that if her father were alive, he would certainly prioritize selling this house to them. She expressed her intention to persuade them to purchase the property, and that it would only be proper to wait for their agreement. She mentioned that if she is not too fatigued, she will return home. If she is weary, she will definitely come back tomorrow morning. She insisted that we must not mention the name Prolet, but simply refer to the Apso family. This is, after all, the truth, as she genuinely intends to urge them to buy the house. Since she conveyed this to me directly, I am well aware of the matter. Very well. They then set out to greet their uncle and aunt, to wish them good morning, bestow kisses upon them, and share their sister's news. Now everything is progressing smoothly. The young ladies will not voice any objections, as they aspire to travel to England. The king and the duke would prefer that manly Jean exert herself for the auction rather than have them nearby, easily located by the doctor. As for me, I feel quite content. By my estimation, I am performing admirably. In my view, even Tom might not execute it more splendidly. Of course, he would likely manage it with more flair. Due to my lack of practice in this regard since childhood, I find myself unable to navigate the situation with ease. On that day, as dusk approached, a throng of people gathered in the square for an auction. The nefarious old man was present, standing beside the auctioneer, exuding an air of gravity, occasionally interspersing his remarks with quotes from the Bible or uttering a few flattering phrases. The Duke, too, was incessantly whispering to those around him, striving to showcase his capabilities, seeking sympathy, and seizing the opportunity to bask in the limelight. Eventually, the proceedings reached their conclusion. With everything auctioned off except for a few trivial items from the cemetery, they were determined to sell these as well. a level of avarice reminiscent of a king's insatiable appetite for acquisition, such as I had never witnessed before. Just as the cemetery lots were being auctioned, a steamboat docked. Moments later, a boisterous crowd arrived, shouting and laughing, declaring, "Look, your rivals have arrived. Old Wilkes has a new heir. Those in front, prepare to return the money." Chapter 30 introduced a rather respectable elderly gentleman and a younger, equally dignified man, albeit with his right arm bandaged. The crowd erupted in uproarious laughter and cheers, but I found no humor in the scene. I surmised that neither the king nor the duke would find it amusing either. I speculated that if they discerned anything amiss, their expressions would turn grave, their faces paling in alarm. However, I was mistaken. Their faces were not ashen with fright. The duke, unperturbed by any mishap, continued to prattle incessantly, exuding a sense of joy and pride akin to a milk jug pouring forth its creamy contents. As for the king, he gazed down with an air of tragic pity at the two newcomers, as though lamenting in his heart the existence of such deceivers and scoundrels, his vexation palpable. Oh! His performance was nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, many dignitaries gathered around the king, ostensibly to reassure him of their allegiance. The elderly gentleman who had just arrived appeared particularly bewildered. Before long, he spoke, and I immediately recognized his distinctly British accent, entirely different from the king's own intonations. Though the king had imitated it remarkably well, I could not recall the gentleman's exact words, nor could I replicate his accent. However, he turned to the assembly and his words likely conveyed the following sentiment: "The current situation has taken me by surprise. Something I could never have imagined in my wildest dreams. Frankly, I confess I am not prepared to deal with such matters. As my brother and I have recently endured an unwarranted misfortune. He has suffered a broken arm, and our luggage was mistakenly left in a town upstream last night. I am Harvey, the brother of Peter Wilkes, and this is his mute sibling. He cannot hear or speak, and now only one arm remains functional, rendering even gestures a challenge. As for whether we are indeed the individuals we claim to be, I shall be able to provide evidence within a day or two, once the luggage arrives." Having said that, he departed with the newly arrived mute. The king erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "A broken arm, and what a performance! Truly a clever ruse. A charlatan who must resort to gestures, yet has not mastered them. Losing one's luggage. In such circumstances, that assertion is simply brilliant. I commend him for his ingenuity." With that, he laughed uproariously, prompting the crowd to join in, save for 3 or 4 individuals, perhaps 5 or 6, who remained stoic. Among them was a physician, another was a keen-eyed gentleman clutching an old-fashioned felt briefcase. He appeared astute, standing before the doctor and whispering discreetly. They occasionally cast sidelong glances at the king, nodding in acknowledgement. This was the lawyer, Bell. There was also a burly man who had approached earlier to listen to the elderly gentleman and was now attentive to the king's words. Once the king had finished, he inquired, "Pardon me, if you are Harvey Wilkes, on what day did you arrive in this town?" "The day before the funeral, my friend," replied the king. "What time did you arrive that day?" "In the evening, perhaps an hour or 2 before sunset." "How did you travel?" "We arrived by steamboat from Cincinnati." "Very well. Then how were you able to row a small boat to that sandbar upstream on that morning?" "That morning, I had not ventured to the upstream sandbank." "You are fabricating tales." Several individuals rushed towards him, pleading that he refrain from speaking so to an elderly pastor. What a farce! He is no pastor. He is a deceitful charlatan. Indeed, he had been to that upstream sandbank that very morning. I reside there, do I not? I was present at that moment. As was he. I witnessed him there, rowing a small boat with a boy to that very spot. At this juncture, the doctor stepped forward and inquired, "If you were to encounter that boy again, would you recognize him, my friend?" "I believe I could, though I dare not guarantee it." "Hey, is that not him?" I recognized him instantly. He was indeed pointing at me. The doctor then addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot yet declare whether those 2 newcomers are impostors. But if they are, then I am an utter fool. I believe it is our duty to prevent them from slipping away until we have unraveled this matter. Come, everyone, let us escort these individuals to the inn, where they may confront the other 2. I surmised that it would not require much effort to unmask their deception. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed invigorated, though the king's companions may not have shared the same sentiment. Thus, we proceeded, just as the sun began to set. The doctor held my hand, maintaining a cordial demeanor, and he never released his grip. We all arrived in a spacious room at the inn, where candles were lit, and the 2 newcomers were summoned. The doctor began, expressing his reluctance to put these two individuals in a difficult position. However, he discerned that they were indeed deceivers. And it was entirely possible that they had accomplices lurking about, leaving us oblivious to their presence. If such accomplices existed, might they not abscond with the funds left by the deceased Wilkes? Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. Had these individuals been genuine, they would not have opposed the suggestion of retrieving the money for us to safeguard temporarily until the matter was clarified. What do you all think of this proposal? The assembly concurred. The king appeared merely melancholic, remarking, "Gentlemen, I truly wish we could retrieve the money, for I harbor no desire to obstruct a fair, transparent, and thorough investigation into this unfortunate affair. Yet the money has vanished. If you wish to ascertain its whereabouts, feel free to investigate. Where, you ask, has the money gone? Alas, my niece entrusted the funds to me for safekeeping, and I concealed it within the mattress of our bed, believing it prudent as our stay here was brief, and we preferred not to deposit it in a bank. We considered the mattress a secure hiding place, as we believed the locals to be honest, akin to British servants. To our dismay, those individuals seized the opportunity to pilfer the money while we descended in the morning. I had not yet realized the money was missing when I sold them. They had taken every last coin. Gentlemen, my servant can attest to the veracity of this account." The doctor and the assembly responded in unison, "Nonsense." I discerned that no one truly believed his words. One individual inquired whether I had witnessed a black man stealing money. I replied that I had not seen such an event. I merely observed them hastily exiting his room. At that moment, I paid little heed, assuming they were anxious about waking my master and wished to depart quickly. Then, the doctor turned to me and asked, "Are you also British?" I affirmed, "Indeed, I am British." He erupted into laughter with the others, exclaiming, "What nonsense!" Subsequently, they commenced a meticulous investigation. We were subjected to incessant questioning, with no mention of dinner. Nor did it even cross their minds. This relentless inquiry revolved around a fictitious account that had never transpired. They coerced the king to recount his narrative. While the elderly gentleman's words were evidently truthful, discernible to anyone free from profound prejudice, revealing the king's deceit. Eventually, they summoned me to recount everything I knew. The king cast a cunning glance my way, and I understood precisely how to respond. I began by mentioning Saintfield, recounting our life there, and elaborating on the Wilkes family's situation in England. I spoke only briefly, yet the doctor burst into hearty laughter, and the lawyer remarked, "Foolish child, sit down. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my effort. Your attempts at lying are rather clumsy. Your speech is disjointed. You need to practice more. Your delivery is woefully inadequate." Upon hearing his flattery, I found myself disinterested. However, it was a relief that they ultimately spared me, which brought me joy. The doctor seemed poised to say something, turning to address me. "Hey, my friend, had you been in town earlier?" At that moment, the king abruptly interrupted him, extending his hand and inquiring, "Is this not the old friend my late brother frequently mentioned in his letters?" The lawyer shook his hand, smiling, appearing quite cheerful. They engaged in conversation for quite some time, before stepping aside to converse in hushed tones. Finally, the lawyer proclaimed, "Let us settle this matter. I accept the commission to present your and your brother's documents, so that they may ascertain that all is in order." Subsequently, they procured paper and pen, and the king settled himself, tilting his head, biting his tongue, and scribbling something aimlessly. They handed the pen to the duke, who, for the first time, appeared somewhat troubled, yet eventually picked it up to write. After a while, the lawyer turned to the newly arrived gentleman, saying, "Please, along with your brother, inscribe a few words and affix your signatures." The gentleman wrote a few characters, yet none could decipher them. The lawyer, visibly astonished, remarked, "This presents quite the conundrum." He extracted numerous old letters from his pocket, scrutinizing and comparing the handwriting of the elderly gentleman with that of the letters. He then stated, "These letters were dispatched by Harvey Wilkes. Here are the writings of both individuals. It is evident that these are not their script." At this point, the king and the duke realized they had fallen for the lawyer's ruse, appearing quite helpless. "This is what the gentleman has penned, and it is evident to all that this does not resemble their handwriting. In fact, the characters he has delineated are entirely devoid of meaning." There are also several letters here from the newly arrived elder stated, "Please, allow me to explain. Aside from my brother, no one can recognize my handwriting. He has transcribed each letter for me. The letters you hold are penned in a script, not mine." "Ah," exclaimed the lawyer, "this is indeed a curious matter. I possess several letters written by Mr. Dom, and if you could have him inscribe a few words, we might draw a comparison." "But he cannot write with his left hand," interjected the old gentleman. If he could, you would discern that both my letters and his are penned by the same hand. Compare our letters, and you shall see they are indeed the work of one individual. The lawyer examined the correspondence closely and remarked, "It appears to be as you say, though even if it were not, the likeness between the two styles is striking. I cannot believe I failed to notice this at first. Well, it seems we are on the right path to resolution, yet now we find ourselves in confusion. Nevertheless, one thing is clear, these two individuals are certainly not members of the Wilkes family." As he spoke, he tilted his head toward the king and the duke. "Oh, would you believe it? That obstinate old fool refuses to concede at this point. He remains adamant, claiming the verification is unjust, insisting that his brother is a cynical troublemaker who did not write with any seriousness. He remarked that as soon as he saw the pen touch the paper, he understood that a trick was about to unfold. Energized, he began to speak incessantly, so fervently that he almost convinced himself of his own fabrications. Before long, the newly arrived gentleman interrupted him, stating, "I recall something. Is there someone here who assisted my brother in laying the deceased Mr. Wilkes to rest?" A voice responded affirmatively. "Yes, I, along with another, helped in his burial. We are both present." The elderly man then turned to the king, suggesting, "Perhaps this gentleman can enlighten me about the design tattooed upon his chest." Suddenly confronted with such an unexpected inquiry, the king was compelled to muster his wits and respond swiftly. Otherwise, he risked collapsing like a riverbank washed away by a flood. Most would falter in such a predicament. How could he possibly know the markings on the deceased's chest? His countenance involuntarily paled. The room fell silent, and everyone leaned slightly forward, scrutinizing him. I thought to myself that now he must concede. Whether he accepted it or not was irrelevant. Did he yield? It seems incredulous, but he remained obstinate. I surmised he intended to exhaust everyone until they scattered, allowing him and the duke to make their escape. Regardless, he remained comfortably seated. Moments later, he chuckled and said, "Oh, that question is indeed challenging, is it not? But I can tell you what tattoo adorned his chest. It was a small, slender blue arrow, precisely that. If one does not scrutinize closely, it is indeed difficult to discern. Well, do you have something to say?" "Ah, I have never encountered such a shameless old fellow." The newly arrived gentleman excitedly turned his head, his eyes sparkling as if he had cornered the king. He inquired, "Indeed, did you hear his words? Is there a tattoo upon my brother's chest?" The two individuals at the front resounded in unison. "We have not seen such a thing." "Excellent," the old gentleman proclaimed. "Allow me to enlighten you. Upon his chest, one can discern a diminutive and indistinct letter P, followed by AB, the initial of his name that he has long since abandoned, and then AW. Between these three letters are two dots, thus PBW. As he spoke, he inscribed it upon paper. "Pray tell, is this what you observed?" Once more, the two men loudly declared, "No, we did not see anything. We observed no markings whatsoever." At this juncture, the crowd grew irate, collectively shouting, "These rascals are deceivers. Let us cast them into the water, drown them, parade them through the streets." Their voices rose in a cacophony that was truly frightening. At that moment, the lawyer leaped onto the table, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, permit me but a moment, just one moment. Please listen. There exists another solution. We shall exhume the body to investigate." This proposal piqued the interest of the assembly. Very well. As the crowd erupted in cheers, they prepared to set off immediately. However, the lawyer and the doctor shouted, "Wait, wait." They insisted that those four individuals and the child should also be taken along, proclaiming that if they could not locate the marks, they would dispose of them all. To be honest, I was utterly terrified. Yet, escape was entirely out of the question. They held us firmly, dragging us toward the graveyard, situated a mile and a half downstream from the river. Behind us trailed the entire town, for it was merely 9 o'clock in the evening, and our clamor echoed loudly. As I passed our dwelling, I regretted sending that sister away. Had she been here, a mere glance would have sufficed for her to understand, and she would have bravely intervened to rescue me, exposing the disgraceful antics of those two scoundrels. We surged along the riverside path with a fervor akin to wildcats. At that moment, dark clouds loomed overhead, lightning flickered intermittently, and the leaves rustled ominously in the wind, heightening my fear. This was the most chaotic predicament I had ever encountered. I was nearly paralyzed with fright. All of my initial plans had crumbled. I had imagined I could comfortably stand aside, observing the commotion, with someone to speak on my behalf during a critical moment, rescuing me from peril. But now, aside from those tattooed markings, nothing could save me. If they failed to find those designs, I dared not contemplate further. Yet, beyond that, I found myself devoid of thoughts. The sky grew increasingly dark, and I sought to slip away from the crowd. It should have been the perfect opportunity. However, the burly man clinging tightly to my hand made escape virtually impossible. His vigor was palpable as he dragged me along, and I found myself compelled to jog just to keep pace with him. Upon arrival, the throng surged into the cemetery, akin to a deluge breaching its banks. Yet, amidst the fervor, none thought to bring a lamp. They relied solely on the flickering light of electricity to excavate, while sending someone half a mile away to borrow a lantern. They dug with fervor, their manic energy evident. The night was pitch black, rain began to pour, and the wind howled incessantly, accompanied by the resounding rumble of thunder. Despite the inclement weather, the group remained resolute in their digging. In flashes of lightning, the faces of the multitude were illuminated, revealing shovels full of earth being unearthed from the grave. But just as swiftly, darkness enveloped everything again, rendering the surroundings utterly invisible. Eventually, they unearthed the coffin. Someone began to unscrew the bolts and lift the lid. People jostled and pushed with elbows and shoulders, eager to see clearly the terrifying scene shrouded in darkness, which none had ever witnessed before. The man gripping my wrist was equally insistent, shoving and pressing forward. His grip painfully tight. He gasped for breath, his excitement palpable, and I thought to myself that he must surely have forgotten about me. Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to unveil a gateway, pouring forth a cascade of blinding white light. At that moment, a voice cried out, "Oh God!" as a figure clutched a bag of gold coins to his chest. The individual who had been gripping my arm, like others, let out a shout, releasing my wrist and desperately pushing forward to uncover the truth. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed away into the darkness, veering onto the main road in a frantic bid for survival, astonishing even myself with the swiftness of my escape. On that desolate road, I found myself entirely alone, racing forward as if propelled by the winds themselves. Only I existed upon that path, enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, while rain cascaded down and the wind stung like 1,000 needles. Thunder erupted in resounding booms as I propelled myself onward. Upon entering the town, I found the streets deserted amidst the tempest, prompting me to forego the back alleys and run straight down the main thoroughfare. As I approached our house, I squinted into the gloom and spotted it. The dwelling was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, and for reasons unknown. A wave of discomfort and disappointment washed over me. Just as I hurried past, a glimmer of light suddenly ignited in the window of the beautiful young lady's room. My heart raced wildly, as though it might leap from my chest, yet the house was swiftly swallowed by the encroaching darkness behind me, never to reappear. She was the kindest and most courageous girl I had ever encountered. I made my way to a spot just upstream in the town, where I could glimpse the riverbank and began to search attentively for a small boat. In the brilliance of the lightning, I beheld a small boat unmoored, and without hesitation, I leapt aboard and rowed towards the heart of the river. It was a mere raft, hastily secured with a single rope. The riverbank still lay a considerable distance away, yet I lingered not for a moment. At last, I reached the wooden platform, utterly exhausted to the brink of collapse. Had I dared to pause, I would have relished a deep breath, but I dared not rest. As I sprang onto the raft, I shouted, "Come out, Jim, release the raft." Thank heaven, we had finally shaken them off. Jim promptly emerged, arms outstretched, his joy palpable. However, in a flash of lightning, I caught a glimpse of him, and my heart leapt into my throat. I staggered back a few steps and tumbled into the water. In that instant, I had forgotten he embodied both King Lear and a drowned Arab, a duality that startled me to my core. Jim rescued me, enveloping me in an embrace, offering his blessings. I was safe, and we had indeed evaded the king and the duke, an overwhelming joy filling my heart. Yet, I cautioned him, not so fast. Let us discuss it over breakfast. I hastily untethered the raft, allowing it to drift downstream. Thus, we set off, gliding along the great river. It was just the two of us amidst the vast expanse, free from disruption, and the sensation was exhilarating. I found myself leaping and bounding upon the raft. As I sprang for the third time, I suddenly heard a voice all too familiar. I held my breath and listened intently. Indeed, it was them. When the next flash of lightning illuminated the river's surface, I saw them approaching. They were fervently paddling, causing the small boat to creak ominously. It was the king and the duke. I collapsed onto the planks, resigned to the whims of fate, with no other recourse. Chapter 31. After they boarded the raft, the king approached me. He seized my collar and shook me, exclaiming, "You wish to abandon us and flee, you scoundrel. Have you grown weary of our company?" I replied, "No, your majesty, That is not our intent. Please, do not treat me thus, your majesty. Then speak quickly. What do you intend to do? Or I shall extract your entrails. In all honesty, I recounted the truth, your majesty. The man who held me was not unkind. He had mentioned that he lost a son last year, of similar age to mine. He expressed sorrow at the sight of a child in such peril. When they discovered the bag of gold, astonishment swept over them, and they all crowded towards the coffin. He then released me and whispered, "Run now, or they shall surely hang you." Thus, I managed to escape. In truth, my presence there seemed of little consequence. I was of no assistance, and since I could have fled at any moment, I had no desire to meet a grim fate. I ran incessantly until I found a small boat. Upon boarding the raft, I urged Jim to depart swiftly. Otherwise, they would capture me and see me hanged. I expressed my concern for both him and the Duke, fearing they might already be dead, which pained me greatly, and Jim shared in my distress. "We were immensely pleased to see your arrival. Jim, is that not so?" Jim affirmed this, remarking that the king had commanded him to silence, exclaiming, "Ah, what a splendid act this is." As he spoke, he began to shake me up and down, even threatening to cast me into the river to drown. However, the Duke interjected, "Release the boy, you foolish old man. If you were in his position, would you not flee as well? Did you inquire about him upon your escape? I recall you never mentioned him at all." It was then that the king relinquished his grip on me, commencing a tirade against the townsfolk. Yet, the Duke advised, "You would do better to scold yourself, for you are the most deserving of blame. From the very outset, you have not executed a single reasonable deed, with the exception of this, maintaining composure and audaciously fabricating a blue arrow mark. This was indeed clever, truly brilliant, for it saved our lives. Otherwise, we would have been confined in the watch-house, awaiting the arrival of the English baggage for our final judgment, namely, imprisonment. Of that I can assure you. It was this cunning stratagem that led them to the graveyard, and that bag of gold coins proved invaluable to us. For had those excitable fools not loosened their grips to take a glance, we would likely have been adorned with large collars for our slumber tonight, these collars, guaranteed to be durable, but a single wearing would suffice. They remained silent for a considerable time, likely lost in contemplation, until, after a while, the king distractedly remarked, "Humph. We initially suspected that it was the work of a black man." Upon hearing this remark, a shiver ran down my spine. Indeed, the Duke deliberately spoke in a tone laced with sarcasm, and we had truly considered that possibility. Half a minute later, the king replied slowly, "At least, that is what I thought." The Duke echoed in a similarly languid manner, "Quite the contrary, that is what I thought." The king, slightly irked, retorted, "Hey, you scoundrel. What do you mean by that?" The Duke, refusing to back down, countered, "Since you inquire, I must ask you, what do you mean by that?" "Huh," the king scoffed. "How would I know? Perhaps you are merely dreaming and are utterly oblivious to your own actions." This incensed the Duke, who exclaimed, "Cease your damnable nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I am unaware of who concealed the money in the coffin? Indeed, sir, I comprehend that you are aware, for it is your money that was hidden." "Nonsense." The Duke lunged at him. The king shouted, "Release me. Do not choke my neck. Let us pretend I said nothing." The Duke replied, "Very well, then you should acknowledge that, first and foremost, you did indeed hide the money there, intending to one day dispose of me and return to retrieve it for yourself." "Wait a moment. Duke, just answer me one straightforward question. If it was not you who placed the money there, speak up, and I shall believe your words, and consider my previous statement as unspoken." The king declared, "You old scoundrel, that was not my doing, and you are well aware of it." "Humph. Let me show you a taste of my wrath." "Well, I am convinced now. However, allow me to pose one more question. Do not lose your wits. Have you ever entertained the thought of hiding money?" For a moment, the Duke remained silent, and then remarked, "Humph, that is of no concern to you. I assure you I am innocent. Yet you have pondered and acted upon such thoughts. If I had committed the act, I would have ended my own life at this very moment, for that is the truth. Indeed, I once harbored such thoughts, but you know. I mean, someone else preceded me in this endeavor." "Nonsense. It is plainly evident that you are the culprit. If you refuse to acknowledge your guilt, I shall." The king's voice began to tremble, and eventually he gasped, "Stop. I confess." Upon hearing this admission, I felt an immense sense of relief wash over me, far greater than before. The Duke then released his grip and stated, "Should you fail to confess again, I shall drown you. You deserve to sit there weeping like an infant. After all you have done, that is all you are worthy of. I once held you in high regard, viewing you as a father figure. You stood by, allowing others to vilify the poor black slaves while remaining silent. Do you not feel ashamed? Reflect on how foolish I was to believe your deceitful words. How absurd it is. You scoundrel, I now comprehend the urgency with which you sought to recover that missing sum. You intended to pilfer the earnings I made from the royal beasts and other ventures for yourself. The king, with a demeanor of trepidation and a hint of cowardice, remarked, "What is it, Duke? It was you who insisted on gathering that amount, not I." Silence. "I no longer wish to hear your nonsensical prattle," retorted the Duke. "Now, you see your comeuppance. Not only have they reclaimed their own funds, but they have also taken all of ours, leaving us with but a pittance. Go to sleep. If you ever wish to gather money again, do not cast your ambitions upon me. Remember this forever." Thus, the king stealthily retreated into his hovel, where he drowned his sorrows in drink. Before long, the Duke, too, uncorked a bottle. In less than half an hour, the two of them were as chummy as accomplices in crime, their inebriation fostering an even greater camaraderie. Eventually, they nestled together, snoring soundly, despite their intoxication. I observed that the Duke had not yet reached the point of forgetting the matter at hand, specifically, his denial of having concealed the money. This brought me a sense of relief and satisfaction. Of course, while they snored, Jim and I engaged in an extensive conversation, during which I recounted every detail of the events that had transpired, leaving nothing out, including the fact that I had hidden the money in the coffin. Chapter 32. From that point onward, we did not linger in any town, drifting steadily downstream towards the great river. We had traveled far into the southern regions, well away from home, where the climate was pleasantly warm. We began to observe trees draped in Spanish moss, cascading from their branches like long, gray beards. It was my first encounter with such moss, lending an eerie aspect to the trees. These two swindlers believed they had evaded danger, and soon contemplated showcasing their talents in the village. Initially, they delivered sobriety speeches, yet the earnings were insufficient even for their own indulgences in liquor. Upon arriving at another village, they attempted to establish a dance school. However, their dancing prowess was scarcely superior to that of a kangaroo, resulting in their expulsion after only a few awkward steps. On one occasion, they endeavored to teach public speaking, but after uttering only a few sentences, they were met with scathing rebukes from the audience, compelling them to flee in terror. They dabbled in various pursuits, including preaching, healing, hypnosis, and fortune-telling. Yet fortune continually eluded them. Ultimately, they found themselves destitute, lying upon a wooden raft as it drifted downstream. They pondered in silence for extended periods, their expressions dim and despondent. Eventually, a peculiar change overtook them. The two conspirators leaned together, whispering in secrecy within their makeshift shelter, sometimes engaging in hushed discussions for 2 or 3 hours. My companion Jim and I felt a sense of unease at their demeanor, which we found thoroughly distasteful. Based on our observations, we surmised they were concocting some nefarious scheme, or perhaps devising even more outrageous plots. We speculated repeatedly, concluding that they were likely plotting a break-in at someone's home or store, or perhaps engaging in counterfeiting, or some other unscrupulous venture. We were thoroughly frightened and resolved that no matter where our journeys took us, we would never associate ourselves with such reckless mischief. We agreed that at the first opportunity, we would deliver them an unexpected shock and swiftly distance ourselves from their company. One morning, in a dilapidated place called Pikeville, approximately 2 miles downstream from the small town, we concealed our raft in a very secure spot. The king disembarked, instructing us to hide while he ventured into town to ascertain whether the townsfolk had caught wind of the royal beast. I mused to myself, pondering his intentions of scouting for a house to plunder. But when he returns from his thievery, he shall find neither me nor Jim, nor the raft. At that moment, he would surely be at a loss. He mentioned that if he had not returned by noon, Jim and I would know that all was well, and we could proceed to rendezvous with him. Thus, we waited in place, while the Duke, agitated and flustered, paced restlessly upon the raft. He incessantly berated us over trivial matters, as if we had committed some grievous error. He found fault in the minutiae of our situation. It was evident that he harbored sinister intentions. As noon approached and the king remained absent, I felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, a change was in store, perhaps even a complete transformation of our circumstances. Jim and I ventured into town in search of the king, and eventually, we discovered him in a back room of a tavern. He was inebriated beyond measure, surrounded by a band of ruffians who were mocking him. He cursed and threatened them vigorously, yet he was so intoxicated that he could barely stand, leaving them with little to fear. The Duke called him an old fool, to which the king retorted in kind. Seeing them in a fervor of anger, I took to my heels and sprinted towards the riverbank like a deer fleeing from peril. This was our golden opportunity. I resolved that henceforth, neither Jim nor I would ever encounter them again. Upon reaching the riverbank, I was utterly breathless, yet my heart brimmed with joy as I shouted, "Jim, untie the raft. This is splendid." However, there was no response, nor did anyone emerge from the shack. Jim was nowhere to be found. I called out repeatedly, then ventured into the woods in search of him, still shouting and screaming, but to no avail. Old Jim had vanished. Eventually, I could no longer contain my sorrow and sat down to weep, yet I knew I could not remain idle. After a short while, I made my way to the main road, contemplating my next course of action. I encountered a child walking along the path and inquired if he had seen a ragged black man. He replied affirmatively. Where did he go? I pressed. He headed south towards the Fairbanks place, 2 miles ahead. He is an escaped slave, and they have captured him. Are you looking for him? Not at all, I retorted. I came across him in the woods an hour or two ago. He threatened to rip out my heart if I made a sound. He instructed me to lie still. And I did, remaining there until now, too frightened to move. Well, he said, there's no need for fear anymore, for they have apprehended him. He had fled from the south. They caught him quite well. Of course, there's a bounty of $200 for his capture. It's like finding money along the road. Indeed, had I been a bit older, I could have claimed that money, for I was the one who first spotted him. But who apprehended him? An elderly fellow, an outsider, who sold this opportunity for a mere $40, claiming he was pressed for time to head upstream. Just consider. If it were me, I would gladly wait even 7 years. Of course, I would be willing to wait. However, given that he sold the chance for such a paltry sum, perhaps the reward was never as substantial as it seemed, raising suspicions in my mind. But no. The matter was quite evident. I beheld the flyer with my own eyes, which clearly stated, alongside a likeness of him, that he had escaped from a plantation somewhere in New Orleans upstream. I assure you, this venture is sound. By the way, could you spare a bit of tobacco? Alas, I had none to offer, and he departed. I returned to the raft, crawled into my shelter, and sat in contemplation, yet no solution came to mind. I pondered and pondered until my head ached, unable to devise a means to tackle this predicament. During this time, we exerted ourselves tirelessly over these 2 rogues, only to find our efforts squandered, all plans laid to waste, utterly destroyed. This was all due to the merciless nature of these individuals, who resorted to such treachery, rendering him a lifelong slave once more, and in a foreign land, all for the sake of a mere $40. Upon reflecting on the matter, I concluded that if Jim were to be enslaved, it would be far preferable for him to endure such a fate in his hometown among his own kin rather than in a foreign land. Thus, I contemplated writing a letter to Tom Sawyer, requesting him to inform Miss Watson of Jim's whereabouts. However, I swiftly abandoned this notion, as Jim had escaped from her, and she would likely perceive him as ungrateful, harboring resentment towards him. In time, she might even sell him downriver. Even if she refrained from such actions, society would undoubtedly scorn an ungrateful black slave, ensuring that Jim would be perpetually reminded of his disgrace, leaving him utterly humiliated. Moreover, I considered my own predicament. It would soon circulate that Huck Finn assisted a runaway slave in seeking freedom, and if I were ever to return to that town, I would be unable to face its inhabitants, forced to live in shame. When a person engages in reprehensible deeds, they cannot confront the consequences. That is the essence of the matter. Only by concealing such actions can one evade disgrace, and that is precisely the situation I found myself in. The more I pondered this, the more my conscience tormented me, and I felt increasingly vile and shameless. Ultimately, I experienced a sudden epiphany, recognizing that this was evidently the hand of God chastising me. That unfortunate woman had committed no offense against me, yet I had stolen her slave. Heaven is ever watchful, observing my actions. This served as a reminder that all I had done was under his gaze, and he would not permit me to continue down this path. Through this, God was guiding me, making it clear that nothing escapes the scrutiny of his all-seeing mirror, and he would not tolerate such misfortunes to unfold any further. It must end here. Upon contemplating this, I was nearly overwhelmed with terror, almost collapsing to the ground. I endeavored to console myself, reasoning that throughout my life, I had only learned to engage in malevolent deeds, and thus I could not be wholly blamed. Yet, an insistent voice within me proclaimed, you could have attended a Catholic school, and had you done so, you would understand that individuals like you, who abduct enslaved individuals, are condemned to eternal punishment by fire upon death. This notion filled me with dread, causing my entire being to tremble. I resolved to pray, hoping that perhaps I could turn from my wicked ways and transform into a virtuous child. I knelt down, Yet the words of prayer eluded me. Why was this so? No words can conceal the truth from God, nor can they hide from oneself. I realized why the prayer eluded me. My heart was not pure, lacking in integrity. For I was playing both sides. I aspired to reform, yet I could not relinquish the most heinous of my actions. I yearned to utter words advocating for righteousness and innocence, to pen a letter to the owner of the enslaved person, revealing their whereabouts, but deep inside, I recognized the deception. God was aware of it too. I finally grasped that one cannot pray with falsehoods. My heart was rife with conflict, burdened with discomfort, leaving me at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, an idea dawned upon me. I told myself to write that letter, and once completed, I would see if any virtuous words would emerge for me to pray. Remarkably, as I entertained this thought, I felt an immediate lightness akin to a feather, and all my troubles dissipated. With a surge of exhilaration, I took out a sheet of paper and a pencil and began to write. Miss Watson, your runaway slave Jim has made his way to 2 miles below Pikeville, where Mr. Fairless has apprehended him. Should you send someone with a reward? He will hand him over to you. Huckleberry Finn. A profound sense of relief washed over me, as if I had cleansed myself of sin for the first time in my life. I realized that I could pray now, yet I hesitated to begin. I set the paper aside, contemplating the significance of my actions. What a fortunate turn of events, for I had almost become a wayward lamb, destined for perdition. My thoughts wandered further. I reminisced about our journey, Jim's specter ever present before me. I recalled the days and nights we shared, sometimes illuminated by moonlight, at other times engulfed in tempestuous storms. Together we drifted down the mighty river, conversing, singing, and laughing heartily. Strangely, my mind was filled solely with his virtues. Devoid of any recollection of his faults, I could not conjure a single thought that would allow me to harden my heart against him. I frequently recalled the nights he stood watch in my stead, ensuring I remained undisturbed in slumber. I could vividly picture his joyful demeanor upon my return through the dense fog. There was also the occasion when I sought him out in the marshes to avenge a wrong, and his delight upon our reunion was palpable. Countless such memories flooded my mind. He always referred to me as dear, devotedly caring for me, doing everything for my sake. Indeed, he was a truly noble soul. Later, I recalled the occasion when I informed those 2 individuals that there were smallpox victims among us, thereby rescuing him. He expressed profound gratitude, declaring me to be his dearest friend in this world and his only companion at that moment. As I pondered this, I turned and caught sight of the letter. It was indeed an embarrassing matter. I picked up the letter, trembling all over, realizing I needed to solidify my resolve. Choosing between 2 paths was a matter of utmost significance for my life, and I was acutely aware of it. After contemplating for a while, holding my breath, I ultimately told myself, to hell with it, and then tore the letter to shreds. The mere thought and utterance of such a notion were terrifying. Yet I had spoken them. I felt no regret for my words, and I had no intention of seeking redemption henceforth. I cast aside all the considerations I had entertained and resolved. I would continue down the path of wickedness, a road with which I had been familiar since childhood. Virtuous deeds were not my forte. First and foremost, I must liberate Jim from his bondage, ensuring he would no longer be a slave. If I could conceive of any even more nefarious schemes, I would undoubtedly pursue them, for once embarked upon this course, there could be no turning back. If I were to act, I would do so with fervor. Subsequently, I contemplated how best to proceed. I devised numerous strategies in my mind, ultimately settling on the one that suited me best. I then set my sights on a densely wooded island downstream, and as night fell, I would stealthily paddle my raft to that side, conceal the raft there, and then slip into my hideout. I spent the entire night in slumber, rising at the break of dawn to partake in breakfast. Adorning myself in a new outfit procured from the shop, I meticulously packed my other garments and odds and ends, then set forth in a small boat towards the shore. I imagined the probable location of the Fairloss residence and positioned my boat slightly downstream from it. Concealing my belongings in the woods, I anchored my canoe a quarter of a mile from the lumber mill, filling it with water and stones to ensure it would remain submerged and retrievable for future use. After this, I ventured forth along the main road. Passing the sawmill, I spotted a sign that read, Fairloss Sawmill. Continuing forward for another 200 or 300 meters, I arrived in the village. As I surveyed my surroundings, the sun had fully risen, yet not a soul was in sight. I felt no concern, for I wished to encounter no one, merely seeking to familiarize myself with the locale. My intention was to feign arrival from the upstream village, rather than from downstream. Hence, after acclimating to the surroundings, I proceeded towards the town. Strangely, the first individual I encountered there was the Duke. who was busy pasting theater posters, the royal beast playing for merely 3 nights, an all too familiar spectacle. These two charlatans certainly possessed remarkable audacity. I could not avoid him. Our paths crossed directly. With evident surprise, he inquired, "Where have you been?" Subsequently, he feigned a blend of joy and concern, asking, "Where's the raft?" "Found a good hiding spot." I replied, I was just about to ask you, Your Grace." His demeanor soured instantly as he retorted, "How could you think to inquire of me?" "Yesterday, upon witnessing the king in a state of inebriation at the hotel, I contemplated the hours it would take for him to regain his senses before I could escort him back. Thus, I decided to meander through the town to pass the time. During my wanderings, I encountered an individual who offered me a dime in exchange for my assistance in ferrying a sheep across the river in a small boat. I consented to his request. As we prepared to load the sheep onto the vessel, he instructed me to hold the rope while he pushed from behind. The sheep was exceedingly hefty, and I found myself unable to restrain it. With a sudden surge, it broke free and bolted away. We chased after the fleeing creature, devoid of a dog to aid us, running through the fields until it finally exhausted itself. We managed to catch it and rowed back across the river. I then hurried downstream to the location of the log raft, only to discover it had vanished. A disconcerting thought crossed my mind. Surely, they must have caused a ruckus and absconded with the raft, taking my companion along with them. I am utterly alone in this unfamiliar place, bereft of kin and resources. How shall I survive? Overwhelmed, I sank to the ground in tears. That night, I spent the hours in slumber beneath the trees. Yet, where had the raft gone? And what of poor Jim? How could I ascertain the fate of the raft? That foolish old man had engaged in a transaction and acquired $40. But when we eventually found him at that small hotel, he had squandered it all gambling with a band of ruffians, each round costing him 50 cents, leaving him with nothing but his bar tab. It was only late last night, when I finally managed to bring him back, that I realized the raft was indeed missing. We lamented that scoundrel must have stolen our raft, abandoning us to flee downstream on his own. I would never abandon my black companion, right? He is my sole black friend in this world, my only possession. We never contemplated it that way. Indeed, we have come to regard him as our own. Good heavens! We truly treat him as one of us, and how much concern have we not invested in him? Thus, when we found ourselves without the raft, and with not a penny to our names, we had no choice but to resort to the royal beasts for sustenance. I have been wandering about, parched as a powder keg. Please, grant me a dime. I had a fair amount of money, so I gave him a dime. Yet I implored him to purchase some food and share a morsel with me, explaining that it was all I had, and that I hadn't eaten since yesterday. He remained silent upon hearing this. Then, turning sharply towards me, he inquired, "Do you think that man would betray us? If he dares, we shall flay him alive." "How could he betray us? He escaped, has he?" "No. That old fool sold him, and the money from the sale was never shared with me. It vanished entirely." "Sold him?" At this, I burst into tears, for he was my companion, and the money from his sale belonged to me. "Where is he?" "I want my friend back." "Well, you won't retrieve your companion, so cease your weeping. Tell me, do you dare to expose us?" "Ah, I would be a fool to believe you. However, if you dare to expose us—" He did not continue. But I had never seen the Duke's eyes appear so fearsome. I had no desire to reveal anyone, nor the time to do so. I needed to retrieve my companion. This time, he seemed somewhat perturbed, standing there vacantly, the flyers draped over his arm fluttering in the wind. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, "Let me tell you something. We shall remain here for 3 days. If you vow not to disclose our secret, nor allow that individual to speak of it, I will reveal to you where to find him." I swore the oath, and he continued, "There is a farmer named Silas Fay." At this point, he abruptly ceased his speech. You see, he initially intended to divulge the truth, but he hesitated, and I knew he was deliberating, contemplating a change of heart. Indeed, he did not trust me. He wished to send me away, to ensure I would not return within those 3 days. Thus, he swiftly altered his statement. "The person who purchased him is named Abram, residing along the road to Lafayette, 40 miles from here in the countryside." "Very well," I responded. "I shall depart this afternoon. I can reach there in 3 days on foot." "No, that will not do. You must leave at once, without wasting time or speaking carelessly on the way. Keep your mouth shut and follow your path, and in that case, we shall spare you. Do you understand?" This was precisely what I yearned to hear. I intended to execute my plan independently, I mused. "Then be on your way," he said. "You may speak to Mr. Abramovich as you wish. Perhaps you can convince him that Jim is your servant. Some fools do not even ask for written proof." at least. I have heard of such imbeciles among the Southerners. You may tell him that the flyers and rewards are mere fabrications, that this is a means of safeguarding him. Perhaps he will believe your words. Now, proceed on your path. Speak to him as you desire. But let me make one thing clear. There shall be no idle chatter along the way. I did not glance back, yet I felt his watchful gaze upon me. Though I possessed the means to make him impatient, I walked a mile until I reached the countryside, and then I paused. Retracing my steps, I made my way through the woods toward Abramovich's residence. I contemplated that it would be prudent to hesitate no longer, to immediately execute my original plan. For I must find a way to silence Jim before these two fellows abscond. I was weary of entangling myself with their ilk. I had seen enough of their tricks. I sought to sever all ties with them. Chapter 33. When I arrived, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of a Sunday. The laborers had gone to work in the fields, and the heat was oppressive beneath the blazing sun. Swarms of insects and flies buzzed about, enhancing the solitude. As if all humanity had perished. Occasionally, a gust of wind would sweep through, causing the leaves to rustle, evoking a profound melancholy. As those spirits were softly lamenting those long departed, one might even feel they were conversing about oneself. In conclusion, this situation evokes a profound sentiment, leaving one feeling as though existence is a burden greater than death itself. The Fairless family farm resembles a modest cotton plantation, a common sight in such locales. Enclosed by a wooden fence, the 2-acre yard is bordered by a staircase constructed from a stack of upright logs, resembling a series of barrels of varying heights, which individuals can use to scale the fence. Women may also utilize these logs as mounting blocks. Within the yard, patches of struggling grass emerge, with much of the ground bare, reminiscent of an old felt hat worn thin. Dominating the landscape is a large wooden house, inhabited by white residents. Constructed from square timber with mud or mortar filling the cracks, remnants of past whitewashing evident in the faded gray seams. The kitchen, built of logs, connects to the main house via a spacious corridor, which lacks walls but is sheltered by a roof. Behind the kitchen stands a smokehouse, also constructed of logs. Adjacent to the smokehouse, there are 3 small rooms made from logs, designated for the enslaved individuals. A short distance away, near the back fence, lies a diminutive wooden cabin. On the opposite side, there are 9 small cottages. Beside these cottages, a filter ash bucket and a large pot for soap making are situated. A few dogs lounge lazily in the sun, while in a distant corner, 3 trees stand sentinel, and near the fence, clusters of currants and wild strawberries flourish. Beyond the fence, a vegetable garden and a patch of watermelon stretch out, leading to fields of cotton, with a forest beyond. I circled behind the fence, scaled it, and made my way towards the kitchen. After taking a few steps, I faintly heard the sound of a spinning wheel, rising and falling. A lament so excruciatingly unpleasant that it made my heart ache. I wished fervently for my own demise, for that would surely be a relief, as it was undoubtedly the most heart-rending sound in the world. I advanced resolutely, my mind devoid of any excuse, relying solely on fate to provide me with words when the moment arrived, for I knew that whatever needed to be said would flow from my lips. I had come to understand that if I allowed events to unfold naturally, divine providence would guide my tongue to utter the appropriate phrases. As I traversed halfway, a pack of dogs lunged towards me, one after another. I halted, paralyzed with fear. Their barking was truly terrifying. In no time, I found myself encircled like an axle, with the dogs forming a ring around me. There were about 14 or 15 of them, all stretching their necks and thrusting their noses towards me, barking ferociously. An increasing number of dogs rushed towards me, some leaping over the fence, while others ran around the house. A black woman, wielding a rolling pin, hurried out of the kitchen, vociferously shouting, "Get away! You too, Tiger! And you, Flower! All of you, go away!" She struck one dog, and then another, sending them yelping away, and the remaining dogs scattered in their wake. Not long after, half of the dogs returned, wagging their tails and approaching me affectionately. Indeed, dogs are remarkably forgetful of grievances. At that moment, a black girl and 2 black boys emerged from behind the woman. They were clad merely in burlap shirts, peeking at me shyly from behind their mother, their expressions awash with timidity. At that moment, a Caucasian woman emerged from the house, likely in her mid-40s to early 50s, her head bare and a spinning top in hand. A few white children trailed behind her, their movements mirroring those of the black children. Her face radiated joy, almost causing her to lose her balance. "It's you. You've finally arrived," she exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, I responded, "Yes, hello." She seized me in a vigorous embrace, then grasped my hands tightly, shaking them with fervor. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. She held me close, shaking me gently, her words tumbling forth. You don't resemble your mother. You're not what I imagined. My goodness, I can hardly contain my joy at seeing you. Let me kiss you. Let me kiss you. I wish I could envelop you completely. This is your cousin. Children, come say hello. Yet, the children shyly lowered their heads, fingers finding their way to their mouths, retreating behind her. Undeterred, she continued to chatter. Lisa, do prepare him a warm breakfast, child. Did you have breakfast on the boat? When I replied that I had, she took my hand and led me into the house, the children trailing closely behind. Upon entering the room, she invited me to take a seat on a chair constructed from wooden slats while she settled herself on a low stool before me. Grasping my hands, she exclaimed, Now I can truly behold you. My heavens, I have longed to see you for years, and at last, our meeting has come to fruition. We have awaited your arrival for 2 or 3 days. What has caused such a delay? Did your vessel run aground? Indeed, dear aunt, I replied, the ship. Do not refer to me as Auntie, call me Aunt Sally instead. How did your ship come to be stranded? At a loss for words, I struggled to articulate my predicament, as I was uncertain whether the ship had drifted upstream or downstream. Nevertheless, I chose to trust my instincts, which suggested that the vessel was making its way upstream toward New Orleans. However, this insight proved of little assistance, as I was utterly unfamiliar with the names of the shoals below. It seemed necessary to fabricate the name of a shoal, otherwise, I would have to claim I had forgotten the name of the shoal where the ship had run aground. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I declared, the delay was not due to grounding, which only caused a brief pause. Rather, it was because a cylinder head aboard the vessel exploded. My goodness, were there any injuries? Not a single soul was harmed, dear aunt. Only a black man lost his life. Ah, what a stroke of luck, for such incidents can be perilous. 2 Christmases ago, your Uncle Silas took the Larry Rock steamboat from New Orleans, and a cylinder head exploded, injuring a man who ultimately succumbed to his wounds. He is a Baptist. Your Uncle Silas is acquainted with a family in Baton Rouge, and they are quite familiar with his family. Ah, I remember now, he has indeed passed away. The wound became infected, developing into a sore, and the doctors had no choice but to amputate. Yet, this did not save his life. Yes, it was due to the infection, such was the reason. His entire body turned blue, and in his final moments, he still hoped for a glorious resurrection. People say he looked utterly ghastly. Your uncle, he goes to town every day to fetch you. He has gone again now. It has only been a short while, and he will soon return. You must have encountered him on the way, haven't you? An elderly man, wearing... No, I have not seen anyone, Aunt Sally. The boat arrived just as dawn broke. I placed my luggage on the barge, strolled around the town to pass the time, so as not to arrive too early, which is why I came in from the back. Whom did you entrust your luggage to? I did not entrust it to anyone. Oh, my child, that could be stolen. I have hidden it well. I believe it should be safe from theft, I said. So early, how could you have had breakfast on the boat? I felt a bit uneasy again, I replied. The captain saw me standing there and suggested I ought to eat something before disembarking. So he took me to the upper deck to dine with the crew, and I had my fill, and I felt restless, unable to clearly hear what others were saying. My mind constantly preoccupied with the children's affairs. I intend to draw them aside and extract some words to ascertain my true identity. However, I have consistently failed in this endeavor. Mrs. Fairbanks incessantly chatters, her prattle sending shivers down my spine. We have conversed for a considerable duration, yet you have yet to share with me anything regarding your mother or even a single word about any of them. Now, I shall refrain from speaking and allow you to take the floor. Relate to me everything, each event, each matter in its entirety. How are they faring? What are they currently engaged in? What messages do they wish for you to convey to me? Share with me all that you can recall. Alas, I sense that I have stumbled into a predicament, a significant one at that. Providence has thus far shielded me from calamity. But now I feel akin to a stranded vessel, utterly immobilized. I realize I can no longer maintain this effade. I must surrender. I resolved to muster the courage to speak the truth. Just as I was about to utter my words, she suddenly seized me, pushing me behind the bed, exclaiming, He has returned. Lower your head. There, he cannot see you now. Do not let him know you are here. I wish to play a jest on him. Children, you must remain silent. I understood that there was no turning back. Yet, fretting was futile. There was no course of action left but to remain concealed and brace myself for the impending storm. When the gentleman entered, I caught a fleeting glimpse of him before the bed obstructed my view. Mrs. Fairlow hastily took a few steps towards him and inquired, Has he arrived? Not yet, replied the husband. My God, she exclaimed, What on earth has happened to him? I cannot fathom it, the elderly gentleman responded, to be honest. This situation has left me in a state of apprehension. Apprehension, she retorted. I am beside myself with worry. He must have arrived. You must have missed him on the way. I have a strong feeling that is the case. What is the matter with you, my dear Sally? It is impossible for me to have missed him on the road. Do you not understand? However, goodness gracious, what will sister say when she finds out? He must have arrived. You must have just missed him. Enough. Do not torment me further. I am already in despair. I have no idea what is going on. I do not care what others think. Truth be told, I am utterly at a loss, terrified. But do not expect him to have come, for if he had, I would surely have seen him. Sally, this is too dreadful. Indeed, it is terrifying. Something must have happened to the ship. Look outside. Is someone coming down the road? In an instant, the man dashed towards a window by the head of the bed, and at that moment, Mrs. Fairlow seized her opportunity. She quickly bent down at this end of the bed and pulled me out. When he turned around, her face was beaming with joy, flushed as if set ablaze. I stood there, dumbfounded, beside her. The elderly gentleman gazed at me intently and inquired, "Who might this be?" Guess what? I couldn't fathom it. Who is it? It is none other than Tom Sawyer. Goodness, I nearly collapsed onto the floor. However, at that moment, there was no room for argument. The old man seized my hand, shaking it fervently and without pause. The woman, delighted, danced around us, laughing and exclaiming. Subsequently, the two of them bombarded me with questions, the entire family joining in the interrogation. Yet, if one were to speak of joy, surely none could surpass my elation, for I felt as though I had been reborn, finally grasping my true identity. They inquired endlessly for 2 whole hours, and eventually, I became so fatigued that I could scarcely utter another word. I recounted numerous tales from my household. I meant the Sawyer household, more than the events of 6 Sawyers combined. I described in meticulous detail the explosion of the cylinder head on our boat at the mouth of the White River, claiming it took us 3 days to repair. This fabrication was splendidly crafted, as they had no inkling how long such repairs would typically require. They would have believed me even if I had said several screws were broken. At that moment, I felt both at ease and restless. Assuming the identity of Tom Sawyer was indeed quite pleasant and liberating. Later, I heard a small steamboat whistling as it drifted downstream. I pondered, what if Tom Sawyer were to embark on that very vessel? He mentioned that he might walk in at any moment, and if he were to see me, he would call out my name without waiting for me to signal him. What would I do then? Oh dear, I cannot allow matters to escalate to that extent. That is absolutely out of the question. I must make my way to the main road and intercept him midway. Consequently, I informed them that I needed to go to the town to retrieve my belongings. The old gentleman insisted on accompanying me, but I declined, assuring him that I could manage the carriage on my own and did not wish to burden him. Thus, I departed from my aunt's house. Chapter 34. As I mounted the carriage and set off toward the town, I encountered a carriage coming towards me, and to my astonishment, it was indeed Tom Sawyer seated upon it. I halted my vehicle and awaited his approach. I called out, "Stop!" His carriage came to a standstill beside mine, and his mouth hung agape in disbelief. After a moment, he swallowed a couple of times, resembling a parched individual, before managing to say, "I have never done you any harm, lad, you know that. Why then does your spirit cling to me so tenaciously?" I replied, "I am not a ghost. I am very much alive, Tom." Upon hearing my words, he appeared somewhat reassured, yet still uneasy, saying, "I have never played tricks on you. So please do not play tricks on me. Honestly, are you truly not a ghost?" I affirmed, "I assure you, I am not a ghost." He stammered, "Oh, I. So, if that is the case, it should be fine, but I still cannot comprehend. Tell me, you were not harmed by anyone." "Were you?" I clarified. "I was not harmed. I was merely toying with them." "Tom, if you don't believe me, come over and touch me," I said. He approached cautiously, still somewhat skeptical, before finally assuring himself with a gentle touch, and a wave of joy washed over him at the prospect of our meeting. Naturally, once his excitement settled, he was eager to learn the details of the situation. For him, it represented an enchanting adventure, steeped in legend, tantalizing enough to pique his curiosity. However, I suggested that I would share the story later. I instructed his carriage driver to wait a moment, and we maneuvered the carriage slightly away. I then recounted my current predicament to him, inquiring how we might proceed. He requested a moment to think, insisting on solitude for contemplation, and so he pondered deeply. After a short while, he declared, "I've devised a plan. Move my trunk to your carriage, disguising it as your own. You can return home at a leisurely pace. ensuring the time taken appears to reflect a round trip. I shall take a leisurely stroll through town and return after you, arriving home a quarter to half an hour later than you. When I arrive, you will feign ignorance of me. I replied, all right, but wait. There's one more matter, known only to me. There's a black slave I wish to rescue, to prevent him from enduring the shackles of servitude. His name is Jim. The very Jim belonging to Miss Watson. He exclaimed, what? Jim? What is going on? He paused to contemplate, and I interjected. I know what you're about to say. You might call this a despicable act, but what does it matter? I have always been a base and unprincipled person. I intend to secretly liberate him, and you must vow to keep this secret, refraining from revealing it to anyone. Is that agreeable? His eyes sparkled for a moment as he declared, I will assist you in this endeavor. Ah, those words astonished me profoundly, akin to a thunderclap striking me unexpectedly. It was the most bewildering statement I had ever encountered in my life. I must admit, even Tom Sawyer seemed to have fallen from grace in my eyes. I could scarcely believe that Tom Sawyer had transformed into a thief of enslaved individuals. Enough of this nonsense, I retorted. Surely you jest. I am not jesting. I am entirely serious. He insisted. Very well, I replied. Whether you jest or not, should you overhear someone speak of a runaway slave, simply pretend you are unaware of the matter. I too shall feign ignorance. With that, we loaded the box onto my carriage, and he departed in his vehicle while I took my leave in mine. However, in my exuberance, coupled with the incessant thoughts swirling in my mind, I naturally forgot to guide the horse at a more leisurely pace, resulting in my arrival home much sooner than anticipated. The old gentleman stood at the door, exclaiming, goodness, this is truly remarkable. A mare can run so swiftly. If only we had timed her. She didn't break a sweat nor dampen a single hair. It's simply astounding. Even if someone were to offer $100, I would not part with this mare. To be honest, I wouldn't sell her at all. I previously thought she was worth merely $15. Such were his words. He is the most innocent and kind-hearted soul I have ever encountered. However, this is hardly surprising, for he is not only a farmer but also a clergyman. Behind this plantation stands a quaint wooden chapel, which he personally funded, serving both as a church and a school. He delivers his sermons without ever demanding payment, and his eloquence is truly remarkable. In the southern regions, there are numerous individuals who embody both the roles of farmer and pastor. Aunt Sally, peering through the window from a distance of merely 50 yards, exclaimed, ah, someone is approaching. I wonder who it could be? Oh, I have a feeling it's someone from out of town. Jim, one of her children, hurried to inform Liz that an additional dish should be prepared for lunch. We all rushed to the front door, for the arrival of an outsider is a rare occasion. His presence commanded more attention than yellow fever itself. Tom stepped over the threshold and made his way inside. The carriage trundled back towards the village along the main road. We gathered at the entrance, where Tom, clad in a newly purchased suit, stood before us, the audience captivated by his presence. Unlike a bashful lamb, he strode into the yard with the confidence of a ram, exuding a grand demeanor. As he approached us, he delicately removed his hat and held it in his hands, embodying an air of sophistication. He lifted his hat slightly, his demeanor refined and graceful, akin to the lid of a box concealing butterflies. As if he wished to avoid startling them, he said, I presume you are Mr. Boulders. No, my dear child, replied the old gentleman. I see that you have been misled by your coachman. Boulders' residence is still 3 miles from here. Please, come inside. Do come in. Tom turned to glance behind him and said, it is too late. Indeed, he has gone quite a distance, child. You must come in and dine with us, after dinner. We shall escort you to his home. Ah, I cannot impose such trouble upon you, he replied. I believe I shall walk. The distance is of no consequence. We absolutely cannot allow you to walk. This is hardly the custom of us Southerners. Do come in. Oh, you simply must come in, Aunt Sally insisted. It is no trouble at all, not in the slightest. You really ought to rest your feet. That path is both long and unclean. We cannot permit you to walk it alone. Moreover, upon your arrival, I instructed them to prepare a set of dishes for you, so you must not disappoint us. Please, come in and join us for dinner. Do not hesitate. Thus, Tom graciously expressed his gratitude, accepted the invitation, and stepped inside. As he entered, he introduced himself as a stranger, claiming to hail from Ohio, and his name was Thompson, after which he bowed. Indeed, he continued to speak at great length about Hicksville and everyone associated with it, weaving his tale wherever he could, though I felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether these words would aid in extricating me from my current predicament. Later, as he continued to speak, He leaned forward and planted a kiss on Aunt Celia's lips, then settled comfortably into his chair, poised to engage in further discourse. However, Aunt Celia abruptly sprang to her feet, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you possess quite the audacity." He feigned a look of indignation and replied, "Madam, you have truly startled me. What do you take me for? I was simply trying to be kind. Yet you come to kiss me. What is your intention?" He affected an expression of profound pity, saying, "I harbored no such intention, madam. I did not mean to offend you. I thought you enjoyed such things." "You incorrigible scamp," she retorted, grasping a spindle, as if that were the only way to restrain herself from giving him a proper thrashing. "What makes you think I would relish your kiss?" "Oh, I do not know. However, they informed me that you do enjoy it. They told you I liked it. The individuals who conveyed this to you must be as mad as you are. I have never heard of such absurdity. Who are these people?" "Well, just everyone, really. They all said so, madam." Aunt Celia struggled mightily to refrain from striking him, her eyes blinking furiously, her fingers twitching as if she were about to scratch him a few times. "Who are these everyone?" she demanded. "Name them, or I shall strike you, you fool." He rose, appearing quite distressed, his hat clumsily manipulated by both hands. After a moment, he spoke, "I apologize. I never anticipated this. They instructed me to kiss you. They said, 'Kiss her, and she will be pleased.' Every one of them said the same. However, madam, I am truly sorry. I shall not dare again. I assure you, never again." "You dare not? Do you? I suspect you are indeed afraid." "I genuinely do not dare, madam. I speak the truth. I shall never do so again unless you implore me to." "Unless I implore you? Such absurdity is beyond comprehension. Even if you were to live to the age of God, do not expect me to allow a knave like you to kiss me." "Alas," he sighed, "this is truly unexpected. I feel quite aggrieved. They said you would enjoy it, and I assumed as much. But—" He paused, slowly surveying the others, as if seeking sympathy in their gazes. Upon meeting the old gentleman's eyes, he inquired, "Sir, do you not believe she would appreciate my kiss? Why do you ask?" Well, I think she does not." Then he turned to the others, catching sight of me, and exclaimed, "Tom, do you think Aunt Sally should open her arms and say," said Sawyer, "My goodness." She interrupted him, leaping to her feet and rushing towards him, exclaiming, "You reckless little rascal, you've led me on so terribly." As she reached out to embrace him, he stepped back, declaring, "No, unless you beg me first." Promptly, she implored him, and then, tightly holding him, showered him with kisses, seemingly endless. She then brought him before the old gentleman, allowing him to partake in the joy as well. Once they settled into a moment of tranquility, she remarked, "Oh dear, this truly is a delightful surprise. I never anticipated it. We only knew that Tom would be coming, but we had no inkling that you would accompany him. My sister mentioned in her letter that it was solely Tom who would arrive. It was originally intended for Tom to come alone," he replied. "But after much pleading on my part, it was only at the last moment that she permitted me to accompany him. While on the boat, Tom and I conspired to play a grand prank to astonish you all. He would arrive first, I would delay for a bit, and then return disguised as a passing stranger. However, this plan went awry. Andy, a passing stranger is hardly welcome in your midst." "Unwelcome, indeed. You mischievous scamp, Sid. You ought to receive a few slaps for your antics. It has been ages since I lost my temper, yet I am unconcerned. Despite the trickery you've subjected me to, as long as you are here, you could pull 1,000 such pranks, and I would not mind. Your ruse was splendidly executed. To be honest, your sudden kiss truly startled me." We dined in the spacious corridor between the house and the kitchen, where the table was laden with an abundance of dishes, enough to satisfy 6 households, all served piping hot. Not a single dish bore the pallor of having languished overnight in a damp cellar pantry, only to be consumed the next morning like frigid, tasteless old beef. Uncle Silas offered an extensive grace before the meal, which was well-deserved, for the food remained warm and required several reheatings. I had encountered such a scenario numerous times before. The conversation flowed endlessly throughout the afternoon. Tom and I remained vigilant, yet our efforts proved futile, as no one broached the topic of the fugitive slaves. We dared not steer the dialogue in that direction. However, during dinner that evening, a child inquired, "Father, may Tom and Sid take me to the performance?" "No." The elder replied, "I believe there is no performance at all. Even if there were, you cannot attend. For that escaped slave has divulged the tricks of those 2 rascals to me and Lytton. Lytton intends to inform everyone, so I suspect by now. Those shameless scoundrels have been driven out of town." So it was. And yet, I felt utterly powerless. Tom and I were assigned to share the same bed in the same room. We claimed to be weary, and thus, after dinner, we bid each other good night and ascended the stairs to retire for the evening. We both climbed out of the window, descending along the lightning rod, hastening towards the town. For I believed that no one would alert the king and the duke. If I did not hurry, they were bound to encounter trouble. Along the way, Tom recounted the speculations surrounding my supposed murder, mentioning that my father had disappeared shortly thereafter and never returned. He also described the uproar in town following Jim's escape. I shared with him the tale of the two rogues performing the royal beast and seized the moment to recount some events on the raft. As we reached the town and strolled along the main thoroughfare, we beheld the king and the duke, their bodies smeared with foul oil and adorned with feathers, paraded on a wooden plank, being carried through the streets. Although I recognized them as the king and the duke, their abject appearance rendered them barely human. They resembled two oversized feather dusters. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I felt a pang of sympathy for the two pitiable scoundrels. As if my resentment had dissipated, the sight was truly terrifying. We realized we had arrived too late to be of any assistance. Inquiring among the onlookers, we learned that the townsfolk feigned ignorance as they watched the spectacle, silently laying in ambush. Just as the unfortunate old king was midway through his performance, a signal was given, and the entire audience surged forward towards them. We then ambled back, our minds no longer in disarray, though a twinge of guilt lingered. A feeling of remorse towards humanity, despite the fact that I had committed no harm myself. The affairs of the world often unfold in such a manner that, regardless of whether one acts rightly or wrongly, it matters little. A person's conscience is invariably oblivious to discernment. Should I possess a yellow dog, akin to the nature of one's conscience, indistinguishable between right and wrong, I would not hesitate to put an end to its life with poison. The space occupied by a person's conscience exceeds that of the vital organs, yet it offers no merit. My friend Tom shares this sentiment. Chapter 35. Throughout our journey, we remained silent, each lost in contemplation. After a while, Tom exclaimed, "Oh, Huck, how foolish we are. How could we have overlooked where Jim is hiding? I am certain I have figured it out. I genuinely had not considered it. Where is he?" "In the small room beside the barrel of lye. Did you not notice a black slave carrying some food there while we were dining?" "Indeed, I did. Who do you think that food was for?" "For the dog." "Of course, that was my assumption as well. However, it was not intended for the dog." "Why is that?" "Because there were watermelons." "Yes, I saw the watermelons too." "Oh, how foolish of me. I did not think that dogs do not eat watermelons. It seems that humans can be exceedingly foolish at times." At that moment, the black slave unlocked the door and, upon exiting, secured it once more. When we finished our meal, he handed my uncle a key, which I suspect was the very one used to lock the door. The delivery of the watermelon signifies that someone is present within, while the locked door indicates that a captive is being concealed inside. In this charming little plantation, where kindness and amiability abound, it is improbable that two individuals could be confined simultaneously, and therein lies Jim. How delightful it is that we have unraveled this mystery through our detective methods. I cannot fathom any other possibility. Now, you devise a plan to rescue Jim, and I shall conjure one as well. Whichever proposal proves superior shall be enacted. At such a tender age, possessing such a remarkable intellect is truly astonishing. If only I could exchange Tom's brilliance for a title of duke. Or perhaps serve as a first mate aboard a steamboat, perform as a circus clown, or engage in any other endeavor. I began to contemplate strategies. Yet only a method of execution emerged in my mind, which I understood perfectly. He could conceive the finest ideas, and in an instant, Tom inquired, "Have you thought it through?" "Indeed," I replied. "Well then, do share," he urged. "My plan is as follows. Determining whether Jim is indeed confined is quite simple. Tomorrow night, we shall retrieve the small boat and row my raft from the shore. After the old man retires for the night, we shall stealthily procure the key from his pocket. And with Jim in tow, we shall row away on the raft. We will travel by night and rest by day, just as we have done previously. What do you think of this idea?" "Of course it is good. It is as certain as mice will fight. Yet, it is just too damn simple. Lacking in excitement, what significance does a plan devoid of any thrill possess? It is nearly as flavorless as spoiled milk. Huck, this is akin to breaking into a soap factory to pilfer soap. It would scarcely raise any eyebrows." I remained silent, for I was aware he would undoubtedly voice his thoughts. I also understood that if he had set his mind to it, his approach would undoubtedly be a commendable strategy devoid of flaws. Upon hearing his plan, I instantly recognized that, in terms of audacity, his scheme surpassed mine by a factor of 15. It not only promised to secure Jim's freedom, but also placed us all in peril. I felt a sense of satisfaction and suggested we act without delay. However, I shall refrain from elaborating further, as I knew his ideas were not likely to remain steadfast. Should we proceed, he would inevitably devise various tricks at the first opportunity, and indeed, he later did just that. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. Tom Sawyer genuinely wished to aid me in rescuing that African American, wholeheartedly seeking a way to liberate Jim from the bonds of slavery. This singular fact confounded me. He was a boy of respectable standing, well-mannered, and engaging in such actions would tarnish his reputation. His family was held in high esteem. He was quite intelligent, certainly not a simpleton. He was not a scoundrel, but rather a kind-hearted individual. Yet, astonishingly, he disregarded his own dignity, morality, and the sentiments of others, lowering himself to undertake such endeavors, thus sacrificing his own reputation and that of his entire family before the public eye. This left me utterly perplexed, an enigma that seemed utterly absurd. As we were close friends, I felt compelled to share my concerns with him, urging him to abandon this course of action to avoid compromising his honor. Hence, I implored him to cease immediately, to wash his hands of the matter, lest he ruin himself. Indeed, I initially expressed my thoughts to him, yet he urged me to remain silent, stating, "Do you truly believe I am unaware of my own actions? I am acutely aware of my past endeavors." I did not deny having previously mentioned assisting in the escape of that enslaved individual. It was indeed a sentiment I had voiced. He articulated these points, and I refrained from further inquiry. I recognized that any additional questions would be futile, for when he resolved to undertake a task, he was invariably committed to its execution. Nevertheless, I found myself perplexed as to why he willingly immersed himself in such affairs. Thus, I chose to cease my questioning and deliberation on the matter. Since he was resolute in his intentions, I could not dissuade him. Upon our return home, we were greeted by an enveloping darkness and an eerie stillness. We ventured to the small shed by the ash barrel to inspect it. We traversed the courtyard, observing the dogs' responses. These dogs had grown familiar with us, and aside from the customary barks typical of rural canines encountering something unusual at night, they exhibited no further reactions. As we approached the small shed, we examined its front and both sides, and on a side I had not previously observed, the northern side, we discovered a relatively high square window, secured with a sturdy wooden plank. I remarked, "This presents an opportunity. If we manage to pry open the plank, the opening will be sufficient for Jim to escape." Tom retorted, "This is as dreary as a game of tic-tac-toe and equally tedious as skipping school. Huck Finn, I hope we can devise a plan that is somewhat more intricate than this." "Very well," I said, "let us saw through the wooden planks to facilitate his escape. Much like the ruse I once employed that led to someone's demise." "This notion possesses a certain merit," he replied. "It is shrouded in mystery and somewhat labor-intensive, indeed. However, I have devised a method that may require twice the effort. Let us not rush. First, we shall assess our surroundings. On one side, nestled between the cabin and the fence, there existed a shed, its roof fashioned from the same timber as the cabin. It matched the cabin in length but was quite narrow, merely 6 feet wide. The door was situated at the southern end, secured with a padlock. Tom approached the cauldron used for boiling soap, searched the vicinity, and procured a tool employed for prying open lids, thereby unlocking a chain link, which subsequently fell to the ground. We casually opened the door, stepped inside, closed it behind us, and struck a match, revealing that the shed was merely leaning against the cabin, not attached. The floor was devoid of any flooring. The shed contained only a collection of worn-out, rusted hoes, shovels, pickaxes, and a broken plow. Once the match extinguished, we exited, reattached the chain link, ensuring the door was locked as securely as before. Tom, filled with exuberance, declared, "Now we possess a viable plan. We shall dig a tunnel for him to crawl through, which will take us about a week." We then returned to the main house. I entered through the back door. They did not secure it tightly, as a simple tug on a deerskin strap would release the latch, but Tom Sawyer deemed such an approach insufficiently romantic and insisted on climbing back along the lightning rod instead. He attempted the ascent thrice, each time losing momentum midway and tumbling down. On the final attempt, he narrowly avoided a grave injury to his head. At that moment, he felt compelled to concede defeat, yet after a brief respite, he resolved to tempt fate once more, ultimately succeeding in his endeavor. The following day, as dawn broke, we ventured to the modest dwelling of the enslaved man, playfully engaging with the dog and striking up a conversation with the enslaved individual responsible for delivering provisions to Jim, should Jim be the one confined within. The enslaved individuals had just finished their breakfast and were preparing to head to the fields. The one who brought food to Jim was placing bread and meat into a tin basin. As the others departed, a key was delivered from within the dwelling. This particular man, possessing a friendly disposition, bore a somewhat foolish expression. He had tied his curly hair into bunches, a precaution against malevolent spirits. He lamented that for several nights he had been besieged by numerous apparitions, continuously witnessing bizarre shapes and hearing peculiar sounds. He confessed that he had never before been so tormented by such entities, leaving him in a state of unrest, utterly forgetting his intended tasks. Tom inquired, "What purpose do these provisions serve? Are they for the dog?" A smile gradually spread across the man's face, akin to a brick being hurled into mud. "Indeed," Master said. "They are for the dog, a rather rare breed at that. Would you care to take a look?" "I wish to see," I urged Tom, lowering my voice. "But do you truly intend to venture there in broad daylight?" "This was not our plan. It was not planned this way, indeed. But let us proceed with this plan now. This fellow has such a temperament." We walked together toward that place, though I genuinely had no desire to go. Once we entered, visibility was nearly non-existent due to the oppressive darkness. Naturally, Jim was inside. He could see us and exclaimed, "Goodness, Huck! My heavens! Is that not Mr. Tom?" His reaction was as I had anticipated, yet I remained uncertain about how to respond. I simply knew it was too late to act. For the black man immediately interjected, "Goodness! Does he know you two gentlemen?" At that moment, our vision became somewhat clearer. Tom stared intently at the black man, a peculiar expression on his face, and asked, "Whom do you say knows us?" "It is that escaping slave," someone replied. Tom exhibited a look of utter bewilderment. I could see he did not recognize us. "What strange notion could you possibly entertain? What makes you think I have such a bizarre idea?" He retorted. "Did he not just call out your names loudly? It certainly seems he knows you." Tom appeared perplexed as he asked, "Well, that is odd. Who was it that called out? When did this happen? What was said?" He turned to me, calmly inquiring, "Did you hear that black man speaking?" Of course. Apart from a single utterance, I could not say anything. I simply replied, I did not hear anyone speaking." He then turned to Jim, feigning ignorance of his presence, and inquired, "Did you shout loudly?" "No, sir," Jim replied. "I did not shout at all, sir." "Not a single word?" "Indeed, I said nothing." "Sir, have you seen us before?" "I have not, sir. I cannot recall where I might have seen you." Tom then redirected his attention to the black man, who appeared both anxious and distressed. With a grave demeanor, Tom questioned him, "What is the meaning of this? How can you believe someone shouted?" "Alas, they are always bothering me, nearly suffocating me with their incessant nagging. I am truly terrified. It is those spirits at play again. And I genuinely wish to no longer live. Please, do not tell anyone else, or else the master will surely chastise me. For he insists that there are no such spirits. I wish he were here to defend his position. This time, he would have no explanation. Such is the nature of stubborn individuals. They remain obstinate, unwilling to comprehend the truth. Once you elucidate matters for them, they still refuse to believe." Tom handed him a dime, assuring him that they would keep it a secret, while advising him to purchase more string and tie his hair in additional knots. He then gazed at Jim and remarked, "I wonder if Uncle intends to hang this slave. If I were to capture an ungrateful slave who attempted to flee, I would certainly not show him mercy. I would ensure he faced the gallows." As the black man approached the doorway to bite the coin and ascertain its authenticity, Tom seized the opportunity to discreetly whisper to Jim, "Do not betray our recognition." He continued, "If you hear any sounds resembling digging during the night, it will be us. We are determined to restore your freedom." Jim could only hastily grasp our hands, offering a firm shake, just as the enslaved man returned. We assured him that as long as the enslaved man desired our return, we would indeed come back. Jim expressed that it would be best for our meeting to occur at night, for it was during the darkness that most malevolent beings thrived. Having companionship during such times would be greatly beneficial. Chapter 36. At this point, there remained nearly an hour until breakfast, so we ventured into the woods. For Tom insisted that digging required a modicum of light. He cautioned against lighting a lamp, as it would attract undue attention and potentially lead to trouble. Instead, we needed to utilize decayed branches that emitted ghostly flames, which would cast a dim and gentle glow in the darkness. We gathered a pile hidden among the underbrush and then settled down to catch our breath. Tom expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting, "Curse this matter. It is as easy as it is cumbersome. Crafting a convoluted plan is exceedingly difficult. There is not a single guard deserving of death. There ought to be such a guard, and not even a single dog to administer a sedative. As for Jim, he was merely shackled with a pair of foot irons, one end tethered to a leg and the other fastened to the bedpost. A simple lift of the bed would allow the shackles to fall away. Furthermore, Uncle Silas is a man who extends his trust indiscriminately to everyone, even bestowing the keys to that foolish black slave without delegating anyone to surveil him. Under such circumstances, it is indeed feasible for Jim to have crawled out through the window by now. However, he is hindered by a foot-long iron shackle, rendering him unable to walk. It is truly lamentable. I have never encountered such a profoundly foolish arrangement. Every perilous twist and turn must be conjured from thin air. Alas, there seems to be no alternative but to make the best of the scant resources at our disposal. One thing is undoubtedly certain. It will require a myriad of trials and tribulations to rescue him, which would indeed be deemed honorable. Yet, such trials and tribulations should have been the responsibility of someone else to provide. Instead, we find ourselves bereft of any leads, compelled to fabricate them from our own imaginations. Confronted with the harshness of reality, we must feign that this endeavor is fraught with danger. In truth, as I see it, as long as we are in good spirits, we could very well organize a grand torch parade without any hindrance. Oh, I have just recalled something. Whenever an opportunity arises, we must procure materials to fashion a saw. What do we need a saw for? Surely, we must saw through the legs of Jim's bed to free him from his chains, no? Did you not just mention that lifting the bed would suffice to release the shackles? Ah, Huck Finn, only someone of your ilk would conceive such a simplistic solution. Your idea is almost childishly simple. Have you never read a book? Have you not read the works of Baron Rencato, Henry IV, or any other illustrious heroes? Who has ever heard of such a futile method to liberate a prisoner? It is not done this way. The most renowned experts would saw the bedpost in two while retaining its original appearance, consuming the sawdust to evade detection. They would then smear oil and grime over the cut to ensure that even the most discerning guard would be none the wiser, believing the bedpost to be intact. On the night when everything is prepared, one merely needs to kick the bedpost until it breaks, remove the chains, and voil. Then, by hanging a rope ladder over the battlements of the castle, one can descend, only to tumble into the moat. Though you must understand, the rope ladder is too short by 19 feet. Meanwhile, horses and loyal subjects await below, swiftly hoisting the escaped prisoner onto the saddle and galloping back to Languedoc, Varna, or wherever else they may reside. Ah, Huck, that would be truly splendid. If only there were a moat surrounding this little hut. If we have time on the night of the escape, we could dig a moat. I remarked, what do we need a moat for? Are we not planning to dig a tunnel beneath the hut to extract him? Yet, he seemed not to hear my words. Entirely oblivious to my presence in the world around him. With his chin resting on his hand, he pondered deeply. After a moment, he sighed, shook his head, and sighed again, saying, "No, that will not do. There is no need for such measures." "No need for what?" I inquired. "Oh, there is no need to resort to amputating Jim's leg," he replied. "Good heavens!" I exclaimed, "What on earth are you suggesting? There is absolutely no need for such drastic measures. Why on earth would you want to sever his leg?" "Well, some of the most skilled practitioners have resorted to such actions. Unable to break the chains, they simply severed their hands to escape. Severing a leg would certainly be more efficient. However, we must dismiss this notion, as it is unnecessary in this situation. Furthermore, Jim is an African American. He does not comprehend the rationale behind such actions nor the customs of Europe, so we must abandon the idea. Nevertheless, he will require a rope ladder. We can simply tear the sheets to fashion a rope ladder for him. It is quite straightforward. Then we can conceal the ladder within a pie to deliver it to him, as is customary. I have consumed pies far less palatable than that. "Oh, Tom Sawyer, what nonsense you are spouting," I said. "A rope ladder is of no use to Jim. It is indeed necessary. You ought to question what you are saying. You know nothing. He must have a rope ladder. Everyone else does. What purpose would that serve? What use is it? He can hide it beneath the bed, correct? That is how it is done, so he must do the same." "Huck, you are always disregarding common sense, trying to concoct something novel. What if he doesn't need the rope ladder? Isn't it left beneath the bed? After his escape, wouldn't that serve as a clue? Do people not desire clues?" "Certainly, one would desire it. Do you truly wish to leave no hint whatsoever? That seems excessively challenging. I have never encountered such a notion." "Very well," I said. "Since such a rule exists, he must surely have a rope ladder. Thus, let us procure one for him, for I have no intention of violating the regulations. However, Tom Sawyer, there is one matter you must comprehend. If we tear the bed sheets to fashion a rope ladder for Jim, we shall have no means of confronting Aunt Polly. And that is evident. My proposition is to create a rope ladder from walnut husks. It incurs no expense and wastes nothing. It can easily be concealed within a pie or hidden beneath a mat, serving the same purpose as your fabric strip ladder. As for Jim, he possesses no experience. Thus he would not concern himself with the material of the ladder. Oh, come now, Huck Finn. If I were as foolish as you, I would feign profundity. I would clench my jaw and remain silent. Who has ever heard of a political prisoner escaping with a rope ladder made of walnut husks? It is utterly laughable. Very well, Tom, let us proceed with your method, but heed my counsel. You must allow me to borrow a bed sheet from the clothesline. He replied that it was no problem. With that, he devised another plan, saying, let us borrow a shirt as well. What do we need a shirt for, Tom? So that Jim can write a diary upon it. Write a foolish diary? Jim cannot even write. Even if he cannot write. Should we fashion a pen from an old tin spoon or the iron hoop of a weathered wooden barrel, he could undoubtedly inscribe some marks upon his shirt. Could he not? Oh, Tom, we could pluck a feather from a goose to create a pin. Such a pin would be superior and quite convenient. You dolt. There are no geese near the dungeon. Where would he procure a goose feather? They invariably utilize the most robust, rigid, and challenging materials such as copper candlesticks, or whatever else is available, to craft their pins, and it often takes several weeks or even months to perfect them, as they can only be fashioned by grinding against the wall. Even if a quill were available, it would be deemed inappropriate. Very well, but what shall we use to create the ink? Many resort to concocting it from rust and tears. However, that is the method of the mundane and the weak. The illustrious figures employ their own blood. This is something Jim could accomplish. He could etch upon the back of a tin plate with a fork and toss it out the window. The Iron Mask did precisely that, which is a well-known tactic. Yet, Jim possesses no tin plate. They serve his meals in a pot. That is of little consequence. We can send him a few plates. Nevertheless, who would recognize the markings upon them? That is inconsequential, Huck Finn. He merely needs to inscribe upon the underside of the plate and throw it out. It is not necessary for people to comprehend it. The inscriptions made by prisoners on the bottoms of plates or other surfaces are often unrecognizable to most people. Are they not? If that is the case, then why waste those plates? Well, after all, the plates do not belong to the prisoners. Yet, every plate has an owner. Even if that is true, what does it matter? The prisoners are indifferent to whose they are. He ceased his discourse at this juncture, for we heard someone calling us to breakfast, prompting us to dash towards the main house. That morning, I retrieved a bedsheet and a white shirt from the clothesline. And I also discovered an old pocket which I used to stow them away, along with some decayed branches that emitted a ghostly glow. I referred to this act as borrowing, for that is what my father always called it. However, Tom insisted it was theft. He argued that we were acting on behalf of the prisoners, who cared little about the origins of their possessions, and society would not blame them for such actions. According to Tom, pilfering items for an escape does not constitute a crime. He claimed we had every right to do so, since we were merely aiding the prisoners, thus justifying our petty thefts in this place, even if they served only the slightest purpose in facilitating an escape from captivity. He asserted that if we were not prisoners ourselves, the matter would be entirely different. Only the most despicable individuals would engage in thefticide from prisoners. Consequently, we felt entitled to discreetly take what we could. However, one day, he and I found ourselves embroiled in a petty argument. I pilfered a watermelon from the field of the enslaved, and he compelled me to return a penny to him, without elucidating what the payment was for. Tom remarked that his intention was to imply that what we could steal pertained to our needs. I countered, asserting that indeed, I required a watermelon. However, he clarified that my need was not to escape from captivity, and therein lay the distinction. He explained that if my need for a watermelon stemmed from the desire to conceal a small knife within it, to surreptitiously deliver it to Jim for the purpose of slaying the prison guard, that would be entirely justifiable. Hence, I refrained from further discourse. Despite the notion that if each opportunity to feast upon a watermelon necessitated such meticulous discernment of a nuance as fine as a hair's breadth, I could see no advantage for the prisoner in such a distinction. Nevertheless, that morning, we waited until all had departed for work, and the yard was devoid of even a single shadow, before Tom dragged the sack into the shed while I stood watch outside. Subsequently, he emerged, and we seated ourselves upon a pile of firewood to deliberate. He proclaimed that all was prepared, save for the tools, but that matter was easily resolvable. Tools? I inquired. Indeed. What tools? Must I even inquire? Digging implements. Of course, we cannot simply gnaw a hole to extricate him. I questioned whether the old pickaxes in that shed could not suffice for digging a hole to rescue the enslaved. He turned to me, his expression a portrait of pity that nearly brought me to tears. He said, Huck Finn, When have you ever heard of a prisoner contemplating escape while having high-quality digging tools such as pickaxes and shovels in his cupboard? I must ask you, if you possess any semblance of intelligence, what kind of hero would pursue your method? It would be more sensible to simply lend him the key and allow him to unlock the door and walk out. Pickaxes and shovels, such luxuries are hardly bestowed even upon a king. So, I propose, if we forego pickaxes and shovels, what shall we use? 2 long knives will suffice. Digging a pit in the ground of a small cabin with such implements? Indeed. Good heavens, Tom, that is sheer folly. Whether it is foolish or not is of little consequence. This is an orthodox method and a time-honored tradition. I have perused every book on the subject, and I am utterly unaware of any alternative. They invariably employ a long knife for digging, mind you, and it is not soil they are excavating, but hard, unyielding stone. It could take weeks or even years of relentless toil to achieve that. Consider the prisoners confined in those cells. One of them managed to tunnel his way out. Do you know how long it took him? No idea. Take a guess. I cannot fathom it. A month and a half, perhaps? 37 years. In the end, he emerged from the east, from China. Now that would be exhilarating. How splendid it would be if this castle were constructed of stone. However, when Jim arrived in China, he was a stranger to everyone. What does that matter? Others will be in the same situation upon arrival. You always digress. Why not focus on the crucial issues? Very well, where he emerged from is of no concern to me. As long as he has managed to escape, I surmise Jim would feel the same. Yet, there is one more thing. If Jim were to carve his way out with a knife, it would be utterly implausible. He could not possibly survive that long. No, he could endure such an ordeal. Surely you do not believe it would take 37 years to tunnel through the earth? How long then? Well, we cannot afford to take risks for an extended period. For Uncle is likely to receive news from New Orleans downstream before long and will ascertain that Jim did not escape from there. Consequently, he would place another advertisement seeking Jim or take other similar actions. Therefore, we cannot take that risk. Logically, we should dig for as long as necessary. In theory, I believe we ought to dig for many years, but that is simply unfeasible. Given the uncertain future, I propose we commence digging immediately or as swiftly as possible. Afterward, we can pretend that we have been digging for 37 years. If an urgent situation arises, we will extricate him and hastily send him away. In my view, this is the most prudent course of action. This does carry some weight, I remarked. Feigning requires no expense or effort, and should the occasion arise, I would feign having toiled for 150 years without hesitation. I have already inserted my hand, thus I feel no discomfort whatsoever. Very well. I shall swiftly procure 2 long knives. Bring 3, he insisted, for we must fashion one into a saw. Tom, I am uncertain whether this is permissible or if it violates some taboo, I replied, but just behind the meat-curing shed, there happens to be a broken saw blade lodged beneath the baseboard. Tom appeared both irritable and disheartened, exclaiming, "My dear Huck, it is truly lamentable. Attempting to teach you is akin to casting pearls before swine. Go fetch those 3 knives without delay." Since I had acquiesced to his request, I proceeded to comply. That night, as everyone slumbered, we descended the lightning rod and concealed ourselves in the alcove, retrieving the pile of rotting timber and commenced our task. We cleared away the debris obstructing the midpoint of the beam at the base of the wall, creating an open space approximately 4 to 5 feet wide. At that moment, Tom was situated behind Jim's bed, stating, "We shall commence our excavation from here. Once we have burrowed through, no one shall discern the presence of a hole beneath, save for those who lift the sheets to peer down." With those 2 knives, we toiled tirelessly, digging until nearly midnight, utterly exhausted and with blisters adorning our hands. Yet, it seemed as if we had made little progress. Finally, I remarked, "This is not work fit for 37 years, Tom Sawyer. This requires no less than 38. He fell silent, sighed deeply, and ceased digging. I sensed he was deep in contemplation. He stated, "We cannot proceed this way, Huck. Such an approach is futile. If we were the criminals, it might suffice, for we would possess ample time and a lack of urgency. We could only excavate a few minutes during the guard's shift change, and thus, we would avoid blisters, allowing us to dig year after year, adhering strictly to the rules without error. However, we must not be so foolish. We must act swiftly and not squander time. If we continue this way for another night, we shall require a week's rest for our hands to heal from the blisters, or else the pain will render us unable to wield the digging tool. So, what do you propose we do, Tom? Allow me to clarify. This is certainly not correct, nor ethical, and I am not fond of relying on such a method for escape. Yet, at present, it appears to be our sole recourse. We can only utilize a pickaxe to excavate, treating it as if we were using a small knife. Now that sounds like sense, I exclaimed. Your intellect is indeed sharpening, Tom Sawyer. I maintain that a pickaxe will resolve our dilemma, irrespective of its moral implications. Frankly, I am unconcerned with morality. Whether I steal a slave, a watermelon, or a Sunday school book, I do not ponder how to commit the theft. I simply do it. What I desire is my slave, my watermelon, or my Sunday school book. If a pickaxe is the most accessible tool, then I shall use it to acquire that slave, that watermelon, or that Sunday school book. As for the opinions of those illustrious figures, I remain unconcerned. Alas, he remarked, in that case, feigning the use of a pickaxe is somewhat acceptable. Otherwise, I must object. For I cannot idly witness the disruption of order. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. As long as one is not ignorant, one ought not to err. You may wield a pickaxe to dig a hole to rescue Jim, without perceiving it as a knife, due to your lack of understanding. Yet I cannot, for I possess greater knowledge. Quickly, hand me the knife. The knife lay in his own grasp, yet I still offered him mine. He cast it aside onto the ground, exclaiming, hand me the knife. I found myself at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, I retrieved a pick from the assortment of old tools and passed it to him. He accepted it in silence and immediately set to work. He was indeed a peculiar fellow, his mind consumed with rules. Thus, I too took up a shovel, and together we alternated between digging and shoveling with remarkable speed. We persevered for half an hour, until exhaustion rendered us incapable of further labor. And the pit we had excavated resembled a genuine entrance. After ascending the stairs, I gazed out the window and beheld Tom desperately climbing the lightning rod. He struggled to ascend, his hands weary and aching. Finally, he declared, this approach is futile. I cannot ascend. What do you propose I do? Do you possess a solution? Indeed, I replied, though my method may not adhere to the rules. Simply ascend the stairs while pretending to climb the lightning rod in your mind. And so, he indeed managed to make his way up. The following day, Tom, in an effort to craft a pen for Jim, stealthily pilfered a spoon and a brass candlestick from the house, along with 6 candles. As I wandered around the quarters of the enslaved, I seized the opportunity to abscond with 3 tin plates. Tom remarked that this was insufficient, yet I countered that the plate Jim had dropped would be inconspicuous, as it had fallen into the thicket of wild dill and mandrake beneath the window, allowing us to retrieve it for his use once more. This notion pleased Tom. He then declared that the pressing matter at hand was how to return the items to Jim. I suggested that once the tunnel was completed, we could send them through the passage. He regarded me with a disdainful expression, claiming he had never encountered such a ludicrous idea before and thereafter. He began to ponder thoughtfully. After a while, he announced that he had devised 2 or 3 methods, but that a decision was not immediately necessary. We must first inform Jim. That evening, armed with a candle, we descended via the lightning rod shortly after 10 o'clock and lingered by the window for a moment. Hearing Jim snoring, we tossed the candle inside without rousing him. Subsequently, we wielded our pickaxe and shovel tirelessly, and after approximately 2 hours of labor, we breached the wall. We crawled into the cabin from beneath Jim's bed, fumbling in the darkness until we managed to light the candle. Standing beside Jim for a moment, we observed that he appeared quite robust. Then, we gently and gradually roused him. Upon seeing us, he was overwhelmed with joy, nearly moved to tears, showering us with endearing terms such as good boys and sweethearts. He urged us to procure a chisel to free him from the shackles on his legs, insisting that we act swiftly to facilitate his escape. However, Tom cautioned him that such actions were contrary to the rules. He then seated himself and detailed our plan, reassuring him that should the situation turn dire, we could readily amend our strategy, thus there was no cause for alarm. We were determined to ensure his escape. Jim acquiesced. We sat together reminiscing about the past for a while. Subsequently, Tom posed several inquiries to Jim, who recounted that his uncle visited every couple of days to pray with him, while Aunt Sally also came by to check on his comfort and whether he had sufficient provisions. Both were exceedingly kind. Tom remarked, now I am certain of what we must do. We can ask them to bring you a few items. I interjected, do not even consider such a notion. I have never encountered a more foolish idea. Yet, he remained resolute and continued to speak incessantly. Once he set his mind to something, no one could dissuade him. He had always been that way. He informed Jim that we needed to deceive the black man who delivered his meals, bringing him a pie containing the rope ladder and other larger items. He must exercise caution and ensure that the black man did not witness his actions while opening it. He also mentioned that we ought to place some small items in his uncle's pockets, which he would have to pilfer, if the opportunity arose. We would attach a few small objects to Aunt Sally's apron strings or place them in her apron pockets. And then we would explain to him what those items were and their intended use. He further instructed him on how to inscribe a diary with his own blood on that shirt, and so forth. Tom confided in him entirely. Yet Jim struggled to comprehend most of what he said. Nevertheless, he believed that as white individuals, they possessed far greater knowledge. Thus he acquiesced and vowed to follow Tom's instructions. Jim had an abundance of corncob pipes and tobacco, so they engaged in lively conversation for a while before emerging from their hideout to return home for slumber. Their hands bore several abrasions, appearing as though they had been gnawed upon by some creature. Tom, brimming with enthusiasm, declared this to be the most joyous and intellectually stimulating period of his life. He further asserted that as long as he could devise a plan, they could continue this endeavor until their demise, allowing future generations to rescue Jim. He envisioned that Jim would gradually acclimate to this lifestyle, ultimately finding pleasure in it. According to his calculations, this could prolong their escapade for 80 years, potentially setting a historical record. He believed this would elevate those involved to a state of renown. The following morning, they ventured to the woodpile to break the copper candlestick into suitable lengths. Tom pocketed the fragments along with a tin spoon. They then proceeded to the residence of the African Americans, and while Jim's attention was diverted, Tom stealthily concealed a shard of the copper candlestick within a piece of cornbread on Jim's plate. They accompanied him, eager to witness the outcome. As anticipated, when Jim took a bite, he nearly shattered a tooth. Nothing could be more formidable than that fragment, as Tom himself remarked. Jim feigned nonchalance, as if he had merely encountered a small pebble amidst his bread. As one knows, it is not uncommon to encounter tiny stones while eating bread. Since that time, he insists on piercing any food he consumes with a fork in several places before daring to bite into it. We were standing there when suddenly 2 large dogs dashed out from beneath Jim's bed, soon followed by another and another, until a total of 11 emerged, crowding us to the point where we could hardly breathe. It was truly unfortunate. We had forgotten to close the shed door. The black man merely shouted that monsters had arrived and collapsed amidst the pile of dogs, unconscious. He continued to mumble incessantly, as if on the brink of death. Tom swung open the door and tossed a piece of meat outside, prompting all the dogs to rush out in a frenzy to seize it. In an instant, Tom dashed out after them, only to return swiftly and secure the door behind him. I knew he had also locked another door. He approached the black man, patting him gently, attempting to soothe him while inquiring whether he was merely imagining things or had truly seen something. The man rose, blinking several times as he surveyed his surroundings, then said, "Master Sid, you may call me a fool, but I clearly saw thousands of dogs, along with ghosts and other entities. If I speak falsely, may I perish on the spot. I perceived them distinctly, master. I felt them, indeed, master. As they encircled me. By heaven, how I wish I could catch just one. Just one would suffice. I long to capture one. Yet I also hope they do not return to wreak havoc again, truly." Tom replied, "Well, let me share my thoughts with you. Do you know why they appeared while this runaway slave was having his breakfast? It is simply because they were hungry. That is the crux of the matter. If you were to prepare a grand pie for the fairies, that is precisely how it must be done. But dear heavens, young master, how could I possibly prepare pies fit for fairies? I truly have no idea how to do so. I have never heard of such a thing. Very well. I shall undertake the task myself. You mean to say you will do it? I would be compelled to kneel before you, truly. All right. In light of your kindness towards us, I shall give it a try. You brought us to see this runaway slave, but you must exercise utmost caution. When we arrive, you must turn your back, regardless of what we place in that pot. You must pretend not to see. When Jim removes the contents from the pot, you must not look, for something unforeseen may occur, though I cannot say what it might be. Most importantly, you must absolutely refrain from touching that item meant for the fairies. Touch it. My dear Sid, how could I ever dare? Not even for a substantial sum would I lay a finger upon it. You may rest assured." Chapter 38. The matter settled. We ventured to the refuse heap in the backyard, where old shoes, rags, broken glass bottles, discarded cans, and various other detritus had been cast. We rummaged through the pile for quite some time, ultimately discovering a battered iron basin. After devising a means to seal the hole at the bottom, we intended to use it for baking the pie. We then descended to the cellar and pilfered a basin brimming with flour before heading off to breakfast. Later, we found 2 nails intended for fastening wooden shingles. Tom remarked how convenient it would be for the prisoner to inscribe his name and sorrowful tale of confinement. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Tom noticed his aunt's apron draped casually over a chair, and he tucked it into the pocket of the apron. We inserted another nail into the hat brim resting on the dresser, motivated by the children's chatter about how that morning our parents were to visit the escaped enslaved person. Once we completed our mischief, we sat down to breakfast, with Tom surreptitiously tossing the tin spoon into his uncle's coat pocket. Aunt Sally had yet to arrive, necessitating a brief wait. When she finally appeared, her face was flushed with anger, and she was visibly upset, almost unable to contain herself. She poured coffee with one hand while striking a child on the head with the other, which was adorned with a thimble, all the while exclaiming, "I searched high and low, but where on earth is your shirt?" My heart sank deeply, plummeting beneath my very core. At that moment, a hard piece of cornbread lodged itself in my throat, prompting a cough that erupted like a bullet, soaring across the table and striking another child in the eye, causing him to bend over as if hooked by a fishing line, letting out a yell as loud as a battle cry. Tom's face turned ashen with anxiety, and it took a while for the tension in the room to dissipate. Had someone teased me, I might have divulged everything in an instant. However, after that initial shock passed, we regained our composure. The suddenness of it all had sent shivers down our spines. My uncle remarked, "This is indeed peculiar. I can hardly make sense of it. I distinctly recall removing it, for you were clad in but a single piece. Listen to the words you utter. I am well aware that you took it off, and I know this better than your disheveled mind. For it was hanging on the clothesline just yesterday. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yet now it is gone," endlessly reiterating the same point. "You are left with that red flannel garment until I can free my hands to craft you a new one. This marks the third shirt I have fashioned for you within 2 years. Merely catering to your need for shirts is enough to exhaust me. I never anticipated you would be so reckless with your attire. I understand, Sally. I have endeavored to be cautious. However, I cannot bear the full blame, for, you see, when not adorning my person, I neither see them nor can I manage them. As for the shirt that I discarded while wearing it, I refuse to believe such a thing could occur. Just because items have not been lost does not absolve you of fault, dear God. It seems to me that it is solely due to a lack of opportunity to lose them. Otherwise, many would surely have been misplaced by now. And now, it is not merely a shirt that has vanished. A spoon is also missing. Originally, there were 10 spoons, yet now only 9 remain. I suspect that the shirt was spirited away by the calf, but I assure you, the cow would never abscond with a spoon. Oh, Sally, what else has gone missing? What else? There are also 6 candles unaccounted for, surely dragged away by mice. I genuinely believe this to be the case. You incessantly proclaim your intent to seal the mouse holes, yet you take no action. If they were not so foolish, they would surely find solace within your hair, allowing you to remain blissfully unaware. However, one cannot hold the mouse accountable for the loss of the spoon. My judgment has not faltered in this regard. Very well, Sally. I concede that the fault lies with me. I have been rather negligent, but I shall ensure that all mouse holes are sealed by tomorrow. Oh, I'm in no hurry. Next year will suffice. Aunt Sally struck the child sharply with her needle, and the child, without hesitation, withdrew her tiny paw from the sugar jar. At that very moment, a woman of African descent approached the aisle, exclaiming, "Madam, one of the bed sheets has also gone missing. My heavens, another bed sheet has vanished. I shall block the mouse holes today," Uncle's furrowed brow proclaimed. "Now hush. Do you suppose the mouse has dragged the sheet into its hole? Where could it possibly have gone? Goodness, that's difficult to say, Mrs. Sally. It was hanging on the line just yesterday, and now it has disappeared. Where could it have gone? I have never encountered such peculiar occurrences in my life. It feels as though the world is coming to an end. A shirt, a bed sheet, a spoon, 6 candles. Madam," a pale-faced little girl hurriedly reported. "A copper candlestick has also gone missing. You women be gone, or I shall unleash a torrent of curses upon you." Alas, she was nearly driven to madness. I began to contemplate an opportunity to stealthily retreat to the woods for a spell, waiting for the storm to subside before re-emerging. She vented her frustrations without a care for the world, creating quite the uproar, leaving others no choice but to remain silent and endure her wrath. Eventually, her uncle appeared visibly embarrassed, retrieving a spoon from his pocket. She was taken aback, rendered speechless, her hand frozen in midair. This frightened me to death. I wished I could find a hole to hide in. However, the tense atmosphere dissipated quickly as she remarked, "I had already suspected as much." "So, you have kept it in your pocket all along. How did it end up there? Surely other items must also be nestled within?" "I truly do not know, Sally," he replied with a heavy heart. "If I had known, I would have certainly informed you." I believe I must have inadvertently pocketed it while engrossed in reading the 17th chapter. I thought I was placing my Bible in there, as it is not in my pocket. Oh, I shall check when I return. If the Bible remains in its original spot, then it means I did not put it in my pocket, and instead, I ended up with the spoon. Please, give me a break. For heaven's sake. Leave me be. All of you. Get away from me, do you hear? Her aunt muttered softly to herself, but I could still discern her words. Even a corpse would hasten to retreat upon hearing such utterances. As we passed through the living room, her uncle picked up his hat. A nail from the wooden shingle fell to the floor, yet he showed no surprise. He merely bent down to retrieve it, placed it on the mantelpiece, and left without uttering a word. Tom observed everything and recalled the matter of the spoon. He declared, he is unreliable. We can no longer depend on him to deliver things. Yet he added, however, regarding that spoon, he unwittingly assisted us greatly. And we in turn aided him. Let us keep it a secret by blocking the mouse holes. Indeed, there were numerous mouse holes in the basement, and it took us an entire hour to seal them all. We accomplished our task splendidly, with great finesse. Once we finished, we heard footsteps on the stairs and promptly extinguished the light, hiding ourselves. It was Uncle who descended, holding a candle in one hand and the materials for blocking the mouse holes in the other, as absent-mindedly as ever. He paused, glancing around, inspecting each mouse hole until he had examined them all. Then, standing for 5 minutes, he fiddled with the wax drippings from the candle, deep in thought. Eventually, he turned slowly, his expression somewhat dazed, and began to ascend the stairs, muttering, "How strange. I can't recall when I blocked those holes. At last, I can convince her that the missing items cannot be blamed on me. Oh well, let it be. I doubt it would be of any use to mention it to her." With that, he murmured to himself as he groped his way up the stairs, and we followed suit. He truly was a kind-hearted soul, an exceptionally good man. Tom, flustered about not having obtained the spoon, insisted we must acquire one. Thus, he began to devise a plan. After formulating his idea, he instructed me on how to proceed. We then approached the small basket where the spoons were kept, awaiting Aunt's arrival. Tom meticulously counted the items and set them aside, and I seized the opportunity to hide one in my sleeve. Tom then remarked, "What is going on?" "Aunt Sally, there are still only 9. Go on and play, don't disturb me. I've counted them. I know better than you," she replied. "Hey, Aunt." I counted 3 times, and it still amounts to 9, she said, her patience waning. However, she felt compelled to recount, for in such circumstances, who wouldn't he? "My goodness, there are truly only 9, she exclaimed, bewildered. "What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of trick? No, I must count again." I swiftly returned the one I had covertly hidden in my sleeve. After she finished counting, she exclaimed, "These wretched things are infuriating. Now it's 10. She appeared quite flustered. Yet Tom asserted, "Oh, I don't believe there are 10, Aunt. Didn't you see me count?" I did see him. But let me count again. Seizing the moment once more, I stealthily took another, and once again she counted, only to find it had reverted to 9. She trembled with rage, tears nearly brimming in her eyes, almost driven to madness. She counted repeatedly, growing dizzy from the effort, sometimes losing track and mistakenly counting the basket that held the spoons as spoons themselves. Thus, 3 times her count was accurate, while the other 3 were not. Eventually, in frustration, she seized the small basket and hurled it out, striking a cat across the way, which yowled in protest. She commanded us all to clear out, seeking solitude to regain her peace. She further remarked that if we dared to disturb her before lunch, she would flay us alive. It was then that we managed to surreptitiously acquire the surplus spoon, tossing it into her apron pocket while she was busy exerting her authority over us. By noon, Jem had secured the spoon along with the wooden shingle nail. We were quite pleased with our little ruse. Tom proclaimed that such delightful antics were worth twice the effort. For even if it cost her dearly, she could never count accurately on 2 occasions. Even if she did manage to count correctly, she would not trust her own calculations. Tom also suggested that after 3 days of counting, she would still be at it, leaving her utterly confounded. Anyone who dared to ask her to count spoons again would face her wrath. That evening, we hung a bedsheet on the clothesline and subsequently pilfered another from the cupboard. We continued this mischievous exchange for 2 days, rendering her incapable of discerning the true number of bedsheets. She declared that she would no longer concern herself with such trifles and insisted that she would rather perish than count those wretched sheets again. Now, with no worries, we had successfully concealed the bedsheets, shirts, candles, and spoons, and as for the candlestick, it would surely be of no consequence, returning to normalcy in a few days. However, that large pie indeed proved troublesome, leading us into countless predicaments. We ventured into the woods to bake the pie, and at long last, we succeeded. Feeling immensely satisfied with our culinary endeavor. This endeavor cannot be completed in a single day. We utilized 3 full basins of flour to achieve a satisfactory bake. However, we sustained several burns and our eyes were nearly blinded by the smoke. You must understand, our aim was to create a large, hollow flatbread. Yet it stubbornly refused to rise, continually deflating. Eventually, we conceived an ingenious solution to encase a rope within the dough while baking. The following evening, we spent the night with Jim, tearing sheets into strips to twist into a rope. By dawn, we had crafted a remarkably beautiful rope, suitable even for use as a noose, and we regarded it as a creation that took 9 months to perfect. In the morning, we ventured into the woods with our rope, yet we encountered an insurmountable challenge in inserting it into the dough. The rope ladder, fashioned from an entire bedsheet, could have filled 40 large flatbreads, leaving ample material for soup, sausage, or any other delicacies one might desire. Thus, a substantial meal was indeed within reach. However, we did not require such an abundance. We needed merely enough to hold the bread together, so we discarded the excess. We refrained from using a basin to cook the bread, fearing it might melt the solder. My uncle possessed a cherished heirloom, a long-handled copper basin used for warming beds, a treasured relic passed down from his ancestors. It was purportedly brought over on the Mayflower or another ancient vessel during the time of the conqueror, William the Great, from England. Thus he regarded it as a treasure, storing it alongside many other valuable antiques and assorted precious items in the attic. In truth, it was merely an antiquated artifact of little intrinsic value. We clandestinely brought that item out to make pancakes, but the first few were disastrous, as we were unfamiliar with the process. Ultimately, the last one turned out rather well. We took a long-handled copper basin, lined its perimeter with dough, placed it over the fire to bake, then inserted the rope and covered it with more dough, sealing it with a lid, upon which we piled some red coals to cook. Holding the long handle, we stood 5 feet away, feeling both cool and comfortable. After 15 minutes, the pancake was ready, a sight that evoked satisfaction. However, anyone daring to consume this pie must be equipped with 2 buckets of toothpicks. If the rope ladder does not choke them to near death, then I have spoken in vain. Furthermore, once the rope ladder is ingested, it is certain to induce relentless stomach pains. When we placed the pie into Jim's pot, Night was oblivious, as we claimed it was for the fairies. We also concealed 3 tin plates at the bottom of the pot, ensuring Jim had everything he needed. Once he was alone, Jim retrieved the rope ladder, hiding it beneath the straw mat, and carelessly scratched a couple of lines beneath one of the tin plates before tossing it out the window. Chapter 39. Writing is truly a laborious and arduous task, as is crafting a saw. Yet Jim found the act of inscribing those few words to be exceedingly challenging. The very words frequently etched by prisoners upon the walls of their confinement. Nevertheless, these words were essential, Tom insisted. For every political prisoner nearly always leaves behind a few words before their escape. Just think about it, he said. Are you not aware, Huck? Despite the complications, what alternative is there? It remains a task that must be undertaken. James must inscribe certain words and create an emblem. Historically, when figures of renown sought to escape, this was their customary practice. Surely, you have encountered this in literature? James replied, Greetings, Master Tom, but I possess no such insignia. As you can see, I own but this old shirt, which I must also use for my journal. James, you fail to comprehend. A heraldic emblem is an entirely different matter. Alas, I remarked. James's claim of lacking an emblem is indeed accurate, for he truly possesses none. I am well aware of this, Tom interjected. However, one must understand that prior to his flight, he ought to have had an emblem, for only then could his escape be deemed honorable, leaving no blemish upon his record. Thus, Tom began to devise a means to create an emblem. James and I each used fragments of brick to sharpen our pencils. James employed a piece of a copper candlestick while I utilized a spoon. After some time, he declared that he had conceived numerous commendable designs. He was at a loss as to which to select. Ultimately, he resolved to choose one among them. He stated, in the shield-shaped design, draw a curved line at the lower right. In the center horizontal line of the shield, paint an X in purple. Following the usual style, depict a crouching dog, with a chain beneath it symbolizing enslavement. Between the central horizontal line and the curved bottom edge, illustrate several small figures, such as a lion standing on its hind legs, adorned with floral patterns and serrated edges. Render mountains in a vibrant green, and upon a sky blue background, draw 3 sawtooth lines. Additionally, portray a fleeing black man, painting his entire body black, with the left horizontal bar representing his stick as he carries a bundle. Then, draw 2 red straight lines to signify supporters, meaning you and me. Finally, inscribe a motto, haste makes waste. This phrase, cited from a book, conveys the notion that the more one rushes, the slower one progresses. Well, I inquired, what about those other elements? Now is not the time to ponder that, he replied. Others escape from prison through hard work, and we must do the same. Regardless, I insisted, I must at least grasp a bit of this. What does the central horizontal line signify? The central horizontal line? Well, knowing what it is serves no purpose. When he reaches that point, I shall teach him how to draw it. Nonsense, Tom, I remarked. I believe you ought to enlighten me on the significance of the left horizontal bar. Truth be told, I am uncertain about that as well. But it must be drawn. Those are elements that belong to the nobility. Such is his character. If he does not wish to explain anything to others, he simply will not speak, even if you persist in questioning him for a week. Once he had resolved the matter of the badge, he began to complete the remaining tasks, which involved composing a few sorrowful lines. He asserted that Jim should possess a few words akin to those of others. Several phrases came to his mind, which he inscribed on paper and recited aloud for our benefit. They were roughly as follows. 1. A heart ensnared lies shattered here. 2. A wretched prisoner, forsaken by the world and his friends, has endured a life of torment. 3. After 37 solitary springs and autumns, a lonely heart is broken, and a weary spirit finally finds repose. 4. Alone and without kin, he languished beneath iron bars for 37 years. No one acknowledged the noble lineage of the deceased, who was, in fact, the illegitimate son of Louis XIV. As Tom recited these lines, his voice trembled significantly, nearly breaking into tears. Upon finishing, he found himself unable to choose which phrase should be inscribed upon the wall, as each seemed quite poignant. Ultimately, he resolved to etch them all onto the wall. Jim remarked that to carve so many words into the log wall would take an entire year, and he did not even know how to form the letters. Tom suggested that he would first lightly sketch a template for Jim, who could then trace it accordingly. Shortly thereafter, he declared, "This log wall will not suffice. Consider, what dungeon is constructed of logs? We must engrave these words upon stone. We need to procure a piece of stone." Jim remarked that carving inscriptions on stone was far more laborious than on timber, asserting that should he attempt it, he would be confined to this endeavor for a lifetime. Tom interjected, suggesting that I could assist him with the task at hand. He then cast a glance at the work we were both engaged in, assessing the state of our pencils. The task was exceptionally tedious, dragging on interminably and proving exhausting. Blisters began to form on our hands, and there was no opportunity to shift our focus. After laboring for an age, our efforts yielded little progress. Tom then proposed a solution. Since we needed to etch the emblem and those melancholic words into stone, he reasoned that if we could procure a suitable stone, we could achieve both objectives simultaneously. There was a substantial grinding stone at the sawmill, which would serve our purpose well. We resolved to acquire it, before midnight had even struck. We instructed Jim to remain and continue working while we ventured forth to pilfer the grinding stone. Though we successfully liberated the stone, transporting it back proved an arduous task. At times we exerted ourselves tremendously, yet we could not prevent it from tilting precariously, threatening to roll over us at any moment. Tom expressed concern that if we did not manage to return it swiftly, it would undoubtedly injure one of us. By the time we had pushed it part way back, we were utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, enough to drown a man. Realizing we were incapable of bringing it back on our own, we decided to return and summon Jim for assistance. He lifted the bed, swept the iron chain off the bedpost, and wrapped it around his neck. Together, we crawled out of the hole and arrived at that place where Jim and I pushed the millstone, finding it surprisingly effortless, while Tom stood by directing us. He possessed a superior understanding of leadership compared to any boy I had ever encountered. He seemed to know everything. The hole we had dug was quite spacious, yet the millstone still would not fit. Jim swung the pickaxe a few times, enlarging the opening until it passed through. Next, Tom meticulously drew a template on top with a nail, instructing Jim to use the nail as a chisel, while he found a door latch from the shed to serve as a hammer. Tom insisted that Jim should wait until the half-burnt candle was nearly extinguished before going to sleep, instructing him to conceal the millstone beneath the straw mat and lie atop it. Subsequently, we assisted him in reattaching the iron chain to the bedpost, preparing to return to our slumber. However, Tom suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Jim, do you have any spiders here?" "No, thank goodness, my master, there are none." "Well then, we shall catch a few for you." My goodness, dear, may God protect you. I do not want those creatures. I fear spiders. I would rather have a rattlesnake than a spider. Tom pondered for a minute or two before declaring, that is quite a splendid idea. I believe someone must have done this before. It stands to reason. Indeed, it is a marvelous notion. Where would you keep it? Master Tom, keep what? The rattlesnake. Of course, what else? Oh my goodness, Master Tom. If a rattlesnake were to arrive here, I am certain I could break through that wooden wall with my head. Jim, what has come over you? There is no need to fear it. Before long, you could tame it. Tame it? Indeed, that would be quite effortless. Animals are inherently reasonable. As long as you treat them kindly and show them affection, they will not harm you. That is what the books assert. I implore you to give it a try, just for 2 or 3 days, and then we shall see. Before long, you will have it tamed. It will grow fond of you and sleep by your side, never wishing to part from you even for a moment. It will allow you to wrap it around your neck and let its head venture into your mouth. Tom, please, I beg of you, cease this talk. I cannot endure it. It will demand that I permit its head to enter my mouth, even if it were to wait 100 years. I would never allow it to do so. Furthermore, I certainly do not wish to share my slumber with it. Jim, do not be foolish. A prisoner must keep an unusual creature as a pet. No one has ever attempted to tame a rattlesnake. You would be the first. And it would indeed be quite fascinating. Engaging in any other endeavor, even at the cost of one's head, would not yield such glory. Tom, oh, I do not desire such glory. The snake could very well bite off Jim's chin. What glory could possibly remain? No, I shall not partake in such an endeavor. For heaven's sake, I merely wish for you to try. Is it so difficult to give it a shot? If it proves unfeasible, there is no need to persist. When I attempted it, I thought that if a snake were to bite me, I would be spared the agony of existence. Master Tom, I am willing to entertain all manner of absurdities, but if you and Huck were to bring a rattlesnake here for me to acclimate, I would undoubtedly have to take my leave. Very well, if your mind remains so obstinate, then let it be. We could catch a few garter snakes for you. Tie some buttons to their tails and pretend they are rattlesnakes. I believe that could suffice. That is acceptable, yet I must tell you, Master Tom, I would fare better without them. I had never heard of the myriad troubles that come with being a convict. Indeed, adhering to the rules has always been a cumbersome affair. Are there any mice here? Sir, no, I have never seen any. Then we shall procure some for you. Master Tom, I do not want mice. They are exceedingly unpleasant. They make a racket when one attempts to sleep and scuttle about to bite one's feet. No, sir. If an animal must be provided, let it be a few garter snakes. Just do not bring mice, as they serve no purpose for me whatsoever. However, Jim, you cannot do without mice. Every convict has them. Please, no more prattle. Prisoners have always had mice. They train the mice, grow fond of them, teach them tricks. And they interact with humans as amiably as flies do. However, you must play the instrument for them. Do you possess anything that can produce music? I have nothing else but a coarse wooden comb, a piece of paper, and a mouth harp, yet I doubt they would appreciate my melodies. They will indeed. For they are indifferent to the type of music played. The mouth harp's tunes are sufficient to delight the mice. Every creature has an affinity for music, and those confined in captivity have an even greater yearning for it, particularly for melancholic tunes. The mouth harp produces precisely such music, and it is incapable of rendering anything else. They will be intrigued and come forth to inquire about your sorrows. You are fortunate to possess this instrument. Moreover, you ought to sit by your bedside and play your harp before slumber and upon awakening. If you play the last link broken, it will undoubtedly entice the mice far more than anything else. After 2 minutes of playing, you will witness the mice reveling in your company. Indeed, they may find great joy in it, my dear sir, but what about Jim? I cannot fathom the implications of this. If it is imperative to proceed in this manner, then I shall comply. I believe it is best to ensure the satisfaction of the creatures in this room, so as not to incite any mischief. Tom paused for a moment, contemplating whether there was anything else, and after a while, he remarked, I nearly forgot something. Do you think you can cultivate flowers here? I am uncertain. Perhaps it is feasible, Master Tom. However, the darkness here renders it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. What use would flowers serve in such obscurity? Encountering them would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Nonetheless, you should attempt it and then speak again. Other prisoners possess such flowers. Master Tom, I believe that the flower resembling a cat's tail could thrive here, yet it holds little value and is not worth the effort expended. Do not think so narrow-mindedly. We shall procure a small one for you. Plant it in the corner and nurture it. Do not refer to it as a cat's tail flower. Instead, call it Bakila. In the confines of the prison, that is the appropriate name. You must also water it with your own tears instead of using water. Master, why must it be tears? I have an abundance of well water here. You cannot use well water. It must be tears, as that is how it is traditionally done. But Master Tom, why is that? The flowers I watered with well water flourish for 2 seasons, while those watered with tears may barely even sprout. That is not the point, remember. You must water the flower with tears. In that case, it will surely perish in my care, Master Tom. It is bound to die, for I seldom shed tears. At this, Tom was at a loss for words. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suggested that Jim should try to recall distressing memories and perhaps use an onion to assist himself. He promised to discreetly drop an onion into Jim's coffee pot in the morning at the small house where the black folks resided. Upon hearing this, Jim remarked that it would be better to toss a handful of tobacco leaves into the coffee pot instead. Jim spoke at length about the matter, expressing his grievances regarding Tom's insistence on sharpening pencils, engraving letters, and maintaining a diary, in addition to the peculiar tasks of cultivating moss roses, playing the piano to amuse mice, and entertaining snakes and spiders. He lamented that being a convict was less burdensome than all these responsibilities, which left him utterly perplexed. Tom, growing impatient, retorted that this was a splendid opportunity for fame, one that no other convict could fathom. It was truly lamentable that Jim failed to appreciate such an opportunity and squandered it. Subsequently, Jim, feeling quite disheartened, vowed never to utter such sentiments again and pledged to heed Tom's advice. Thus, the two of us slipped away to resume our slumber. In the morning of Chapter 40, we ventured into town to procure a wire mesh rat trap. After excavating a sizable rat hole, we managed to capture 15 remarkably plump rats within an hour. We then elevated the trap and secured it in a safe spot beneath Aunt Sally's bed. While we were engaged in capturing spiders, a little fellow named Tom Sawyer Franklin Benjamin Jefferson Phelps discovered the trap and mischievously opened the door, eager to see if the rats would escape, which they inevitably did. Soon after, Aunt Sally entered the room and, upon our return, found herself standing on the bed, vociferously cursing as the rats amused themselves at her expense. Ultimately, she apprehended both of us and delivered a sound thrashing with her walking stick. We spent an additional 2 hours capturing another 15 or 16 rats, though this batch was not as robust as the previous one, all thanks to that mischievous child wreaking havoc. Both Tom and I were quite incensed, vowing that if any amusement were to ensue, he would not be privy to it. We captured numerous spiders, toads, and caterpillars, deliberately selecting the larger specimens. Initially, we intended to procure a wasp's nest, but our endeavor proved futile as the wasps were nestled within. We lingered for an extended period, determined that either we would exhaust them or they would wear us down. Ultimately, we returned home, conceding victory to them. We had been stung, prompting us to hastily apply some pain relief ointment to the affected areas, which alleviated our discomfort, though sitting remained a challenge. Subsequently, we set out to catch snakes, successfully ensnaring over 30 garter snakes and green snakes, which we placed into a bag and stored in our room. By this time, it was approaching dinner. After an entire day of exertion, one might assume we were famished. However, I felt not the slightest pang of hunger. Upon our return to the room, we discovered that the bothersome snakes had vanished from the bag. Clearly, we had failed to secure the opening. They had somehow managed to escape. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for they had not eluded the confines of the house. We surmised we could capture a few more. To our astonishment, the house soon resonated with the commotion of snakes. Eventually, they began to descend from rafters or other elevated surfaces, some landing in dishes, others upon our necks. Inevitably, they fell in the most unwelcome places. In truth, they were rather striking, adorned with intricate patterns. Regardless, these snakes posed no threat to humans. However, my aunt harbors an aversion to snakes. No matter how one attempts to assure her of their harmlessness, she simply cannot abide them. Each time a snake happens to fall upon her, regardless of her current engagement, she immediately abandons her task and hastily retreats, all the while emitting loud cries. I have never encountered a woman quite like her. Even if you were to urge her to grasp a snake with a pair of tongs, she would be too fearful to comply. Should she roll over in bed and catch sight of a snake, she would scream incessantly, leading one to believe that the house was ablaze. She has thoroughly vexed the old man, who has expressed a wish that God had never created such creatures. Even though snakes have been absent from the house for over a week, my aunt remains haunted by the memory, perpetually on edge. If you were to tease her neck with a feather, she would surely leap 3 feet in fright. It is truly a marvel. Tom remarked that women are intrinsically this way. For reasons unknown, they possess an innate fear of snakes. Each time a snake appears nearby, We find ourselves on the receiving end of her wrath. She has warned us that if we dare to infest the house with snakes again, she would surely administer a sound beating. I am rather indifferent to her strikes, as they lack any real pain. My primary concern lies in the effort required to catch more snakes. Yet, we managed to capture some, alongside securing various other items. Now, Jim's little abode is more vibrant than ever. Whenever Jim plays the piano, they all emerge to greet him affectionately. Jim is not fond of spiders, and the spiders, in turn, do not favor Jim. Thus they incessantly trouble him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He remarked that an abundance of snakes and mice had invaded his bed, and coupled with the large grinding stone, there was scarcely a place for him to rest. Even if there were a spot, slumber would elude him due to the cacophony that ensued. He lamented that this place was perpetually bustling. For these creatures did not slumber concurrently. Rather, they took turns in their repose. When the snakes were asleep, the mice were awake, and vice versa. Consequently, at any given moment, there was a throng of animals occupying his bed, rendering it impossible for him to sleep, while another group performed acrobatics upon him. Should he desire to relocate, the spiders would only exacerbate his plight. He fervently declared that if he were to escape this time, he would never wish to be a prisoner again, even if offered a salary. 3 weeks swiftly passed, with everything proceeding steadily. The shirt had long been tucked into a pie and dispatched, and each time a mouse bit Jim, he would hastily rise to pen a few lines in his diary while the blood was still fresh. Several pins were sharpened, and all the inscriptions intended for the grinding stone had been engraved. The bedposts had been sawed in half, and we had consumed the sawdust, resulting in excruciating stomachaches. I thought we might all perish, yet we did not. I had never encountered such indigestible sawdust, and Tom concurred. At long last, we had prepared everything, utterly exhausted. Especially Jim. Uncle wrote 2 letters to the plantation near New Orleans, requesting their assistance in retrieving the escaped slaves, but received no reply, for that plantation did not exist. Thus, he contemplated placing an advertisement in the newspapers of St. Louis and New Orleans, seeking someone to redeem Jim. Upon hearing him mention St. Louis, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. I realized that we could no longer afford to delay. Tom then suggested that it was time to compose an anonymous letter. What sort of anonymous letter? We could adopt various methods, simply to alert an individual that trouble was imminent. The means of warning differ at various times. Yet, there is always someone lurking nearby, ready to report any developments to the commander of the castle. Previously, when Louis XVI escaped from the Tuileries, a maid had discreetly informed him. An anonymous letter is indeed a commendable approach. We should employ both strategies. Generally speaking, a prisoner's mother would don his attire and remain in the cell while he slipped out wearing her garments. We ought to follow suit. Tom, why should we inform others that trouble is brewing? Let them discover it for themselves. That is their concern. Indeed, I am aware of that, but they are fundamentally unreliable. They have always been so from the outset. Let us proceed as we see fit. They are perpetually trusting and oblivious to their surroundings. Therefore, if we do not caution them, no one will impede our efforts. After all the toil and intricate planning we have invested in this escape, it would ultimately prove tedious and devoid of excitement. Tom, I must say, I relish this sort of endeavor. It carries little danger and boasts a high probability of success. You are spouting nonsense, he retorted, his face adorned with a look of disdain. I shall say this. However, I do not intend to cast blame upon you. If you deem it appropriate, then it is suitable for me. How do you plan to have that maid relay the message? You shall assume the role of the maid, stealthily entering at midnight to procure that wretched girl's attire. As dawn breaks, the truth shall be revealed, Tom, for she likely possesses only that one garment. I am aware, yet all you need do is don the outfit for a mere 15 minutes to slip that anonymous letter through the front door. Very well. I shall undertake it. However, would it not be preferable for me to deliver the letter in my own attire? Then you would not resemble a maid. Do you not comprehend? Indeed, but no one shall perceive my appearance. This is an entirely different matter. We ought to fulfill our duties with utmost diligence, disregarding whether anyone observes us. Do you not grasp the rules? Enough, enough. I shall cease speaking. I shall be the maid, who shall assume the role of Jim's mother. I am his mother, and I shall pilfer an aunt's long dress. In such a scenario, once Jim and I escape, you must remain in this little abode. That is unnecessary. I shall stuff Jim's clothing with hay and place it upon the bed, simulating his mother lying there in her son's attire. Jim shall shed my long dress and don it himself, enabling our joint escape. Historically, those of noble status refer to their flight as an escape. Even a king fleeing the country is described in this manner. The prince's flight, whether he be a legitimate son or an illegitimate offspring, conveys the same notion. Indeed, do you comprehend? Thus, Tom composed an anonymous letter, and that very night, I clandestinely donned the attire of the pallid maid. We adhered strictly to Tom's instructions and slipped the letter through the front door. The missive conveyed, doom approaches. Remain vigilant and exercise caution. A friend, Anonymous. On the following night, Tom inscribed a gruesome image in blood upon the front door, a skull accompanied by crossbones. The subsequent evening, he painted a coffin on the rear door. The family was in a state of frantic disarray, akin to ants scurrying upon a hot skillet. Were the house haunted, with specters lurking behind every object and beneath every bed, they would scarcely be more terrified. Should the door slam shut, Aunt would undoubtedly leap with a start, exclaiming, "Good heavens!" If anything were to clatter to the ground, Aunt would again be startled into a cry of, "Good heavens!" Even the slightest touch from you would send her into a shriek. She felt that no matter which way she faced, it was futile, for she was perpetually haunted by the notion that something lurked behind her, prompting her to spin around abruptly, her lips forming the words, "Good heavens!" At times, she would turn 2/3 of the way around, only to revert back and utter the same exclamation. Poor Aunt was terrified of retiring to bed, yet too afraid to endure the night in a seated position. Tom declared that the anonymous letter had finally borne fruit. He had never engaged in a more delightful ruse, declaring that his stratagem had proven successful. Subsequently, he remarked to me, "Now, it is time for the grand finale." The following day, at the break of dawn, we prepared a letter, contemplating our course of action. The previous evening during dinner, we overheard them discussing the necessity of having 2 men stationed at the front and rear doors throughout the night. Tom stealthily descended the lightning rod to conduct reconnaissance, and the man at the back door happened to be in a deep slumber. He discreetly placed the anonymous letter behind the man's neck before returning. The letter read, "I wish to be your ally. Please do not betray me. A band of ruthless marauders has infiltrated from the Indian reservation, and they intend to abduct the runaway slave from your home tonight. They have previously threatened you to ensure your compliance and to keep you from interfering with their plans. I am among their ranks, yet I am a man of faith, yearning to extricate myself from this criminal gang and lead a respectable life. Hence, I have resolved to inform you of their intentions. They plan to stealthily approach from the north at midnight, traversing along the fence to the small cabin where the slave resides, employing a false key to gain entry and seize him. They have instructed me to serve as a lookout, signaling danger with a horn. As soon as they enter the cabin, I shall mimic the bleating of a sheep, though I will not sound the horn. While they are preoccupied with breaking the iron chain, you should quietly approach and lock them inside. Whenever you wish to deal with them, the timing will be entirely at your discretion. It is imperative that you follow my instructions precisely. Any deviation may raise their suspicions, leading to chaos. I do not seek your gratitude. I merely wish to know that I have done something right." Chapter 41 of The Unknown Friend. After breakfast, we eagerly retrieved my small boat and spent the morning rowing out to fish, thoroughly enjoying ourselves. We also took a moment to glance at the wooden raft, which was securely hidden. Upon our return for dinner, we noticed that time had slipped away, and everyone appeared as anxious as ants in a hot pan, flailing about like headless flies. As soon as we finished our meal, my aunt ushered us upstairs to bed without uttering a word about the events that had transpired. Nor did they mention anything regarding the newly received letter. Of course, there was no need to, as we were well aware of its contents. Halfway up the stairs, we observed her turning around and swiftly slipping into the basement to retrieve enough provisions for a hearty meal, which she brought back to our room before retiring for the night. At 11 o'clock, we rose from our slumber, and Tom donned a long dress he had pilfered from my aunt. He gathered the food and prepared to venture out, inquiring, "Where is the butter?" I replied, "I cut a generous piece of butter and placed it atop a slice of cornbread." "Ah, you must have misplaced it after cutting it. It's not here. We can manage without butter," I suggested. "We absolutely need the butter," he insisted. "Quickly sneak down to the basement and fetch it." He then slid down the lightning rod to go to Jim's place. I stuffed hay into Jim's clothes to simulate his mother's attire. "And as soon as you arrive, I would bleat like a sheep, and we would make our escape." Having spoken, he exited, and I hurried to the basement. The piece of butter was the size of a fist, still resting in its previous spot. I took it along with the slice of cornbread that had cradled the butter, extinguished the light, and stealthily ascended the stairs. Nothing noteworthy transpired after I reached the first floor. Suddenly, Aunt Sally approached, holding a candle, and I hastily concealed the butter in my hat, securing it atop my head. At that very moment, she spotted me and inquired, "Did you go to the basement?" "Yes," I replied. "What prompted your visit there?" "I did nothing." "Did nothing at all?" "I truly did nothing, I swear." "Humph, wandering to the basement at such an hour. What were you thinking?" "I can't say, Aunt." "You can't say?" "Tom, do not speak to me in that manner. I demand to know precisely what you were doing down there." "Dear Aunt, I assure you, I did nothing at all. Under normal circumstances, she would have let me go, and I thought this time would be no different. However, perhaps the peculiar events had accumulated too much. Any slight misstep sent her into a frenzy. Thus, she firmly commanded, 'You go to the living room, remain there without moving, and we shall discuss this upon my return. You must be up to some mischief, and I need to ascertain the truth before addressing you further.' With that, she strode away, and I pushed open the door to the living room, only to be met with a large gathering of people. 15 farmers, each wielding a firearm, surrounded me, causing a surge of anxiety to wash over me. I hastily found a chair to sit upon. They gathered around, some engaged in hushed conversations, all attempting to feign nonchalance, yet their nervousness was palpable. I discerned their agitation, as they intermittently removed their hats, then replaced them, scratched their heads, shifted in their seats, and fiddled with their buttons. My own unease began to swell, though I dared not remove my hat. I fervently wished for Aunt to arrive and send me away. Even if she intended to scold me, it would suffice, for I would then inform Tom that this situation had spiraled out of control, nearly provoking a hornet's nest. Thus, we could no longer afford to act recklessly, and must swiftly take Jim and flee, lest this group ignite into violence, ensnaring us in their turmoil. At last, Aunt arrived, commencing an interrogation that left me nearly speechless, my mind muddled by her relentless questioning. The people around us were in a state of frantic urgency. Some were eager to venture out and set an ambush for the marauders, asserting that midnight was mere moments away. Others insisted on waiting for the sound of bleating sheep before taking action. By this juncture, Aunt's inquiries had escalated to a point where I was trembling in fear, on the verge of collapsing. The room grew increasingly stifling, the butter in my hat gradually melting and trickling down behind my ears and along my neck. In a short while, one individual suggested, "I propose we take cover in that small shed for now. When they arrive, we shall seize them." I was so frightened that I nearly collapsed, as a stream of butter trickled down my forehead. My aunt, upon seeing this, turned as pale as a sheet, exclaiming, "My heavens, what has happened to this child? He must be suffering from encephalitis, without a doubt. His brain matter is spilling out." At that moment, everyone rushed over to inspect me. She hastily removed my hat, revealing the remnants of bread and butter, and enveloped me in her arms, saying, "You truly scared me. Thank goodness, my child, you have escaped serious misfortune. We are indeed experiencing a streak of bad luck. It seems the roof is leaking just as the rain pours down relentlessly, and calamities always seem to follow one another. When I saw that yellow liquid trickling down your forehead, I thought for certain you were doomed, for its hue resembled that of brain matter. Oh, my dear, why did you not inform me sooner? Was this your intention all along? If that were the case, I would never have blamed you. Now, quickly go to bed. I do not wish to see you again until morning." I ascended the stairs, then swiftly descended again, clutching the lightning rod, and dashed towards the shed. I was so anxious that I could hardly articulate my thoughts. As soon as I caught my breath, I immediately told Tom that we must flee at once. Not a moment longer. There were people in that house armed with guns. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "No way. Is such a splendid opportunity truly at hand? That would be fantastic. Huck, if we start from scratch, I guarantee we could attract 200 people. If we could just postpone until. Let us hurry. We must go." I urged, "Where is Jim?" "Just at the bend of your elbow. You could easily reach him with an outstretched arm." He had donned his attire, fully prepared for what lay ahead. Now, we would slip out and utter a couple of bleats, serving as our clandestine signal. At that moment, we heard footsteps approaching. The sound of individuals rummaging at the padlock, one of them remarking, "I told you, we arrived a bit too early. They are not here yet. The door remains locked. Come, I shall unlock it and hide you inside. When they arrive, you can strike from the shadows, while the others disperse and listen for their movements." Several individuals entered, yet we remained concealed, hidden from their sight. We crawled beneath the bed and escaped through a small opening. Our exit was seamless and untroubled. Jim was the first to emerge, followed by me, with Tom bringing up the rear, as per his directive. We entered the shed and heard footsteps nearby. We crept to the back of the door, and Tom peered through the crack. However, the darkness outside obscured everything. He lowered his voice, stating that once the footsteps had faded, he would usher us out, with Jim going first as he would cover our retreat. He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently for what seemed an eternity, but the footsteps remained, encircling our location. Finally, Tom nudged us, and we slipped out, crouched low and holding our breath, making no sound, one trailing after the other, stealthily approaching the fence. Before long, Jim and I had vaulted over the fence, but Tom's trousers caught on a splinter. And at that moment, he heard footsteps, compelling him to tug violently and sever the wood. The resultant noise echoed in the air. As he leapt down from the fence and raced towards us, a voice rang out, demanding, "Speak up! Who's there? Or I shall fire." We remained silent and took off running as if propelled by the wind. Immediately, someone pursued us, gunshots ringing out, bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed past us from every direction. We heard them shouting, "They are over here. They are heading towards the river. Men, pursue them, unleash the dogs." They pursued with fervor. We could hear their footsteps, for they were all clad in boots, vociferously calling out, while none of us wore such footwear. We dashed towards the sawmill, and when they were nearly upon us, we darted into the underbrush, allowing them to pass, before trailing behind. Initially, they had secured all the dogs, fearing they might be spooked by the bandits, but now, someone had released them. At that moment, the dogs barked frantically, rushing towards us, their cacophony resembling the sound of thousands of canines, yet they were our own. We awaited their arrival, and upon recognizing us, they showed no alarm, merely expressing their affection, before dashing towards the source of the shouts and the clattering footsteps. We resumed our flight alongside the crowd until we reached the vicinity of the sawmill, navigating through the thicket towards the spot where my small boat was tethered. Then we leapt onto the boat, rowing vigorously towards the heart of the river, while striving to make as little noise as possible. Before long, we calmly navigated towards the bank where the wooden raft lay anchored. We could hear the sounds of people bustling about on the shore, shouting, calling out, and the incessant barking of dogs. Our small craft drifted further from the riverbank, and those sounds gradually faded until they were completely silenced. As we boarded the raft, I remarked, "Old Jim, you are free once more. I assure you, you shall never again be a slave." Huck, this was executed splendidly. A brilliant idea. And the execution was flawless. No one could conceive of such an excellent plan. It's truly a bewildering labyrinth. We were all immensely pleased, though Tom was the most discontented, for he had been struck in the calf by a bullet. Upon hearing this, Jim and I felt our spirits plummet. He was in significant pain, and his wound continued to bleed. We carried him into the shelter, tearing a shirt from the Duke to bandage his injury. He insisted, "Hand me some rags. I can tend to it myself. We cannot linger here. This escape was executed beautifully. Quickly, affix the long oars and row the raft out. Fellow comrades, we have performed magnificently, truly remarkable." If we were to assist Louis XVI in his escape, he would not need to pen in his autobiography, "The Son of St. Louis. Ascend to the heavens." We could certainly facilitate his crossing beyond the borders. Should he require our aid, we would accomplish it with even greater finesse. Affix those long oars, and hasten to set them in place. After conferring with Jim for a while, I inquired, "Jim, what do you think we should do?" He replied, "Well, Huck, if the one we assist in escaping is him, and one of us gets shot, would he not exclaim, 'Run for your life. Do not seek a doctor to tend to this person's wounds'? Would Master Tom Sawyer say such a thing? Is he that sort of individual? No. So, should Jim say it? No. One must seek a doctor. I cannot leave this spot, even if it takes decades." I suspect that is precisely what he would assert, and indeed, it is so. I know that in terms of compassion, he possesses the heart of a white man. Thus I informed Tom that I would go in search of a doctor. He vehemently opposed this notion. Yet both Jim and I stood firm in our resolve to find a physician, unwavering in our decision. He attempted to escape the shed and untie the raft, but we would not allow him to proceed. He presented us with a lengthy rationale, but we disregarded his words. Upon observing that I had prepared the small boat, he said, "Very well, if you must go, let me instruct you on how to reach the doctor's house. Lock the door tightly, give him a full bag of gold coins, and make him swear to utter not a word. Then, blindfold him and lead him through several winding alleys in the dark before rowing him back here. While rowing, one must take care to navigate around various shoals and thoroughly search him. Any chalk found must be returned upon escorting him home, lest he mark your small boat and later track us down, for they are fond of such tricks." I assured Tom that I would adhere to all of this and urged him to rest easy, for our foremost concern was his wound. Having said that, I set out in the boat. Tom further instructed that if Jim spotted the doctor arriving, he should conceal himself in the woods and only emerge once the doctor had departed. Chapter 42. I summoned the doctor. A genial old man whose amiable demeanor suggested he was of good character. I informed him that my brother and I had been hunting on the Spanish island the previous afternoon, where we discovered a raft and spent the night. In the dead of night, while he was undoubtedly asleep, he inadvertently kicked his gun, causing it to discharge and injure his leg. We requested that he come to tend to the injury, insisting that he disclose nothing and keep the matter confidential, as we wished to return home that evening and surprise our family. He inquired, "Whose household do you belong to?" "The Phelps family," I replied. "Oh," he responded. After a brief pause, he asked, "How did he sustain the gunshot?" "He had a dream," I explained, "and inadvertently shot himself." "What a peculiar dream," he remarked. Thus, he lit his lantern, gathered his medical kit, and we set forth. However, upon seeing the small boat, he frowned, stating that it could accommodate one person, but with two, it appeared problematic. "Sir," I reassured him, "there is no need for concern. The three of us can fit comfortably." "Three?" he queried. "Indeed, my brother Sid and I. Along with, well, I mean, those guns." "Oh," he said, placing his foot on the edge of the boat, rocking it gently, and shaking his head. He remarked that a larger vessel was necessary. However, all the surrounding boats were secured with iron chains and locked. He then boarded my small boat, instructing me to wait for his return, or if I preferred, to search nearby, and if I chose, to return home and shock my family with the news. Yet, I declined, expressing to him my concerns about how he might locate the wooden raft. With that, he paddled away. Before long, I devised a plan. I pondered the possibility that, contrary to the legends, he might not heal that leg within the time it takes for a sheep to wag its tail thrice. What if he required 3 or 4 days to recover? What were we to do then? Remain here and wait for him to spill the beans? That was out of the question. I knew what needed to be done. I would wait here, and should he return claiming further examination was necessary, I would accompany him, even if it meant swimming across. We would bind him, restrain him, and then float the raft downstream. Once he had healed Tom, we would pay him what was due, or else hand over all our money before sending him ashore. Later, I nestled into a pile of logs to sleep, and upon waking, I found the dawn had already arrived. I hurried outside and reached the doctor's residence, only to be informed by his family that he had not yet returned from a night call. It dawned on me that Tom must be gravely injured, and I needed to devise a way to hastily return to the shore. I dashed away, rounding a corner, only to nearly collide with my uncle's belly. He exclaimed, "Hey, where have you been, Tom? You little rascal, it's been ages." "I have not ventured anywhere," I replied. "Merely searching for the fleeing African-American. Sid and I are both in pursuit." "Oh dear, where do you intend to search?" he inquired. "Your aunt is nearly beside herself with worry. There is no need for her to fret," I asserted, "for we are relatively unharmed." We followed the crowd and the pack of dogs as they dashed away, yet they outpaced us, and soon we could no longer even catch a glimpse of them. However, we could hear their voices echoing from the river, so we procured a small boat to trail them, but still failed to catch up. Eventually, we rowed against the current until exhaustion compelled us to anchor the boat and rest, awakening only about an hour ago. We came here to gather information. Sid went to the post office, while I ventured here to procure some sustenance. Shortly, we shall return home. Thus, we proceeded to the post office to find Sid. Yet, he was, of course, not there, and we could not locate him. The elderly gentleman received a letter at the post office. After waiting for a spell, Sid still did not arrive. The old man suggested we depart, asserting that once Sid had exhausted his search, he would either walk or row back home. However, I protested against returning by carriage, insisting that he allow me to remain here to await Sid. He claimed it was futile, urging me to return with him promptly so that my aunt might see I was unharmed and be at ease. Upon our return home, my aunt, upon seeing me, was overwhelmed with joy, laughing and crying simultaneously as she embraced me, playfully striking me a few times, which hardly hurt at all. She declared that once Sid returned, she would administer a similar reprimand to him. The house was crowded with farmers and their wives, all invited to partake in the luncheon. The cacophony of voices filled the air. Such a scene of chaos is indeed a rarity. An elderly woman was particularly loquacious, incessantly chattering. "Oh, Miss Phelps, I have thoroughly searched that small room, and I am convinced that the African-American has indeed gone mad. That is precisely what I conveyed to Miss Dumrell. Is it not, Miss Dumrell? I declared he has lost his sanity, and I trust you all heard me say it. He has gone mad. That was my assertion. I stated that everything within that room can attest to his madness. Just look at that large millstone. If you claim that the words inscribed upon it are not the ramblings of a lunatic, who would believe you? I ask. Someone's heart has been shattered here, who has endured 37 years of this torment. It is all sheer nonsense, along with the illegitimate offspring of some Lewis. Truly endless drivel. He is utterly deranged. That is what I initially stated, and I have reiterated it, and I shall conclude by saying once more that African American is indeed mad, I assert. I just said that. Observe that makeshift rope ladder woven from rags. Is it not so? Pray, what purpose does he have for that contraption? I wonder. But how did they manage to get that millstone inside? Who excavated that hole? Surely, no one else could have. Brother Prod, that is precisely my inquiry. Just a moment ago, would you pass me the jam dish? I was speaking with Sister Dunlap about how they managed to maneuver that millstone inside without any assistance. Have you heard? No one helped. That is indeed a curious matter. Regardless of the circumstances, I remain unconvinced. It seems to me that numerous individuals must have been involved, I assert. Furthermore, I perceive that you mentioned a dozen people. Surely, even 30 would be insufficient to accomplish such a multitude of tasks. Take, for instance, the saw fashioned from a knife. The effort required for that is immense. Observe the bed leg that has been severed in two by this very saw. It would take no less than 6 men a week to achieve such a feat. Moreover, consider the lifelike figure of a black man, filled with hay, placed upon the bed. You make a compelling argument, my dear friend. This is precisely what I conveyed to Mr. Phelps, for I spoke those words directly to him. Mrs. Hawkins, what is your perspective on this? Reflect on it. Do you truly believe that bed leg could be so effortlessly severed? In my opinion, that leg could not have been cut by itself. It was undoubtedly done by someone else, and that is my stance. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. I suspect the situation may not be as it appears, but this is merely my personal viewpoint. If anyone possesses a more reasonable explanation, I invite them to share it. That is all I wish to express. I must say, oh my goodness, Mrs. Phelps. That room has likely been filled with black individuals daily for the past 4 or 5 weeks. Otherwise, how could such an immense workload be accomplished? Look at that shirt, covered in dense, indecipherable African script, and written in blood, no less. It is certain that a considerable number of black individuals have been tirelessly inscribing it. Should anyone be able to read the contents aloud to me, I would gladly reward them with 2 gold coins. As for the enslaved individuals who inscribed those words, I truly wish to seize them and administer a sound thrashing. You might say there were accomplices, my friend. Indeed. Had you spent a mere moment in this abode a few days prior, you would surely echo my sentiments. They pilfer everything in sight. It is essential to understand that we have been vigilantly observing them. The very shirt they absconded with was taken from the clothesline. Moreover, they tore the bedsheet used for crafting a rope ladder, stealing it, returning it, and then stealing it once more, countless times. They also purloined flour, candles, candlesticks, spoons, and the long-handled warming pan from earlier years. The multitude of stolen items amounts to thousands, far too many for me to enumerate, including my floral dress. As I previously mentioned, Sid and Tom took turns keeping watch without a moment's respite. Yet in the end, we could not even capture a single strand of their hair. We neither saw nor heard a whisper of them. Ultimately, observe how they toyed with us right under our noses, and they did not merely mock us. They deceived even those ruffians from the Indian reservation. They managed to abscond with that black individual, closely pursued by a dozen or more people and a pack of dogs. Truly, I have never encountered such a peculiar occurrence. Indeed, not even a specter could execute such a caper with greater finesse and mischief. I suspect they are nothing but phantoms, because it is well known that our dogs are unparalleled in their prowess, yet they are utterly incapable of detecting their scent. If you can provide a rationale for this, please enlighten me. Who among you can elucidate this mystery? Alas, this truly surpasses. My goodness, I have never. Oh dear, I simply cannot. Not merely a few burglars, but rather, well, my heavens, I genuinely dare not reside in such a. It is a place I would rather avoid. I was nearly terrified, afraid to retire to bed, hesitant to rise from it, fearful even while lying down, and anxious while seated. They might steal, and who knows? Oh, my dear Lord, when the clock struck midnight last night, you cannot fathom the extent of my fear. I genuinely feared they would abduct someone from our household. At that moment, such thoughts consumed me, leaving me utterly bewildered. Now, in the light of day, it seems rather humorous, yet back then, I thought of my 2 poor children still slumbering upstairs in their room. I was indeed terrified to the core, So I quietly ascended the stairs and locked them in their chamber. Truly, I believe anyone would have acted similarly. For you see, once fear takes hold, it only intensifies, and the mind becomes a tumultuous mess, spiraling into irrational thoughts. I pondered if I were still a child. Alone in the upstairs room, with the door unlocked, my heart would. At this juncture, my aunt fell silent. A look of puzzlement crossing her face as she slowly turned to fix her gaze upon me. I promptly rose and stepped outside for a stroll. In my mind, I contemplated how to elucidate my absence from the house this morning. Thus, I ventured outdoors. However, I dared not venture far, lest my aunt summon someone to bring me back. The guests lingered late into the evening, and only after they departed did I enter the house and inform my aunt that the commotion and gunfire had roused both Sid and me from our slumber. Upon opening the door, it locked behind me, yet our curiosity compelled us to descend the stairs by the lightning rod. We both sustained minor injuries, and we resolved not to descend that way again. I then reiterated to my aunt the message I had conveyed to my uncle. She assured me that she bore no resentment towards us, remarking that perhaps boys were inherently wild and mischievous. In her view, as long as we emerged unscathed, she was grateful we were still alive, relieved not to worry about past incidents. She kissed me and patted my head, but then appeared to be lost in thought. Suddenly, she sprang up, exclaiming, "Goodness, it is nearly dark. Where can Sid be?" Seizing the opportunity, I exclaimed, "I shall go to town at once to find him." "No, do not go," she replied. "You must stay here. Losing one child has already been torment enough for me. If he is not back by dinner, your uncle shall seek him out." Naturally, he was still absent at dinner. As soon as my uncle finished his meal, he departed, returning after 10 o'clock, somewhat uneasy, having not even seen a trace of Tom. Aunt was indeed in a state of great anxiety. However, expressing her worry seemed futile, for a boy is simply a boy. By morning, he would undoubtedly return, and all would be well. Nevertheless, she insisted on waiting for him, keeping the light on to guide his way. Later, when I ascended the stairs to retire for the night, she lit a candle to illuminate the path and accompanied me upstairs, tucking me in with the tender care of a loving mother, which filled me with a sense of embarrassment, making it difficult for me to meet her gaze. Seated at the foot of my bed, she engaged me in a lengthy conversation, extolling the virtues of Sid, whom she regarded as an extraordinary child. Her words were filled with concern as she repeatedly inquired if I thought he might be lost, hurt, or even drowned in the river. Worry etched on her face. She lamented that he might be lying somewhere, either injured or worse, while she could do nothing to assist him. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. I reassured her that Sid would be all right and would surely return by morning. She grasped my hand tightly and kissed me, finding solace in my repeated assurances. With her head bowed, she gazed gently into my eyes and said, "Tom, the door will no longer be locked. That is merely a window, along with the lightning rod. But you must promise not to be mischievous anymore, all right? Please do not leave for my sake." I found myself wondering how Tom was faring and felt an urge to escape, yet after her plea, I felt compelled to remain. I slid down the lightning rod twice and ventured into the night, circling around to the front, where I beheld the candle still perched upon the window sill. She sat in a brightly lit spot, staring vacantly at the road, her eyes brimming with tears. As thoughts of her and Tom intertwined in my mind, I found myself unable to sleep soundly. In that moment, I genuinely wished to do something for her, yet I felt utterly powerless, silently vowing to cease my mischievous antics that had caused her distress. On my third descent along the lightning rod, dawn was approaching, yet she remained seated there, the candle nearly extinguished. Her silver-haired head rested upon her hand, and she had succumbed to slumber. Chapter 43. Uncle had left for town without having breakfast, yet he still had not seen Tom. The couple sat in silence at the table, deep in thought, their faces etched with sorrow. The coffee had cooled, and they could not bring themselves to eat. After a while, the old man asked, "Did I give you that letter?" "What letter?" "The one I retrieved from the post office yesterday." "No, you haven't given me any letter." "Oh dear, I must have forgotten." He hastily rummaged through his pockets, but found nothing, so he went to the place where he had left the letter, returning with it to hand it to Aunt. She remarked, "It's from St. Petersburg. My sister sent it." I had intended to take a stroll, but upon hearing her words, I felt paralyzed. To my surprise, she had not yet torn open the letter before casting it aside and rushing out, having seen someone approaching outside. I too caught sight of them. It was Tom Sawyer, being carried in on a stretcher, accompanied by the doctor and Jim. Jim was still clad in his aunt's floral dress, his hands bound tightly behind his back, with a throng of people trailing behind him. I discreetly concealed the letter behind an object and hastily made my exit. She lunged towards Tom, weeping. "Oh, he is dead. I know he is dead. He is dead." Tom turned his head slightly, mumbling something indistinctly, appearing rather dazed. Then she raised her hands in exultation, exclaiming, "Thank heavens. He is alive. That is sufficient, my goodness." After uttering those words, she quickly kissed him and dashed back inside to prepare a bed, issuing commands to the nearby African Americans and everyone else as she ran, her lips moving at an astonishing pace. I followed closely behind the crowd, observing their intentions regarding Jim, while the old doctor and her uncle entered the house right after Tom. The people were seething with anger. Several voiced their desire to hang Jim as a cautionary measure for the other African Americans to deter them from emulating Jim's audacious escape, which had caused such upheaval and left the family in a state of distress for days on end. Others argued against such a course of action, deeming it unwise. He was not their slave, and should they execute him, his owner would surely demand compensation. This sentiment somewhat tempered the fervor of the crowd, as those who wished to punish the enslaved man were reluctant to bear the financial repercussions. Nevertheless, they continued to berate Jim with venomous words, and before long, they struck him a couple of blows, yet Jim remained silent, feigning ignorance of my presence. They brought him back to the original room, dressed him in his own clothes, and secured him with chains. However, this time they did not lock him to the bedpost. Instead, they bound his hands and feet and fastened him to a sturdy log with a nail driven into it, rendering him utterly immobile. It was said that this time, apart from bread and water, nothing else would be provided for him. If his master did not return after a certain period, he would be sold at auction. They filled in the hole we had dug and stated that 2 armed farmers would keep watch around the cabin each night, while during the day, a large dog would be tethered at the entrance. At this point, everything had been arranged, and as some people prepared to leave, they vented their frustrations with harsh words as a form of farewell. A doctor visited briefly and remarked, "Do not be too cruel to him. After all, he cannot be considered a bad black man." When I arrived at that place and found the child, no one was there to assist in removing the bullet. The child's condition was dire, and I could not leave to seek help. His state deteriorated rapidly, and after a while, he became delirious, forbidding me to approach him and insisting that I should not mark the wooden raft, lest it cost me my life. He uttered many such nonsensical phrases. Realizing I could not manage alone, I thought to myself that I desperately needed assistance. Just then, I saw a black man running from a distance, stating that he could help me, and indeed, he did assist me quite effectively. Of course, I recognized him as the escaped slave. See, my judgment proved accurate. I had no choice but to remain there for most of the day and throughout the night. I must confess, this predicament was quite distressing, as I had 2 patients suffering from fever back in the town. My desire to return and attend to them was strong, however. I was apprehensive about the possibility of the black man escaping, for I knew that I would be held accountable. The boats on the river were quite distant, rendering my calls for assistance inaudible. Thus, I stayed put until the break of dawn this morning, when assistance finally arrived. I had never encountered such a devoted servant among black men. He could have fled yet chose to risk his own freedom to help, despite being utterly exhausted. It was evident that he had been forced into hard labor recently. I hold a great appreciation for such individuals. A good man like him is undoubtedly worth $1,000. He deserves to be treated with respect. He performed all the tasks I assigned remarkably well, and the lad seemed to be as comfortable on the raft as he would be at home, perhaps even more so, for the surroundings were indeed tranquil. Nevertheless, I had to manage the 2 of them, remaining there until the first light of day. Eventually, a few individuals arrived in a small boat, and as fate would have it, the black man was seated beside the bunk, his head resting on his knees in slumber. I gestured for them to approach stealthily, and they pounced upon him, binding him before he had the chance to comprehend the situation. We exerted little effort in the endeavor. The child lay in a deep slumber, and we wrapped the oars in cloth to prevent any disturbance, subsequently tethering the wooden raft to the rear and quietly dragging it to the shore. The black man remained silent, having uttered not a single word since the onset. "Gentlemen, I must say, I find this black man to be rather amiable," one individual remarked. "Indeed, doctor, your statement is quite reasonable." Gradually, the others softened their ire, and I felt a surge of gratitude for the doctor's kind act towards Jim. I was pleased. Upon first seeing the doctor, I sensed his benevolence, and it appeared my intuition was correct. Eventually, everyone agreed that Jim had acted commendably and deserved recognition and some form of reward. Thus, they sincerely declared that they would no longer berate him. They then exited, leaving him locked within. I fervently wished they would propose to loosen a chain or two, for those shackles were burdensome. I also hoped someone might suggest providing him with water, meat, vegetables, and bread, yet none did. I figured it best not to involve myself in this matter. I resolved to wait until this immediate situation passed before informing Andy of all that the doctor had conveyed to me. I meant to explain how I had forgotten to mention that day when Sid was shot while we pursued the fleeing black man. Nevertheless, time was on my side. For Auntie kept vigil over the patient day and night. Upon spotting Uncle pacing about, I quickly took refuge away from him. The following morning, I learned that Tom's condition had significantly improved, and it was said that Aunt Polly had gone to her room for a brief nap. I quickly slipped into the patient's room, hoping that Tom might be awake so we could concoct an impeccable narrative. Unfortunately, he was fast asleep, and quite deeply at that. His complexion was pale, a stark contrast to the flushed face he had upon his return. I sat there, waiting for him to awaken. Half an hour later, Aunt Polly entered quietly. This left me in an awkward position, feeling quite uncomfortable. She gestured for me to remain silent, and then sat beside me, speaking softly. She remarked that we should be joyous, for Tom was out of danger. He had been sleeping for quite some time and appeared increasingly better and more serene. When he awoke, it was likely he would no longer be in a daze. We sat there watching him, and eventually, he stirred, casually opened his eyes, glanced around, and said, "Hi, why am I at home? Where's the raft? What is going on?" I replied, "It's all right." "And Jim?" he asked. "He is fine," I assured him, though I was cautious not to be too presumptuous. Yet, he seemed not to notice, exclaiming, "Good. That is wonderful. Are you going to tell Aunt Polly?" Just as I was about to say I had already informed her, she interjected, "What is it you're telling me, Sid?" What a question to ask. It was simply the entire story, wasn't he it? What entire story? Indeed. It all boils down to a singular event, the endeavor in which Tom and I liberated that African American, granting him his freedom. Good heavens. The very act of rescuing the fugitive. What are you babbling about? This child, oh dear, he is rambling again. No, I am not being nonsensical. My mind is quite lucid. He truly is the one we set free. It was Tom and I who orchestrated his escape. We meticulously planned his liberation, executing it with remarkable finesse. He continues to prattle on, and she does not interrupt. She merely sits there, staring at him, allowing him to speak uninterrupted. At that moment, I felt it futile to interject, so I remained silent. "Aunt, do you realize the effort we expended? It took us several weeks. Each night, after you had retired, we toiled for hours on end. We had to pilfer candles, sheets, shirts, your skirts, spoons, tin plates, long knives, warming pans, grinding stones, flour. Everything had to be stolen. You cannot fathom the intricacy involved in crafting that saw, sharpening those quills, inscribing those letters, and so many other tasks. The enjoyment derived from it. I wager you could not even grasp half of it. We even had to illustrate those coffins and similar designs, compose anonymous letters for the bandits, scale the lightning rod, excavate tunnels leading to the cabin, weave rope ladders, and conceal them within freshly baked pies to smuggle them inside. Not to mention hiding spoons and other items in your apron pockets to bring them in. My dear child, oh my God. They also filled the small cabin with mice, snakes, and similar creatures to keep them company with Jim. Later, you allowed Tom to linger here for such an extended period that he even concealed a piece of butter within his hat, which nearly jeopardized our entire scheme. Before we could escape the cabin, those individuals entered, compelling us to hasten our flight. Upon hearing our voices, they pursued us, and I was struck by a bullet. We quickly sought refuge in the thicket, allowing them to pass. When the dogs approached, they seemed unimpressed and dashed towards the source of the loud commotion. We then boarded our small boat and paddled towards the raft. Finally, securing our safety, Jim was liberated. All of this was our doing, and we executed it splendidly. Did we not, Aunt? Oh, I have never encountered such a situation in my entire life. It turns out it was the two of you little rascals behind it all. You caused such a ruckus that everyone was utterly bewildered, nearly frightening us to death. I could hardly contain my urge to give you both a good thrashing right now. How unfair it feels, having watched over you night after night. Once you recover, I shall surely make you two scoundrels regret it. However, Tom remained so jubilant and proud, nearly unable to restrain his tongue, chattering incessantly, while Aunt frequently interjected, leading to a cacophony of voices, as lively as a skirmish among cats. She remarked, "Well, you all seem quite pleased with this matter, but I must inform you that if you meddle in his affairs again." Tom inquired, "Whose affairs are you referring to?" He abandoned his smile, revealing a look of astonishment. "Whose affairs? Surely, I speak of the escaped African American. Whom did you think I meant? Tom's expression darkened as he turned to me and asked, did you not just tell me he was unharmed? Has he not yet fled? Aunt replied, the escaped African American? He certainly has not fled. They have recaptured him, and he is currently confined in that very small room. We merely provide him with bread and water, shackled by several iron chains, awaiting someone to claim him. If no one comes forth, we shall sell him at auction. Tom sat bolt upright in bed, his eyes seemingly ablaze, his nostrils flaring like a fish's gills. He shouted at me, they have no right to imprison him. Go. Do not delay for a moment. Release him. He is not a slave. He is as free as any man at leisure. What nonsense are you spouting, child? I retorted. Every word I utter is the absolute truth. If no one else will go, and I shall take it upon myself. I have known Jim since childhood. And so has Tom. Miss Watson passed away 2 months ago, and before her demise, she expressed her distress over the intention to sell him downriver. That was her own admission. She bequeathed him his freedom in her will. Since he has already become a free man, why would you still wish to release him and grant him any semblance of liberty? My aunt, to speak candidly, such inquiries are only posed by women. Is this even a question? I yearn to taste the thrill of adventure, to experience the essence of sacrifice. Oh my heavens, it is indeed Aunt Polly who has arrived. It truly is her, and her face radiates a serene and contented smile, resembling that of an angel, which catches me by surprise. Aunt Sally leaped up and rushed toward her, embracing her neck tightly and weeping, nearly wrenching her head off in the process. I hastily sought a comfortable hiding spot beneath the bed, as I felt that this scene would put both Tom and myself in a rather awkward predicament. I peered cautiously outside, observing Aunt Polly finally extricating herself from her sister's embrace, casting a glance at Tom through her spectacles, making him wish he could find a hole to burrow into. After a brief moment, she remarked, yes, you would do well to turn away, Tom. If I were in your position, I certainly would. Oh dear. Aunt Sally exclaimed, he has changed so much that you can barely recognize him? This is not Tom. It is Sid. Where could Tom be? He was just here moments ago. You must be referring to Huck Finn. Surely it is him. I thought. After all these years of nurturing Tom from childhood to adulthood, I ought not to mistake him for someone else in his presence, or it would indeed become a great folly. Huck Finn, come forth from beneath the bed. Thus, under the watchful eyes of both aunts, I awkwardly emerged from beneath the bed. Yet, I had no desire to exhibit even a hint of displeasure. Upon hearing the entire account, Aunt Sally wore a perplexed expression that I had never witnessed before. When Uncle entered and listened to our narration, he too appeared utterly astonished, seemingly inebriated. Unable to regain clarity throughout the day, that evening, during a prayer meeting, he delivered a sermon that garnered much attention, albeit for the reason that nearly no one could comprehend his words. Meanwhile, Aunt Polly informed them of my identity and background. I found myself compelled to recount the embarrassing incident involving Mrs. Phelps, who mistakenly identified me as Tom. She interrupted me with, "Oh, just continue to call me Aunt, for I have grown accustomed to it and see no need for a change." When Aunt Sally mistakenly took me for Tom, I chose to go along with the misunderstanding, as I knew there was no other recourse. Tom, I was aware, not only found it inconsequential but also amusing, for this air of mystery allowed him to concoct his own adventurous escapades. Subsequently, he continued to impersonate Sid, and I managed to navigate the situation with ease. Aunt Polly affirmed that Tom was indeed truthful. Miss Watson had stipulated in her will that Jim should be granted his freedom. It dawned on me that Tom Sawyer had endeavored tirelessly and faced numerous challenges only to rescue a man who was already free, a black man liberated. Initially, I could not fathom how someone of his stature could rescue an enslaved individual, but through this revelation, the puzzle finally fell into place. Aunt Polly mentioned that she received a letter from Aunt Sally, which stated that both Tom and Sid had arrived safely. She pondered to herself, "This is quite peculiar. I should have anticipated this. Allowing him to venture out alone without anyone to look after him could only lead to trouble." It seemed she had not received any further correspondence from him, compelling her to journey downriver for 1,100 miles to uncover what mischief he was up to this time. "What is going on? I have not received any of your letters," Aunt Sally remarked. "That is indeed strange. I inquired about Sid's whereabouts in my 2 letters to you." "Oh dear sister, I have not received a single one," Aunt Polly replied, turning slowly and sternly to Tom. "You rascal. Oh, what is it?" He feigned innocence. "Do not play coy with me, you reckless boy. Hand over the letters." "What letters?" "The very letters. If you do not surrender them, I shall." "They are all in the box. Is that satisfactory?" We have not dared to touch them. They are just as I retrieved them from the post office. I did not open them, nor have I laid a finger on them. However, I am aware that these letters could complicate matters immensely. Thus I pondered. If you are not in too great a hurry, I shall humph. Even if I were to peel the skin off that little rascal of yours, it would not alleviate my vexation. I have penned another letter, expressing my intent to come. I surmise that no, I received it yesterday. Yet I contemplated delaying the opening of it. Nevertheless, it matters not. This letter has indeed arrived. I wish to wager a few dollars, claiming he has not received it. Yet upon reflection, I realize that it is futile to speculate now. It is best left unspoken, and so I remain silent. Chapter 44 Conclusion. Now that I have the opportunity to spend some time alone with Tom, I inquire about his initial thoughts on fleeing. If the escape were to succeed, what purpose would he have in rescuing a man who was already free? He explained that he had contemplated that if he could safely liberate Jim, we would embark on a wooden raft to venture downstream toward the river's mouth, subsequently revealing to him that he had attained freedom. They would return home in triumph, and he would receive a sum of money as compensation for his troubles. Then he would ride home, inviting all the black folk to greet him, brandishing torches, accompanied by a brass band parading in his honor as he made his way back to town. In this manner, he would emerge as a hero, and we both would share in the glory. However, in my view, the present situation remains as illustrious as it once was. Upon our arrival at the cottage, we immediately unshackled Jim from his iron chains. Auntie Polly, Uncle Tom, and Auntie Sally, upon hearing of Jim's devoted care for the doctor and Tom, lavished him with commendations. Subsequently, they adorned him in fine clothing and provided him with ample nourishment, insisting that he engage in no labor but rather indulge in play. We escorted him to Tom's room, where we enjoyed a hearty conversation. Tom bestowed upon Jim $40 as a reward for his exemplary patience and performance in our guise as prisoners. Jim erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "See, Huck, didn't I tell you? Back at Jackson S. Island, I mentioned that I felt a stirring in my chest, a portent of fortune. I once struck it rich, and I knew I would again. Look, isn't this a clear sign? Truly, a sign is a sign. Remember my words, I am destined for prosperity, as certain as your presence before me." Then Tom proposed that the three of us plot an escape one night, to don disguises and venture into the Indian Territory for a thrilling escapade lasting 2 or 3 weeks. Naturally, I concurred, for such an adventure appealed to me. However, I lacked the funds for costumes. I surmised that my family would not provide me with any money, as my father would likely have returned home, having squandered his earnings from Judge Thatcher on drink. "No, he didn't go back," Tom said. "Over $6,000. All the money is there. Your father never returned after that. In fact, I didn't go back when I left." Jim expressed his discomfort. "Huck, he can never go back." "Why, Jim?" I inquired. "Huck, don't ask why. Your father. He truly can never return." Yet I was determined to extract the reason, and eventually, he revealed, "Child, do you remember the cabin that drifted down the river? Inside, there lay a corpse covered with a cloth. I ventured in and lifted the cloth for a glance, but I won't allow you to enter. Do you recall this? Poor child, you could spend your money freely, for that man was your father." At that moment, Tom's injury had nearly healed. He tied the bullet to his watch chain and wore it around his neck, often pretending to check the time. Well, my dear friends, up to this point, I truly have little left to write. However, I am still filled with joy, for had I known that writing a book required such effort, I would certainly have refrained from continuing. Henceforth, I shall not write again. Yet, I suspect this time, I must leave here ahead of them both. I intend to visit the Indian reservation, for Aunt Sally has declared she not only wishes to adopt me, but also to reform and even tame me. I must admit, I am indeed frightened of her. I cherish the days of unrestrained freedom. The life she offered me, though enjoyable, is a flavor I have long since experienced.